I can't imagine what those must have cost. What kind of flowers are they, anyway? Orchids? The one on the left is. I'm not sure about the other one. Jack in the Pulpit, maybe? Jonquils? I don't know. Your mother's the expert in that department. She nods and says that, other than the Maplethorpes, she doesn't recognize any of the artists' names. No, me neither. But that's her specialty. Painters and sculptors who were untrained, out there on the periphery. She collects them and promotes them like crazy, drives up the value of their work. Like she did with Mama, Ariane notes. Exactly. She gets off the stool and walks over to the table in the living room, smiles at the sculpture sitting on top of it. Political satire and papier-mâché, I guess you'd call it. 3 2-foot-high figures, their heads and bodies transposed. Bin Laden is wearing a white, late Elvis jumpsuit. Kim Jong-il is suited up in an NBA uniform, and Ahmadinejad is a cross-dresser in a Madonna getup, complete with conical bra. This is funny, she says. Yeah, isn't it? Especially in light of what Ahmadinejad said in his speech at Columbia. You hear about that? She shakes her head. Oh, well, apparently there's no such thing as homosexuality in Iran. Maybe that's why your mother and Vivica have decided not to honeymoon there. The smile drops off her face. Annie's late-in-life lesbianism having just entered the room with us, thanks to me. Yeah, right, she says. To rescue the mood, I tell her that one of the late-night hosts, Jimmy Kimmel, I think it was, referred to Ahmadinejad as Scruffy McWindbreaker. It restores her smile. Late-night TV, Daddy, she says. That doesn't sound like you. You were always such an early bird. Well, when you're an old retired geezer who doesn't have to get up and go to work anymore, you can be the master of your own schedule. She tells me I'm not a geezer. Asks if it feels weird not to work. Did at first, yeah, but I've been kind of getting my bearings since I've been up here. Going to bed when I want, running, reading, and, thinking about things I never had much time to think about before. Like what? Well, family stuff for one thing. My paternal side, I know a lot about my Italian relatives, but almost nothing about the O's. Mainly because my father didn't want to have anything to do with me. She nods, but I wish I hadn't put it that way. Does that furrowed brow mean she's comparing my situation to the one her child will have? So, since I've been up here, I've been getting kind of curious about that. The only Chinese relative of mine I ever met was my grandfather, my father's father. Didn't he own a restaurant? Uh-huh, a dim sum place in Boston. I used to eat there sometimes when I was in college. There's a question on Ari's face, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is. If I had a connection to my grandfather, why had I had none with his son? But I don't want to go into all that with her. My mother's withholding information until the end of her life, and the contempt I had felt for the father who had wanted nothing to do with me. So I shift the conversation a little because I don't want my daughter to pick up on my pain, my vulnerability. So yeah, I've been looking into the ancestry thing a little, poking around on those genealogy websites. It's a new thing for me, this curiosity about my Chinese heritage. To tell you the truth, I never gave it much thought before now. Which is not the truth. It's a bald-faced, knee-jerk lie. I found a cousin I never knew I had, Ellen Wong. She lives out in Cincinnati. Her grandfather and mine were brothers, the only two who emigrated from the old country. She and I have been communicating, swapping information, so that's been kind of cool. Ari says she wishes that she had gotten to know her grandparents. Yeah, the only one who was still alive when you were born was my mother, but you were too young to remember her. You would have liked her, too. In fact, you resemble her a little. Struck me yesterday at the airport. Of the 3 of you kids, you're my little paisana. She smiles. Your little meatball, you mean. Hey, your cream of wheat is just about ready over here. You want me to put a little milk in it? Sprinkle some sugar on top? Okay. And the magic word is, please. She says it like she's 6 years old again. And I stand there at the stove, smiling, thinking about the breakfasts I used to make the kids on those Sunday mornings when Annie went off to church. Pancakes with surprises inside. Coins I'd wrap in foil and stick in the batter, like my Nonna Valerio used to do when I was a kid. So what do you want to do today, kiddo? Hang out around here? Go down to the beach and ride the waves like we used to? She clutches her belly. Oh, no waves, thank you. But a walk on the beach sounds nice. Can we go to Long Nook? Sure. Or over to the Bayside Beach if you're still into shell collecting. That's closer. But I like Long Nook better. I've been running there mornings, between 6 and 7 o'clock when I can get my lazy ass out of bed. I like it when I have the whole beach to myself. Looks different than it did when you were kids. Different how? She asks. Oh, there's more ocean, less beach. Erosion, I guess. They've got no climbing signs posted every 100 yards or so at the base of the dunes. And now, on top of that, there's all these posted warnings about the great whites they've been spotting lately. Which is unusual, I guess. What's that about, Daddy? Global warming, maybe? No, not directly. Tracy says it's about the seals. She said she's a marine biologist? Uh-huh. Apparently there's been a population explosion among the seals, and the eating's too good for the sharks to pass up, so they're sticking around later than they usually do, cruising closer to the shore. Have you seen any? No, but I've seen a couple of seal carcasses along the beach, which I imagine is their doing. Pisses the gulls off when I run by them, disturb them while they're picking over the leftovers. A couple of days ago, this one gull started dive-bombing me. He was squawking like he was giving me hell. She smiles. So that's why Tracy is up here, because of the sharks? Yeah, She's part of a team that's hoping to track them, embedding homing devices in them when they spot them so that they can study their migration patterns, once they start heading down to warmer waters. By the way, Daddy, I like Tracy. I hope she wasn't too uncomfortable when I got sick at that restaurant we stopped at, and I just blurted it out about being pregnant. No, she understood. Cooking smells make me nauseous lately, fried food especially. I mean, it was so nice of her to help me out in the ladies' room like that after we had known each other for, an hour? It was kind of weird that I told her I was pregnant before I even told you. Doesn't matter. She just felt bad because it was her idea to stop and get something to eat. Tell me about her, she says. About Tracy? What do you want to know? Well, she said she teaches at URI, right? Uh-huh. Associate professor in biology. Sharks are her specialty. She did her doctoral thesis on them. And how did you guys meet? Well, at the sushi counter, actually. I was up in P-Town doing my grocery shopping. We exchanged a few pleasantries while we were looking over the seaweed salads and the spicy tuna rolls. And then I got behind her in the checkout line and we started talking some more. I kept glancing down at the ID badge that she was wearing, trying to remember where I'd heard her name before. Then, when we were both out in the parking lot, it dawned on me. I had been listening to her on the radio when I was driving up here a few weeks back. She was being interviewed about the sharks, holding her own with this doofus DJ, which I congratulated her for. And since then, she asks. She's fishing, I realize, but I'm going to make her work for it. Since then, what? Are you and she, Are we what? Dating? Are we dating? Yeah, I took her to a sock hop down in Hyannis. We went to the malt shop afterward, shared an ice cream soda with 2 straws. Man, that woman can wear a poodle skirt like nobody's business. Come on, Daddy. Where are we going? She rolls her eyes the way she used to at her dad's corny jokes. We're just friends, honey. We went out to dinner a couple of times, that's all. 3 times, actually. And out for breakfast the morning after she came back here and spent the night. But I'm not about to go into that with Ariane. She'd probably pick up the phone and tell her sister, and then I'd really get the 3rd degree. Marissa's been hounding me about getting a girlfriend since before the ink was dry on her mother's and my divorce decree. Would you like to be more than friends? I shrug, remind her that Tracy and I are both up here temporarily. Daddy, you live in Connecticut and she's in Rhode Island. That's not exactly insurmountable. Is she already in a relationship? No, divorced, no kids. She's Asian, isn't she? Half. Hawaiian on her mother's side. She gives me a mischievous smile. She likes you, Daddy. Does she? What makes you say that? Oh, I could tell from the way she was looking at you on the ride back here, and at that place where we stopped to eat. Not to mention that she went with you to the airport in the first place. Well, Detective O, it just so happens that she had business in Boston yesterday. Had to drop off some report at the New England Aquarium, and so we carpooled. I gave her a ride there, and then we drove over to Logan to pick you up. Now, what's that Cheshire grin for? It's the 21st century, Daddy. People don't usually drop off reports in person these days. They email them in an attachment. Yeah, no kidding. Well, then I guess she must have the hots for me. Can't blame her. You know what a chick magnet I am. I dish out our food and bring it to the table. Come on, detective. Breakfast is served. Manja. We sit. I eat my eggs. Ariane takes a bite of banana. She asks me if I've heard from Andrew lately. A couple of days ago, I tell her. Says he's doing okay. She tells me she wishes he was coming to the wedding. Yeah, well, he's still struggling with your mother's lifestyle change. I guess it's just as well. She nods, puts her bare feet up on the empty chair between us. You still like going barefoot, I see. She nods and says the bottoms of her feet are so impervious by now she could probably walk on hot coals. Yeah, well, you better not test that theory, I tell her. I reach over and grab her big toe. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed home. Remember that? She smiles. This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. Yeah, must be a vegan, I say. But she's teary again. What's the matter, honey? Nothing. No, come on, tell me. It's just that my baby won't have a daddy to play that with. Well, no, but he'll have a granddaddy. Neither of us mentions the obvious, that I'll be doing my grandfathering long distance. Still, I don't want to push it, the idea of her moving back. 10 minutes later, I finish my breakfast, and she's had all of 6 little bites of her cream of wheat. I've counted them. Well, I can't really blame her. Even with sugar on it, it's like eating wallpaper paste. We get up, carry our dishes to the sink, and when she says she'll do them, I tell her, nope, she's my guest. Hey, Daddy, she says. I look over my shoulder and see her over by the Maplethorpes again. You've met Vivica, right? Ah, Vivica. I figured we'd be getting around to her sooner or later. I have. I put the last of the dishes in the drying rack, start scouring egg off the frying pan. You've met her too, actually. Remember that Whitney Biennial show that your mother had a piece in when you guys were kids? We all went down to New York City for the opening, stayed overnight in a hotel. Yeah, I think so. Was that the trip where we went to the NBA store and that guy yelled at Andrew for trying to shoot 3-pointers? Don't remind me. One of his wild shots from downtown almost wiped out a whole display of team mugs. I saw that ball go flying and I thought I was going to be buying about $1,000 worth of broken ceramic. Ah, yes, those fun family outings. She's wandering the living room, going from one piece of art to another. That was really a big deal that Mama's work got selected for that show, wasn't it? She asks. It was. But yeah, that opening was when we all met Vivica. She came up, introduced herself, told your mother she was interested in representing her. And the rest is history. The big commissions, that article in Newsweek that put your mother on the map as an up-and-comer. Ariane comes back to the kitchen. She leans against the counter next to me. You don't like Vivica, do you? She's watching my face in profile, studying my reaction to her question. Hey, she's letting me stay here, right? So I guess she can't be all bad. No, seriously, Daddy, she says. Well, let's just say she's not really my cup of tea. But don't let my feelings color yours. I think you'll like her when you get to know her. Your sister does. Okay, she says. She'll keep an open mind. Good. Hey, let's go sit down for a minute, all right? We move back into the living room, face each other on opposing love seats. Now, about this baby you're having. What are you hoping for? Boy? Girl? One of each? Her eyes widen. Oh God, I'm not sure I could handle twins. But don't multiple births run in families? Sometimes, but I wouldn't go out and buy doubles of everything just yet. You'd run more of a risk of that if you had had in vitro. Have you had an ultrasound? Next month, she says. My doctor says they only do it earlier if it's a high-risk pregnancy. Women over 35. Well, you'll know soon enough, but I think you can relax. Odds are you're having 1, not 2. She asks how her mother and I felt when we found out we were having twins. I tell her, it was a surprise, but that we were excited about it. Why mention how upset Annie was at first? In fact, oh, geez, she says, excuse me, Daddy. She gets up and rushes to the bathroom off the kitchen. To drown out the sound of her retching in there, I reach over and put the radio on. They're playing some old song that I half remember. It's a strange, strange world we live in, Master Jack. There's a flush. She opens the door, looking pale and miserable, poor kid. But she flashes me that brave smile. You okay? She nods, sits back down. When I ask her if she lost her breakfast, she says just a little of it. Well, that's good. You still up for the beach, or do you want to take a rain check? No, let's go. Hey, if I have to vomit again, I can do it there just as well as here. Puking at the beach. It'll be a new experience. Well, I know one thing, kiddo, I tell her. This baby's going to be one lucky kid to have such a damn good mother. Do you think so? Oh, I know so. Name one thing you're not good at. Dieting, she says. Delegating responsibility at work. Remembering to water my plants. Oh, and keeping boyfriends. I wasn't too good at that. Oh, it breaks my heart to hear her say that. I want to tell her that she surrendered too soon to this artificial insemination thing. That a lot of people are in their 30s before they find somebody, settle down, and have a family. That if what she wanted was a traditional marriage, the right guy might very well have come along. But I hold my tongue. This is an argument I might have used if she had talked to me about her plans before she got inseminated, which she didn't choose to do. So now it's a fait accompli. This baby whose father is some nameless, faceless Brazilian guy who sat in a room with a skin magazine, did his thing, and sold them the spunk they injected into her. It's a strange, strange world we live in, Master Jack. Can't argue with that. You know, I tell her, if you want, you could always come back home to have the baby. You could stay with me at the house and, Daddy, you're selling the house, remember? Well, you just say the word and I'll take it off the market. She shakes her head, says her life is out there in California, and besides, she doesn't expect Annie or me to juggle our lives because of her. But I was thinking that maybe Mama could come out and be there for the delivery, and maybe stay with me for the first week or so when I come home with the baby. Yeah, I bet she'd be happy to do that, I assure her. Well, first things first, she says. I haven't even told her I'm pregnant yet. I'm a little nervous about doing that. Well, don't be, Ari. She's going to respect your decision. I'm sure she'll be very happy for you once she gets used to the idea. I hope so, she says. She stands and says she's going to go change for the beach. But halfway up the stairs, she stops and she looks back at me. Daddy? Do you think Mama was a good mother? The question comes out of nowhere. Well, why don't you tell me? No, she was, Ari says. I just wanted to hear what you thought. Because? No reason, she says. She was just wondering. While she's up there, I pack her a snack in case she gets hungry while we're at the beach. Another banana, a granola bar, a couple of paper cups, and the ginger ale. I wish I had bought our plastic bottle instead of glass, but I could wrap it in a towel and it should be fine. Was Annie a good mother? Yeah, overall. Sure, the kids frustrated her sometimes, Andrew more than his sisters. There were those evenings when she would meet me at the door when I got home and start her litany of complaints before I could even put down my briefcase and take off my coat. But I couldn't blame her. I was so work-driven back then, I'd leave the child care to her pretty much and then try to spell her on weekends. Got harder for Annie once she started making her art. She'd be upstairs with them all day long when what she really wanted was to be down in the basement working on those shadow box things she was doing. And it wasn't like she had had much role modeling to draw on. Her own mother had died so young, and after her father hit the skids and they removed her from the house, those foster moms probably weren't the best role models either. But given all that, Annie did fine by R3. And hey, it's not as if I was Father of the Year. Things would come up at work and I'd end up missing one of Ari's recitals or Marissa's gymnastics meets, one of Andrew's Little League games, or later one of his wrestling matches. The night the twins graduated from high school, I remember there was a crisis with one of my patients and I ended up getting there late. Annie was so pissed at me, she hadn't even saved me a seat. I missed the speeches, but at least I was there to see them get their diplomas, sitting by myself up there in the balcony of the auditorium. Didn't seem to bother the kids, but Annie gave me the silent treatment for the next couple of days. I'm just not sure why, out of the blue, Ariane asked me that about her mother. Is it nerves? Hormones? Or maybe she's promising herself she's going to be a different kind of mother. Less high-strung, maybe. Less fly off the handle. Fear of the unknown. That's probably all she's feeling. And Annie felt that too. When she was in labor, oh man, she was mad as hell. We're in the delivery room and her labor's not going well. Do you see what you've done to me? We are never having sex again. But as soon as Ariane was born, she was crying tears of joy. And a few minutes later, when things became touch and go with Andrew, when the umbilical cord got wrapped around his neck, she pleaded with the doctor to save her baby. And by the time we took them home from the hospital, she was madly in love with those two kids. Possessive of them, even. When my mother came up to help. Mom had planned to stay 2 weeks, I remember, and then she went home after the first one. They had had a fight while I was at work. In all my years, nobody has ever spoken to me like that, Mom told me when I was carrying her suitcase out to the car. She was in tears. I was just pointing out to her that they would be safer on their stomachs when she put them down, and she turned into a crazy woman. Being a mom just took Annie some getting used to, that was all. Some fine-tuning. It wasn't the first time she had had one of those little bouts of hers, and it wasn't the last time either. But when she would get like that, I would remind myself about all the upheavals she had had to weather as a kid. Unexpected change. That was what always seemed to rile her up, frighten her. I think that was what was always underneath that anger of hers, her fear. I wonder if Vivica's ever seen that side of Annie. Hey, Daddy? Ariane calls down. Do you think I need a sweatshirt? No, you should be good. But when I go upstairs to change into my trunks, I stuff one into my backpack for her just in case. She's still my little girl. I like taking care of her. And I love it that she's here. And hey, I can understand why, when she's ready to have the baby, she'd want her mother to go out and help her instead of her old man. You know, that maternal thing. But I am a free agent now. If Annie can't swing it, I could go out there and pitch in. Well, okay, Grandpa. You're getting ahead of yourself. First, let's see how Annie reacts. I just hope she'll be as cool with it as I said she would be. Should I call her, maybe give her a heads up? No, this is Ariane's news. She should be the one to tell her. Okay, let's see. Do I have everything? Sweatshirt, towels, snacks, sunblock? The beach chairs are already out in the car. I guess that's it then. I grab my stuff and walk down the hall, poke my head in her room, but she's not there. Ariane? In here, she says. I follow her voice to the unused bedroom where I have stashed those paintings that I hauled up here. When I unpacked the car after I got here, I stacked them against the wall, but Ari has laid them out on the king-size bed. Have you seen these, Daddy? She asks. They're amazing. I not only saw them, I brought them up here. You did? Why? As a favor for Vivica? Nope. She doesn't even know about them. She looks at me confused. You know that ramshackle old cottage out in back of our house? She nods. Andrew's secret clubhouse. Well, it was until your mom caught him and his friends messing around down there and had me board the place up, I remind her. Yeah, I forgot about that. God, when they would come back up from there, they reeked of weed so badly that you could almost get high from the fumes. Didn't somebody die at that old house once, drowned in a well or something? Yep. The artist who painted these, as a matter of fact. Poor guy couldn't sell any of his work in his lifetime, and now they're worth big bucks, according to Vivica. Wait, didn't you just say she doesn't know about them? She doesn't. I tell her about the day her mother and Vivica came to the house on their way to the Gardner Museum. About Vivica's discovery of the circus people. Read the back. She does. And Joe J. was the guy who painted all these. You see that big one leaning against the chair over there? The Garden of Eden painting? Look at Adam's face. Now look at the men's faces in some of the others. You notice anything? It's the same face, she says. Right. Jones's face. I'd be willing to bet that. He paints the skin gray in a lot of them, but look at the facial features. Look at the texture of the hair. He was black? Yeah, he had a white woman living down there with them, him and his brother. Back then, of course, that would have rattled people's cages. She says that sounds more like the South than Connecticut. Don't kid yourself. She puts the circus people back on the bed, scans the others. They're creepy, but they're kind of cool, she says. Like, I don't know, like scenes from dreams that you have but you can't quite get the meaning of. I like how he distorts the figures. It's almost as if you were looking at them in a funhouse mirror. Yeah, well, I'm not sure that was intentional. He was self-taught, had had no training, which is what Vivica specializes in, you know? Outsiders, primitive painters. I thought her eyes were going to pop out of her head when she saw that painting we had. She'd been looking for works by Jones for years, she said. She wants to buy it from me, but I've held off selling it to her. Why? You want the truth? Because she wants it so badly. I look away from her look of disapproval. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am being childish. Are you going to let her know about all these other ones? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. But why did you bring them up here with you? I begin to gather the paintings, stack them up. Well, because the house is on the market. People traipsing in and out, walking the grounds, and then with the wedding coming up, who knows who might be over there poking around. Daddy, the wedding guests are going to be at Bella Linda. The only people who will be at the house are Mama and Marissa and me. I carry the stacks over to the other side of the room, lean them back against the wall. Then I turn and face her. But I'm sure Vivica will be over there with you guys. I just figured if I brought them up here with me, I wouldn't have to deal with it. She gives me a skeptical look. Daddy, I'm sure she's not an art thief. Are you going to keep them? Sell them? I shrug. I don't know yet, honey. Hey, I thought you and I were going to the beach.
Chapter 15. Andrew O.
Casey Lee's in a pissy mood because she suggested we go to that new Japanese hibachi place for dinner, and here we are at the Olive Garden instead. Oh, I don't really care, sugar, she'd said when I picked her up. We can go there if you want. So we did, and now she's got an attitude. Well, it's not going to get any better when I tell her I'm reconsidering my decision, that I might cancel our weekend plans and go back there after all. Use one of those tickets she sent. There's a part of me that's curious about this Vivica, the woman Mom changed her whole life for. But I don't know. Maybe I should just stay put. Either way, I'd better make a decision pretty soon. Their wedding's only 4 days away. A waitress approaches, a pretty, dark-eyed Mexican. Nice, fleshy body. A C-cup, maybe. Hi, folks, I'm Zan, and I'll be your server tonight. How y'all doing? We're just fine, I tell her. How are you? Great. Well, I'm a little nervous, actually. I've been shadowing another waitress all week. This is my first night going solo. I ask her how it's going. So far, so good, she says. Can I get y'all something to drink to start you off? I turn to Casey Lee. White wine? She nods. A glass of Pinot Grigio for the lady and a Lone Star for me. Casey Lee likes things traditional, likes me to order for both of us. You got it, the waitress says. Casey's off tonight. Fidgety. Going out in the middle of the week's probably a mistake. She's already told me she's tired, and that she still has her lessons to plan for tomorrow, and things to cut out for some bulletin board she needs to put up before the school's open house on Thursday. Hey, I say. Hey, what? You look very pretty tonight. Is that a new dress? She rolls her eyes. Says I asked her that the last time she wore it. Oh, sorry. That's okay, she says. By the way, you look handsome in that shirt. When I was in Brooks Brothers, I couldn't decide between the blue check and the green check, but I'm glad I went with the green. It's a great color for you. Well, shucks, darling. That's mighty nice of you to say so. She cracks a smile. Gets a kick out of it when I talk Texan to her. I reach across the table and take her hand in mine. So how are things going with your new class? She makes a face. Says she wishes she was still teaching 3rd grade. Kindergartners are still such babies at the beginning of the year. I had 2 of them crying today because they missed their mothers, and another who wet her pants. And that boy I was telling you about, Jet, the one with the alternative parents? Uh-huh. He kicked another child while they were in line at the drinking fountain. A girl, no less. Epiphany, and she's as sweet as they come and hadn't done a thing to provoke him. When she started crying, he stood there denying it, and I told him I'd seen him do it with my own eyes. He's gonna be trouble, that one. And when I called home and talked to his mother, she was like, did he have something sugary for snack? Because sugar makes him ornery. Instead of, Well, give him a consequence. Or, did he hurt that poor little girl? Did he? Just her feelings, she says. But that's bad enough. I mean, last week, Jet's mom complained because I was having her son recite the Pledge of Allegiance along with the other children. But now it's okay for him to assault another child because the room mother brought in apple Newtons and high C? I can just imagine what she's going to bring in when it's her week to be room mother. Tofu, probably. Edamambo, or whatever they call it. Like that'd go over big with the children. Crazy, huh? Meet the mother halfway, Marion said. Have him stand with the others, but just not recite the pledge. So what can I do? She's the principal? I just wish she wasn't so wishy-washy. I've been thinking more and more about getting my master's in administration instead of reading. I'll tell you one thing. If I was in charge at that school, things would be different. I'd back my teachers, not tell them to bend over backwards to please the parents. I mean, if she doesn't want me to teach her son to show some respect for the flag, maybe she should homeschool him out of that organic farm thing that they're part of. But anyway, that's enough about school. How's your day? I open my mouth to tell her, but notice that she's looking over my shoulder. Oh, my Lord, she says. What? There's Miss Bascombe, my old earth science teacher. I turn to see who she's looking at. The woman in the red dress? No, the next table over. I spot two heavy-set women, both of them in jeans and orange t-shirts, matching close-cropped gray hair. They're drinking Lone Stars, too. Well, I guess I owe my girlfriend Janice an apology. She always used to insist that Miss Bascombe was one of those. One of those lesbians, she means. It feels like a gut shot, like she's slamming my mother, even though she's probably not even making the connection. Got your gaydar up, huh? I say. I used to tell her, Janice, just because she wears pants all the time and has posters of the Cowboys and the Spurs all over her classroom, that doesn't prove a thing. Maybe she's just a sports fan. Maybe skirts make her look too hippie. And Janice would go, Girl, you're just naive. She's got a softball trophy on her bookcase. Drives a muscle car for crying out loud. Whenever Janice had to go to her room for extra help, she'd make me go with her, even though I was getting straight A's in science. She was afraid Miss Bascombe would try and recruit her. Okay, that's enough, I feel like saying. But what the hell am I getting so defensive about? She's not the one who's connecting the dots between those two dykes over there and my mom. I am. It's my problem. Our drinks arrive, and when the waitress goes to put down Casey's wine, she spills a little on her. Sweet Jesus, look what you just did, she says, loud enough so that the people at the next table look over. Casey's sopping at the spill like she's gotten half the glass dumped on her, instead of just a little dribble. The waitress apologizes and rushes off to get her some extra napkins. It's okay, I assure Casey. White wine's not going to leave a stain. It most certainly will, Andrew. Do you realize how delicate silk is? That's what I hate about these chain restaurants. It's not only that the food is so-so, but the service is unprofessional. In other words, this never would have happened if we'd gone to that hibachi place. She's new, I remind her. She's nervous. Oh, then I guess that gives her the right to slop whatever she wants on her customers. Well, there goes her 15% tip. When Zan returns with more napkins, a stack of them, Casey instructs her to make sure she reports the spill to her manager. I'll try and treat the stain when I get home, but if it doesn't come out, I'll have to bring it to the dry cleaners and give y'all the bill. Zan, yes, ma'am, sir. Apologizes again. She asks if we need a few more minutes or we're ready to order. Babe, you know what you want? She slaps her menu shut. Just a Caesar salad, she tells me. Appetizer or entree size, ma'am? The waitress asks, short-circuiting Casey's preferred ordering process. What? Did you want the smaller Caesar or that's all I'm having? A Caesar salad, dressing on the side. Yes, ma'am. Dinner size, then. Do you want anchovies on that? Casey shoots her a look like she's an imbecile. No, I do not. Thank you. Okay, got it. And you, sir? I order the seafood ravioli, Alfredo sauce instead of marinara. Good choice, she says. That's my favorite dish on the whole menu. Any appetizers for you guys? Oh, boy. She's just hit another nerve. Casey hates it when people refer to women as guys. Blames the feministas for the fact that everyone does that now. I've heard her pal, Dr. Laura, use that word, which is probably where she got it. Casey thinks that woman walks on water. What do you think, babe? I ask her. You feel like splitting an order of calamari? Those deep-fried rubber band thingies? I don't think so. Now I'm an imbecile, too. I sneak the waitress an apologetic look. Guess not, I tell her. Okay, then. I'll put this right in for you guys. Ouch. When she walks away, Casey Lee starts in about fried food and fatty sauces. You keep eating like that and you'll have a coronary by the time you're 40. Why do you think Daddy had to get that triple bypass last year? Clogged arteries from eating the same kind of thing you just ordered. Plus the fact that Daddy's 50 or 60 pounds overweight and twice my age. And I doubt all those bourbon and branch waters are all that good for his ticker either. I did a 6-mile run this morning, I tell her. I'm guessing my heart can handle a little cream sauce every once in a while. Fine, she says. What do I know? I'd just like to be your wife, Andrew, not your widow. Yep, bad idea. A midweek meal. You should have just told me if you were too busy to go out tonight. You seem so stressed out. I'm fine, she insists. I wanted to see you. We've got to eat, don't we? She sips her wine. I drink my beer. So what was your day like? She asks again. Maybe this time she'll let me answer. Crazy, I tell her. We've got 6 new patients on the ward that I had to do intakes for. They're just back from Afghanistan. Got deployed over there for the troop surge. Oh, you mean the troop surge our anti-war president ordered? She makes little quotation marks with her fingers when she says anti-war. Maybe now he realizes what poor George W. was up against. What George W. created and Obama inherited, I feel like saying. Although I've let her assume otherwise, I voted for Obama last year. Not that I'm too happy with the way he's been handling things so far, the economy, the wars. A couple of these new guys we got had to be medevaced out of there, I tell her. They're in bad shape. Some of the worst I've seen. The worst how? Physically? One of them, yeah. He's got a TBI. A gunner, 21 years old. Took shrapnel in his head and his neck. He's already had 3 operations. Brain surgery, facial reconstruction. Poor guy doesn't even remember the day he got hit. Well, that's probably good, right? Maybe, but at least it'd give him a context, you know what I'm saying? Why he's struggling to put sentences together. Come up with the names of simple objects on cards. Today, when I was doing his assessment, I held up this one card with a picture of a banana on it. I know what it is, he told me. Give me a minute. But you should have seen the look of defeat on his face when he finally gave up. When I told him what it was, he started to cry. He's probably never going to be 100%. That poor thing, she says. When I was volunteering at the VA with my women's fellowship last year, it broke my heart to see some of those boys. Bandaged heads, missing limbs. I know they have an important job to do over there, but still, I get down on my knees every single night and pray for them. See? She's in a bitchy mood tonight, but she's got a good heart. Casey's cell phone chimes inside her purse, and when she takes it out and reads the text message she's just gotten, she says it's from some woman on some committee she's on, that she'd better respond. Watching her text her back, I recall the day I met Casey Lee. She was sitting in the solarium, reading some Stephen King story to a couple of our walking wounded, engaging those guys who would otherwise be sitting in their rooms, absorbed in their misery. Stephen King, and a beautiful blonde paying attention to them. It probably did those soldiers more good than all the medication and talk therapy our team was providing. And then a few days later, when I walked into that church service, hungover from the night before, there she was again. Casey believes that there's no such thing as coincidence, that it was the good Lord's plan to bring us together, which was why it hadn't worked out with that other guy she'd almost gotten engaged to, the up-and-coming attorney her father had hand-picked for her. The first time I went over to their house, they still had a picture of him and Casey on their refrigerator. Waco's answer to Barbie and Ken, they looked like. Not that I'm complaining about her looks. When she stopped me outside the church that day, surprised me by saying she recognized me from the hospital, and I took a chance and asked her out, I was shocked when she said yes. I'm still shocked sometimes. I like it when we walk into a club or a restaurant and heads look up. But more than once I've imagined Big Daddy's reaction after that first time I went over there. His last name's what, Casey Lee? Oh? What kind of a name's that? You got some chinky Chinaman in him? What's that? Irish and Italian too? Well, that boy's a real mongrel then, isn't he? A first lieutenant. Well, that's fine, honey. I got nothing but respect for the U.S. Army, you know that. But a nurse? Kind of a Nancy Pants career choice, don't you think? And what can nurses make? 50,000 maybe? 55 tops? That may be a decent salary for a woman. But for a man? A breadwinner? Yeah. Well, what's that thing I heard at our last training? That 1 out of 5 of those coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq are suffering from some kind of mental illness? Sounds to me that mental health's more of a growth industry than real estate lawyering, wouldn't you say, Big Daddy? Not that I'm being fair. Just because I can imagine him saying that shit doesn't mean he said it. I'm just glad they took that picture off the refrigerator, that's all. And maybe Casey's right. Maybe we did come together because of some divine plan. She brought me to Jesus, didn't she? Helped to ground me in a spiritual life when I was flapping around in the wind, getting wasted on beer and weed, wasting my time and money on porn. My sister can argue all she wants to about how it wasn't our parents' fault that none of us grew up godly, but we'd been raised to be skeptical about religion. Love thy neighbor, sure, but not because Jesus Christ said so. Support the Democrats because they work for the common good and Republicans are just out for themselves. But it's not that black and white. Casey's plenty charitable, reading to the walking wounded, volunteering with big sisters. Whenever she talks about that little girl she used to take places, she lights up. My parents, my sisters, voting for Obama was a foregone conclusion for them. But not for me. I remember standing there in that voting booth at the base, looking at both those levers, still undecided. It was McCain's cancer that finally convinced me to pull the lever for Obama. Palin was just too inexperienced. I couldn't see her being a heartbeat away from the presidency. "Earth to Andrew," Casey says. "Where have you just been?" Looking over at her, I realize she's finished texting and put her phone away. Rather than tell her what I was thinking about, I get back to what my day had been like. "No, I was just thinking about this other guy that came in today. He's got PTSD, something fierce. I'm in the middle of doing his intake, right? And there's this loud crash somewhere else on the ward. He jumps up, starts going all crazy on me like we were being fired on instead of someone out on the floor just dropped something. I couldn't talk him down. Couldn't even keep him in the room we were in. He runs out on the floor, wild-eyed and screaming. Ended up me and Leroy had to straitjacket him and get one of the docs to sedate him. It's so sad," she says. "I just wish these wars weren't necessary. I hope those 9/11 hijackers are burning in hell." I nod. This guy's my age. He's got 2 kids already and a third one on the way. Makes you wonder if the ones coming back in bad shape are ever going to get their heads back on straight again, or if they're going to end up on the scrap heap like all those Vietnam burnouts, you know? But I can tell her mind's gone someplace else. "So, did you get someone to cover for you this coming weekend?" she asks. Here's my opening, my chance to tell her that I might be going back for my mom's wedding. "Yeah, I switched rotations with Gisette. Her boyfriend's coming down the weekend after, so it worked out great. I've got tomorrow through Monday now. So, I was thinking, good, don't forget the prayer breakfast on Saturday morning. It starts at 9, you better write it down." Maybe I should wait until after we eat, or at least until I decide for sure what I'm doing. Why get her upset if I'm not going? "No, I'll remember. You have to speak at that breakfast, don't you?" "I'm giving the opening greeting, remember? Which is why I don't want to see you walking in late. By the way, you know who's sitting at our table? Mayor Dupuy and her husband. And did I mention that John Ashcroft and his wife will be there, traveling down from Missouri? My mother says the Ashcrofts are big in the Assemblies of God Church. They're sitting just one table over from us, so I'm sure we'll get to meet them. You should wear your uniform, not your civvies, okay? What was Ashcroft again, Secretary of State?" "Attorney General." Gee, maybe he'll sing that song of his at the breakfast, the one they're always making fun of on The Daily Show. Jon Stewart, Colbert, they go over the top about the conservatives sometimes, but they can be pretty funny. Oh, and I have to go early and help set up the table decorations, so you won't need to pick me up. You just need to get there. I nod. And that thing with your parents is the same night, right? What time does that start? 6 o'clock. Drinks first at the house, and then we're heading on over to Diamondbacks for dinner. The reservation's for 7:30, but my parents want you there for the cocktails too, Andrew. This is a real big deal for Daddy. His top clients and their wives are going to be there, so you can't be late for that either. I'd feel a lot better if you wrote this stuff down. Or I could email it to you. Why don't I do that? Yeah. Why don't you, darling? Wouldn't want to screw up Daddy's schedule. Guess I'd better stay put this weekend. It's not like my mom's expecting me. Good idea, I tell her. Hey, did you just say clients, plural? I thought it was just that one couple, the Hatchbacks or something. The Halbacks, she says. It was supposed to be just them, but now he's invited the Rutherfords too. Cubby Rutherford isn't exactly a client yet, but Daddy's been working on it. Cubby's a big real estate guy. His company's building that new high-rise that's going up on Highway 6. The one past the Richland Mall? Uh-huh. He owns lots of properties here in Waco and in Fort Worth, too. Daddy got wind that he's unhappy with his present firm, so he's been getting chummy with Cubby, playing golf with him, taking him skeet shooting at his hunt club. If Cubby decides to switch to Comerford and Krause, he'll be Daddy's biggest client. So the stakes are high. Mommy's as nervous about Saturday night as a kitty cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Texas talk, I think. Give her a smile. Why's that? Because Cubby's wife is a Reformed Baptist deacon and Judy Hallback's got a mouth on her, gets a few drinks in her and starts cussing like a ranch hand, talking about gun control and how going to that clown school cured her depression. In the last election, she campaigned for the Democrats against Governor Perry. Mommy says she'll just die if Judy gets lit and starts in about that. I mean, the Perrys and the Rutherfords are personal friends, but Daddy says they can't uninvite the Hallbacks at this point. Johnny Ray Hallback's a big client, too. Well, maybe I could sit next to this Judy, and if she starts mouthing off, spill some wine on her. Ha ha, very funny, Casey says. She looks down at her dress again, presses a fresh napkin against the stain, which, to my eyes, isn't even visible. I keep thinking club soda'd be good to treat this with before it sets, but I'm not sure because it's silk. To change the subject, I ask her how our wedding plans are coming along. Big mistake. Oh, she says, don't remind me. My mother got a call yesterday from my girlfriend Abilene. The bridesmaid I haven't met yet, right? Your college roommate? Abby's my maid of honor, Andrew, she says. I'm glad at least one of us is focused on what's only going to be the biggest day of our lives. Yeah, point taken, I tell her. Because, hey, it's only another 14 months till showtime. I'd better get with the program, huh? She gives me a look. Hitches her hair behind her ear in that way I used to think was so cute. Now I find it annoying. Last time when we went out and I started counting how many times she did it, I got up into the teens. Are you making fun of me? She asks. Yep. Nope, just trying to offer a little comic relief. Well, let me tell you something, Andrew Joseph O. You men have it easy. What's the groom got to do other than rent a tuxedo and show up at the altar? But it's different for the bride. If my mother and I hadn't spent most of this summer going around to places, locking things in and putting down payments on, you listen to me, Andrew Joseph O. I hear my mother say. That was always my cue to tune her out, go someplace else in my mind while she stood there screaming at me. Unless, that is, she'd crossed over into lunatic land, was gearing up to hit me, whack me with something. She never knew how lucky she was that I never hit her back, how close I came to doing that once or twice when, have you? Casey Lee says. Have I what? Ask any of your friends yet about being groomsmen. Are you even listening to me, Andrew? I nod. Tell her I'm working on the usher thing, which I'm not. Not to her satisfaction, anyway. I'm thinking about asking my buddy JJ from back home to be my best man. Or my dad, if Jay can't get out here for the wedding. And I suppose I'll have to ask her doofus little brother to be an usher. But where I'm going to scare up 5 more groomsmen, I can't imagine. So, anyway, Abby called your mother. What did she say? That she and some of the other girls in the wedding party have been texting back and forth, and that they thought maybe they'd try and book my shower at one of the downtown restaurants that's got a private room with a bar. Make it like, More of a bachelorette's night out than a bridal shower. And get this, she asked my mother did she mind if they hire a male stripper. I laugh out loud, thinking about mean Erlene with her proper ways fielding that question. And then about that Saturday Night Live rerun Casey Lee and I saw a few weeks back, the one where Chris Farley and, what's his name, the Dirty Dancing guy, were auditioning for Chippendales. I was practically falling off the chair laughing, and Casey just sat there, stone-faced, talking about how fat and disgusting Chris Farley was, which was the whole point of that skit. "Boy, I'm really amusing you tonight, aren't I?" she says. "What's so funny now?" "Nothing. I was just thinking about something else." "Well, my poor mother didn't think it was funny. She was horrified. She was like, 'Well, Abilene, there'll be a lot of Casey Lee's family there. I don't think her aunts and either of her grandmas would appreciate that kind of party. And neither would I, and I'm the guest of honor. Does Abby think I want to see some man dancing around in one of those G-string things, and a bunch of my girlfriends drunk as skunks and stuffing dollar bills in there, groping his—" "Meat and potatoes?" I suggest. "That's enough, Andrew. There's no need to be crude. I mean, my poor Mama Clegg would probably have a stroke." "Or a hell of a good time," I feel like saying. "Rise up from that motorized wheelchair of hers and start dirty dancing with the stripper." But I keep that thought to myself. Cover my smile with my hand. I mean, when we were rooming together at the U, Abby was such a quiet girl, and spiritual. Whenever I'd get nervous about some test that was coming up, or hurt because another girl in our sorority said something mean about me, she'd go, "Give it to Jesus, Casey Lee. Just pray on it and give it up to God." And now that she's a big shot buyer for Dillard's, she's turned into a party girl. "So I take it your mother wants a swankier affair?" "A more dignified one, yes," she says. "High tea at some nice inn, maybe. Or something nice at the Hilton. Mommy'd already called the Hilton before Abby called, did some research. They've got an outdoor garden pavilion where they do showers, and a poolside patio with a fountain if it's a bigger group. And when she told Abby what she thought, and even offered to pay for the place, she said there was this silence on the other end. So now she's in a bind. She doesn't want to seem pushy, but she doesn't want her only daughter's bridal shower to be just some excuse for my girlfriends to get drunk and act improper. And neither do I, for that matter. This is supposed to be about me." "Then why can't you just talk to Abby and tell her how you feel?" "Because it's a surprise. I'm not even supposed to know about it." I sit there thinking about something to say that won't dig me in deeper. But here comes our waitress with a tray on her shoulder. "Ah, here we go," I say. "Good. I'm starved." Zan puts down our meals and grabs my empty beer bottle. "Another Lone Star, sir?" Is she wearing a bra under that blouse? It's a toss-up. I tell her I don't mind if I do. As she walks away, I check out her pear-shaped ass. "Doing some window shopping?" Casey asks. Busted. Now, why would I do that when I've got the prettiest girl in the joint sitting across from me? "Humph," she says, but smiles. "Nice save, Mr. Smooth Talker." And I'm not the only one checking out Zan. Casey's teacher and her pal are following her movements across the floor, too. Does my mother do that? Check out women? "Okay, Andrew, knock it off. Don't even go there." Casey Lee's looking at my meal. "Those ravioli are drowning," she says. "Could they put any more of that glop on them?" To appease her, I pick up my fork and start scraping away some of my Alfredo sauce. Only, when I look up to see if she's registering the gesture, she's picking through her salad, looking to ferret out anchovies in hiding, is what I'm guessing. "Speaking of weddings, my mother's is this coming weekend," I say. She looks right over at her teacher and her friend. So she is making the connection. "I know it is. You never did say whether you wanted me to order them the Steuben glass figurines or that bud vase from Tiffany's, and I had to send them something. I went with the vase." "Great. Thanks for doing that. Did you use my charge card?" "No, I had to use mine. The website said they needed some other 4-digit security number on top of the long one, and you didn't write that down. Or the expiration date either." "Oh, geez, sorry about that. I'll write you a check. How much was it?" "With express shipping, it came to $295. $300 for a bud vase? It's from Tiffany's, Andrew." What did you want me to do? Send them something from Target? No, I just didn't figure it would cost. And then I didn't know if I was supposed to send it to that New York address or the Connecticut one. I tried calling you to find out, but you didn't answer your cell phone. Well, like I said, we were crazy busy today. And then while I was calling, waiting for you to pick up, the screen timed out and I had to start all over again. I ended up sending it to your all's old house in Connecticut. Isn't that where the wedding's at? No, it's at some inn. But that's where my mother and sisters are staying, so it's fine. She'll get it. Thanks again. You're welcome. Have you talked to your sisters lately? Spoke to Ariane last night, yeah. I think about what she told me during that call. Artificial insemination, single motherhood. I haven't mentioned it to Casey Lee yet. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. She's visiting my dad for a few days. He's staying up on Cape Cod, the town where we used to go for vacation when we were kids. Cape Cod's different towns? Yeah. Ari says my other sister's going up there too. Wants to surprise my dad. Then on Friday they'll head down to Connecticut for the wedding. Even your father? No, he's taking a pass. Am I taking one too, like she thinks? Or am I going? Not deciding's making me a little nuts. Well, I should hope so. Why would he put himself through that? I just feel sorry for your poor sisters. Good Lord, they've got to witness their mother marrying someone of her own sex? Going against nature like that? It's weird. I can feel myself tense. Because, yeah, it is weird. But she doesn't need to beat it into the ground. She starts fiddling with her salad again, picking out the croutons and piling them on one of those extra napkins. What's the matter? Now, I feel like adding. They're stale, she says. These things must be older than Methuselah. Zan comes back with my new beer. How is everything? She asks. Fine, I tell her. Great. Yeah, like I said, I love that dish. Enjoy. This time I'm careful not to watch her go. We eat. Neither of us says much, except when Casey mentions again that she still has her lesson to plan, those bulletin board letters to cut out, and now, on top of that, she's got to go online and find out how to take a white wine stain out of silk. Tell you what, I say, when we get back to your house, you can work on your lesson and I'll cut out your letters for you. She says thanks, but no thanks. That the last time I helped her cut stuff out, I didn't stay on the lines. Because I'm left-handed, and all you had was right-handed scissors. That's because no one in our family is left-handed, she says. I'd bring home a pair of the left-handed ones from my classroom if I thought you could stick those big sausage fingers of yours through the holes. I can't even believe we're having a conversation about scissors. When Zan returns to clear our plates, she's got dessert menus. I'm about to tell her, no thanks, just the check, but Casey Lee asks her how the tiramisu is. Delicious, Zan tells her. The best dessert on the menu. Casey says, okay, she'll have that. Good choice. How about you, sir? Nothing, thanks, just the check. Coffee, maybe? A cappuccino? No. But you know what? If she's having dessert, why don't you bring me a Captain and Coke? Sure thing. Oh, and the bar's running a special this week. You can get a double shot for just $1 more. Can't pass up a bargain like that, I tell her. Maybe Captain Morgan can help me get through the rest of this damned meal. When the bill comes, Casey's gone off to the ladies' room. I pay in cash and add an extra 20 to the tip because of the way Casey treated her when she spilled that little bit of wine. Zan swings back by and grabs the folder. Any change? I tell her no, we're good. When I see Casey coming back, I chug the rest of my drink and stand. Ready to go? I ask. She nods and we head for the door. But as we pass by that old teacher of hers, she reaches out and touches Casey's arm. Well, my word, is that Casey Lee Comerford all grown up? Oh, Miss Bascombe, Casey says, fake surprised. Nice to see you again. This is Andrew, my fiancé. As proof, she holds up her ring. Oh, that's purty, Miss Bascombe says. This here's my friend Margaret. We exchange glad to meet yous. When Miss Bascombe asks me where I'm from, I tell her Connecticut. Enemy country, her friend says. She points to the Tennessee Lady Volunteers logo on her orange t-shirt. Until then, I'd assumed they were both wearing UT Longhorn shirts. That little Italian coach you got up there is a burr in poor Pat Summit's saddle, but y'all got some damn good players. Hate to say it, but Maya Moore's gonna pay off big time for y'all. Her and her women's basketball, Miss Bascom says. She's a fanatic. So when's the wedding, you two? November, Casey tells her. Not this coming one, I say. The following November. Well, I'll be. And what are you doing with yourself these days, Casey Lee? She tells her she's teaching kindergarten. Oh, that must be fun. They're such cutie pies at that age. Margaret was an elementary school teacher, too. Got out 2 years ago, Margaret adds. Exchanged the classroom for the golf course. I miss my third graders, but not all the BS bureaucracy of those last years. All that state testing and such. I feel sorry for you young teachers. It's not like the good old days. Come on, Casey, I think. The woman's speaking to you. The least you could do is have the courtesy to look at her. They're nice, these two. Margaret gives up on Casey and turns back to me. Played basketball myself when I was in college. Of course, that was back in the Stone Age when they'd only let us dribble it in from half court because we were such delicate flowers. Ha! Miss Bascom says. Yeah, I didn't realize that until I went to the Basketball Hall of Fame, I tell her. Hard to believe now, huh? Thank God for Title IX. That's all I can say. The Basketball Hall of Fame's up in Massachusetts, isn't it? I nod. I'd like to get up there and see it myself if I could ever get this stick in the mud here to take a trip. I'm a homebody, Miss Bascom says. Well, we gotta go, Casey says. Nice to see you again, Miss Bascom. Nice to see you as well. You two sure make a handsome couple. I'll tell you that much. I smile and nod at her. Thank you, ma'am, Casey says. Bye-bye now. At the door, she notes that she called us a handsome couple instead of a nice-looking one. Like we're two men. Last Sunday at family dinner, her father said that in his humble opinion, signing the Defensive Marriage Act into law was just about the only useful thing Clinton ever did during his 2 terms as president. Far as I know, the book of Genesis didn't mention anything about Adam and Steve. We all chuckled, as if he'd just made it up, instead of that it's stuck on every other back bumper around here. Did you notice those matching rings on their fingers? Casey says. What does that tell you? I don't know. That they went shopping together? That they like the same kind of jewelry? Oh, yeah, sure. She laughs, that laugh of hers. The one I used to think sounded so pretty. Sounds snarky now. Casey's told me more than once that she admires Sarah Palin's grit. Wait till I tell Janice. And maybe you should call the National Enquirer while you're at it. Give 'em a scoop. They like to out the gays, don't they? She says she doesn't know, that she never reads those trashy papers. Which is bull. Last time we were waiting in line at the grocery store, she was thumbing through one of them, tickled to death, looking at the gotcha pictures of movie stars at the beach, caught with their cellulite and potbellies showing. Ew, she kept saying. Ew. We walk out into the parking lot, me almost fed up enough to accuse her of being homophobic like her father. But that'd be the liquor talking, I suspect. I keep my mouth shut. At the car, she asks me if I'm okay to drive. Says she wouldn't feel comfortable operating my car, but she will if she has to. I'm fine, I tell her. I only had a couple of beers and a cocktail. 2 cocktails, she says. That Captain and Coke was 2 drinks in one. We get in. I start her up and back out of the space. Put your seatbelt on, she says. Are you sure you're okay to drive? I answer her by not answering. Was she always this naggy? No, this is something more recent. Back to school stress, probably. Wedding planning. Or maybe it's previews of coming attractions. Maybe now that she's got that ring on her finger, she feels like she can yank a little harder on the leash. I reach down, buckle my belt. Look over at her to see if she's satisfied. And when I look up again, I just miss the black Escalade that's pulling into the parking lot. See? She says. But go ahead, Andrew. Get yourself a DUI if that's what you want. It comes out as shouting. Jesus fucking Christ, stop harping at me! And you stop using the good Lord's name in vain, she shouts back. She's right about that, at least. Sorry, Lord. That was just a slip. I'm thankful for all your blessings. But Casey's not finished. Whatever that bug is that crawled up your backside tonight, it's not my fault. Look who's talking crude now, I shoot back. And for your information, you're the one who's got the bug up your ass. I hate chain restaurants. I better email you a reminder because you're too irresponsible to get there on time by yourself. Wear your uniform, not your civvies. You didn't give it a rest that whole damn meal, and it's not like I'm that irresponsible. I didn't say you were irresponsible, Andrew. Not in so many words, but that's what you meant. Oh, hush up. No, you hush up. It's the kind of exchange I used to have with my kid sister. Maybe I will get on that plane and go to the wedding this weekend. That'd fix her. But a mile's worth of silence later, she says she guesses she is kind of off tonight. That the open house coming up at her school's got her in a tizzy. I'm sorry, she says. I mumble a knee-jerk apology, too. When we get back to her parents' place, I pull into their circular drive. Her mom's Mercedes is there, but not Daddy's Beamer. Your parents out? Uh-huh. They're at Little Branch's school for a sports boosters meeting. You want to come in? When I tell her I better get going and let her get her work done, she says she wants me to come in. Please, hon. I don't want us to leave things like this. So I cut the engine, get out and go around to her side and open her door. Sometimes when we're alone in there, she lets me get a little frisky with her. One time, after we'd had an argument and made up, she even unzipped my fly and went down on me. She's done that a couple of other times, too. I guess in Casey's mind, a BJ doesn't count as premarital sex. That it's just a service she's willing to provide. Guess I've got Bill and Monica to thank for that. So there's another of Clinton's accomplishments besides the defense of marriage thing, Daddy. Not that it's all that pleasurable. Her head pumping up and down like the cylinder of a car going 80 miles an hour, a box of tissues at the ready next to her knee. I'm going upstairs to change, she says. Be right down. Yeah, okay. She'd go apeshit if she knew I'd gone to that place with Leroy a couple of times. What was it called? The Pink something? Pink Flamingo? The first time we drove out there, I stayed in front and watched the pole dancers while he went in the back with that bleach blonde with the fake torpedo tits. But the second time, I succumbed. Rented myself some time with that girl Claudine who talked dirty while she was riding me bucking bronco style, one arm up in the air, the other holding on to my hip. I start stirring a little just thinking about it. No big surprise. 3 double shifts in the last 10 days. By the time I get back to the barracks, I've been too whipped to go into a stall and give myself some relief. At least I got some shut-eye this afternoon. Which is probably why, despite that fiasco of a meal, I'm feeling horny for her. Wanting one of her put-him-out-of-his-misery blowjobs. Last time me and him went to that place, the Pink Lady, that's what it's called. When we got out to his car afterward, Leroy goes, "Hoo-wee! I got my pipes cleaned out real good tonight. That gal ought to work for Roto-Rooter. How about you?" When I told him I wasn't the kiss-and-tell type, he'd laughed. Produced a joint, lit it up, and took a hit. "Nah, I'll pass," I'd said when he held it out to me. I was already feeling calm and mellow after that workout with Claudine. Dozed a little on our way back, even. The guilt came later. I'd asked Leroy to be an usher if I thought he'd get the Comerford family seal of approval, which I know he wouldn't. "Hillbilly trailer trash," was Casey's verdict that time the 3 of us went bowling. She'd taken offense at the profanity he used whenever he got a pin split or a gutter ball, which was plenty. Even with the way she lobs the ball, Casey beat him 2 strings out of 3. She'd gotten really pissed when he started rating some of the other women at the alley from 1 to 10. "He'd better not ever rate me," she'd said on the phone later that night. Which, the next day on the ward, was exactly what he'd done. "How'd an ugly sumbitch like you ever snag a fox like her?" He'd kidded me in that West Virginia drawl of his. "That purty little thing's a 10 out of 10, you lucky fuck. I bet she's a she-devil in the sack." I'd smiled. Told him I had no complaints. That's a laugh. I'm probably the only guy left in the state of Texas that's still waiting for the wedding night to tap his girlfriend. So that when she says, "I do," she'll still be a virgin. Technically, that is. I've gone down on her a few times, too, without hearing any objections. When she comes downstairs again, she's got her dress slung over her arm. We go into their family room. Casey sits cross-legged on the couch and starts cutting out her paper letters. I'm given an assignment too. Get on Google and find out how to remove wine stains from silk. It says here, cold water and salt. You wet it a little and then rub salt into it. Salt? Are you sure that's for silk? No, it's for burlap. Uh-huh. She gets up and grabs the dress. Okay, come on. In the kitchen, she's at the counter treating the stain according to my directions with a kind of, how would you describe it? Delicate intensity? I come up behind her, reach under her t-shirt and up to her braless breasts, cup them, moving against her a little, and then a little more. Feel myself rising and bend my knees so that it's between her butt cheeks. She lets me for several seconds, then turns around. Andrew, now quit. Why? Don't you like it? I like it fine, but you're distracting me. And besides, my parents and my little brother could walk in here any minute. Why don't you go into Daddy's den and watch TV or something? I think there's a Rangers game on. The Rangers. I've been stationed here for almost 2 years now without ever getting into that team. Still, I head down the hall to Big Branch's man cave. Flop down on one of those oversized leather couches in there and scan the room. Big-ass cherry wood bar, big screen TV, deer head on the wall, and next to it that stuffed and mounted marlin he's always bragging about having caught down in Key West. My eyes move to their family portrait. A museum-size oil painting that Casey's told me some artist made of them from a professional photograph. Big Branch sits in his red leather chair wearing a tan suit with western-trimmed lapels, those custom-made cowboy boots that he said he paid $600 for. A teenage Casey Lee and her mom, in gowns, stand on either side of him. Little Branch, a chubby kid in a crew cut and string tie, is down on one knee in front of his dad. God, I hate that kid. Thinks his shit doesn't stink now that he's turned into a no-neck high school fullback. I recall the Sunday dinner a few weeks back after we'd all gone to church together. The one when Big Daddy made that crack about Adam and Steve. Little Branch had just come back from football camp, and most of the conversation revolved around that. Then Big Branch turned to me, as if it dawned on him that I existed too. You play sports in high school, son? Yes, sir, I was a runner. Cross-country in the fall, track in the spring, and I wrestled in the wintertime. Wrestling, huh? That's so, he says, more polite than interested. Casey Lee tells him I qualified for the state meets in high school 3 years out of 4. And then that dipshit brother of hers chimes in, At my school, the guys that go out for track are all a bunch of pussies. Branch Comerford Jr., Erlene says. You mind your mouth. Big Branch points his fork at him, a chunk of meat stuck to it. Your mama's right, sonny boy. You'd best remember you're at the dinner table, not in the locker room. But I catch the smirk before he turns to his wife. This is a fine dinner you put on the table, Mama. If there's another woman in the great state of Texas that can roast a chicken as good as Erlene Comerford, I'd like to know who she is. Actually, I made state 4 times out of 4. Only the 3rd freshman in our school who'd ever done that. Staring at that oversized family portrait, I try and picture myself in it. A Chinese, Italian, Irish mongrel among these blue-blooded Texans. It's a stretch. I picture our wedding day, me looking out at Casey coming down the aisle with her dad, a picture-perfect bride. Full pews on her side and half-empty ones on mine. I picture our reception at that big fancy hotel ballroom they've booked, everyone chatting and drinking, doing the Texas two-step and the Cotton-Eyed Joe, having a grand old time, except for my family, huddled together at a table, watching everyone. Why'd she say yes that first time I asked her out? Was it God's plan, like she said? Or was she just on the rebound, rebelling against her father by dating a guy he wouldn't have picked out for her, a blue state northerner, a nurse? And why, if I'm the one she wants, is she trying to change me into someone I'm not? A husband who'll order for her in restaurants and adopt the Comerford family values. Someone who'll belong in that picture up there. Does she love me? She says she does. And I love her, too. Enough to spend the rest of my life with her? Shit. Do I even know what love is anymore? I thought my parents' marriage was rock solid until... I turn on the TV to get my mind off all this heavy-duty shit. Find that Rangers game. Watch a little of it with the sound turned down. I'm bored and keyed up both. First, she wants me to come in with her. Then she wants me to sit in here by myself. I look down at the coffee table in front of me. Frederick Remington, the complete prince. Look over at that brass Remington sculpture sitting on Daddy's bar. A bronco buster, one hand on his bucking horse, the other up in the air. I start thinking again about that hooker at the Pink Lady. Her saying those filthy things while I was fucking her. I look over my shoulder to make sure the coast is clear, then put my hand between my legs. Make myself hard. Sitting here in Daddy's den, it's as much about defiance as it is about pleasure. But it's too risky. I get up and head for their downstairs bathroom. Go in and lock the door. Look around at the gleaming white fixtures, the blood-red walls. There's a red orchid blooming on the windowsill, the same color as those walls and the matching towels. Above the towel rack, there's a picture of the Last Supper, Jesus looking like the lead singer of Pearl Jam. It's not the Son of God watching me, I tell myself. It's only Eddie Vedder. I close my eyes, unzip, start stroking myself to my memory of that night at the Pink Lady. But I was weak that night, gave in to temptation. Whoring's a sin. So I replace Claudine with Casey Lee. The way she looked that time standing there in her black bra and black panties when I walked in on her. Walked over and unhooked her bra. Put my mouth to her breasts. But then I see her at the Olive Garden tonight, complaining, hitching her hair behind her ear. I want to keep feeling good, want to finish. So I put that waitress we had in Casey's black underwear. Zan, I whisper, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. But there was no wedding ring on her finger. There's no husband, and she wants it as much as I do. Wants to spill wine on me and lick it off. When she takes off her bra for me, her beautiful brown breasts spill out. I slide her panties down, reach out and caress her there. Feel her warm, wet pussy. But when I open my eyes, there I am in the mirror over the sink, having sex with just myself. And there's Jesus on the wall behind me, looking not like Eddie anymore. Looking sad and disappointed, because he knows Judas is going to betray him. That I'm betraying him too, doing what I'm doing. And man, if that's not a buzzkill. What's Jesus doing in the bathroom, anyway? And what the fuck am I doing? Two women marrying each other. It's unnatural, she'd said before. Well, what's so natural about her out there and me in here jacking off with the door locked? Limp now, I zip and buckle back up. Unlock the door and head back to the kitchen. She's at the computer. Does she think I was lying to her? That I made up those instructions? I told you exactly what it said to do, I tell her. I checked 2 different websites. I treated it already, she says. I'm on Facebook. Facebook? I thought you had all that work to do. I do. I'm just sending Janice a quick message about seeing Miss Bascom and her friend. I have to tell her she was right all along. She's going to die laughing. And that's when I know, beyond a doubt, that I don't love her enough. I tell her I need for her to turn around and look at me. And when she does, I say, I've changed my mind. About what? Marrying you. I'm sorry. I can't go through with it. I'm never going to fit into that picture. What picture? What are you talking about? No matter what else she is, she's my mother. I can't just... Yes, you are going to marry me. I'm wearing your ring. You're going to be my husband. The next several minutes are bad. Her sobbing, following me through the house as I head toward the front door, pulling on my arm so that I'll stay and talk some more, so that she can talk me back into it. Can we at least pray on it before you go? She pleads. Would you please just get on your knees and pray with me, Andrew? Maybe the Lord will take away your confusion. I tell her I'm not confused, that I was, but now I'm not anymore. Please, Andrew, please don't humiliate me like this. What am I supposed to tell everyone? I don't know, I say. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you, but I just can't do it. I would if I could, but I can't. Yes, you can. Of course you can, Andrew. The save-the-date cards are already back from the printers. What am I supposed to say to my family and my friends? What about all those places where we made down payments? I'll pay you back, I tell her. I don't want you to pay me back. I want you to keep the promise you made to me. You have to. She follows me outside, pulling on me some more. If I don't get out of here, get away from her, my head's going to explode. Can you just think about it for a day? What about Saturday night? Daddy's counting on us being there. Mommy said the Hallbacks are bringing us an engagement present. I can't, I keep saying. I'm sorry. Can you please just go to the prayer breakfast on Saturday morning then? Maybe being in that big room with all those prayerful people. I won't be here on Saturday, I tell her. She's my mother, Casey. I need to see my family. Is this about her wedding? Because if you need to go to it, I'll go with you. We can go together. You still have those plane tickets, don't you? Let me go with you, Andrew. I shake my head, get in the car, and started. Take your hand off the handle, I tell her. I don't want you to get hurt. Well, it's too late for that, she screams. And I'm not giving you your ring back either. You gave it to me. It's mine. I don't want it back. Now stand away from the car. And when I begin moving it forward, she finally does. Please, Andrew! Please don't go! Gunning out of the driveway and onto the road, I shoot past Erlene, Big Branch, and Little Branch coming home. I feel relieved to be rid of them all, their daughter included. Feel for the first time in a long time like I've slipped that leash and can breathe again. Driving back to the barracks, I pray. Help me, Lord. Help her, too. Show her your precious mercy. Thank you, Jesus, for all your blessings. Forgive me my sins. Show me the way so that I may do your will. Forgive me my trespasses, Jesus. Please forgive me and help her to forgive me, too. After I'm prayed out, I put on the radio. They're playing something off of that Rage Against the Machine CD I bought back in high school. I crank up the volume and let the bass shake the car. Because, yeah, I'm sorry for what I had to do, but I'm pissed as hell, too. Furious enough to hurt someone. Nobody back at the barracks had better cross me or give me shit. Because the way I'm feeling, I'll take their fucking head off, so help me God.
Chapter 16. Orion O.
When we get to Long Nook, there are only 3 other cars in the lot. We walk the path to the top of the dune and look out on the blue sky, the rolling gray-green sea below us. Oh my God, I forgot how beautiful it is here, Ariane says, but I can see what you mean about the erosion. It's high tide, or just about, I tell her. Yesterday when I ran here, a wave came in and soaked my sneakers, so I took them off and, Daddy, look, she says. I follow her pointing finger to the horizon where a whale is spouting. We continue to stare out there for another minute or so, and the whale obliges us, this time with a beautiful breach. The beach below is nearly empty. I jump the 2-foot drop and then take her hand and help her down. We walk single file down the footpath that beachgoers have trampled into the dune. At the bottom, we trudge a couple of 100 feet and then drop our stuff. I spread the blanket, unfold the chairs. We put on sunblock and sit, smiling, looking out at the rolling surf. You chilly? A little, she says. It's windy here. Then here you go, I say, reaching into the knapsack for the sweatshirt I brought for her. I toss it to her, and she puts it on. Much better, she says. She points to the 4 or 5 people way down the beach. The nudies? She asks. Yep, they still camp out down there. I see them in their glory when I run that way. She laughs. One time, when we were kids, I walked down there looking for sand dollars, and when I realized that nobody was wearing bathing suits, I was shocked. But the next day I walked down there again, and the day after that, I had never seen grown men naked before, and I was fascinated. Remember how your brother used to call you Saint Ariane? I guess you weren't so saintly after all, huh? No, I wasn't. This one time Marissa started whining about going with me to find sand dollars too, and you or Mama said that I had to take her. I always tried to be cool about looking, but she sure wasn't. I had to tell her to stop gawking, and then I had to bribe her not to tell you guys about what we saw. Bribe her? With what? Sand dollars. Sex Ed 101, huh? And all this time I thought it was shells you were interested in. But you already knew some stuff, right? I remember how nervous your mother was before you and she had the talk. She wanted me to do it, but I said, nope. But I'd talk to Andrew, and she could talk to you. Yeah, and you know what the first thing she said was? That I should never, ever let a boy touch me below the waist, or go someplace alone with a boy or a man because they couldn't be trusted. God, that's weird. Are you sure she put it that way? Oh, yeah. Well, she couldn't have scared you too much if you went on those sand dollar expeditions. Yeah, but that was later. By then I had found out all kinds of other interesting things about sex from my girlfriends. When Mama and I had the talk and she started telling me how women bleed every month, I was terrified. I got mixed up and I thought that if a male looked at you with sex on his mind, it would happen spontaneously. You know, like those holy statues you'd hear about. Stigmata instead of menstruation, huh? Well, good thing she stopped making you guys go to church with her then. You probably would have followed the nuns out and disappeared into the convent. She laughs, gets up and goes down to the water. I watch her shield her eyes with her hand and stare out at the horizon. She's looking for that whale again, probably. She starts playing that game she used to do as a kid, backing up as the surf comes in so that the water can't catch her feet. And seeing her doing that makes me happy. Oops, one of those waves just tagged her. When she comes back to the blanket, I ask her if she wants a snack. I got a couple of bananas in my duffel here and some crackers. She says okay, she'll try a banana. I'm pleased when she eats over half of it. What should I do with the peel, she asks. Just bury it in the sand. It's biodegradable. You thirsty? I got waters. I got ginger ale. She shakes her head. Her doctor wants her to keep hydrating, she says, but she doesn't want to have to go in the water to pee. She suggests we try that walk now. Okay, sure. Just tell me when you want to turn around. I get up, put on my sunglasses. Which way, boss? Toward the nudies or not? Not, she says, and we start out. After we've walked a while, she asks me what I've found out about my Chinese family. Well, let's see, they were peasant farmers in the south, a village called Guangnan. I looked it up on the map. It's not too far from the Vietnamese border. You know that cousin I've been communicating with? She says that her grandfather came over here first, entered the country in your neck of the woods, actually, San Francisco. Just made it, I guess. What do you mean? Well, apparently Chinese immigration was unrestricted in the years when the railroad lines were being built. You know, they needed the labor, but once they were done, Californians started grumbling about all those pig-tailed heathens polluting the good old American gene pool. So Congress shut the door on them. They passed something called the Chinese Exclusion Act. And your great-grandfather had to come here by way of Canada. Phew, so much for give us your tired and hungry, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, Ariane says. Yeah, well, that melting pot stuff was always more about what this country wanted to believe about itself than the way people really felt. But anyway, my cousin says that her grandfather had two families, one here and another back in the homeland. He was a bigamist? Yeah, I guess. Apparently it was a pretty common practice back then. Split household families, they called them. According to Ellen, his wife over there had only produced daughters, but his concubine here had a son, and so that gave her preferred status. Oh, you men, Ari says, shaking her head. Plant your seed wherever and then wave goodbye. It's ironic that she would put it that way, given how she got pregnant, but ironic too because that's what my father did. But I'm not going there with either of those thoughts. Ellen has some old letters and pictures that she's going to send me after she gets them scanned. She's had the letters translated. From what, Mandarin? No, Cantonese more likely. Mandarin was the language of the upper classes. But it's the photographs that I really want to see. She says there's one of your great-grandfather taken shortly after he got here, when he was in his late teens or early 20s. Cool, she says, and then she shakes her head. The Chinese Exclusion Act. Boy, racism was right out in the open back then, huh? How about when you were a kid, Daddy? Did you ever experience any of that anti-Chinese stuff? Yeah, here and there. From other kids in school, mostly. You know, slant eyes, Charlie Chan, stuff like that. One time I was playing basketball at the playground, and when I blocked another kid's shot, he called me a fucking gook. And you didn't even look very Chinese. Did you call him on it? not verbally. But when I went for a layup a few minutes later, I threw him an elbow, gave him a bloody nose that, to tell you the truth, I'm still kind of proud of. How about you? Ever on the receiving end of that kind of stuff? She says the only thing she can think of was one time in high school when she was trying out for the math team. Just before they passed out the test, this boy told me that I had an unfair advantage because I was Asian. Wayne Ogilvy. How did he even know you were? Well, because of those registration forms we had to fill out at the beginning of every school year, where you had to put what nationalities you were. He sat in front of me in homeroom, and when we passed them in, he had looked at mine. He was such a pain, that kid. You made that math team, didn't you? Mm-hmm. And Wayne Ogilvy didn't. She shoots me a mischievous look. So I guess you could say I threw him an elbow with my test score. Atta girl. Hey, what do you say we head back to the blankets, huh? I don't want you to overdo it. She nods, says she's getting kind of thirsty, that maybe she'll have one of those waters I brought after all. Good. Your doctor's right about keeping yourself hydrated. And hey, you wouldn't be the first one who's ever peed in the ocean. When we're back at the blanket, I decide to go in for a swim. Watch out for the sharks, Ari says. I bare my teeth and tell her, they better watch out for me. No, I'm serious, Daddy. Be careful. Yes, ma'am. Oh, the water is gorgeous, cleansing. Whenever a wave comes in, I stick my head into it and let it pass over me. Floating on my back, I think about becoming a grandfather, and then about my grandfather, my absentee father. I really want to see that picture that she's going to send me. When I come out of the water, I see that Ariane has fallen asleep. I watch her for a while. When the kids were little, and I'd come home late from work, I used to love to go into their rooms and watch them while they were sleeping. And then I'd come back out and have to listen to Annie's complaints about them. Who had fought with whom that day, or who had spilt their milk at lunch, which one she had to put on the timeout chair. One time, to short-circuit her bitching, I asked her if she ever enjoyed her time with the kids, or if it was just torture all day long. She'd poked out her bottom lip and run off to our bedroom to cry. And then she wouldn't talk to me for the rest of that night, would not accept my apology. The ice didn't start to melt until the end of the week when I had handed her the flowers I'd bought on my way home from work, and that got her to smile. But that night in bed, I remember, when I reached for her in anticipation of some makeup sex, she kicked me hard and jumped out of our bed. And when one of the kids called for her as she was hurrying down the hall, she had screamed, "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" Andrew, I guess it was. He was the one who sometimes suffered those nighttime fears. "Daddy," she had said, "do you think Mama was a good mother?" Ariane's out for the next hour or so. She doesn't wake up until the sun starts sinking behind the dune. It's cooler now in the shade. "Hey, have a good nap?" I ask her when she stirs and opens her eyes. Yeah, but it feels cold now. You want to go?" When I pull in at Vivica's, there is a van parked in the driveway. The sign on the side says Lower Cape Cleaners. A guy and a girl get out. Mid-20s maybe, well-scrubbed, tanned, and fit. "Cleaning service," the guy says. "Oh, okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't expect you." "Yeah, no problem. We just got here." He explains that the realty company hires them on behalf of the owners. They come in once a week. "Oh, geez, I've been here for the last 2. Did I miss you?" He shakes his head. "No, we were away. Family stuff." He looks over at the girl. "This is my sister." I introduced myself and my daughter. "Glad to meet you," they both say. They tell us their names. "Well, we better get to work," the guy says. They open up the back of their van, take out cleaning supplies, an upright vacuum cleaner. When I tell him there's a vacuum in the front hall closet, he says no, they like to use their own. "The industrial vacs pick up way better," he says. "Oh, yeah, okay, right. Well, give us a minute and we'll get out of your way. We'll be out on the deck if you need anything." "No problem." Inside at the sink, I get us drinks. A ginger ale for Ariane, a vodka and tonic for myself. Ari whispers that she was looking forward to a shower. "Well, there's one outside in the back," I say, "but you can look down on it from the dining room window." She glances at the cleaning guy and says she'll wait. Out on the deck, With the vacuum cleaner droning away inside, we sip our drinks. The breeze ruffles the leaves on the trees, exposing their silver undersides. The clouds are playing peekaboo with the late afternoon sun. I'm about to ask her about dinner when Ariane starts bitching about her brother. I mean, the way he talks, it's like Manhattan is Sodom and Gomorrah. We've all had to process Mama's new lifestyle, but, they've been together almost 3 years now. Why is he still so mad about it? I shrug. Yeah, he's worried about Marissa, too. Apparently she told him she goes dancing in gay clubs sometimes. Probably just to shock him, if I know your sister. And she still doesn't get that God thing he's into now. He thinks New York is Sin City, and she thinks Texas turns you into a Jesus freak. Yeah, well, Marissa did have a little thing with a woman when she moved to New York. One of her acting teachers. Really? Well, she's not the first young woman to try a same-sex thing, as you put it. I smile. I'm thinking about something else. When I was in grad school, I did a practicum at a women's prison. They had a saying down there, straight at the gate, gay for the stay. But Marissa? The girl who used to climb out of her bedroom window so she could meet that boy she was so madly in love with? The one who worked at the Dairy Queen? What was that doofus's name? Derek, she says. God, I forgot about those little rendezvous. You grounded her, and Mama marched her down to Dr. Zoll's office and had her put on birth control. But anyway, Marissa's experiment didn't last very long. She told me sex with a woman was okay, but that she missed cock. Those were her words, Daddy, not mine. Yeah, well, I think that's a little too much information for dear old Dad. She turns away, a little embarrassed, I think. The breeze blows the hair away from the nape of her neck, and I spot a bug there. But when I reach over to brush it away, I see that it's a small tattoo. A dime-sized ladybug. And, when did Milady get inked? I kid her. Pray tell. Oh, after Axel broke up with me, she says. My girlfriend Melanie and I went into San Francisco for dinner. She had just gotten dumped too, and so we both decided to do something a little crazy. And fashionable. So many people have tattoos these days, I'm thinking of getting one myself. She's looking at me as wide-eyed and gullible as ever. Seriously? Oh, hell yeah. Skull and crossbones, maybe. And under it, I'm going to have them put, "Don't mess with Grandpa." She smiles and rolls her eyes. Oh, yeah, and I'm sure Tracy would love that. I smile too, thinking about the tattoos Tracy has. A little butterfly above her left breast, a starfish at the small of her back, both of them highly kissable. I finish my drink, get off my chair. I'm going in for a refill. You good? Uh-huh. Inside, the girl is scouring the kitchen sink, and I can hear the vacuum upstairs. The house doesn't really need it. I just vacuumed yesterday, but hey, they've got to make a living too, and it's not like I'm paying them. So, how long have you and your brother been in the cleaning business? I ask her. Oh, us? Since our mother got sick. It's really her business, but she's got cancer. I ask her how she's doing. Better now, she says, but the chemo kind of wipes her out. My brother's taken over the business mostly, but I help him out during the summer. I'm in grad school. Really? What are you studying? Business administration. So you must be getting ready to go back pretty soon, huh? Uh-huh. She goes back to her scouring. I guess she'd rather get her work done than chit-chat with the clientele. Can't blame her for that. I go a little easier on the vodka this time. I'm starting to get a nice little glow from the first one. But then I hear Aries' question again. Daddy, do you think Mama was a good mother? I change my mind, tip the bottle, and pour myself a little more. Back outside again, I ask her again why she was asking about her mother's parenting. Oh, she says, I don't know, no reason really. No? Then why can't she look at me? I wait. It's just, well, the way she used to go off on Andrew sometimes. Meaning? Well, the way she'd get so mad at him, hit him. Hit him? You mean hit him as in give him a swat on the tush, or we'd better call Child Protective Services? I meant it as a joke, but she's not smiling. She got abusive sometimes. Not with me or Marissa, just with him. Abusive? That's a little strong, don't you think? She shakes her head. She was different when you were at work, Daddy. Not all the time, just sometimes. She would get so furious at something he did or didn't do, and then I stand there waiting for her to finish. She takes a sip of her soda, looks out at the trees instead of at me. I don't really want to go into it, okay? But no, it's not okay. You're talking about her yelling at him mostly, right? Verbal abuse, not physical? Except for a slap here and there? She shakes her head. When she looks back at me, she's in tears. Then how come Andy never said anything? Because he used to cover for her. You would come home and ask about some bruise he got, and he'd say he fell down or something, or bumped into something, that he was just being clumsy. Well, he was pretty clumsy. No smile, no nod in agreement. Right? Daddy, please, why does this even matter now? I mean, granted, she may have had her faults, but it's not like she was a child abuser. Was she? She looks at me but doesn't answer. Ariane, was she? Not with Marissa or me. Look, kiddo, I'm a trained psychologist. If something like that was going on in my own home, don't you think I would have picked up on it? Whether he was covering for her, as you put it, or not? I would have read the signs. Or one of you would have come to me. That's the pattern with kids in an abusive situation. If one parent is dangerous, physically dangerous, not just hot-headed, the kids may try to hide it for a while, but eventually they disclose it to the safe parent. No, you're right. Forget I even said anything. I was just being stupid. Stupid? You? No way. But, I think I know where this is coming from. You're getting ready to be a parent yourself, so naturally you're analyzing everything about your parents, deciding what you want to recreate in your relationship with your own child and what you want to do differently. Yeah, but that's what I'm afraid of. Meaning what? Well, what if I lose control? Hit my child? Don't kids who grow up in abusive homes become abusers themselves? Well, yeah, sometimes, but you didn't grow up in an abusive home. Look, your body's changing. It's probably just your maternal hormones kicking up. Sending you into overdrive so that you start worrying about all the what-ifs that are never even going to happen. And, sure, your mother might have swatted him once or twice when he was bugging her. God knows he was good at that, but, it's not like she was dangerous. Daddy, you don't have to defend her, not from me, and yeah, my hormones probably are. Look, trust me, honey. If she had been abusive, I would have known. But she's looking at me skeptically. Okay, you're not convinced, so, let's examine it a little more, all right? Give me an example. She frowns, thinks about it. Well, okay. One time, knock, knock, someone says. When I look back, there is Tracy standing behind the slider. Am I interrupting something? You both look so serious. No, come on out, I say, standing. And then to Ariane, to be continued. Tracy slides open the screen and steps onto the deck. When I ask her if she'd like a drink, she shakes her head. I've spent the afternoon analyzing the contents of a 12-foot basking shark's abdomen. Trust me, I need a shower more than I need a cocktail. And don't get too close. Turning to Ariane, she asks her how she's feeling. Oh, okay, thanks, Ari says. Daddy's been very solicitous. Well, I should hope so. Hey, I went online this morning and I looked up morning sickness remedies. I made a list and I had Megan, my grad assistant, pick up some stuff that might help. She was pregnant last year and she had to go around with morning sickness too, so she added a few things that helped her. Oh my God, that is so nice of you, Ariane says. She takes the bulging plastic bag that Tracy's holding out to her, reaches inside and pulls things out one by one. Ginger candies, peppermint tea, saltines, a box of something called Preggy Pops. When I ask Tracy what we owe her, she points a finger at me. Don't you even go there, Buster, she says. And so I throw up my hands in surrender. She turns back to Ari. I've also written down some of the foods that they recommend. Things that are rich in vitamin B6, fatty fish, baked potatoes, oatmeal, spinach. Oh, and there's a little bottle of lemon oil in there too. Megan says that during her first 3 months, certain odors would make her queasy, and so she'd sprinkle lemon oil on a handkerchief and keep it in her pocket, and when some smell was bothering her, she'd take it out and sniff that instead. That's a great idea, Ari says. Hey, tell her I said thanks. Again, Tracy declines my offer to get her a drink. Says she really wants to go clean up. Then come back after you do, I say. Join us for dinner. No, not tonight, she says. I'm teaching that online course and I've got a bunch of my students' lab reports to get to. I'll take a rain check, though. How about tomorrow night? Sounds good. And thank you so much, Ariane says. I really appreciate it. No big deal. I just hope it helps. Okay, I'm out of here. I walk her back through the house. The cleaning woman is dusting now. When we're out the front door, Tracy says, My, maid service? Some guys really know how to live. I shrug. It's not my idea. The realtor sent them. We head over to her car. Hey, I hope I didn't barge in at the wrong moment back there, she says. Whatever you two were talking about. It looked heavy-duty. I shake my head. Just some old family history. I thank her for helping Ariane, reach over and kiss her. She gets into her car, starts it, and backs up, and I wave to her as she drives off. Back on the deck, Ari is holding her Preggy Pops, reading the back of the box. I ask her about dinner. We can go out for a bite, or I can run up to P-Town, get some groceries, and cook us something. Maybe buy some of the things on Tracy's list. Ariane chooses option number 2. If you don't mind, Daddy. No, I don't mind. Not at all. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about. She shakes her head, changes the subject to how much she likes Tracy. Okay, message received, but we're not finished with this yet. Inside the house, my phone goes off. Love shack, baby, love shack, baby. Ari gives me a quizzical look. Cell phone, I say. I should have known better than to have your sister choose my ringtone. She smiles. Don't you need to get it? Nah, whoever it is can leave a message. But then another interruption. The cleaning guy's at the screen. All set, he says. See you a week from now. Okay. I reach into my wallet, pull out 2 tens for a tip. I grab the register receipt from Tracy's bag of stuff. Hey, let me jot down my number for you. If you call the night before and let me know when I should expect you, I'll make sure that I stick around. Will do, he says. He takes the number and stuffs it in his pocket. All right then, later. He waves the 2 tens at me. Thanks, man. I wait until I hear their van start up, the tires crunching against the clamshell driveway. But Ari gets up and starts toward the house. She says she's going to take that shower now. No, wait. Sit down, I tell her. And when she does, I pull my chair closer to hers. Okay, help me out here. You said your mother was abusive toward him. So give me a specific. Daddy, please. It's been such a nice day. Can't we just drop it? No. She sighs, resigned, and then struggles to begin. Well, this one time Mom and I were making supper and what? Andrew was sitting on the kitchen stool, okay, and he started bugging her. He wanted to skip supper and go off someplace with JJ. I don't remember where, but Mama said no. And when he asked her why not, she just ignored him. So he got off the stool. He went over to her and he said it again. Why not? And instead of just saying something like, because I said so, or because I want you home for dinner, she just kept not answering him. So he kept asking her. Like goading her. I could tell she was getting madder and madder, but she still wouldn't say anything. And so he got even closer, right up in her face, Annie has always hated that. Close talkers, people whispering in her ear, makes her skittish. How old were you guys when this happened? 16, she says. It was right after she had gotten her driver's license. You and Mama wouldn't let Andrew get his until he brought his grades up, she reminds me, and he was so mean to me about it, like it was my fault. If he needed a ride someplace, instead of asking me, he'd order me to take him. And when I did, he'd tell me all the way there about what a shitty driver I was, how he should have been the one to get his license, not me. Yeah, but okay, back to the kitchen. He was goading her. Yeah, well, he just kept repeating it over and over, right into her ear. Why not, Mom? Why not? Why can't I? And then, she's shaking. Her breathing is fast and shallow, as if she's back there. She just snapped. Hit him? She looks down at her lap. You know that wooden mallet she used to use to pound out meat if it was tough? Yeah? You're not saying she had that mallet in her hand and she went after him with it. He put his hands up over his face to protect himself, but his forehead was... She hit him on his forehead. Hard. I heard the sound. It was awful, Daddy. He went staggering across the kitchen, grabbed onto a chair like he was going to pass out. I was so scared. I thought she had really hurt him, cracked his skull or something. For the next several seconds, I'm speechless. And you're telling me you actually saw this? Yes! I was standing right there. It's hard to watch the pain she's in, but I have to know. Deep breaths, I tell her. She obeys, calms down a little. It's okay, Harry. Just get it out, and then you'll be done with it. Don't be mad at her, Daddy. She couldn't help it. I'm not mad. But I am. I'm furious. She took a weapon to our son, and I'm just hearing about it now? What happened after she reared back, and she was going to hit him again with it, but I grabbed it away from her, and I was like, "Stop it, Mama. If you don't stop it, I'm going to call Daddy." And when I said that, she just looked up at me, stared at me like she was coming out of some crazy trance or something. She looked over at Andrew, and when she realized what she had just done, What? She dropped to her knees and she started wailing. It was horrible. But your brother was okay? I mean, he didn't pass out? No. He was just holding onto that chair and looking at her. What about Marissa? Was she there when this happened? In the house, yes, but she didn't see Mama hit him. She came into the kitchen when she heard her crying. And I remember her just standing there, staring down at Mama like she was a freak or something. When Andrew and I finally got her up off the floor, Mama was like, just get away from me, all of you. Just leave me alone. And then she ran upstairs to your bedroom and locked the door. I can't believe what I've just heard. I don't want to believe it. And what did you kids do? Well, Andrew left, she says. He got on his bike and he took off. Which was the last thing he should have done. He could have had a concussion and, well, what about you and Marissa? I finished making dinner, put it on the table. Mama wouldn't come down, so the two of us ate without saying anything. And then we did the dishes. And then Andrew came back and he ate. You got home late that night, I remember, and by then things were back to normal, almost like nothing had happened. I was at the kitchen table doing my homework, and Mama and Marissa were in the den watching TV. I don't remember what Andrew was doing. He was probably up in his room playing his music. And none of you said anything to me. She shakes her head. Did she tell you not to? Did she threaten you or something? No, nothing like that. I don't even really know why we didn't tell you. When she got like that, I guess we just wanted to protect her. From me? What did you think I was going to do? She shrugs. Well, we should have told you, but we felt sorry for her. You felt sorry for her? For Christ's sakes, Ariane, your brother was the victim, not your mother. Yeah, I know, but if one of you had come to me, if she had come to me, I could have done something. I think that's what we were afraid of, Daddy, that if you knew, you might send her away someplace. No, I could have gotten her put on medication, Depakote or something, insisted she see a therapist. Do you realize what could have happened if she had seriously hurt him? There might have been police involvement, an arrest. How many times did she lash out at him like that? That bad? Well, just twice, Daddy. Twice? What happened the other time? I wasn't home, but Marissa was. She told me they were upstairs arguing with each other and who was arguing? Mama and Andrew. She started chasing him down the hall, whacking him from the back with a hairbrush, and when he got to the top of the stairs, trying to get away from her. Oh God, don't say it. Tell me. Marissa said she saw her shove him. And he fell. He landed upside down at the bottom of the stairs, and then Mama came to her senses again like the other time. Marissa said she ran down there and got down on the floor, and she was just holding him in her lap, rocking him and telling him over and over that she was sorry, and that she loved him and didn't mean it. But you didn't see this. No. By the time I got home, they had already gone to the emergency room. Who? The three of them? No. Just Mama and Andrew. And that was when Marissa told me what happened. When they came back, he had a cast. He was okay, though. They had taken an x-ray. He had just broken his wrist. No, she'd broken it. What about the doctor who treated him? Didn't he question them about it? Yeah. Andrew said he told the doctor that he tripped and he fell down the stairs. And that's what he told you, too, I remember. Daddy, it was Andrew who always made us promise not to say anything. He'd say that he had asked for it, that he deserved it. And then he'd make up some story about how he had gotten hurt so you wouldn't question it. He felt sorry for her, Daddy. We all did. It wasn't like she could help it when she got that way. And afterwards she would feel terrible about it, try to make it up to him. And to all of us. She'd take us out for ice cream or over to the mall. I mean, she felt so guilty. I shake my head. Tell her, well, that's the classic pattern for an abuser. Lash out and then act remorseful afterwards. Buy the victim's silence. Victims. Plural. Your brother was the primary victim, but you and your sister were victims too. She shakes her head. That makes her sound so diabolical, and she wasn't. She couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Daddy. You're right. I was the oldest. I should have gone to you. It's like you said before. You were the safe parent. No, your mother was the one who should have. And even if she didn't, God damn it, I used to treat kids that had come from violent households. I used to read the signs and get them to confront what they had been through. She stands, goes over to the railing and looks out. I get up and go to her, put my arm around her, and I tell her how brave she's been for finally telling me. She leans against me, apologizes again for keeping it from me, says she just didn't know what to do. Why would you? You were just a kid. I should have read the signs. I should have picked up on something. She begins to cry, and for the next few minutes we just stand there, me holding on to her, reassuring her. Poor kid. Happened 10 years ago, but she's still clearly traumatized. All three of them must be. Andrew most of all. Her target. Her victim. When we go back in, Ariane heads upstairs. I hear the shower going, mix myself another drink and pace through the downstairs rooms. They're damaged. They've got to be. And Annie just gets away with it? Causes all this emotional wreckage and then goes off to her New York life? I think about how pretty she looked that sunny afternoon at the San Gennaro Festival, and the day the two of them came by on their way to the Gardner Museum. My wife, the woman I had lost and still longed for. And then I see her going after him with that mallet. At the bottom of the stairs, she's pushed him down, cradling him in her lap like she's the Virgin Mary in a fucking Pietà. Well, guess what, Annie? The secret's out. You didn't get away with it. I don't care about your hip, highbrow wedding or the fact that it happened all those years ago. You're going to account for what you did to them. You and I are going to have a long overdue conversation, and it's not going to be pretty. I go over to the sink and pour the rest of my drink down the drain. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but getting smashed isn't going to help. Not with Ari here. When she comes back down again, she's wet-haired and scrubbed clean, the way she used to look when she would get out of the tub as a kid. But she looks drawn, exhausted. When I ask her if she's all right, she shrugs. I suggest that we get in the car, drive up to Provincetown and get those groceries. Some steaks maybe, some fish. I can fire up the grill when we get back. She says no, she would rather stay here, be alone for a while. Maybe I'll take a walk while you're gone. How far is the Bay Beach from here? Oh, about half a mile. I tell you what, if you're not here when I get back from the store, I'll drive the car down there and pick you up. Okay, she says. I grab my keys and head for the door. Oh, and, lock up before you leave, all right? Vivica's orders. There's a spare key in one of the kitchen drawers. The one below the silverware drawer, I think, where the other kitchen utensils are. The spatula and the nutcrackers and stuff like that. I wonder, is there a mallet in there? She nods. I might not go, though. I'll see how I feel. I tell her not to overdo it if she feels tired, that we can always walk down there tomorrow. Yeah, she says. Driving along Route 6, I replay what she has disclosed. Start to backpedal a little. Memory is not that reliable. Maybe she's remembering it worse than it actually was. But Jesus Christ, how could I have been so blind? I've helped everyone else's kids. and left my own 3 in the lurch. In the supermarket parking lot, a woman grabs the space I was just about to turn into, asshole. I find another spot 2 cars down. She gets out of her car, I get out of mine, and following her into the store, I glare at her back as if she's guilty of something far greater than taking my parking space. But it's Annie I'm furious with, not this random woman. At the entrance, I grab a basket and go in. It's so brightly lit that it feels like a police interrogation room. You didn't know your wife was abusing your son? Or did you just look the other way? The strawberries are achingly red. The piles of bananas insanely green. When I bump into a cart somebody's left in the middle of the aisle, I apologize to it. What the fuck, Orion? Get a hold of yourself. A woman in a cap and apron approaches me with a tray of free samples. She says something, but I walk right past her. She might as well be speaking in a foreign language. It dawns on me that I've forgotten the list that Tracy made. What foods did she say? Spinach was on there, I remember. I guess salmon would be good. Or chicken. Yeah, that's it. I'll pick up one of those rotisserie chickens. Make a spinach salad. Maybe buy some frozen veggies and zap them in the microwave. It'll be quick. It'll be easy. But after I've gotten these and I'm heading to the checkout, I see that the lines are 4 or 5 people deep. 6 p.m. and they've only got 3 registers open? Ridiculous. While I wait, I glance at the tabloids' screaming headlines, all those disclosures of celebrities' bad behavior. She did single him out more than the girls when they were growing up. I knew that, but he was more challenging, too. He was always testing, pushing her buttons. Hey, it wasn't like I never lost my temper with him. But still, physical abuse? Cracking him in the head with a mallet? Pushing him down the stairs? He's 12 or 13, sitting across from me at the dinner table. His wrist is in a cast. We're eating pizza, his favorite. Annie has picked one up on their way back from the hospital. You must be on a first-name basis with those emergency room doctors by now, I say, nodding at his cast. He glances over at his mother, and then he looks back at me. Yeah, well, what can I tell you, Dad? I'm a spaz. What'd you say you tripped on? What? You told me you took that tumble because you tripped on something. What was it? I don't remember. You don't remember something that happened this afternoon? His sneakers, Marissa volunteers. Oh, yeah, that's right. My sneakers. I left my sneakers on the stairs. Well, you know what? Don't be in such a hurry next time, I tell him. From now on, don't leave your stuff on the stairs. That's an accident waiting to happen. And that goes for the rest of you, too. How many times do I have to tell you kids not to do that? Yeah, okay, Dad, Andrew says. You're right. I'll try to be more careful. Sir? Someone says. When I look up, there's no one else in front of me. I place my stuff on the belt, apologize to the kid at the register, and then the people waiting behind me. When you got home that night, everything was back to normal, she said. But goddammit, I should have known something was wrong. It was probably staring me right in the face. When I load the groceries into the car, I realize too late that the cover of the rotisserie chicken is not on tight. The juice is spilled all over the other things in the bag and onto the back seat, onto the carpet. It's a mess. I say it out loud. Fuck! I snap the top back on, ignoring the dirty look I just got, and then open the car door with greasy fingers. Get in and slam it shut. Driving back to Vivica's, I approach a family riding their bikes in the shoulder. A mom and a dad, 2 kids, all of them wearing helmets. I'm in the bathroom shaving when he barges in. He's what, 15? 16? Yeah, 16. I've taken him to empty parking lots a few times so that he can practice his driving. He swings open the medicine cabinet door like I'm not even standing there. Hey, do you mind? Oh, sorry. I've got a headache. Mom says to take some aspirin. When he closes the medicine cabinet, I see his banged-up face in the mirror. A cut over his eyebrow. A goose egg on his forehead. How did that happen? What? That bump on your forehead. This? I don't know. What do you mean? I fell off my bike. I hit some sand and I went into a skid and then bam, I fell head first against the blacktop. And I don't suppose you were wearing your helmet? Nah, I forgot. Sorry. You feeling groggy? Nauseated? Because from the size of that lump you've got, you could have gotten a concussion. Nah, I'm okay. And then he's out of there. Did he have a bike accident, or was that the time she clobbered him with the mallet? All those bumps and bruises, all those trips to the emergency room, and what do? Lecture him about wearing a helmet, leaving his shit on the stairs. Looking at the road ahead, I'm disoriented for a few seconds, and then I realize that I missed my exit, and the two after that. I've driven all the way to Wellfleet. When I get back, Ariane's on the couch reading. Decided not to take a walk after all, huh? I ask. I was going to, but then I couldn't find that key, she says. Oh, sorry. I thought it was in there with that jumble of other stuff. I guess not. Hey, let me start supper, and then I'll look for it. Do you want some help? Nah, piece of cake. Relax. What's that you're reading, anyway? When she holds up her book, I squint and make out the title. Home from the hospital. Now what? Hey, Daddy, she says. You know when you were asking me before about whether I wanted a boy or a girl? I nod. I guess I want a girl. Yeah? And why is that? I don't know. I think maybe boys are harder. I can guess what's on her mind. She's worried that if she has a son, she might take after her mother, which she wouldn't. I mean, they're nothing alike temperament-wise. Ariane is sensible, measured, whereas Annie was always strung tight, even before the kids came along. She could fly off the handle at things that anyone else would take in stride. She's just hot-tempered, I would tell myself. She's just thin-skinned. Over-the-top angry sometimes? Yeah, sure, but not sick. Not pathologically angry. Were they that good at keeping it from me? Or did I have blinders on? Doesn't really matter, I guess. What matters is that I failed them. Andrew most of all. Good God. My poor son. We eat in semi-silence. Our earlier conversation a weight between us. The TV is on, murmuring in the background. Sarah Palin's latest pronouncement. Lindsay Lohan's shenanigan du jour. Aries pushing her food around on her plate more than putting it in her mouth. The weather guy promises that tomorrow will be bright and sunny with low humidity. A perfect beach day. 10 out of 10. Hey, I finally say. Do we need to talk any more about what you told me? She shakes her head. Okay then, but if you change your mind. I stop. A car has just pulled up outside. Tracy, maybe? Has she decided to come over after all? I get up, look out, but it's not her silver Saab, it's a taxi. A young woman gets out of the back. Sunglasses, jeans, a pork pie hat. Suddenly it hits me that it's Marissa. Hey, guess who's here? I call back to Ari. The prodigal daughter, she says. I had strict orders not to tell you so that it would be a surprise. The front door bangs open. Hey, dude, she shouts. I bet you didn't expect to see me here. She's got a travel bag in one hand, a garment bag draped over her other arm. She puts them down, walks over, and gives me a hug. Hey, can I borrow a 20? I forgot to go to the ATM before I left the city, and I'm a little short. I take out my wallet, ask her if she's taken the cab all the way up here from New York. Dude, I'm not that stupid, she assures me. I took a bus to Provincetown, and then I got a cab from there. I give her the 20. She goes outside again. Good luck getting it back, Ariane says. It's a family joke. Marissa is famous for borrowing money that she never pays back. When she gets back inside, she scans the downstairs. Whoa, nice digs. Yeah, why don't you take off your hat and shades and stay a while? Oh, Daddy, she says, dismissing me. She spots the half-eaten chicken on the counter, goes over to it, peels off some skin, and pops it in her mouth. I am freaking starved, she says. What else you got? I make her a plate. The three of us sit at the table and catch up while she eats. Marissa tells her sister to stand up, and when she does, she reaches over and feels her belly. Oh, nice little baby bump you got there, she says. You still getting sick? Ariane nods. I had a pretty good day today, though. Cool. Maybe you're over the hump. She looks over at me and smiles. Look at the dude, she tells her sister. He's like beaming. And I guess she's right. In a few days, they'll be heading down to their mother's wedding, but for now, the two of them are all mine. I make Marissa and me some coffee, Ari a cup of Tracy's peppermint tea. We talk for an hour or more, and then we sit down to a Law and Order rerun that Marissa wants to see because her friend from acting class has a couple of scenes, and she missed it the first time this one ran. He's the scumbag ex-boyfriend of the murdered girl. It's the same old, same old. He looks guilty, but it's a red herring. The real killer won't surface until the halfway point. It's going to be that woman she ran the nursery school with, I tell the girls. Have you seen this one before? Ariane asks. Nah, but I've watched so many of these shows I could probably write their scripts. A few minutes later, I'm proven right. I rest my case, I tell my daughters. Me and Jack McCoy. Hey, by the way, Marissa, the sun's gone down. You can take off those dark glasses now. They're prescription. My contacts started bothering me, okay? She turns to her sister. He's still bossy, I see. A few minutes later, Ariane gets up and she says she's going to bed. Yeah, I think I will too, Marissa says. I'm beat. That bus ride was exhausting. I offer to get her some sheets, figuring I'll put her in the bedroom where Joe Jones's paintings are stashed, but when Ari says her room has a queen-size bed, Marissa decides she's going to bunk in with her. That way they can talk some more. Have a pajama party, she says. Well, okay then, I tell her. But don't make any crank calls, you two. I'll be up in a little while. Beach tomorrow? Sure, they say in unison. Watching Marissa follow her sister up the stairs, I think about the difficult conversation that I'm going to have with her about her mother. Read her reactions, compare her version of the things that happened to Ariane's, try as best as I can to assess the damage our home life has left our kids with. I have left my laptop on, and before I go up, I decide to check my email. There's one from my cousin Ellen. It's got 2 attachments. She says the first picture she scanned is one of my grandfather taken shortly after he arrived in California. There's a date on the back, July 1st, 1897. The second photo, she writes, was taken in the 40s at an O family reunion, something her older sister Doris had. Doris thinks my father is the boy in the striped polo shirt kneeling in the front row. I click on the first attachment and study the formal, black and white portrait of Grandpa O when he was a young man, maybe barely out of his teens, if that. A coolie laborer at a fishing cannery, according to Ellen, who would eventually travel across the country and become a successful restaurateur. His posture is erect, his expression sober. Am I reading into it, or is that fear I see in those almond eyes? Well, why wouldn't he be afraid? He's left everything he has ever known to start over half a world away. I hesitate before opening the second attachment. I've never seen any picture of my father, and I'm not sure I'm ready to see one now. But taking a deep breath, I aim the mouse and click. This photo is in color, slightly out of focus. I find Francis O. among his 20 or so relatives, a skinny, unsmiling boy of about 12 or 13. He's looking directly into the camera, directly at me, but his face betrays no expression. He's as unknowable as ever. And so the gush of emotion I expected would overtake me doesn't happen. I stare at him, this cipher of a father, and I feel nothing. I locate Grandpa O in the picture, too, standing behind and a little to the right of his son. White shirt, wide red tie, pleated pants held up with suspenders, a younger version of the man I saw 5 or 6 times back when I was a college student in my late teens. Is the petite woman with the 1940s hairstyle standing next to him his wife? My father's mother? My Chinese grandmother is as much of a cipher as her son. I don't even know her first name. Grandpa O was a widower by the time I met him, that day when my mother exacted from him his promise to contribute to my college fund. When, during another of my visits to his restaurant, he hesitated, but then finally wrote down my father's work address, Francis O., in care of O and Yang Accountants, 502 Stewart Street, Dayton, Ohio. I held on to that address for another 7 or 8 years before I finally mustered up the courage to write to him, ask if I could meet him. I close my eyes and I see the envelope that came back to me, unopened, the word deceased scrawled over my own handwriting. A second rejection, this time due to death. The palm trees in the yard behind the group suggest that my father and grandfather, for the sake of family connection, must have returned to California for this reunion. Among the gathering of adults and children, there are no half-breeds like me, no husbands or wives of different nationalities, Everyone is unmistakably, uniformly Chinese. Well, my Italian grandparents had been the same. Hung out with family members and other Siciliani for the most part. I can't recall that they had any non-Italian friends. I closed down my computer, locked the doors, turned off the lights. I'm halfway up the stairs when I remember that phone call I got before when Ari and I were out on the deck. Well, whoever it is can wait, I tell myself. But a few more stairs later, I change my mind and head back down. "Hi, Dad, it's me." I see him in the kitchen, shielding his face as she comes toward him with that mallet. I changed my mind about going to the wedding. I got someone to take my weekend shift and, well, Casey is not coming. It's just me. I get into Bradley at about 2 tomorrow. I rented a car so I can drive up there and hang out with you guys for a few days. Ari says that the twerp's going up too, I guess, huh? You're in Truro, right? Call me and, give me the address, will you? I have my GPS. Well, okay. I'll see you soon. When I go upstairs, I can hear my girls yakking away down the hall. I brush and floss my teeth, stare at myself in the medicine cabinet mirror. The guy who tried all day long to help the kids who came into his office, and then went home and ignored the signs that his own kids needed help. That their mother flew into those violent rages, attacked her own son, our son. Well, okay, maybe I was asleep at the wheel. But at least I hadn't cut and run like my father had. I raised them. I read to them, I bathed them, helped guide them into adulthood, and they turned out okay, didn't they? They're solid, self-supporting adults. Except in that voicemail he left, Andrew sounded troubled, nervous. When he gets here, I'm going to have a sit-down with him, with the three of them, talk to them about their mother, whether they want to go there or not. Find out what kind of baggage they're still hauling around because of their two highly imperfect parents. Well, hey, whose parents are perfect? Who is not carrying around baggage from childhood? Who among us is immune from family pain? I close my bedroom door, turn off the light, undress in the dark, and slip under the sheet. Lying there, I close my eyes and I see my grandfather, both the old man that I knew and the solemn-looking immigrant boy in the picture. He must have had to carry his burdens too. Poverty, hunger. Why else would he have left what was familiar and launched himself into the unknown? Grandpa O. I say it out loud in the dark. And then I say it again. Grandpa O. In another 7 months or so, that's who I'll be too.
Chapter 17. Andrew O.
At the Sturbridge tolls, I take a ticket. Take the ramp onto the Mass Pike. Proceed on Interstate 90 east for 56 miles to Interstate 495 south, exit 11A, the GPS voice says. It's just me, her, and this Egg McMuffin I've been chewing and swallowing without really tasting it. Now that I've gotten something in my stomach, I don't want any more. I fist the rest of it inside the paper and toss it onto the passenger seat floor. When I catch myself worrying about how Casey's doing, I stop myself. Turn on the radio. Metallica at 6 a.m.? Kanye? Nope. What I could use right about now is some New Testament wisdom. But I doubt there's any Christian stations up here in politically correct Massachusetts. Hey, Toto, I don't think we're in Texas anymore. I kill the radio. Put on my signal and shoot past the red Nissan and the two 16-wheelers in front of it. One's a Sam Adams truck, the other's a Dunkin' Donuts. None of the bars in Waco have Sam on tap, and the closest Dunkin' Donuts is 80 miles away in Round Rock. Kinda nice, actually, being back here. Driving a V6 again. In all the drama and heartbreak of the past few days, I forgot to make a reservation at the car rental place and had to choose between what they had left, a Jetta or this big-ass Chrysler SUV. I'm just lucky I was able to exchange that ticket she sent for a red-eye. Gives me a little more time up there with Dad before we have to head down to the wedding. The traffic's light at this time of the morning, and I gun it. Hit 80, set the cruise control. I'm anxious to get there and see the three of them, even pain-in-the-ass Marissa. Not that I'm looking forward to telling them what's happened. In 0.2 of a mile, turn right, the GPS lady says. Turn right. I do what it says. Take the Pamet Road exit, then follow the next 2 or 3 commands. Travel a mile or so up the country road it's put me on. In 1/10 mile, turn right. Turn right. I drive onto a dirt road, past 2 or 3 houses nestled in the trees. Unpainted shingles, white trim, typical Cape Cod. Arriving at destination, on right. But which one is it? The bungalow where the weather-beaten shakes, or the big white house up there on that bluff? I don't see Dad's car at either one. Then I remember that he bought a new car last year, a Prius. And there's a black Prius parked at the big house. I turn the wheel and head up the driveway, my tires crunching broken clamshells bleached white by the sun. The front door bangs open, and there they are, rushing toward me. Marissa first, then Ariane, and then my dad. I take a deep breath and get out of the car. Here goes.
Chapter 18. Orion O.
Because sharks are more intelligent than seals, Tracy tells them. The 5 of us are out on the back deck at Adrian's, having breakfast before the kids head back home for the wedding. We've arrived at the restaurant in 3 different cars. Mine, Tracy's, and that big SUV Andrew rented. It's packed up with their stuff. The twins and their sister are taking off from here, rehearsal dinner tonight, the ceremony tomorrow. But for another hour or so, I've still got them here with me. And Tracy's shark stories have got them too. The 3 of them are wide-eyed, fully attentive, like when I'd read them bedtime stories and ham it up, take on the voice of Long John Silver or whoever. I've seen them breach right out of the water and come down hard, Tracy says, slam the seal to stun it, and then go in for the kill. Bullies, Marissa says. She's touching her face. I hadn't even noticed that bruise she's got until Andrew said something to her yesterday, but it's more evident out here in the morning sun. Andrew tells Tracy he saw an attack like that on TV, something called Shark Week. But it would be the shit to see it in person. Tracy says it's too bad he can't stick around longer. She would take him out on the boat with her. Marissa sulks, gulps her Bloody Mary. When Andrew kidded her about that bruise yesterday, was it really a cabinet door or did somebody pop you one? She had told him to go fuck himself, and then had gone into the kitchen and fixed herself another drink. Something is up with her, the way she's been knocking him down, even this morning. 2 Bloody Marys to everyone else's 1. But she's not volunteering anything, not to me anyway. Maybe to her sister. They were out on Vivica's deck yesterday, deep in some private conversation that stopped abruptly when I stepped out there. "Hi, Daddy," Ariane had said, replacing the worried frown on her face with a counterfeit smile. Had someone hit Marissa? Why else would she have gotten so testy when her brother said that? Maybe I can take Ari aside for a minute before they leave and ask her if she knows anything, if that's what they were talking about out there. But no, it probably did happen the way she said. I'm probably just being hyper-alert because I had missed the signs that their mother had hurt her brother. Except, what about that bar where she works? Her apartment is only a couple of blocks away, she says, a 5-minute walk home after her shift. But still, things can happen even in that short a distance, especially late at night. Someone could know her patterns, be waiting in some alley, jump out and surprise her like those sharks surprise the seals. Somebody must have just said something funny because they're all laughing. I join in unaware. Right, Daddy? Ariane says. Oh, yeah, that's right. The kids look relaxed and healthy. All 3 of them got some sun at the beach yesterday. It's been a good visit overall. Just a few rough spots. When he needled her about that bruise, and when she teased him about being a Bible thumper, and when I sat them down and tried to get them to talk about their mother's assaults on Andrew. I blew it when I used that word, assault. They clammed right up, the 3 of them. But yeah, overall it's been good. Too short, though. When we were getting ready to come here and I told them I didn't want them to leave, Ariane suggested I come down with them. You can stay at the house while we're at the wedding. Mama and Vivica are going back to New York after the reception. They're getting ready for their trip to Greece. We could hang out together on Sunday until Andrew and I have to leave for the airport. And I was tempted. Considered it. But no, it's better to leave things the way they are. They like Tracy. She had already won over Ari with that stuff she bought her, It really has seemed to quell her nausea. But when she came over for dinner last night, Andrew and Marissa were reserved with her. Before she got there, those two were up to their old tricks. Him chasing after her with one of the live lobsters we had picked up at the wharf, her fending him off with couch pillows. But then when Tracy arrived, they had put the brakes on that behavior, turned back into cautious adults. This morning's different, though. Everyone's at ease. They can't resist her shark stories. Ari asks why the great whites are so interested in hunting seals when they could eat whatever is swimming around under the sea. It's the layer of blubber they're after, Tracy tells them. It's rich with nutrients. We suspect that's why they've been sticking around so late in the season, consuming what they can so that they can convert it into energy for their long migration, down to the warmer waters. They ought to be headed out pretty soon now. It's going to be fascinating to track them en route with those devices that we've tagged them with. Hopefully they'll stay embedded for the duration. I'm really excited about it. Marissa says if she was on that observation boat and saw one of them attacking some poor seal, she'd take out her gun. Her gun? She's got a gun? Hey, better the seals than us, her brother says. Well, actually sharks aren't really cruising around looking for humans to devour, Tracy says. I think we can blame Steven Spielberg for that misconception. He and whoever wrote that book that the movie was based on. Peter Benchley, Andrew says. Back in high school, I handed in that same book report for my summer reading assignment 3 years running. Didn't get nailed until I got to Mrs. Jennings' class. Oh, Mrs. Jennings, she hated my guts, Marissa says. Probably because I was related to you. Andrew concurs, smiling proudly. But Ariane says she learned a lot from Mrs. J's class, that she was an awesome teacher. Have you figured out which one of us was always the teacher's pet? Andrew asks Tracy. She laughs. Says she has a pretty good idea. And I was no angel in grade school either. I got kicked out of the Brownies for smoking a cigarette. Marissa tells her about the time at Brownie Camp when she got in trouble for singing that song Bad to the Bone the night of the talent show. Too bad we weren't in the same Brownie troupe, she tells Tracy. If we'd have joined forces, we probably could have taken down the entire Girl Scouts of America organization. Tracy calculates that she would have been in high school by the time Marissa was in the Brownies, that she's not sure she would have still been able to fit into her uniform. Hey, who sang Bad to the Bone anyway, she asks. George Thorogood? Yep, and the Destroyers, Andrew said. I had that CD until my bratty little sister scratched it to shit. He starts singing, Bad to the Bone, I'm bad. He points his thumb at Ariane, or in her case, I'm good. Hey, Ariane protests, I'm going to be an unwed mother. That's pretty badass, right? Nervous smiles all around, Ariane's included. Unaware that he's just broken off his engagement, Tracy asks Andrew how he likes Texas. It's all right, he says. It's got its good points. Like what? Marissa quips. Armadillos? Jesus jamborees? His nostrils flare a little at the Jesus remark. She's pushing it, and I'm relieved when he doesn't take the bait. Armadillos are cool, he says. Kind of slow and stupid, though. I've hit so many of them on the road that I've probably thinned out the population. Not on purpose, Ariane asks. He says sure that he's an armadillo serial killer, rolls his eyes. Tracy tells him she did some research in the Gulf of Mexico once, down around Padre Island. That's one of the things I remember most, the armadillo roadkill all around Corpus Christi. Is it armadillos or armadildos? Marissa says. She looks expectantly from face to face, but nobody thinks it's funny. She downs the rest of her Bloody Mary and starts swishing the ice around at the bottom of the glass. For the next few minutes, she sits there, sulking. When our waiter comes by, he asks if he can get us anything else. Marissa opens her mouth to answer him, but before she can order another one, I cut her off. Just the check, thanks. Ariane glances at her watch and says they'd better get going. Yeah, and I've got to get over to the lab, Tracy says. But hey, this has been a lot of fun. Thanks, you guys, for letting me share your time with your dad. The other two acknowledge her, but Marissa stands, teetering a little, and says she's got to use the bathroom. Yeah, I'd better go too, her sister says. We pregnant ladies have to seize every opportunity we can to use the facility. They head inside. Pregnant ladies, Andrew says when she's out of earshot. He shakes his head. I still don't get it, and the best I can offer him is a shrug. When the check comes, I give it a quick scan and take out my wallet. Refused Tracy's offer to split the tab. My treat, but thanks. When the girls come back to the table, everyone stands. On the way out, I sidle up to Ariane and whisper, "She's bought a gun?" "Not yet," she whispers back. "She's applied for a permit." "What's up with that?" I ask. Ariane is about to say something, but she stops when Marissa, ahead of us, slows down and we catch up to her. Out in the parking lot, everyone hugs everyone else goodbye. Andrew's embrace is the tightest and longest lasting. What happened during our run yesterday was intense. "Hang in there, Dad," he whispers. I nod, give him a smile. The kids get in his car, Ariane up front with her brother, Marissa in the back. They wave. Tracy and I wave back, and they pull out onto Route 6. "They're great," Tracy says. "You did a nice job there, Dad." I thank her, manage a smile. She's right, they are great kids. But none of them's in great shape. Ari is going it alone with her pregnancy. He's broken up with his girl without ever really saying why. And whatever's going on with Marissa, she's drinking too much. And now she's getting herself a gun? As I stand there watching them disappear down the road, I wonder how much of the adult lives they're living now, the decisions they're making, have to do with their home life when they were kids, with their parents, one of them unhinged, and the other asleep at the wheel. "Hey," Tracy says. "Are you okay?" Yeah, sure. They're not even a mile down the road yet, and I miss them already, that's all. Ariane says I should drive down there, hang out with them the morning after the wedding. Well, then maybe you should. Nah, but this was nice. Well, okay then. I've really got to go. Hey, you want to get together tonight? Yeah, sounds good. We embrace, kiss. She gets in her car and takes off too. Driving back to Vivica's, I replay what she just said. "You did a nice job there, Dad." I shake my head. Tell the guy in the rearview mirror to face up to the truth, that he made those students at the college more of a priority than his own kids. I left them alone with her too much, even though I knew she resented it. And then her resentment had curdled into anger, rage. Was that why she targeted him? Because he was the male child, and I wasn't around to push down the stairs? To take a mallet to? Was my son just a stand-in for the guy she really wanted to hurt? They're still covering for her, even now. That conversation I tried to start with them yesterday went nowhere. Ancient history, Andrew said. The statute of limitations. And I don't believe for a minute Marissa's claim that she doesn't remember it. Even Ari had started to backpedal. I probably made it sound worse than it was, Daddy. But I saw the way the three of them were looking at one another, the panic on their faces. "Nice job there, Dad." No, a good father, an alert psychologist, would have read the signs whether they were trying to hide them or not, would not have left his kids defenseless. Well, he's got a point, I guess. It's history. Nothing I can do about it now. When I get back to the house, I'll put on my trunks and sneakers and head down to Longnook. Maybe I can run off the sadness that's starting to overtake me. I think about the run I took down there yesterday with Andrew. When I asked him who broke it off, him or her, he said he did, that it just wasn't going to work out. No? Why not? I don't know, Dad. I don't really want to talk about it. Okay? Sure. But if you do, yeah, okay, thanks. He changes the subject. Starts talking about his work down there. Some of the ones coming back are in really bad shape. I tell him about one of the practicums I did when I was working on my degree, counseling Vietnam vets. Combat takes its toll no matter what the war is. Takes a toll on the health professionals treating them too. It did me anyway. What about you? You handling it okay? Pretty much. Gets to me sometimes, some days worse than others. And the hours, the double shifts, they're draining. We're spread pretty thin, but it's worthwhile work, you know? They need help, and when you can give it to them, see the way some of them start to pull out of their depression or whatever, it's gratifying. I smile at him. Sounds to me like you found your niche. Yeah, I guess I have. Took me long enough, huh? All those times I switched my major, 5.5 years of college instead of 4. But this is what I really want to do. When I first got stationed there, I was going to go into engine repair, but I kept feeling like it just wasn't the right fit for me, so I prayed on it. I asked my higher power to guide me, and he did. Prayer is powerful, you know that? I can't say that I do, no, I'm one of those damned heathens, remember? But, your mother believes in prayer. She told me a while back that she prays every night that they won't ship you over there. That ever worry you? That you might end up in Iraq or Afghanistan? He shrugs. I don't think about it much. And if they do, they do. I went in with my eyes open. I'll go wherever they need me. So, Mom still prays, huh? That's kind of surprising. Yeah? Why is that? I don't know. I guess I figured with her new lifestyle. Casey Lee's the one who brought me to God. She's pretty religious. Her whole family is. I liked going to church with them, I sort of wish that we had had that kind of foundation when we were kids. Well, you did, Andrew. She made sure each of you kids was christened. I don't know if you remember, but she used to take the 3 of you to church with her when you were little. Yeah, and then she stopped. Left us home with you on Sunday. I guess what I'm saying is that I just wish we had all gone together. As a family. Yeah, maybe we should have. But it would have been an empty gesture on my part, Andrew. Don't get me wrong. If you're a believer, then more power to you. And hey, I'd like to believe that some supreme being is up there, making sure everything comes out the way it's supposed to, but my mind just can't go there. I don't know. Maybe it's the kind of work I do. Did, I mean. Why? What do you mean? Well, you sit across from patients long enough, hear about incest or rape, or about how some 19-year-old started hearing scary voices in his head, how someone's mother got killed in a car crash because she happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and, well, you begin to doubt that anyone's up there doling out cosmic justice. That it's not all just random. I don't know. Maybe I've just seen too much, heard too much. Yeah, or maybe you're just being arrogant, he says. I look over at him. Arrogant? How so? Well, you just said twice that you don't have it figured out. I don't know, maybe it's the kind of work I did. Maybe I've seen too much. But you sure sound like you think you know. Like you've got the whole thing figured out on your own, so there must not be a higher power. That it's all on you. What's that called? Hubris? I smile at him, thinking maybe I had that coming. Touché, Andrew. The funny thing is, Casey Lee's family's got a little of that attitude from the other side of things, I mean, they read the Bible a certain way and think they've got all the answers, that they know what God wants and what he doesn't, and so everybody should act accordingly. He's already established the ground rules. I'm not supposed to ask about his broken engagement. But is that part of it? Was this evangelical family he was planning to marry into maybe a little too God-focused for the son of a skeptic and a woman who's about to enter into a gay marriage? Or is that hubris on my part, too? All I'm saying, Dad, is that I accept that I don't know. But I have faith that my Lord and Savior does, and so I'm putting myself in his hands, humbling myself to a wisdom that's above and beyond me, and just praying for his guidance. Atheism is arrogance. Humility as a door that opens onto faith. Well, I'm going to have to think about that. What I don't have to think about is how much I love this kid, this son of mine. I reach over and squeeze his shoulder. Hey, what's that? He asks. What's what? That thing up ahead at the edge of the water. When I look, I see what he's looking at. That same carcass that I've run past for the last few days, and on my walk with Ariane the day before. Dead seal, I tell him. We better give it a wide berth. Doesn't smell too pleasant. A shark get him? He asks. Yeah, could be. Whatever it was, the gulls have pretty much picked over the leftovers. Now it's the flies' turn. I glance up at the sky. From the position of the sun, I'd say it's somewhere around 4 o'clock. We're going to have to start back pretty soon. Hey, for dinner, how does lobster sound? Yeah, sounds great, he says. Tracy's coming over, I tell him. She wants to meet you guys. I hope that's okay. He nods, not smiling, says he guesses so. Maybe it's too much at once. Tonight his dad's new girlfriend, tomorrow his mother's wife. Are you sure? Because I can call her and cancel out if you're not up for it. Nah, that's okay. Ari says she's nice. She's up here studying the sharks, right? I nod. Ask him how he's feeling about going down there for the wedding. He shrugs. I'm still not crazy about the idea, but hey, it's her life, right? It is what it is. Well, I know it'll make her happy that you've made the effort. Yeah, she just better not ask me to give her away or anything. I doubt if she will. And if she does, just tell her you wouldn't be comfortable doing it. I just wish you were going, Dad. I mean, I get why you wouldn't want to, but I don't know. It'd just be easier if you were there. Yeah, well, tell me, did your girl and her family know that your mother's marrying a woman? Casey Lee did. I don't know about her parents. I sure as hell didn't tell them. He picks up his pace, runs a little ahead of me. When I catch up, he starts talking about Marissa. Did you see how bent out of shape she got when I asked her if somebody smacked her? I was only kidding, but from her reaction, I wonder if maybe it did happen. Probably not, I tell him. But now I start wondering again, too. I mean, if some guy hurt her, and I thought she'd cough up his name, I'd go down there while I'm still out here and take care of business. Find him, beat the shit out of him. Yeah, well, that would be a smart move, wouldn't it? Then when they hauled you in and let you make a phone call, you could notify your commanding officer that you've been detained by New York's finest. That would go over big. How you doing with that kind of stuff anyway? What kind of stuff? Managing your anger. I'm doing fine with it. Why? Well, wouldn't be the first time you flew off the handle and led with your fists. Yeah, well, anger is justifiable sometimes, you know? Yeah. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I probably should have shut my mouth at that point, but I didn't. Did you ever try and connect the dots between your anger and your mother's? Think that maybe when you've gone out of control, it's because she used to do that with you? Damn it, Dad, give it a rest, will you? He pulls his tank top over his head and throws it in the sand. Fucking hot out here, he says. I'm going in. Watching him enter the water, I'm struck by how fit he's kept himself. Broad-shouldered, narrow at the waist, his back well-muscled. He really could give some guy a pummeling. When he's up to his knees, he plunges headfirst into a cresting wave. I throw my own shirt on top of his and head in too. The water's cold at first, but I take a deep breath and go under. And by the time I surface again, it feels good. No, it feels better than good. It feels great, refreshing. Wasn't this one of the reasons why I wanted to come up here? So that this crisp salt water could cleanse me of the past year? Andrew swims up beside me. Hey, I hope there are no great whites around here, he says. I tell him it's doubtful, that there have been a couple of sightings up here in the waters off Truro, but most of them have been spotted down around Chatham, where the seals congregate. For the next several minutes, we swim side by side, neither of us speaking. Well, what do you say we head back now, I finally suggest. Your sisters are probably wondering where we are. Yeah, okay, he says. Back on the beach, we grab our shirts and start jogging back. And then, out of the blue, he says, I'm going to pray for you, Dad. Ask Jesus to help you. Help me do what? See the light? Become a believer? He shakes his head. I'm not so sure he cares whether you believe in him or not. But you're a good man. He knows that. I'm just going to ask him to help you find peace in your heart. For the next several steps, I mull over what he's just said. A good man. Peace in my heart. And then what happens next is unpremeditated. I pull up short, bend over, and put my hands on my knees. He stops too. Dad, are you okay? It comes spewing out of me like a belly full of bile. What I let happen that night in Jasmine Negron's apartment, her trumped-up charge of sexual harassment, my colleague's reaction to it, and then Seamus's suicide, and my abrupt resignation, my decision to put the house on the market and move into that dinky little apartment that was making me crazy. I just never expected that she'd bail on me, I say, my effort to fight back tears a losing battle. But it's not all her. I neglected her. I took her for granted. She had a right to seek out her own happiness. But with a woman, it's unmoored me, you know? All of it. The divorce, the accusation, quitting my job. I point toward the open sea. It's like I'm adrift out there, treading water, getting tired as hell, but not knowing what I'm supposed to swim toward. Which way is going to put me back on solid ground? He squats down beside me, puts his arm around me. Take it easy. Dad, take some deep breaths, he says. Even in the state I'm in, the irony hits me. How many times have I given kids in crisis this exact same advice? When I stand up straight again, more or less composed, I swipe my arm across my wet eyes and look over at him, apologize for my outburst. You got enough on your plate without having your old man go to pieces on you, dumping my crap on top of yours. He says no, he's glad I told him. Assures me that it's going to be okay. Yeah? You think so? Well, I hope you're right. Maybe this desperation you're feeling is a gift from God, he says. I look over at him, confused. Maybe it's a doorway you've got to step through to get to something new. Something better that's waiting for you and is going to heal your suffering. Like it says in Jeremiah, a balm in Gilead. He's proselytizing. I know, but that's okay. Desperation is a gift, huh? A door? You know, you're getting to be a pretty deep thinker. He smiles. He says no one's ever accused him of that before. And then he says something that almost sets me off again. I love you, Dad. I love you, too. Thanks for letting me spill my guts. Just don't say anything to your sisters, okay? Jasmine's not much older than you guys. I don't want them to think that their father is a dirty old man. They wouldn't think that, he says, but I won't say anything. It's just between you and me. You ready? Yeah, I guess. You want to walk the rest of the way back or run? Run, I say. If we're not back soon, they're going to send out a search party. When we do get back to the girls, the consensus is that we've had enough beach for the day. And so we head back up the path, shake the sand out of our stuff, get in the car, and go. Still thinking about the kids' visit, I pull up onto Vivica's driveway. Walking inside, I decide not to go down to the beach after all. I feel too tired to run today. And anyway, the place is kind of a mess from their visit. Dishes on the counter and in the sink, sheets balled up at the foot of the stairs, the ones the girls slept on. I was going to make up the bed in the other room up there, but Andrew had ended up sacking out downstairs on the couch. Didn't even go up on the second floor while he was here, I don't think. If he had, I wonder if he would have recognized those paintings that he and his buddies had pulled out back when they were up to no good down at the house out back where Jones and his brother had lived. Probably not. He must have become sexually active pretty soon after that, and real girls' breasts would have been much more interesting than the misshapen ones in those paintings. The floor feels gritty under my sandals, sand from the beach yesterday. I take the upright vac out of the closet. I'll throw the sheets and their towels in the machine, do the wash, and then I'll vacuum up the sand before it scratches our hardwood floors. In a minute, that is. I flop down on the couch, look over at the end table and spot the red cell phone sitting there. Marissa's. It's plugged into the charger, which is plugged into the wall socket. Love Shack, baby, Love Shack. And there's my phone. I get up, go to the kitchen. It's on the counter. Hello? Hi, Annie says. It's me. I'm calling to see if the kids have left yet. Yeah. Yeah, we went out for a late breakfast. They took off about 20 minutes ago. They should get in somewhere between 2 and 3 unless they hit traffic at the bridge. She asks me how the visit went. Fine, I tell her. Great. You at the house yet? En route, she says. She's calling from a rest stop on the Merritt Parkway. Says she's driving up with her housekeeper and her little boy and that they had to use the restroom. Quite an entourage, huh? You three and Vivica? She says Vivica drove up from the city the night before and has already checked in at the Bella Linda. That she wanted to make sure everything was in place for the wedding. And you invited the housekeeper and her son, huh? Well, that's nice. She says she hired Minnie to help out with things, and that her kid came along because his babysitter ducked out at the last minute. Ah, so what did you do then, rent a car? Yes, she says, but she's not driving. Ordinarily she would have, but instead she's hired one of the doormen in her building to take them. I can't say this too loud because he's right outside having a smoke. He got fired last weekend for coming in late, and he could really use the extra money, so I said, well, what the heck? Highway driving makes me nervous anyway. I pictured the doorman I talked to last year when I went down there to the San Gennaro festival. Waited for her and Vivica to come down because I didn't want to go up there to their apartment. He was affable, I remember. I wonder if that's the guy. Well, it looks like you'll have decent weather tomorrow, I say. Low 80s, they're saying. Low humidity. Oh, great. I hadn't thought to check. Well, here comes the entourage, as you say. I guess I'd better go. Yeah, okay. Oh, and Annie? You weren't thinking of asking Andrew to give you away, were you? Because he said he wouldn't feel comfortable. Oh, no. I'm just so glad that he decided to come. I can't wait to see the three of them. You know, Orion, I'd love to see you too. If you decide at the last minute that you want to change your mind, you could just come out to dinner with us tonight if you don't want to go to the ceremony. Of course, you'd be welcome to come to that too if you felt like it. More than welcome. No, I don't think so, but thanks. I hope it's a great day for you two. Thank you, Orion. And thank you for giving me those 3 kids of ours. I love you for that. I'll always love you. She loves me, but she didn't want to stay married to me. She loves her kids, but she went after one of them with a mallet. Yeah, thanks. See ya. I get up, start the vacuum. The front foyer sure needs it. It's picking up a ton of sand. Then, why am I stopping? Why am I turning the damn thing off and yanking the plug? I go back to the living room, sit on the sofa, and close my eyes. Not even a mile down the road yet, and I miss them already. I wish you were going, Dad. It would be easier for me if you were there. We could hang out together Sunday until Andrew and I have to get back to the airport. No. It's too late to change the game plan at this point, and anyway, I'm getting together with Tracy tonight. But still, if I did go down there, stay at the house with her and the kids tonight, could be a kind of closure, I guess. The 5 of us reconvening there one last time before a buyer comes along. Kind of goodbye to our old life. And Marissa's phone over there. I could bring it to her. I get up. I pace. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe I will go down there. I'll call Tracy and cancel out tonight. She'll understand. Except Tracy's not answering, and her voicemail is full. If I'm going to the dinner tonight but not the wedding, do I still need to bring a gift? Yeah, probably, but where do you get a couple who has everything? I suppose I could go upstairs and grab one of those paintings I brought up here. One of the small ones. Vivica would sure as hell like that. But no, then she'd want to know where it came from, and I just don't want to open up that can of worms. I could drive up to P-Town and find them something there. When the kids and I went up there yesterday, we stopped in front of that shop window and looked at those framed butterflies. They were beautiful, vivid blues and greens, oranges, yellows. Real butterflies. Reminded me of those shadow box collages that she used to make. And she's always liked butterflies. I doubt Vivica's much of a nature girl, but so what? Annie would like a gift like that. I grab my car keys and go. 3/4 of an hour later, I'm back with the butterflies. Thank God that place did gift wrapping. I'll leave it in the car, pack a few things, and start out. I can call them from the road and tell them I'm coming. I've got to try Tracy again, too. And Marissa's phone, I've got to remember to grab that. After I'm packed, I head downstairs. There's the vacuum cleaner. Well, it'll wait. I'll just leave it out, do the floors when I get back. No one's going to be walking around on that sand while I'm gone. I lock up, get in the car, and back down the driveway. It's a little after 1. I should be back in Three Rivers by 4:30 at the latest. Out on Route 6, I pass the familiar sights. Rookie's Pizza, Payne's Campground, the Wellfleet Drive-In. I'm excited to get there, but I guess I'd better cool it or I'll get pulled over. They patrol this road pretty regularly. I'm entering the Orleans roundabout when it dawns on me that I've forgotten Marissa's cell phone. Shit. Should I keep going? No, I better go back for it. What's it going to add, another 30 minutes maybe? I'll still get there in plenty of time for that dinner. Well, here they all are again. The drive-in, the campground, rookies. Eyes on the road, I reach for my phone. Tried Tracy. No answer. She really needs to clear some of those old messages. I take a right at the Truro Center exit. Another right and then a left puts me onto Palmet Road. From here, I'm just another 5 minutes from that cell phone. I'll be in and out and on my way again. Driving onto the dirt road that leads to Vivica's, I spotted up ahead through the trees. Their truck. Those cleaners. Jesus Christ, I told them to call ahead instead of just showing up. And anyway, they were just here 3 days ago. They think I'm that much of a slob? Or are they trying to screw the owners by billing them for unnecessary services? Well, too bad if I've kept them waiting. It's their own damned fault. Except the truck is empty. What's going on? I get out of the car, house key in hand, and when I stick it in the lock, the door swings open before I can even turn the knob. There's stuff stacked in the foyer. The Mapplethorpes, some of the sculptures, the Jones paintings that I had put upstairs. What the... Jesus Christ. They're robbing the place. I walk into the living room, scan the bare walls. "Hey!" I yell. She walks into view. I hear footsteps upstairs. Leave, I tell myself. My phone's in the car. I'll block the driveway. Call the cops. No, that's too dangerous. I can drive back down to the Palmet Road. Call 911 from there. Halfway to the front door, I hear him flying down the stairs. Go. Don't look back. But the sudden pain at the small of my back drops me to my knees. What just happened? I look around, and I see him standing there gripping the upright vac like it's a baseball bat. See him lifting it over his shoulder. It's coming down toward me. He's aiming for my head. "No!" I scream. And then...
Part 4. A Wedding. Chapter 19. Kent Kelly.
You think I want it to be this way? That it's a choice? You think I want to be working the kinds of minimum wage jobs that are available to guys with a record like mine? Midnight floor buffer down at the mall, insert stuffer for the Sunday papers. And even these dead-end jobs had to be negotiated by the employment counselor at the group home I'm in. Now I'm a night shift CNA at Eldridge Elder Care. Got my training during my last prison bid. The pay's better, 75 cents above minimum wage. In return for my weekly paycheck, half of which I have to fork over for room and board, I empty bedpans, dispose of colostomy bags and other hazardous waste, shine flashlights on the faces of sleeping residents to make sure they're still drawing breath. A few weeks back, the nurse at the desk told me and Raj, another aide, to go down to room 7 and clean up Mr. Rasmussen, change his sheets because he'd shit the bed. And after we were done, I looked over at his roommate, Mr. Cavoli. He's a nice old guy, one of my favorite patients, and he was lying there, wide awake. "How you doing, Angelo?" I asked him. Not so good. I can't sleep." "Again, huh? You want me to ask the nurse to give you something?" "Nah, that stuff makes me goofy afterward. If you're not too busy, maybe we can just talk." I told him I was never too busy for him. So I pulled up a chair and listened, let him take me on a tour of the downtown where he'd grown up, the way it was back when he was a boy. It's a funny thing about those 80 or 90-year-old brains. They can't remember what happened 10 minutes ago, but they have amazing recall of the distant past. Let's see, there was Ames's butter and cheese store, and then the Chinese restaurant where my mother used to take me for chicken chow mein. Next to that was the Strand Theater where they gave away free dishes at the Saturday matinees. I was kind of sweet on one of the usherettes that worked there, Elga Svensson. I asked her for a date once, but she said no, her father didn't want her dating roughnecks. I fixed his wagon, though. He'd pick her up after work and sometimes get there early, go in and watch the picture. Still makes me laugh when I think about the way his car was bucking and stalling after I put sugar in his gas tank. I listened to Mr. Cavoli that night until he began to doze off, until maybe he drifted into a dream where he was young again and his whole life was still ahead of him. They're lonely, these old people. Most of their friends have died off, and some of them have families that hardly ever visit. I get pretty close to some of them. Granted, they don't know that my rap sheet says pedophile, But maybe it wouldn't matter if they did know. Maybe they'd just treat me like they find me, because I'm not a monster. Hey, I've got my flaws, plenty of them, but I'm more than just a name on the sex offender registry, someone you've got to keep little girls away from. I've got my good points, too. Like I said, I'm not a monster. Eldridge Elder Care is owned by some company out of Boston. Corporate's careful not to let any of us ex-offenders work days when some visiting family member might see us, recognize us. Days is when the A-team's on duty. The chatty Spanish moms, the community college kids who work here first shift and take classes at night. Third shift is when us convicted felons report for duty. Shondell, ex-junkie prostitute. Brian, DUI fatality. Trisha, embezzler, coke addict. Raj, second-degree assault. And me, risk of injury to a minor, kiddie porn. Nadia and Zara work our shift too, although their only crime is that they're headscarf-wearing Muslims. The rest of us live in halfway houses, report to parole officers. The vampire shift, we call it. When the sun goes down, we rise from our crypts, put on our scrubs, and report for duty. When the moon fades away at daybreak, we punch out, get picked up by our respective group home vans, grab breakfast, and hit the sack. I didn't used to work crap jobs. I made decent money selling life insurance. It was a family-run agency, and although I wasn't a member of the tribe, I was their top dog, sales-wise. Sold rings around the owner's sons and sons-in-law. See, I figured out the con almost immediately. Used my looks and my charisma to seal those deals. What I'd do was befriend the husband first, kid with him a little, talk sports if that's what he was into. Baseball, football, I didn't give a shit about either, but I read the sports page every morning so I could talk the talk, become a Giants or a Patriots fan, diss the Red Sox or the Yankees as the situation called for. And while the man of the house was looking over the policy, I'd look over at the wife and smile, hold her gaze for maybe 2 or 3 seconds more than another salesman might have. And if she held my gaze in return, I knew that I'd pretty much made the sale. That if her hubby was still on the fence, she'd convince him to buy the policy. The flirtatious glances, the body I took pains to keep in shape, it sold more insurance than whatever deal I was offering them on their premium. Those sales skills? They were transferable. Single moms with little girls. That's the ideal situation. The one useful thing I got from my father was his good genes, an athlete's build, cobalt blue eyes, and a full head of hair. I'm in my 50s now, but my hair's still as thick as it was when I was in my 20s. I dye the top and leave the temples gray. 300 sit-ups and push-ups twice a day, plus watching what I eat, keep my chest and abs tight. I've got the same 33-inch waist I've had all my adult life. Wooing those mothers and their daughters is a process. I'll get behind them in the checkout line at the grocery store and start chatting them up. Then, out in the parking lot, I'll offer to change the tire I punctured after I watch them walk into the store. Next thing you know, I'm eating supper over at their place, taking them out for ice cream. I'm cultivating them both, see? Playing board games and watching videos with the daughter, then sticking around, having a glass of wine or two with the mom, sympathizing with her about how her ex screwed her over. Then I go home, get in bed with a bottle of lotion, and think about the girl. The sprinkling of freckles across her nose, her cute little butt, what her bare chest and her little cherry must look like. Sometimes I'll take my Polaroids and magazines out of their hiding place and get off that way. At the house I'm in now, my roommate, Darryl, and I have a deal. He doesn't say anything about the stuff I've got stashed up inside our suspended ceiling, and I don't say anything about the weed he's got up there. As a matter of fact, I supply Darryl with his weed. He gives me the money, and I buy it from Raj down at work. The staff, they're no problem. When you're a veteran of these places, you can pretty much figure out inside of a week who the naive do-gooders are, who's dumb as rocks, and who's going to be open to bribery. Predator, pedophile, child molester. Yeah, You could call me any of those things. But don't forget victim, because that was what came first. You think I was born this way? I wasn't. I got fucked up, emotionally dysregulated, as the shrinks put it, the year I was 9. This one therapist in training who interviewed me last month, a grad student who was gathering data for some study she was doing about how pedophilia gets kick-started in childhood, she quizzed me for a couple of hours about how I became who I became. "Please be as candid and thorough as you can," she said. I told her some of it. The abridged version, let's say. You can never fully trust shrinks, no matter how sincere they seem. So you withhold, bullshit them, manipulate them a little for your own amusement. But those questions she kept lobbing at me brought it all back, so vividly that it was like I was reliving it. The trouble started after my father left my mother and me so that he could shack up with his girlfriend and her son, puny little Peter Clegg, who was in my class at school. It was confusing, you know? My dad was a mailman, and Peter's mother was the postmaster's secretary. That was how their little romance started. But at the time, I didn't get any of that. I just assumed that he had left because he liked Peter better than he liked me. What I couldn't figure out was why. Dad left us high and dry. I was in Cub Scouts, okay? One week Mom was a housewife and our den mother, and the next week she was a grocery clerk down at the First National. That was when I had to start taking the bus over to this woman Irma's house after school. Irma Cake. She was a foster mother, but she babysat other kids, too. Us after-school kids had to play down in the basement so we wouldn't wake the babies up from their naps or bother her while she was watching her stories on TV. Those babies all must have been heavy sleepers, I guess, because she'd have the volume up so loud that you could hear the television through the fucking floorboards. Time now for The Edge of Night. We were only allowed upstairs at snack time, or if we had to use the toilet. And if you needed to tell Irma something while you were up there, you had to wait for a commercial. Irma's daughter, Tawny, was in charge downstairs. To this day, I fantasize about running into Tawny Cake on the street somewhere and making her pay for the things she did. One time when I was in prison, I woke up smiling from a dream where I'd just plunged a shiv into her heart. Tawny was older than the rest of us, 14 or 15 maybe. She was a big bruiser and unpredictable as hell. Nice to you one day and a bully the next. On my first day at Irma's, Tawny gave me a handful of Hershey's Kisses. On the second day, I called her Scrawny Tawny, thinking she'd think it was funny. Instead of laughing, she smacked me so hard across the mouth that I cut the inside of my lip and my bottom teeth. She wouldn't let me go upstairs so Irma could look at it, so I just sat there cross-legged on the floor, swallowing back my tears and snot and blood. I never knew from day to day, sometimes from hour to hour, which Tawny I was dealing with. My mother didn't work on weekends. Sometimes we'd get in the car and go places on Saturday, Waquanic Park to look at the animals and swing in the swings, or down to Ocean Beach if it was summer. Once a month or so, we'd drive the 45 minutes to my cousin's house, the O'Days. Uncle Chick and my mom were brother and sister, and my cousin Donald and I were almost the same age. I liked Donald okay back then, but it bugged me that he was bigger than me and 10 months older, and that his father hadn't left him. But anyway, whatever Mom and I did on Saturday, by Sunday afternoon, I'd start worrying about the next day when I'd have to go back over to Irma's. When I told my mother I didn't want to go there anymore, she said I had to go. "These changes are hard for me, too, you know," she said. "Do you think I want to be over at the First National all day, ringing up people's groceries while they watch me like hawks, thinking that I'm out to cheat them? But this is the way things are now, Kent, and we both have to just accept it. And if you don't like it, then call up your father and tell him, because he's the one who made this mess." When I did call Dad, my classmate Peter Clegg was the one who answered. "Who is this?" he kept saying. "If you're not going to say anything, then I'm hanging up." And he did, 3 times in a row. The 4th time, the phone just kept ringing and ringing. Mornings at school were okay, but once lunch was over, I'd start staring at the wall clock, dreading what was coming. And when the bus driver yanked the door open in front of Irma's, I'd get off as slowly as I could. Irma would appear at the door holding a baby or a toddler in her arms and calling to me to hurry on in. "How was school today, Kent?" she'd ask. "Good." "Okay, down you go then. The girls and Tawny are waiting for you." The girls, Sandra and Nadine, were both in my grade, but they went to a different school. I didn't like either of them, and I hated Tawny. There was stuff to play with in the basement, but it was shabby. Puzzles with missing pieces, books with all the pictures scribbled on, plastic cowboys and Indians that Irma's dog had chewed before it got run over by a car. The only good thing down there was this can of Lincoln logs. I'd make a beeline for them, then sit on the cold, damp cement floor and build stuff so I wouldn't have to play dolls with the girls or get in trouble with Tawny. But I'd be in the middle of making a fort or something when she'd yank me up off the floor and tell me I had to play some stupid game she had invented. Twirling was one. No matter how dizzy you got, we had to keep spinning around in circles until she said we could stop. "Halt," she'd yell. Then she'd laugh as we staggered like drunks, falling onto the floor or crashing into chairs or walls. If you stopped before she said you could, you had to go through the spanking machine. When Sandra and Nadine spanked you, it didn't hurt, but as you passed under Tawny's legs, she'd whack your butt hard enough to make it sting. After a while, Sandra stopped coming, so it was just Nadine and me. That was when Tawny started making us play house. In house, Nadine was the wife, and I had to be the husband. "Hug her," Tawny would order me. "Now call her darling and kiss her." If I cooperated, she'd peel back a roll of lifesavers and let me take 2. If I refused, she'd pin me against the floor and tickle me until, unable to breathe, I'd give in. But one day, when Tawny told us we had to play house again, I dug my heels in. "You do what I say or else," she threatened. "Or else what?" Or else she'd tickle me again, I thought. "You'll see." When I shook my head, she went upstairs and came back down with an electrical cord and threatened to whip me with it. "Go ahead," I said. "See if I care." This was a bluff. I was petrified. She chased me around the basement until she had me cornered. Then she yanked down my pants and underpants and lashed my bare butt while Nadine stood there wide-eyed. "Does that hurt?" "No, it tickles." "Yeah? Then how about this?" Several blows later, she had me crying and begging her to stop. The door at the top of the stairs banged open. "Tawny! What the hell's going on down there?" Irma shouted. Tawny answered before I could. "Nothing, Ma. Kent's just being a little brat. He's grabbing all the toys and won't share them with Nadine." I would have denied it if she wasn't holding that cord in her fist, ready to whale me some more if I did. "Then you and Nadine come up and have a snack," Irma said. "And Kent, you can just stay down there by your lonesome for being so selfish." Halfway up the stairs, Tawny turned back and smirked. "I hope you know there's rats down here. They have red eyes that glow in the dark, and that's the only way you can see them. And when they bite you, you get diseases. This other boy we used to babysit got bit, and he died." At the top of the stairs, she hit the light switch, and the basement went black. Temporarily blinded, I felt my way to the railing, then crept up to the second step from the top. Blinking back tears, I hugged my knees and looked down, on guard against red-eyed rats. After I got home that day, my mother wanted to know why I was being such a pouty face. I told her I didn't know. "No? Well, why don't you go take your bath while I start supper?" While the bathtub was filling up, I undressed and touched my backside because it felt sore and hot. Then I stood up on the toilet and looked over my shoulder in the medicine cabinet mirror. When I saw the ugly red stripes, I started to cry. "Everything okay in there?" Mom called in to me. "Yes, don't come in." "Well, my goodness, aren't you getting modest?" The next day, Tawny ignored me and played all afternoon with Nadine. The day after that, she snuck upstairs and came down shaking a can of Ready Whip. "Open your mouths," she told us. When we did, she filled them with whipped cream. Nadine only got 1 squirt, but I got 3. I didn't know why. That night, when my mother tucked me in, I told her I didn't need anyone to babysit me, that starting on Monday I could just come home after school, do my homework, set the table, and not get into any trouble. She said maybe we could try that next year when I was in 5th grade, but for now I was too young. I'd be at the store watching the clock and worrying about whether or not you were okay. And anyway, if you didn't go to Irma's anymore, you'd never find out about the surprise you're getting. What surprise? I wanted to know. She said I had to wait and see on Monday. What I imagined was that my father was going to appear at Irma's, take me home, and start living with us again. Does it have anything to do with Daddy? With Daddy? No, it's something else. She reminded me that I would see my father the next afternoon for our visit. While I was having my visit with him, she said, she was going to get my surprise and bring it over to Irma's. I begged her for a clue, but she said I'd just have to wait. When my father picked me up on Saturday afternoon, Peter Clegg was in the car with him. On the way to the movie we were going to, Peter and I had to sit together in the back seat. But neither of us said anything to the other. The movie was A Night to Remember, about the sinking of the Titanic. I got to sit next to Dad, and Peter Clegg sat next to me so we could share the bucket of popcorn. But when the people in the movie started drowning, baby Peter got scared, and we had to switch seats. "It's okay, buddy," Dad assured Peter. "It's not real, it's just a movie." He put his arm around him. "It is so real," I leaned over and whispered. "The Titanic was a real ship, and all those people really died." When Dad got mad at me for making Peter cry, I upended our tub of popcorn and said it was an accident. My surprise was a little brown gerbil in a cage. The rule was that I couldn't take him home. I could only play with him when I was at Irma's. Mom's plan worked for a while. I stopped complaining about having to go over there. Now, besides the Lincoln Logs, I had my gerbil to play with. I named him Funny because he made me laugh. And that first week, Funny brought me luck. Tawny was gone. She'd gotten sick over the weekend, Irma said, and had to go to the hospital and have her appendix taken out. So it was just me and Nadine downstairs by ourselves. "Can I hold Funny now?" she kept asking me. "No," I kept saying. "He's mine." So she had to keep sitting there watching Funny crawl up and down my arm and eat pellets from my hand. Then, for no reason, Nadine told me her parents were divorced. "So," I said, "what do I care?" She shrugged. Then she told me my parents were getting a divorce too. "No, they're not," I insisted. "Yes, they are. Irma told my mother." "Well, she's wrong then. My father is just on vacation." "Oh," Nadine said. "You know what? I have a boyfriend." "Who cares? Stop bothering me. You want to know who it is?" I told her I didn't. "It's you," she said. "It is not." She wanted to know why I didn't want to be her boyfriend. "Because I hate girls, and because you're ugly and have yellow teeth." She didn't say anything for the next several minutes. Then what she said was, "I hope Tawny dies while she's in the hospital. Don't you?" We looked at each other for several seconds. Then I nodded. "Here," I said, handing her my gerbil. "You can hold him for 1 minute, starting now. 1001, 1002. When I got to 1060, I put my hand out and demanded that she give him back. She did. Tawny was still in the hospital the next day. The day after that, she was back home, but she had to lie down on the couch upstairs. But by Thursday, she was back in the basement. She told Nadine and me that while she was in the hospital, a nurse had walked her down to the nursery and let her look at the new babies, and it had given her an idea. "Today, when you play house, you two are going to make a baby." Do you know how?" Nadine and I looked at each other wide-eyed and shook our heads. "Okay, first of all, you both have to take off all your clothes." Ever the obedient one, Nadine began to undress, but I just stood there shaking my head. "Okay, suit yourself," Tawny said. She walked over to Funny's cage and took him out. His head was poking out from the hole between her thumb and index finger. "Put him back," I said. "You can't touch him. He's mine." "He's mine," she mimicked. She scooped a Lincoln log off the floor and started tapping it against the top of his head. "Are you going to take your clothes off or not?" she said. "No." The tapping got harder and harder. "Stop crying," she said. "You're the man, not the lady." With my fists, I rubbed away my tears. Then I yanked off my sneakers, pulled my polo shirt over my head, and pulled down my pants. "That's better. Now walk over to your wife and kiss her." I approached Nadine and gave her a peck on the cheek. "On the lips, idiot!" When I just stood there not doing it, the tapping started again. I kissed Nadine on the lips like she wanted me to. "Did I tell you to stop? Do it again, and while you're kissing her, reach down and touch her cunny." "Her what?" I asked. "Boy, you really are stupid, aren't you?" She tossed the Lincoln log onto the floor, walked over to Nadine, and cupped her hand around the little knob between her legs. I did what she said. Her next order was for Nadine. "Now you touch his thing. Keep doing it until I tell you to stop." Sometimes, at night in bed, I would reach under my pajamas and touch my pee-pee to make it hard. I liked doing it. It felt nice. But this didn't. When Nadine made it hard, Tawny pointed at it and laughed. She told Nadine to lie on her back on the floor. Then she ordered me to lie down on top of her and move around. "Move around how?" I asked her. "Like a milkshake in a milkshake maker. Then the baby will start growing inside of her." I was confused. Were we playing making a baby, or were we really going to make one? I wasn't about to disobey her, though. As long as I did what she said, she wouldn't hurt Funny. The next day at school, on my way back from the drinking fountain, I found Peter Clegg's lunch bag in the coat room, threw it on the floor, and stomped it flat. At afternoon recess, I tripped him during a game of tag. He stumbled, hit the ground, and ripped his pants at the knees. He told the teacher on duty that I'd done it on purpose. "No, I didn't. It was an accident," I kept insisting until the teacher believed me. When the bus dropped me off at Irma's that afternoon, her car wasn't in the driveway. The front door was unlocked, but no one was around. "Hello?" I kept saying. "Hello?" When I went down to the basement, I was relieved to see that Funny was still alive and well. I grabbed a handful of pellets, took him out of his cage, and stroked his back as he ate. When he pooped on my hand, I walked over to the chair where Tawny always sat and smeared it on the seat. Where was everyone? I liked nobody else being there, but a little bit didn't like it either, because I kept thinking about those red-eyed rats. I was building Funny a Lincoln log house when the basement door banged open. Nadine was the first one to come into view, then Tawny. "Where's Irma?" I asked. Tawny said one of the foster babies had a doctor's appointment and she'd taken the other baby, too. "Oh," I said. "Where have you two been?" "Up in Tawny's room," Nadine said. "Do you like my braids? Tawny braided them." I hadn't until then noticed them. I'd been looking instead at the red splotch on her neck. When I glanced over at Tawny, I saw that she was waiting for my answer. "Yeah," I said. "They're nice." Later, when we were getting ready to play house, I saw two more red splotches on Nadine, one on her stomach and one on the inside of her leg. "Are you getting the measles?" I asked her. Tawny grabbed onto my shoulder and squeezed. "Haven't you ever heard that curiosity killed the gerbil?" she said. This time when I had to get on top of Nadine and move like a milkshake, I closed my eyes. That made it easier. It even felt a little bit good. On the bus the next morning, Susan Gibson sat on the seat in front of mine. She was wearing her Girl Scout uniform. I heard her telling Debbie Casey that she had sold $19 worth of Girl Scout cookies, and when she handed in her money at the meeting that afternoon, she was hoping she'd get the pin for being the top seller. We had an assembly that day, and in the middle of some lady talking about the Indian tribes that used to live in Connecticut, I asked my teacher, Miss Foborsky, if I could go to the boys' room. She asked me if I could wait until the assembly was over. I shook my head, so she let me. I didn't really have to go. Instead of heading to the boys' room, I returned to our classroom. The lights were off and the coast was clear. I sat down on Susan's seat, reached around in her desk, and found an envelope. Inside was a sheet where she'd written down her cookie orders, plus a $10 bill, a 5, and 4 ones. I put everything back in the envelope, then walked over to where Peter Clegg sat and stuck it inside his desk. Later, when Susan reported that her cookie money was missing, Miss Foborsky made us all stand up, tilt our desks forward so that everything inside fell out onto the floor, and then go stand in a line against the chalkboard. As she walked up and down the rows examining our piles, she stopped at Peter Clegg's desk and picked up the envelope. "What's this?" she asked Peter. He said he didn't know. She returned the money to Susan and told Peter to go down to the office. After he left the room in tears, Miss Foborsky gave the rest of us a speech about honesty. Whenever her eyes met mine, I nodded. I felt more glad than guilty. Peter hadn't stolen Susan's money, but he had stolen my father. After school, Irma's car was gone again. Grocery shopping this time, Tawny said. We still hadn't made our baby, she told us, so we had to try again. It was part of our regular routine now and didn't seem so bad. But this time while I was moving around on top of Nadine, I heard funny noises coming from Tawny. I cracked my eyes open just a little and looked over at her. It took me a few seconds to realize what I was seeing. Her pants were down around her ankles and her knees were wide apart. She was touching herself down there. What struck me more than what she was doing was that she had hair down there, the kind my father had. I'd seen Dad naked a number of times, in the changing room at the community pool, walking barebutt from his shower to his and Mom's room. But I'd never seen my mother naked. Did ladies grow hair down there too, the same as men, or was Tawny a freak, like the bearded lady at the carnival? Confused and not wanting to get caught watching her, I closed my eyes again. That was the first time I spasmed while playing house. Dryly, but with a kind of painful pleasure. I was more confused than ever. The next week was February vacation. Mom took the week off from work, so I got to take Funny home with me. By midweek, vacation had gotten boring. Tommy Mankin invited me over to his house one afternoon, and we played football and Crazy Eights, but that was boring too. Even playing with Funny got boring. I kept thinking about playing house. On the Monday after vacation, I got to take Funny to school with me. During show and tell, I felt like a big shot answering my classmates' questions. What did he eat? When did he sleep? Peter Clegg asked me the stupidest question of all. Weren't gerbils in the same family as mice and rats? I rolled my eyes and told him no. Well, actually, Peter's right, Miss Foborsky said. She walked over to the shelf where the World Book encyclopedias were, pulled out the R volume, and flipped through the pages. Rodents, rodents, she said. Ah, here we go. She handed the open book to Roberta Delgado and told her to have a look, then pass it on. When it got to me, I gazed, stunned at the 2-page color spread. Mice and squirrels, rats and mole rats, beavers and muskrats. And sure enough, in the company of these others was a gerbil that looked a lot like Funny. Peter Clegg lived close enough to school that he didn't have to take the bus. He rode his bike, and so later that day, after we had used compasses for an art lesson, I hid mine instead of handing it in. At afternoon recess, I snuck out to the bike rack and punched holes in Peter's tires. After school, at Irma's front door, I was met by a stranger. "You must be Kent," she said. "I'm Dottie, Irma's friend. She had to go to Tawny's school today, so she asked me to come and stay with yous until she got back." "Oh, is Nadine here?" I asked. She said yes, downstairs. She was waiting to show me something. "Look what I got, Kent," Nadine said when I was halfway down the basement stairs. Her mother had bought her a gerbil, too. A white one. She'd named it Tammy after that song on the radio. Both Tammy and Funny were out of their cages chasing each other. They were friends, Nadine said. She picked up her stupid gerbil and put it against her neck. "Stop tickling me," she told it, giggling. "I hope you know that gerbils are in the same family as rats," I said. "They are?" "Yes. So you better hope she doesn't bite you, because it would be the same as getting a rat bite." I unbuckled my belt, pulled it away from my dungarees, and threw it on the floor. "Come on," I said. "We're playing house." Nadine said she didn't really feel like it. "Well, I do. Come on, make it snappy." A few minutes later, while I was moving against her, our clothes in a pile on the floor, I heard someone say, "Oh my God, what the hell?" When I looked up, there was Dottie. That night, while my mother and I were eating supper, the doorbell rang. It was Irma. She was holding Funny's cage. I went to my room and tried as best I could to listen through the crack in the door, but all I could make out was what my mother was saying. No, I understand. Don't worry, I'll figure it out." I thought I was in big trouble. But after Irma left, all Mom said was that she couldn't babysit me anymore because Tawny had taken another after-school job, so there'd be no one downstairs to watch Nadine and me. I figured that whatever Tawny's new job was, it had allowed me to dodge a bullet. It wasn't until years later that the truth dawned on me. If Irma had reported what Dottie had seen, she'd lose her license, and with it, her income. For the rest of 4th grade, I had to go over to this weird old lady Mrs. Weingarth's house. Funny lived in my bedroom now, but I played with him less and less and grew to resent having to clean his cage and make sure he had food and fresh water. One afternoon when I looked in at him, I was shocked to see him lying down with these fat, pink, wormy-looking things crawling all over him, 6 of them. I knew dogs got worms, but I didn't know gerbils got them. Careful not to touch any of them, I lifted Funny out of his cage, then unhooked the bottom tray and carried it into the bathroom. I poked at the slimy pink things with a pencil until each one dropped with a little plunk into the toilet. Then I flushed it. Watching them swirl around in the water and disappear, it suddenly dawned on me that they weren't worms, they were babies. That Funny must be a girl and Tammy must be a boy instead of the other way around. And that while Nadine and I had been pretending to make a baby, our gerbils had made 6 of them. I kept my mouth shut, though. I didn't tell my mother. And when Funny died a few months later, I wasn't even that sad. I put her stiff little body in a lunch bag and buried her in our backyard as if I was burying everything that had happened in Irma's basement. When I was in 5th grade, my mother finally let me stay home by myself after school. Left to my own devices, I almost never did my homework or set the table or took out the garbage like I had so often promised I would. I mostly just watched TV, built airplane models, and made crank phone calls to strangers whose numbers I called at random. "All your friends think you have bad breath, but they don't want to tell you," I'd say. Or, "Someone's going to rob your house tonight. You better watch out." When they'd demand to know who was calling, I'd hang up. When I was in 6th grade, my father got married again. Not to Peter Clegg's mother, but to another woman named Helene, who had no kids. Dad invited me to the wedding, but it was on a Sunday night, and I told him I'd rather stay home and watch Bullwinkle. He wasn't a mailman anymore. Now he worked for some shipping company. Just before he got transferred to Cincinnati, he took me out to lunch and told me he wanted us to stay in touch. Did I want that too? Not really, I said, hoping he'd notice what a surly little bastard I'd become, thanks to him. Well, okay, suit yourself, he said, instead of offering me the objection I was hoping to hear. After he dropped me off back home, I went upstairs to my room and destroyed the Pinewood Derby car he had helped me make in Cub Scouts. Then I cried into my pillows so that Mom wouldn't hear me. Sometimes in those afternoons between the time I got home from school and the time my mom got home from work, I'd think about Nadine and me playing house and diddle myself until the spasm came. During one of those sessions, it changed from dry to wet. After that, I'd do it so often that I'd make my dick sore. I stuffed the balled-up tissues in the pockets of my sports jacket, which I hardly ever wore anymore. Mom didn't go to church much now, and when she did, I made such a stink about going with her that she gave up and let me stay home. By April of that year, I began to sprout pubic and underarm hair. I became the first of my male classmates to shave. I was drinking coffee at breakfast now and reading the newspaper, the comics and the police report mostly. I was delighted the morning I read that Tawny Cake had gotten arrested for something called aggravated assault, whatever the fuck that was. That was another change. I swore now. Saying the word fuck out loud sent a small thrill through me, and saying it in front of my disapproving mother was an added benefit. By the time I was in the 9th grade, I was stealing Mom's smokes and swigging from the bottle of gin she kept hidden in the china closet. I shoplifted candy at the corner store, answered back my teachers. One day I got so mad at my shop teacher, I can't remember why, that I stormed out of class, grabbed onto the drinking fountain in the hall, and ripped it away from the wall. They suspended me for 2 weeks and billed my mother for the damage. I never did go back to that school. Mom was at her wit's end by that time and decided that, since my real father had bailed, what I needed was a father figure. She went to see her brother, Uncle Chick, and asked him to help. That was when I went to live with the O'Days. I liked living there okay, although I wasn't crazy about having to share a bedroom with my goody-goody cousin Donald. Mr. Athlete, Mr. Honor Roll. And I got the message that he wasn't that crazy about the arrangement either, but Uncle Chick was pretty cool. Sometimes after school, I'd go down to the Shamrock barber shop where he worked and hang around, watch him cut hair and entertain his customers. Uncle Chick was funny. He was like a comedian or something. He'd tell jokes, make Uncle Brendan's mynah bird that he kept at the shop say stuff. Uncle Brendan was Uncle Chick and my mother's uncle, my great-uncle. He owned the barber shop, and Uncle Chick worked for him. Sometimes on Sunday, when the rest of the family would go off to church, Uncle Chick would take me fishing, or out to breakfast, or both. We even went ice fishing once, him and me, and I caught a decent-sized striped bass. Donald didn't like to fish, plus he always had a lot of homework. He took college prep classes, and I was in general studies. If Uncle Chick and I got back from breakfast before the others returned, he'd show me how to fix things around the house. "How'd you like to learn to use a socket wrench?" he'd go. Or, "How about you and me tackle that leaky faucet in the bathroom?" "Yeah? Okay then. Go out to the Merc and get my toolbox." Uncle Chick's Mercury station wagon had 2 rows of bench seats up front, but he had pulled out the 3rd row of seats and set up a kind of portable tool shed in the car's way back, which was pretty cool. I liked Aunt Sunny, too. She was pretty and nice to me. And, unlike my own mother, easy to talk to. When she got pregnant, I was the first person she told. She had come back from the doctor's earlier that afternoon, and I was the only one home, except for my little cousin Annie, who was taking a nap. "Guess what, Kent?" she said. It made me feel like kind of a big deal, knowing before anyone else, even Uncle Chick. I used to hang around in the kitchen with Aunt Sunny sometimes and help her make supper, chop up vegetables or whatever, peel potatoes or stir something on the stove. And while we were working together, she'd sometimes ask me my opinions about stuff, civil rights, whether or not I thought Kennedy was a good president. She made me think, you know? She always had the radio on in the kitchen, and I liked the way she'd sing along with the songs they'd play, Soldier Boy, Johnny Angel, and that Patsy Cline song, I Fall to Pieces. Patsy Cline was Aunt Sunny's favorite singer. She'd dance sometimes, too, when the faster songs came on. Annie would wander in, sleepy-eyed from her afternoon nap, and the two of them would start dancing with each other. "Come on, Kent, you too," Aunt Sunny'd say. And I'd go, "Nah, no thanks." But she'd pull on my hand and make me. It was silly, but kind of fun. Annie and Sunny and me dancing in the kitchen. One time in the middle of us dancing, Sunny said, "Whoa," and sat down on a kitchen chair. "Come here, you two," she told Annie and me. "Someone wants to say hello." She lifted up her shirt, exposing her swollen belly, and had us put our hands on it so we could feel the baby kicking. It felt weird, but kind of cool, too. "Can we name her Tinkerbell?" Annie asked, but Aunt Sunny laughed and said it might be a him, not a her. "But I want a little sister," Annie insisted. Aunt Sunny kissed her forehead and said it was up to the baby what it was going to be, not us. But Annie got her wish. Gracie was born at the end of the summer. Labor Day weekend it was, just before school started up again. Aunt Sunny was always urging me to go to the school dances when Donald went. I tried it once. That was enough for me. I spent the whole night leaning against the wall or sneaking down to the boys' room to smoke. They had a ladies' choice near the end of the dance, that corny Bobby Vinton song, Blue Velvet. I stood there watching all these goody-goody college prep girls cut in on whoever was dancing with Donald. About halfway through the song, this girl Alice from my homeroom asked me to dance. But she was a chub, so I said I didn't know how to slow dance. I did, though. Aunt Sunny had taught me. God, I hated Donald that night. When we got home, I went to our room while he was in the kitchen getting something to eat, and I grabbed one of his 8 billion sports trophies, the one he'd gotten for good sportsmanship in indoor track. It had a little statue of a runner on top, and I decapitated it and put it back on Donald's shelf, hid the head under my mattress. Donald didn't even notice until a couple of days later. I walked into the room, and he was holding his headless trophy. "How did this happen?" he wanted to know. "How the fuck should I know?" I said. He told me to keep my hands off his stuff. "And what if I don't?" I said. "What are you going to do about it?" "Make you sorry you didn't," he said. "Oh, yeah? You and whose army?" It was a bluff, of course. Donald wasn't just smarter than me, he was also bigger and stronger. He could have taken me easily. The next morning, when he and I were eating breakfast, I got up and went over to the fridge. "Hey, cuz, could you pour me some milk?" he asked. I got out a glass, looked over to make sure he wasn't looking, and spit a hawker into the bottom. Then I poured his milk over it and handed it to him. He thanked me and took a sip. "Don't mention it," I said. Maybe Donald didn't like me living with his family, but his little sister sure did. After the dismissal bell, Donald would usually stay at school, going to practice or some club meeting, but I'd head back to the O'Days. "Want to play dolls with me?" Annie would ask, or "Want to color in my coloring book?" Sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. If I said no, she'd follow me around the house. "What you doing, Kent? Want to read me a story?" "You know what, Kent? Mommy said next year or the year after that, my teeth are gonna get wiggly and come out, and then a fairy's gonna fly in my window and take them and leave me money. And I think this one's already wiggly. Wanna feel it?" "You and Annie have gotten to be real pals, haven't you?" Aunt Sunny said once. "She's crazy about you. I hope you realize how good you are with little kids." I liked hearing her say that, and I liked Annie, too. She could be pesty if you weren't in the mood, but I got a kick out of her most of the time. I acted more like her big brother than Donald did. Having to share a room with Mr. Perfect cut seriously into my jerk-off sessions. They were limited mostly to the times when I went in the bathroom and locked the door, or at night under the covers after the lights were out, Or when I could get the lavatory pass at school and beat my meat while looking at the dirty graffiti scrawled all over the walls of the stall. Sometimes, to get myself in the mood, I'd think about Nadine's flat chest and hairless twat, me lying on top of her and gyrating like a fucking milkshake. But I didn't think of my little cousin in that way. I just liked Annie because she liked me.
Chapter 20. Annie O.
Minnie and I are seated in back, and Africa is riding up front with Hector. He's a beautiful child. Big eyes, long lashes, and that hair that was so popular with blacks back in the 1970s. A natural, they called it. But the boy is antsy, shifting around in his seat, fingering the buttons on the console. "Sit still up there," his mother scolds. He unbuckles himself and turns back on his knees, cups his hand to his mouth and whispers something I don't quite catch. "What you mean you gotta go again? It ain't but 20 minutes since we stopped the last time." Cause and effect, I feel like saying. Maybe she shouldn't have bought him that big blue slushie at the comfort stop. I reach over the seat and tousle his hair. "It's okay, honey. When a guy's gotta go, he's gotta go, right?" "Uh-huh." "Don't you uh-huh her," Minnie says. "You say yes, Miss Anna." "Yes, Miss Anna." We're in East Hartford now. Another 45 minutes from Three Rivers still, but just a few miles from the mall. "Hector, why don't you take the Buckland Street exit up ahead? There are plenty of restaurants along there where we can stop." "Yes, ma'am." I'm paying Hector and Minnie each $1,000 to make this trip. They can both use the money more than I can use their services, but I'm glad I've hired them. With the exception of my kids and a few others, most of the people coming to the wedding are friends and clients of Vivica's. Well, Minnie and Hector are my friends, more or less. Approaching the exit, Hector puts on his blinker, drives the quarter-mile and stops at the light. "Chuck E. Cheese!" Africa shouts, his face to the window. "You keep still," his mother tells him. "We ain't stopping at no Chuck E. Cheese. You just gonna go into wherever Mr. Hector stops so you can do your business. This trip ain't about you. You just along for the ride." Africa's bottom lip pokes out, but he doesn't protest. "This up ahead all right?" Hector asks. I tell him that's fine, and he signals and pulls into the parking lot of a Friendly's. While his mother hustles Africa inside, I climb out of the back seat to stretch my legs. Hector gets out, too. Lights up. I bum a cigarette from him and do the same. I'm excited about the wedding, but nervous, too. It was stupid of me to try and quit a few days ago. If I need a little nicotine to get through the next few days, then so be it. I watch Hector as he scans the area. Home Depot, the Olive Garden, Nordstrom's, and Macy's up on the hill. "Welcome to suburbia," I say. "People here got money, right, Miss O?" I've given up trying to get him to call me Annie. "I read in the Post that Connecticut is the richest state, richer than New York even." "Well, the big money's downstate. Greenwich, Darien. This is a more middle-class area. And there's plenty of poverty in Connecticut, too, especially where we're going. Not that he'll see any of that this weekend. Even scaled down like I requested, the reception is costing Vivica $50,000. That's another thing I finally gave up on, paying for half. "Sweetheart, don't worry about it. I can write some of it off as a business expense," she insisted. "But $200 a plate for the wedding supper? Krug champagne at $300 a bottle? Ridiculous." A rusty car with a rumbling muffler pulls into the lot. A black girl in a cap and uniform gets out and runs toward the building. Late for work, I figure. Hector's watching her, too. No wonder, she's got a cute little figure. "I worked at one of these Friendly's places once," I tell him. A few days ago I read a headline in Vivica's Wall Street Journal, "Friendly's chain losing market share." "You did? I wouldn't have guessed that, Miss O." "No? Why not?" "Well, You know, I've heard what rents go for in your building. Oh, I didn't come for money, Hector. In fact, I was piss poor. Used to be thrilled when the big spenders came in and left a whole $1 for a tip. Maybe that's why you're such a good tipper now, huh? Because you remember what it was like. I smile, shrug, exhale. So, you have family coming to your wedding? He asks. New York friends, mostly. But my kids will be there, and my brother and his wife. Oh, and the man who gave me my start as an artist. Yeah? Your teacher? No, he was the judge for an art show, the first one I ever entered. When he picked my work for a prize, I was shocked. But that blue ribbon validated me, encouraged me at a time I was thinking about giving up. He's quite elderly now, but he's coming. I haven't seen him in a long time. That'll be nice then, huh? Seeing him again? It will. I'll make sure I introduce you. His name is Mr. Agnello. Hector's smile fades away. Yeah, but I was thinking, Miss O, that maybe I shouldn't go tomorrow, if it's real fancy. I brought a pair of dress pants and my silk shirt with me, but I don't have a suit. I tell him what he's packed will be just fine, that I want him to be there. Okay, then. You think they got an ironing board at that motel we're staying at? Because I just put them in a Safeway bag and they're probably going to be pretty wrinkled. That's not a problem, Hector. Tell you what, when you drop me off, come in, and I'll press them for you and put them on a hanger. Then you won't have to worry about it. He shakes his head. You don't have to do that, Miss O. It's not a problem. It'll take me all of 5 minutes. No, that's all right. Maybe Minnie can iron them for me. Well, we'll figure it out. So, your kids are coming, huh? That's nice. How many you got? We've already had this discussion, but I guess he doesn't remember. I have 3, the same as you. I know you've met my daughter, Marissa. Your doorman's hot, I recall her saying, as boy-crazy as ever. The one who lives in the city, right? Uh-huh. And I have a son and another daughter. Ariane's in California, and Andrew's stationed down in Texas at Fort Hood. He's military. That's right, a lieutenant in the Army. Nice, he says. He tosses his cigarette on the ground and puts it out with the toe of his shoe. It's the same butterscotch brown leather I used in the assemblage I sold a few years back, that sad-eyed steer's head I bought from a taxidermist and framed in shoes and coiled leather belts. Good news, sweetheart, Vivica says when she calls me at the studio. I just sold your Wild Wild West piece to an investment banker from Wyoming. He came into the gallery and walked right to it without so much as glancing at anything else. I told him 40,000, figuring I'd go as low as 32 or 33, but he sat right down and wrote me a check without even blinking. He's from Wyoming? Uh-huh, Jackson Hole. He said he and his wife are friends with the Cheneys. Did he understand that I was making a protest statement? To tell you the truth, that never even came up. But art is in the eye of the beholder, right? And a sale is a sale. Don't work too late tonight, darling, okay? I asked Carolyn to work a little of her magic, and she's gotten us a 9 p.m. reservation at Jean-Georges so that we can celebrate. Recalling that conversation, the old doubt creeps back into my thinking. We're a mismatch, Vivica and me. Why in the world are we getting married? And why 3 Rivers, where my old life was? Because we can't get married in New York. And because when we visited Orion that time, she fell in love with the place. The deer, the babbling brook out back, and the painting, the Josephus Jones she's talked about incessantly. No, that's not fair. This isn't about business. It's about us. About Vivica meeting my kids. Oh, God, I hope the dinner goes well tonight. Never mind the wedding tomorrow. I would have invited Hector to tonight's get-together, Minnie and her boy, too, if they'd wanted to come. But I didn't think Vivica would want that. So instead, I've reserved them rooms at the Best Western on Route 32. I'll give them a little dinner money, too. There's an Applebee's next door and one of those buffet places just down the road in that strip mall. There's an arcade there, too, now that I think of it. Africa will like that. And maybe Hector can check out the casino tonight if he wants to. I can leave him the car, ride over to the restaurant with Andrew and the girls. Speaking of whom, maybe they've called. I grabbed my cell phone out of the car and checked to see if they've left a message. But no. They must still be on the road. I try Marissa's number. She's the one who's always got her cell phone on. But not this time. That's odd. Oh well, they're probably traveling through a dead zone. The service around here can be iffy. At the beep, I leave her a message. Hi, honey, it's Mom. Just wondering how you guys are doing. Call me when you hear this, okay? Next, I try Vivica. She drove up and checked in at Bella Linda last night because she wanted to go over all the last-minute details with them. She's a little out of her element, not dealing with New Yorkers, a little untrusting that a staff at a rural inn is going to deliver on her expectations. Well, she was the one who wanted quaint east-of-the-river Connecticut. Rustic decor, sheep grazing in the meadow. If the service is a little more laid-back than Manhattan or Westport, then so be it. Hello? Hey, it's me. How's everything going? Fine, sweetheart. Except for the flowers. I distinctly told that florist we wanted calla lilies for the tables, but he said he couldn't get them from his supplier, so he substituted hydrangeas. He got a little defensive when I told him that just wasn't acceptable, so he's called around and located what we wanted from a different company. He's assured me they'll be delivered in time tomorrow. Well, okay. Now she'll have her calla lilies. Why is she giggling? What's funny, I ask. Oh, nothing. I'm just a little tipsy, and Lorenzo's sitting here being Lorenzo. He drove up last night, and we're having lunch. You know what a naughty boy he can be. He insisted that we had to have champagne with our salads. Are you at the house yet? I tell her no, still on the way. Tell her about Africa's having to come along last minute. Oh, dear, she says. I can probably guess what she's thinking, that it's not exactly a children's affair, that she told me to hire a car service instead of involving our help. Well, when you get in, let me know and we'll drive over there. I'm dying to show Lorenzo the Josephus Jones. He says he and Marcus might be interested in it, provided we can get your ex to budge on selling it to me. What's the address? Wait a sec. Let me get something to write it down. Oh, shit. That was Orion's one condition, that she not come over to the house. It seems silly, but I've given him my word. You know what, Vivica? Why don't you two stay put and let me bring it over there? I haven't been to Bella Linda since they renovated. I'd like to see what they've done. All right, then. What? Wait a minute, Anna. What did you say, Lorenzo? More laughter. Lorenzo said to tell you that we discovered a creamery down the road from here that has homemade peach ice cream. I know the place she's talking about. Blue Slope Dairy, the place with the petting zoo the kids loved. I warned him that it's probably got so much butterfat in it he's going to ruin his boyish figure. Wait a minute, sweetheart. What, Lorenzo? Oh, yes, all right. He says he wants to show you his new tattoo. It's a sunburst circling his navel. Marcus has a matching one. They got them in Chinatown. Uh-huh. He's been lifting up his shirt all morning to show everyone. The little bumpkin at the front desk got so flustered when he showed her I thought she was going to need smelling salts, poor thing. Of course, if he keeps eating ice cream while he's here, those abs he's so proud of are going to disappear. When I look up, I see Minnie hurrying Africa back toward the car. Good God, what has she bought him now? Okay, I better go now, Vivica. I'll call you when we get to the house, and then I'll have Hector drive me over. And don't forget to bring the painting, she says. I won't. Minnie swings the back door open and orders Africa to get in back with me and her and to sit in the middle. When he objects, she warns him not to give her any lip. He's holding one of those waffle cones, 2 scoops of candy-studded pink ice cream. That's a big cone for someone your size, I tell him. What kind did you get? Bubble gum. Oh, my. Is it good? He nods. The sickening sweet aroma of his treat fills the back seat. Minnie orders him to buckle his seatbelt, and as he struggles to do so, one-handed, his ice cream comes perilously close to falling off the cone and into my lap. "Watch where you're pointing that thing at," Minnie says. She's armed herself with an inch-thick stack of napkins. "And don't slobber on yourself. I only got 2 sets of clothes for you, one for today and one for tomorrow. I better not have to be washing out no laundry in the sink." Hector starts the car and heads out of the parking lot. That cloying bubblegum smell is the same as the amoxicillin I used to have to give my kids when they got ear infections. When I'd be cooped up all day in the house with them, spooning that stuff into them and fighting to keep the thermometer in their mouths. I crack open my window to let in some fresh air, close my eyes and see again that pediatrician's waiting room. What was his name? Dr. McNally. That was it. God, I hated going there. Whoever was sick that visit would sit on my lap, clinging to me, while whoever wasn't sick yet played on the floor with all those germy toys and runny-nosed other children. Home again, I'd be managing the sick bay all day long, and then Orion wouldn't get back from work until after I'd gotten the kids down for the night. He'd sit there at the kitchen table, eating his warmed-up supper and looking through the mail and the magazines, nodding and half-listening as I stood there complaining about what a hellish day I'd had. I can only remember one time when he called in and stayed home with the kids when they were sick, the time I got called for jury duty. Sitting in that courthouse all day among the pool of prospective jurors was like a vacation. I remember how disappointed I was when at the last minute they settled the case and dismissed us. And when I got home, Orion was so put out about his long day tending to their needs, he'd acted like I was supposed to award him a medal for valor. I opened my eyes again and looked down at my hands. They're fists. We're not even back on the highway yet, and Africa's already fighting a losing battle against his cone, licking and slurping at the melting ice cream that's dripping onto his shorts. Minnie's looking out the window, watching the stores go by, oblivious. Oblivious, too, to his just having bitten off the pointy end of his cone and begun sucking out the ice cream from the bottom. Andrew used to do the same thing, and it would drive me up the wall. Andrew. I'm excited to see him. But a lot of my apprehension about the next few days centers around him. How he'll react to Vivica, and she to him if his disapproval is obvious. And now he'll have Lorenzo to deal with too, I suppose. Lorenzo's such a flirt. Why did he, of all people, have to drive up here early? I just hope Andrew didn't feel he had to come because she sent him those plane tickets. If she had only told me she was planning to do that, I would have said it was a bad idea. His conservative Christian fiancé had a ticket too, but she isn't coming. Is she busy, or is she boycotting? Hector eases back into the flow of traffic on the interstate. Africa hasn't paid me much attention on this trip, but now that he's riding back, he's staring at me, wearing his ice cream mustache and studying me with those big dark eyes of his. Instead of returning my smile, he asks me how old I am. "How old do you think?" I say. "Take a guess." 80? His mother swivels back toward him, mortified. "Miss Anna ain't no 80. That's rude. You say you're sorry." "It's fine, Minnie." I give him a smile. Tell him I'm 52. "How come you just got married if you old?" Minnie frowns and opens her mouth again, but I hold up my hand to stop her. "Well, honey, I was married before, but I got divorced. So now I'm marrying somebody else." "Him?" he asks, pointing up at Hector. No, the woman I live with, the one your mother works for." "Oh," he says. "You got kids?" "Yes, I do. Hector and I were just talking about. They got Xbox?" Gee, I don't know. Probably not, though. They're grown-ups. My son is in the army." His eyes widen. "How many bad guys he kill?" "Well, he doesn't fight in the wars, honey. He works at a hospital in Texas. Do you know where Texas is?" He shakes his head. How come you marrying a lady? Mind your business, Africa. Eat your ice cream. No, it's okay. We're getting married because we love each other. Oh, he says. No longer interested, he puts the bottom of his cone to his lips and sucks some more. Hey, he protests when his mother yanks it away. Give me it back, Mama. It's mine. You don't know how to eat an ice cream right. You can go without. She puts her window down and throws the cone out onto the highway. When Africa begins to cry, she asks him if he wants her to give him something to cry about. Starts swiping at his mouth with her stack of napkins. Look at them shorts, she sputters. You wearing more than you ate. You ain't been nothing but trouble this whole trip. I ought to have Mr. Hector pull over and drop you off on the side of the road. I hold my tongue. But what a horrible thing to say to the boy. Was I ever that rough on my kids? After Africa stops sniveling, the car becomes quiet except for the hum of the tires on the road. Suddenly I'm jarred by a memory I wish to God hadn't resurfaced. I'm at the wheel up front, and the 3 kids are in back, the baby strapped into her car seat, finally asleep, and Andrew and Ariane on either side of her. They're peevish, both of them. They've been at each other all day, and I'm sick of it. If you 2 wake up your sister, you're going to be sorry you did, I warn them. You're ugly and stupid, Ariane tells her brother. I know you are, but what am I? Ow! In the mirror, I see them reaching past their little sister and hitting each other. Mama, Andrew just scratched me. God damn you 2. I slam on the brake, pull off the road and face them. I've had it with both of you. Get out of the car. They look at each other, shocked. You heard me. Out. And when they obey, I gun it. Glimpse their fear in the rearview mirror. Good. Let them be scared for a few minutes. Maybe that will teach them. Half a mile down the road, I take a right and then another. 1 more and I'll be back there. But when I pass a second-hand store I've never seen before, I brake. Put the car in reverse. The baby's still asleep, so I get out with the motor running. This is just the kind of place where I've found some of the raw materials for my best work. Going out of business, a sign in the window says. I don't have time to go inside. I have to get back to the twins, but I can at least take a quick look at the stuff that's out on the sidewalk. Used pots and pans, old Life magazines, a rack of clothes, a wooden coat tree. A man comes out and sees me eyeing 2 hideous-looking animals, dead and stuffed, a weasel of some kind, and is it a wolf? Coyote, the man says, and the other one's a fisher cat. There used to be plenty of them around here, but you don't see them much anymore. I can let you have them both for $75. They're worth more. When I shake my head, he says, Okay, 50 then. I tell him I'm in a hurry, but that I'll be back. I run to the car and take off. Approaching the place where I made them get out, I see a gray station wagon stopped at the side of the road, its directional signal blinking. There's a man squatting beside them, talking to them. Oh, God. Oh, no. I slam on the brake, fly out of the car, and run toward them, screaming, Get away from them! Don't you dare talk to my kids! He stands, hurries back to his car, calling over his shoulder that he was only trying to help them. What kind of a mother leaves her children by the side of the road and shut up? I reach them, grab onto them, hold them tightly to me. Get out of here before I call the police. Someone ought to call the police on you, he shouts back. Slams his car door and takes off, his back tires spitting up gravel, his signal still blinking. I was only gone for a few minutes. I only wanted to teach them a lesson, but oh, God, what kind of a mother? I drive away, sobbing. From the back seat, Ariane consoles me. It's okay, Mama. I told him you were coming back. We won't fight anymore. When I look in the mirror, I see Andrew staring at me in stunned disbelief still. Later, sitting at the counter of the 5 and 10, I watch them eat their sundaes, ask them if they're going to tell their father. They shake their heads. And when that weekend Orion spells me and I'm free to go off on one of my hunting expeditions, I drive around looking for that second-hand shop. When I finally find it and pull up to the front, there's nothing out on the sidewalk. I get out of the car, look at the sign in the window. There's a big red X across the word going, and above it, the word gone. It's dark inside, but in the pile of stuff that hasn't yet been cleared out, I see the coyote and the fisher cat. I'm too late. The piece I've been imagining for the past 3 days, constructing in my head and sketching out on paper, will never be made. My eyes fill with tears. I turn and look out the window so that Minnie won't see. All she did was make an empty threat, but I actually left them there and drove off. Tried to scare them. Maybe that man who stopped was just trying to help them. I hear him again. What kind of a mother? A terrible one. That's what kind I was. A mother who was angry and resentful and so focused on her art that they deserved someone better. Someone as patient and even-keeled as their father. I probably shouldn't even have had kids. But they turned out all right, didn't they? Survived my mistakes? Oh, God, I can't wait to see them. Hug them and hear about their lives. Not so much Marissa. I'm caught up on my New York daughter. Sometimes I wish she'd give me less information about what she's up to. Not so the twins. Andrew, who's private and close-mouthed the way so many men are, and Ariane, who's always so busy with her work. I'm hungry to see them, to be with the three of them. "You okay back there, Misso?" Hector asks. Our eyes meet in his rearview mirror. I nod, tell him I'm fine. "You mind if I play some music?" "No, not at all." He turns on the radio and finds a Spanish station. "That too loud?" No, it sounds nice. Salsa, right?" He nods, smiles back at me. "This is Victor Manuel. He's one of my favorites. Him and Los Van Van. They're great, too. Nobody makes salsa and merengue music like the Cubans." Is that right? For the next several miles, we listen to the music, the commercials in rapid-fire Spanish. "See that sign, Africa?" I ask the boy. "Can you read what it says?" He squints. 3 rivers. What's that next word?" "Wequanac," I tell him. 3 rivers, Wequanac Nation," his mother says. "Where your brains at, boy?" She turns to me, shaking her head. "What they teaching them at that school anyway?" 3 Rivers is where we're going, I tell Africa, overriding his mother's embarrassment. So that means we're almost there. He nods, sticks his finger in his nose and digs around in there until Minnie bats it away. Maybe Vivica was right. I probably should have just hired a car service. This has been one long, difficult ride. A few minutes later, it gets worse. Africa begins to whimper. "What now?" his mother asks him. "My tummy hurts." When she tells him to sit still and think about something else, he says he can't, that it really hurts. "Mama, I gonna be sick." And sure enough, his head lurches forward and his little belly begins to heave. When I tell Hector to pull over, he nods, steers into the right lane and then onto the shoulder. But it's too late. Minnie's grabbed the big straw bag that she's packed their clothes in and opened it wide. She shoves Africa's face down into it, and he heaves everything he's been eating and drinking. "It's all right, baby. It's okay," she says, wiping his face. "You feel better now?" He nods, rests his head against her bosom, and she takes hold of his small hand and closes her own work-worn hand over it. It's the first tenderness she's shown him since we left New York. Hector carries the soiled straw bag around to the back and locks it in the trunk. But the stench lingers. Back on the road again, we ride with the windows open, the wind blowing in our faces. "This the one?" Hector asks me. I tell him it is, and he takes the exit. We pass over the bridge and into downtown 3 Rivers. It all looks the same. Cars lined up at the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. People standing at the window of the Dairy Queen where Ariane worked one summer. I'm struck with how much fatter people here are than the ones in weight-conscious Manhattan. The farther up Main Street we ride, the more I see that things have changed. The sporting goods store where we used to buy the kids' sneakers has gone out of business and become a second-hand furniture store. Rosenblatt's is still here, I see, with the same family of chip-nosed mannequins in the window looking out with their vacant eyes. The fart family, Andrew nicknamed them one afternoon, to the giggling delight of his younger sister. A number of small ethnic food places have opened along the main drag now. Rosa's Tacos, Little Saigon, Jamaican meat patties made fresh daily. Probably a result of all the immigrants who work entry-level jobs down at the casino. And for the unemployed, here's a pawn shop. An everything for a dollar store where Blockbuster used to be. A check-cashing place that promises welfare clients welcome. At a traffic stop, a haggard man of undeterminable age holds up a cardboard sign, "Out of work, please help me feed my family." When I reach into my wallet and pull out a $10 bill, he approaches, takes it, and God blesses me. "At least the bums in Connecticut don't got squeegees," Hector says. Another man hurries across the road in front of us. I recognize him. That guy from the newspaper, the one who owns the place on Bride Lake Road where they found those mummified babies. Remembering that bizarre story, I cringe. The light turns green. We move forward. After the Stop and Shop, Main Street becomes North Main, and then Sachem Plains Road. Single-family houses give way to farmsteads and wooded lots for sale. It's early still, but some of the leaves have already started turning. Several of the trees look blighted. Approaching our road, we pass the dairy farm where we used to take the kids for hay rides and Halloween pumpkins. Africa grabs his mother's arm. "Look at them giant cows," he says, pointing to a cluster of Holsteins grazing in the field. "Giant?" Minnie says. "What you talking about, dummy? They just regular size. They bite?" "Oh, no," I assure him. "Cows are very gentle animals. Would you like Hector to stop so you can get out and get a better look?" "No!" It's sad that a boy his age has never seen cows before, except maybe in picture books. I guess to a kid who's probably never been out of inner-city Newark before, they must seem more frightening than gunshots or junkies in the streets. Minnie's told me that Africa was with her that time. An addict knocked her to the sidewalk and ran off with her purse. "Take the next right," I tell Hector, and when he does, the car begins its climb up Jailhouse Hill. The Halversons have painted their house a different color. It used to be blue, and now it's putty gray. The Blackwells have put on an addition. A little boy rides his big wheel in old Mrs. Fiondella's driveway. Orion mentioned that she died last year and that a young family had moved in. I smile, recalling the gifts Mrs. Fiondella would leave on our front steps every August. Canned tomatoes and peaches, zucchinis the size of caveman clubs, bouquets of basil, the stems wrapped tightly in wet paper towels and aluminum foil. She took a shine to Andrew especially. After he had shoveled her walkway or raked her leaves, she'd come over and want to pay him. "No, that's okay," he'd tell her, and she'd follow him until she cornered him, waving away his protests and stuffing dollar bills into the pocket of his shirt. With the exception of crabby old Mr. Genovese across the street, there was a sense of community here back then. It was a nice neighborhood for the kids to grow up in. At our place in New York, the guy in the apartment next door barely manages a hello when we step into the elevator together. "The driveway coming up on the left," I tell Hector. "You can pull right in." It's strange to see a realtor's sign on our front lawn. There's no other car. Andrew and the girls must not have gotten here yet. Maybe they stopped along the way for lunch. "Where we at?" Africa wants to know. I tell him this was where I used to live. "Who live here now?" "Just my ex-husband." Minnie tells him to stop being a busybody. Hector takes out the luggage. Walking up the front steps, I reach into my purse. Finger at the bottom, the house key, which for some reason I've never mailed back to Orion. He was surprised when I told him I didn't need the combination to the realtor's lockbox. "Come on in," I say, swinging open the front door. The three of them enter, wide-eyed and shy. "How many rooms in this place?" Hector asks. 9. 9 rooms for just himself? Minnie asks, amazed. She's probably wondering why I'd give up this house to live in a New York apartment, even one as spacious and elegantly appointed as Vivica's. They follow me into the kitchen. Hector takes out his cell phone to call his sister. He's left his kids with her this weekend and wants to make sure they're behaving, he says. Africa's head swivels back and forth between the den and the counter where the little television is. "That guy who live here got 2 TVs?" he says. "Wow, he rich." I smile, neither confirming nor denying. I open the door to that built-in that holds the ironing board and flop it down, take out the flat iron and plug it in. I make a plan. Minnie will iron Hector's wedding clothes while I go downstairs and throw Africa's and her soiled clothes in the washing machine. Minnie says I don't have to do it, she can wash them out in the sink at their motel, but I insist. They ought to be out of the dryer in, an hour and a half. Hector can stop by later and pick them up. I open the fridge. There's a 6-pack of ginger ale in there, a bottle of tonic water. "Who's thirsty?" I ask. "Me," Africa says. Hector looks up and shakes his head. "Minnie, how about you?" "No, ma'am." "That's a good idea, though. Hiding the ironing board out of sight like that? I ain't never seen nothing like that." When I hand Africa his can of soda, he gulps it down. His mother frowns at him. "Where your manners at?" "Thank you," Africa says. "You're welcome, sweetheart. Would you like to watch TV?" He nods, reaches for the remote. "You got Spike?" I shrug. "What's Spike?" "Never mind no Spike until you go in use the toilet. That okay, Miss Anna?" "Of course," I tell her. Africa says he doesn't have to go. "You do so have to. I know what it mean when you grabbing yourself like that. Scoot." "He knows better than that," Hector says into the phone. "Is he there? Put him on." Phone in hand, he wanders into the living room. Minnie licks her finger and touches it to the iron, picks up the shirt that Hector's brought and places it on the board. It's black, red, yellow, and white, the style that Tony Soprano always wore. "This shirt is louder than a police siren," Minnie says. Amused by her own joke, she grins, then covers her mouth with her hand. She's so self-conscious about those missing front teeth. It's one of the few times I've ever seen her smile. Maybe, after Vivica and I get back from Greece, I can give her the money for some new ones. Africa emerges, the toilet still in mid-flush. "Get back in there and wash them hands," Minnie says. He says he washed them. "Don't you be telling me no stories, and leave that door open so I can see you doing it." After he's complied, he comes back into the kitchen and picks up the remote. Whizzes past a dizzying number of stations until he finds what he's looking for. I head down to the basement with the vomity clothes. A few minutes later, nearing the top of the stairs, I overhear the tail end of a conversation between her and Hector. "Me neither. But I can't say no to no $1,000. When we get back, I'm gonna fire that babysitter's ass, backing out on me like that at the last minute. Blinking back tears, I hear Vivica's reproof. "They don't want to be your friends, Anna. They just want to come to work, do their job, and go home." Thinking about Vivica reminds me, the Josephus Jones painting I'm supposed to bring over there. I turn around and tiptoe back downstairs to get it. But where is that painting? Did Orion leave it upstairs after we showed it to her that day? Stash it back up in the attic where we found it? Maybe he's put it in one of these storage cartons. I look through the boxes without finding it, but in the last one I find instead the old family scrapbook my brother gave me, the one our mother kept. Donald had the photos copied for himself and let me have the originals. I sit, open the album. I haven't looked at it in years. The first photos are black and white Polaroids of Mama and Daddy during what must have been their courtship. In the one where they're kissing, Mama's wearing his big clunky class ring on a chain around her neck. The ring I'd sometimes finger when I'd sneak into their bedroom and look through their bureau drawers. Did it get thrown out? I wonder. Does Donald have it? It weighed a ton, I remember. In another picture, they're at some kind of carnival or fair. It's summertime. Daddy's in cuffed jeans and a striped t-shirt, the sleeves tight against his biceps. Mama's wearing pedal pushers and a blouse with puffy sleeves, and she's carrying a stuffed animal he must have won for her. On the next page, there's a color picture, professionally taken. Olin Mills, it says in the lower corner. They're at some kind of dress-up affair, posed beneath a trellis decorated with crepe paper and fake-looking flowers. Daddy's in his uniform, his dress whites, so he's already out of high school and in the Navy. Mama's wearing a pastel pink semi-formal, spaghetti straps, a full skirt. Her heels and wrist corsage match the color of her dress. I lift the picture away from its red corners and look on the back. Mama's handwriting. Me and Chick at my senior prom, May 25th, 1947, the night we got engaged. Their wedding invitation is on the opposite page. Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Sullivan request the honor of your presence at the marriage of their daughter, Myrna Kathleen, to Mr. Charles O'Day. Pictures of their wedding reception, their honeymoon. They both look so young, barely out of their teens. There's the one of Daddy on the deck of his ship, his arms around two other sailors. Mama in a maternity top, Donald as a baby, and then a toddler cross-legged on the floor beneath a sad-looking Christmas tree. Daddy standing in front of the barber's shop where I used to work with Uncle Brendan. Here's me in my christening gown. Me as a 2 or 3-year-old in a bulky snowsuit. Donald and me, dressed for Sunday church. Easter, maybe. I swallow hard, studying the one of me sitting on our old living room sofa, holding baby Grace. I should close the book now. I remember what comes next. The final picture before all the empty pages. The last photo she put in before she and Gracie died. It's us, at Fort Nipmuc, in the picnic area next to the old Indian monument. I remember that day. First, we took a hike to Wolf Rock. Then Daddy lit a charcoal fire in one of the little fireplaces and roasted hot dogs. In the picture, we're wearing coats and jackets. The trees are mostly bare, the ground carpeted with leaves. Late October, maybe. Mama's seated at the picnic table, holding Gracie on her knee. I'm leaning against her other leg, squint-smiling at the camera the way my own kids used to do. Daddy must have taken this picture, because he's not in it. But Donald and Kent are. Don sits on the tabletop to the left of Mama, his high-top canvas sneakers on the bench seat. Kent stands on the other side of her, next to me. His coloring and Andrew's are different, but their eyes, their jawlines, they're the same. It unnerves me to see once again how much my son resembles Kent. If it's October, then Gracie is about 2 months old. She has 5 more months to live. Mama, too. Although from her peaceful smile you'd never know it. I force myself to look at him again. Kent, who at the time I adored. I was 4 when that picture was taken, and now I'm 52. Old, just like Africa said. But I'm my little girl self, too, feeling him pull me out of the freezing water and onto that roof, pulling me closer to him when we're on the tree limb. I can hear it again, the roar of that rushing black water. But it's all turned out all right, I remind myself again. Has it? You sure of that? Go to hell, Kent. Leave me alone. I slam the scrapbook shut, get up and shove it back into the box, kick the box. Kent, is just an old picture in a photo album stuck back inside a cardboard box in a home where I no longer even live. For all I know, he may be dead by now. And if he is, then I'm the only secret keeper. What happened will die when I die, and no one else will ever have to know. I wrap my arms around myself, pace. I don't know how much time has passed when suddenly I'm aware of the noises upstairs. Footsteps. Voices. The kids are here. They're home.
Chapter 21. Kent Kelly.
Tuesday, March 5th, 1963. I try not to think about that night, but sometimes I can't help it. A nightmare will take me back there, or something during the day will trigger the memory. The other morning when I got out of work, the van driving me back to the group home passed by some public works guys. They were out early, flushing hydrants, and bam! The sight and sound of that gushing water brought me right back to my aunt and uncle's downstairs apartment on that March night. The worst night of my life. Aunt Sunny had just given the baby a bottle and gotten her to sleep. "Finally," she said when she walked out of Annie and Gracie's room. "She's been cranky all day." She went over to the window and looked out at the rain. It had been coming down for 2 days straight. Walking home from school that afternoon, I'd gotten soaked to the skin. Uncle Chick and I were parked on the couch watching The Untouchables. Turning to face her husband, Sunny said she was worried about Donald. His indoor track team had had an away meet at Hartford Public, but she'd expected he'd be home long before this. Uncle Chick told her to relax, that the bus driver was probably just taking it slow because of the wet roads. "You look beat, son," he said. "Go to bed. I'll stay up and wait for him." She nodded, kissed him, bent down and gave me a peck on the cheek. Usually it was Uncle Chick who went to bed first. Aunt Sunny was a night owl like me. Leaving the living room, she was stopped by a blast of Tommy gun fire. On the TV, Elliot Ness's men were riddling Mad Dog Cole's thugs with bullets. Sunny said she didn't know why we wanted to watch this stuff. "What can we say?" Uncle Chick said. "We're guys." "Good night, you two," she said, shaking her head. Uncle Chick was drinking beer, which he usually did at night when we watched TV. There were 2 empties on the coffee table, and he was working on his third. When a commercial came on, he got up to go to the bathroom. As soon as he was out of sight, I picked up his beer, snuck a few swigs, and placed it back where the wet ring was. Put my feet up on the coffee table, my hands behind my head. Donald could stay away all night as far as I was concerned. When he came back, Uncle Chick said, "Hey, numbnuts, how many times have I told you not to put your shoes up on the furniture?" "About as many times as Aunt Sunny's told you to use a coaster." He picked up a pillow and beamed me off the head with it. I was just about to fire it back at him when something caught my eye, a light of some kind moving past the front window. Then there was a pounding at the front door. "What the hell?" Uncle Chick said. He jumped up and ran to the door. Whoever was out there was talking loud and excited, but I could only make out part of it. "Damn, flood, leave now." Uncle Chick ran past me on the way to his and Aunt Sunny's room. "Get Annie," he ordered me. "Wrap a blanket around her and get in the car." As I ran into Annie's and Gracie's room, I heard Aunt Sunny's panicked voice. "Is it Donald? Did something happen to Donald?" When I picked her up, Annie started whimpering, still half asleep. It's okay," I kept saying. Leaving her room, I almost collided with Uncle Chick, who was hurrying in to get Gracie. "What did I tell you, Kent? Get her in the goddamned car." Okay, I said. Jesus. When I got outside, the wind was blowing and the rain was hitting me in the face. Old Mr. and Mrs. Dugas, the next-door neighbors, were hurrying toward their Studebaker. The water rushing through the street was up to my ankles. Annie wanted to know where her mommy was, and I said she was coming, she'd be right out. From the back seat, I watched them running toward us. Uncle Chick was holding the baby wrapped in a blanket like Annie. Aunt Sunny was behind him, struggling to put on her winter coat. The neighbor across the street called to Chick from his upstairs porch to ask what was going on. "Dam broke up at Waconic Park," he shouted. "The water's coming this way." Uncle Chick started the Merc, hunched forward, and began gunning it down the hill. Aunt Sunny was up front, next to him, clutching the baby. When we caught up to the Dugases' car, Uncle Chick laid on the horn. "Come on, move it!" he shouted. Instead, their brake light went on. He drove up onto the sidewalk and tried to pass them, but there wasn't enough room. "Get going or get the hell out of the way!" he shouted. Gave the horn another couple of blasts. "Chick, I'm scared," Aunt Sunny said. Annie was crying now. The baby, too. Uncle Chick ordered Aunt Sunny and me to open our windows because the front windshield was fogging up. Then the Merc stalled, and while Uncle Chick was starting it up again, the Dugases' car disappeared around the curve. The engine caught, and the Mercury shot forward again, but just as we reached the curve, we were hit from the back by a wall of water. The tires lost contact with the road, and the car started bobbing around, moving every which way instead of straight ahead, no matter which way Uncle Chick turned the wheel. When I looked out the window, a big gray chunk of something whizzed past us. I saw a tree topple over. I remember feeling scared, but excited, too, like we were on some thrilling, out-of-control carnival ride. Then something smashed into the back of the car, sending Annie and me flying to the floor and propelling the Merc into a crazy spin. As I scrambled to get us back up onto our seats, Aunt Sunny screamed. I looked out the front windshield and recognized the drop-off we were heading toward, a retaining wall a good 15 feet high. The Merc dropped nose down, and we went underwater. The roaring in my ears stopped, and everything turned from gray to black. When I pulled myself and then Annie up into the air pocket at the rear of the car, I saw that it had landed vertically, its nose underwater, its back bumper above it. It had somehow come to a stop that way. I saw, too, that the station wagon's way back was about 1.5 feet above water. Remembering that Uncle Chick's toolbox was back there, I lifted myself over the seat back, then pulled Annie up, too. Holding her in one arm, I reached around in the cold black water, feeling among the spilled tools until my hand located Chick's ball-peen hammer. I grabbed it and used it to smash out the back window. When I looked back, I saw that Uncle Chick, Aunt Sunny, and the baby had made it up to the surface, too. Aunt Sunny was coughing and spitting out water, holding Gracie above her head. Uncle Chick was wild-eyed. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I could see that the Merc's back bumper was leaning against a long, low building of some kind. If I could climb out and onto the bumper without having the car move forward, the roof would be in reaching distance. "I'm going to climb up there, then I'll pull you guys up," I called back. "What? What'd you say?" Chick said. The roar of the water rushing past was deafening. I repeated what I'd said, shouting it this time. "Climb up where?" Chick shouted back. "Onto a roof. The car's leaning against a building, and I think I can reach the roof." "Save Annie," Aunt Sunny pleaded. My hands were wet and shaking from the icy cold, but the pebbly roof shingles gave me some grip, and on my second try, I managed to hoist myself up and swing one leg over and onto the roof, then the other. Leaning as far as I dared over the edge, I reached down and coaxed Annie up onto the bumper. Her little fingers curled around mine, and I pulled her up one-handed. "I got her!" I shouted. "She's up here on the roof." Somehow, Uncle Chick managed to climb out of the back window and onto the bumper with Gracie tucked under his arm. He handed her up to me, grabbed onto the edge of the roof, and pulled himself up. "Come on, Sonny," he shouted, turning back to his wife. "Climb out as best you can onto the bumper, and I'll take it from there." She tried once, twice. "I can't do it," she screamed, panic-stricken. "Yes, you can. I know you can." I realized that her soaked winter coat was weighing her down. "Aunt Sunny," I shouted, "take your coat off." "What? I can't hear you." I shouted it again, as loud as I could. She heard me that time, because I could see her trembling hand fiddle with the buttons while she held on to the seat back with her other hand. One-handed, she somehow got the coat off her shoulders and pulled the sleeves from her arms. The coat fell away. Lighter now, she managed to get herself halfway out of the back window, but she was still halfway inside. Between her outstretched arm and Uncle Chick's there was 1.5 feet of space. "Kent, I'm going farther over the edge," Uncle Chick said. "Hold on to my ankles, and when I say pull, you pull with all your motherfucking might." I nodded. "Annie, here," I said, turning to her. "Hold your sister." She shook her head. Said she was only allowed to hold Gracie when she was sitting on the couch. "Come on, this is different," I yelled. I held the baby out to her, and she took her, bucking and crying, in her arms. I knelt behind Uncle Chick and grabbed his ankles. "Okay," I said. But what if I didn't have the strength to do it? What if all 3 of us got pulled back into that black water? A thought flashed in my mind. I wish Donald were here. We need Donald. "Okay, I got hold of her," Uncle Chick shouted. "Now, pull!" With my elbows and knees digging into the gritty shingles, I strained and pulled as hard as I could, managing to move myself backward, but only a couple of inches. "Pull, goddammit, pull!" Uncle Chick screamed. I clenched my teeth, grunted, and gained another several inches. "That's it! Keep going! Pull!" My arms felt like they'd come right out of the sockets, but when I pulled again, we gained another 5 or 6 inches. Aunt Sunny's head came into view. It was working. We were doing it. "Pull, Kent, pull!" As I did, I felt the roof begin to give way under me. Uncle Chick's body slipped forward instead of backward, and Aunt Sunny's head disappeared again. "The roof's caving in!" I screamed. "Okay, let go!" Chick screamed back. "Save the girls, Kent! Save my kids!" On my hands and knees, I watched him slip over the side. The sound of the roaring water faded away again. I must have gone deaf for a few minutes, because when I looked over at Annie, she was screaming without sound. Afraid that the roof would cave in altogether, I crawled over to her, hugging her body tight against mine. Then I remembered the baby. "Where's Gracie?" I said. My hearing had returned. "She was slippery," she sobbed. "She wouldn't stop squirming." Oh no, I thought, scanning the empty roof. Oh no, oh no. Then I stood and grabbed onto Annie's hand. "Come on," I said. "We've got to get off this thing before it caves." Spotting a tree growing on the far side of the building, I led her across the roof toward it. I don't remember the particulars of how I got us both up into that tree, but I did. We sat together on one of the bigger limbs, our legs dangling over the side, me with one arm wrapped around Annie's waist and the other arm holding on for dear life to a branch above. Poor Annie. She had long since lost the blanket I'd wrapped her up in and was only wearing her cold, wet pajamas. She was shivering like crazy, and though I couldn't hear them, I could see that her teeth were chattering. The shiny black water was racing beneath us, carrying ice and debris, carrying little Gracie to who knew where. What did she weigh? 14 or 15 pounds? There was no way in hell she could survive. I unzipped my jacket, pulled Annie tight as I could against my side, and zipped it up again, figuring my body heat might warm her up a little. As best I could, I tried to hold in my sobs so she wouldn't know I was crying for Gracie. As we waited to be found and rescued, I realized that the rain had finally stopped and that the moon had come out from behind the clouds. Now I saw exactly where we were and why the Merc had stopped in that vertical position. After it had pitched itself over that retaining wall, it had landed at the back of the Ford dealership on Franklin Avenue and wedged itself between the long garage we'd climbed on top of and these 2 huge black oil tanks that sat there, kitty-corner against each other in front of the car. There, to the right of the tree we were in, was McPadden's funeral home, and across the street was Stanley's Market, where I bought my sodas and smokes and stole candy bars. To the left were the grinder shop, the laundromat, the dry cleaners, where 2 days before I had picked up the long winter coat that Aunt Sunny had worn and later had to shed after it got waterlogged. Just a little ways down the street was the Shamrock Barber Shop, where Uncle Chick worked. I found myself wondering if Uncle Brendan's minor bird had survived the flood. Annie reached up and tapped me on the shoulder. She said something that I couldn't hear over the noise of the water. I said. Say it louder. She wanted to know if the cops were going to make her go to jail because she dropped her sister. I thought long and hard. Then I said, You didn't drop her. I did. You got that? She looked up at me, confused. I had her in my jacket, but she slipped out when we were climbing into this tree. No, she didn't, she said. Yes, she did, and I don't want you telling anyone she didn't, okay? We stared at each other for the next several seconds. Okay, she said. In my whole life, it was the most generous thing I ever did for anyone. Hey, I don't know. Maybe it was the only generous thing I ever did. Look, Annie said a few minutes later. When I followed her gaze, I saw Uncle Chick. He was back on the roof of the garage, creeping toward us on his hands and knees. When he reached the edge, he stood up and leapt, grabbing hold of the tree trunk and then shimmying up and onto a sturdy limb on the other side of ours. He was sobbing, shouting, I couldn't hold her, Kent. The car moved forward, and when our hands went beneath the water, she slipped from my grip. But Sonny's a strong swimmer. She'll be okay. I know she will. But, oh God, what if she... Oh God... He hadn't realized that Gracie wasn't with us, and later, when he did, he rested his head against the tree trunk and wailed. As the water receded, blocks of ice, smashed cars, and broken tree limbs began to reveal themselves. When we started shouting for help, a guy appeared on the upstairs back porch of the funeral parlor. I see you, he called to us. I'll get help. A few minutes later, he and two men in rain slickers and hip boots, firemen, I guess, came sloshing through the knee-high water toward us. Two of the men were carrying a ladder against their shoulders. They leaned it against the trunk of the tree. One climbed the ladder, got hold of Annie, and climbed down again, the poor kid slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Uncle Chick and I climbed down after them. For some reason, there were tangles of twine in the fallen tree limbs. The water was now only up to my shins. As I followed the firemen, I kept stumbling on these loose bricks underfoot. They were all over the place. An ambulance took Annie and me to the hospital, where two nurses treated us for exposure, removing our wet clothes and wrapping us in heated blankets. Another nurse used a rubber squeeze bulb to suck dirty water and mucus from our throats and nostrils. They made us put on these hospital nightgown things and told us we had to stay there overnight for observation. At first, they were going to separate us, but Annie was too scared to let me out of her sight, so they put us in the same two-bed room. When Annie asked the nurses where her mommy was, they gave each other funny looks and said they didn't know, but people were looking for her. They had wanted Uncle Chick to come with us to the hospital, but he'd refused, insisting that he needed to stay and search for his wife and his baby daughter. I think it was around midnight when Donald walked into Annie's and my hospital room. Annie was asleep by then, so the two of us had to whisper. He kept stopping to collect himself in the middle of telling me his story, how the coach's wife was waiting when the track team got back to school, how he hadn't gotten scared until they said he couldn't go home. Instead, I had to go over to Coach's house until we found out what was going on. Coach called the police station for me. When they finally called back, they said you guys were here. Dad's here, too, you know. They brought him in a little while ago. They let me look in and see him, but they wouldn't let me talk to him yet because they said he's in shock. Is she dead, Kent? I nodded. Gracie, too. He looked mad at first, the way he'd looked the day he discovered I'd wrecked his trophy. But then he broke down. I pushed over, and he got into bed with me, put his arms around me, and sobbed, his tears falling against my neck. When he left, about an hour later, he looked more dazed than anything else. He was staying the night at his coach's house. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing and hearing the floodwater. Finally, after the second or third time the nurse came in and shined her flashlight in my face, she gave me something to help make me drowsy. When I woke to the sound of birds a little before dawn, I felt, and then saw, Annie asleep against me. Sometime in the middle of the night, she must have climbed out of her bed and up onto mine. They found Gracie's body first, stuck in some twine-draped tree branches in front of Stanley's Market, just a few hundred feet away from where the Merc had crashed. They didn't find Aunt Sunny's body until that afternoon when Mr. McPadden and his brother began the cleanup at the funeral parlor. It had gotten a lot of damage, both on the main floor where the wakes were and in the basement where the bodies were embalmed and the caskets were stored. It was weird. They found Aunt Sunny on the floor in the casket room, lying face down in 2 or 3 inches of water with her arms sticking straight up. On the radio, I heard Mr. McPadden say that a block of ice had bashed in the basement doors and the water must have carried Aunt Sunny's body inside. I don't remember getting out of the hospital or very much about the funeral. Funerals, I mean. 2 of them. I remember what the newspaper said, though. All that week, I read every single article about the flood. After all that rain we'd had, the earthen dam holding back Waquanic Lake had begun to leak near the base late that afternoon, the paper said, and then, around 10 p.m., had collapsed. As the water rushed forward, 45 million gallons of it, some engineer estimated, the ice on the surface broke into pieces, some of them weighing a ton or more. These were carried along the downward slope, slamming into whatever was in their way with the force of a freight train engine. An old brick mill on Broad Street was in the water's path, and it collapsed under the force of the surge, burying alive 4 third-shift workers who were at their machines making rope and twine. Gravity increased the velocity of the debris-strewn water as it raced south, wrecking a number of downtown businesses before passing over the railroad tracks that ran behind the stores and dumping into the Sachem River. From there, the swollen river rushed downstream toward New London, spilling into Long Island Sound. 3 Rivers was declared a disaster area, and flags were flown at half-mast for the victims. In all, 7 people died. Aunt Sunny and Gracie, those 4 workers at the twine factory, and a bum who'd been squatting in a lean-to along the riverbank, some colored guy named Rufus Jones. And this was kind of creepy. The paper said that someone else had died that night, too, in a plane crash somewhere else. Aunt Sunny's favorite singer, Patsy Cline. Uncle Chick had to swallow a bitter pill, the fact that his house had remained watertight. If we'd only stayed put instead of trying to outrun the floodwater, Aunt Sunny and Grace would still be alive. Once the funerals were over, my mother took some vacation days and stayed with us at Uncle Chick's for a week or so. When it was time for her to go back, she called a kitchen table conference with Uncle Chick, Donald, and me. She said it was time for me to come home, that her brother had enough on his plate now without having to worry about me. She volunteered to take Annie, too. Annie would need mothering, she said. Sunny had no sisters, and her mother was too sickly to take on the responsibility of a young child. "You helped me out, Chick," she told her brother. "Let me return the favor." "But what about school?" Uncle Chick said. Mom argued that there were kindergartens in New Britain, too. Chick was on the verge of agreeing with Mom's plan when Annie, who'd been listening from the next room, burst into the kitchen. "No, I want to stay here with Daddy and Donald and Kent," she screamed. She threw herself onto the floor and pitched a tantrum. When my mother tried to pick her up and comfort her, she hit her and yelled, "No, go away, go home." Then she crawled on her hands and knees over to me and climbed into my lap. Uncle Chick said we should probably leave things the way they were for now, and that I didn't need to move back. "Kent's no trouble, Elaine," he told his sister. "In fact, he's a big help, and he and Annie get along good. She's going to have to deal with enough loss without him leaving, too." When I glanced over at Donald, his face was unreadable. Nobody had asked him for his opinion, and he hadn't volunteered it either. "I'm staying, Mom," I told her. "I can cook, help out around the house, babysit Annie in the afternoon. "You're still at school in the afternoon," Mom pointed out. "And Annie goes to morning kindergarten. Who's going to take care of her until you get home?" Uncle Chick told her that Annie's bus brought her back at about 12:30 when he was home for lunch. He could bring her to the barber shop when lunch was over, and I could pick her up there. "Yeah, and all's I got last period is study hall," I said. "If Uncle Chick calls the school and explains the situation, they'll let me get excused early." "Didn't I need to study during study hall?" my mother asked. I laughed. "All anyone does in that study hall is yak with each other and play cards. I usually just put my head on the desk and take a nap." "What about you, Donnie?" she said, turning to my cousin. "Could you take care of her some afternoons?" Donald shook his head. He either had band practice or National Honor Society. "And once baseball season starts, forget it. Coach Cavino's a stickler about practice. If you skip, you don't play." "Well," Mom said. Reluctantly, she packed her things, hugged the four of us, and drove back to New Britain by herself. In the weeks that followed, Donald got busier than ever. He didn't even come home for supper half the time. That was his way of coping, I figured. Uncle Chick coped by drinking. His 2 or 3 beers a night became a 6-pack, a 6.5. When he moved on to the hard stuff, he started going down to the Silver Rail after work instead of coming home. So it was me and Annie at the house a lot of the time, just the 2 of us. That was when I started touching her in ways I wasn't supposed to. I didn't really know why I was doing it. All I knew was that Aunt Sunny's death made me angry and sad, and that my little cousin and I shared a secret. That her little sister had died because of her, not me. I had told her that lie to protect Annie, but to my surprise, no one really blamed me. It was the circumstances, they all said. I had nothing to feel guilty about. If I hadn't smashed that window and found a way out of the car, we all would have died. Not even Donald held Gracie's death against me. "Hey, you tried, man. That's all you could have done. I'm just glad you were there for Annie." He was guilty about not having been there himself, I knew. I could have used that against him, but I didn't. Instead, I used my hands against his little sister. The better part of me knew it was wrong, but the better part of me didn't seem to be in control when we were by ourselves, which was plenty. It was like my hands had a mind of their own. It started innocently enough. One morning, she came into the kitchen while I was cooking us breakfast, walked over to the stove, put her hands on her hips and sighed. "Guess what, Kent? I got Zima again." "You got what?" "Zima. It's real itchy. Want me to go get the cream that Mommy puts on it?" Used to put on it, I thought. The poor kid was still struggling to accept the fact that Aunt Sunny's absence from her life was permanent. "Yeah, go get it," I said, scraping scrambled egg onto her plate. High school started before any school did. The deal was that Uncle Chick was supposed to get her up, feed her, and see her off on the bus. But Chick was already starting to be pretty unreliable, and no one seemed to object if I skipped school. I'd started staying home as often as I went. When she came back with the cream, I read the back of the tube. "It's eczema, not Zima," I said. "Oh," she said, then pulled her dress up to the waist, revealing the red rash on her thighs. "Where's your underpants at?" I asked her. She looked down. "Oops," she said. "I forgot to put them on." I shook my head. "Good thing your head's screwed on, or you'd probably forget that, too." "That's what Mommy always tells me," she said. I knelt in front of her, squeezed some of the cream onto my fingers, and rubbed it into her rash. I didn't touch her between the legs, but there it was, and seeing it put me back in Irma's basement, looking at Nadine's. "There," I said. "Feel better?" She nodded. "Okay, then. Go put your underwear on, then come back and eat your eggs before they get cold." I glanced at the clock. "Bus is coming in 15 minutes. You better step on it." "Okay," she said, and dashed away. All morning long, I hung around the house and tried not to picture it. Annie's bare thighs, her little pink button. But my mind kept wandering back to what I'd seen when she pulled up her dress. It was weird. A few days earlier, I'd poked around in Donald's stuff and found a dirty magazine, women clutching their tits and fingering their snatches. I had flipped through the pages and gotten off, but it took me a while. But now, thinking about little girls' pussies, Nadine's, Annie's, I went from 0 to 60. I jerked off twice before lunch and once after. What was I, a fucking pervert or something? When I heard Annie's bus pull up outside, I went to the door and waited for her. I asked her how school was. "Good," she said, "except for when Richard Plant hit me at recess." "Yeah? Did you tell the teacher?" She shook her head. "Whenever kids squealed," she said, "Mrs. Kovacs said she was going to have to take the tattletale out of the closet and make them wear it." "Want to play slapjack?" she asked. "Yeah, okay. Go get the cards." She did what she usually did when we played that game, climbed up onto my lap so that she could be the first to slap the jack when I turned over the cards. But she was squirmy that day, and I felt my dick starting to stir. "You're heavy," I said. "Go sit in the chair." I was fighting it. So I wasn't sure why, during our second game, I asked her how her eczema was. Did she want me to put more cream on her legs? She shook her head. "Okay, then. Good." I was part disappointed and part relieved. I let her win. Then I told her she should go watch TV or something because I had to start supper. When she came back in the kitchen a few minutes later, I was peeling potatoes. She asked me if she could peel some too. I told her no, she was too young to use the peeler. She could hurt herself. I could hurt her too, I realized. I had to stop thinking of her in that way. I spent the next couple of days steering clear of her, which wasn't easy because she kept shadowing me. "Go play with your Barbies or something, Annie. Scoot, don't be a pest," I'd tell her, and she'd poke out her bottom lip and walk away. Once, when I told her to stop bothering me, she stuck her tongue out and said she didn't even like me anymore, which was bull. "Oh, boo-hoo," I said. "I'm so sad." After we ate supper, it was just the two of us usually, was when the temptation got the strongest. She'd be in the bathroom taking her bath, and I'd find myself on the other side of the door, listening and feeling myself up as she sloshed around in there, singing, talking to herself. One night while I was doing that, I heard her cry out in pain. "What's the matter?" I called. "Stupid tangles," she said. I opened the door a crack. She was sitting cross-legged in the tub. Her hair was wet and soapy. She had a comb in her hand and was yanking on the snarls. Why not, I thought. The coast was clear. Donald had said he wasn't going to be back until late, and if Uncle Chick wasn't home by now, he was probably down at the Silver Rail getting shit-faced. I opened the door a little more. Stay away from her, I told myself, but my brain and my mouth were on different wavelengths. "Need some help?" "Yes, please." I swung the door open wide and went in there. "Well, first of all, let's get the shampoo out of your hair," I said. "Close your eyes." I ran some warm water over her head and looked where I wasn't supposed to. "Now give me the comb." I worked it gently through her hair. "There," I said. I was headed out of the bathroom when I stopped and turned back to face her. I grabbed the bar of soap on the sink and approached her. "How's that rash of yours?" She said it was all gone. "Yeah? You sure? Because you don't want it to come back again." "Why don't I give you a little help washing up down there?" I said. She shook her head. "I'm a big girl, silly. I can wash myself." "Okay. Leave," I begged myself. "Go do the dishes. Go watch TV." Instead, I told her if she was doing it the right way, she wouldn't have gotten eczema in the first place. "Let me just show you how to do it right," I said. I grabbed the washcloth and knelt down next to the tub, But as I was reaching between her legs, she pushed her knees together. "What's the matter?" I asked her. She said her mother had told her not to let anyone touch her in her private place. "And she was right," I said. "You shouldn't. But she meant people you don't know, or boys at school, not people you trust. You trust me, right?" She nodded. The fear in her eyes made my heart pound. "Okay, then. I haven't got all day. Open up." When she did, I soaped up the washcloth and passed it back and forth against the insides of her thighs, then against her little butt. "How does it feel to know you're getting nice and clean down there?" I asked. "Feels good, right?" She swallowed hard. "I don't know," she said. "Kinda." "Is the water warm enough? I can make it a little warmer if you like." She shook her head, blinking back tears. She was so sweet, so pretty. I cupped her chin with my left hand and let the washcloth fall away to the bottom of the tub, let my fingers take over. "It's okay if it feels good," I said. "It's not a bad thing to feel good while you're getting clean." I was rock hard, pushing myself against the outside of the tub. I leaned toward her and kissed her on the mouth, closed my eyes, and came. When I opened my eyes again, she was staring at me, bewildered. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Nothing. Why? Come on, let's get you out of this water before you turn all wrinkly like a raisin." I tickled her under her chin to make her giggle, but she pulled away. "Want me to towel you off?" I said. She shook her head. After she'd gotten into her nightgown, brushed her teeth, and said her prayers, I tucked her in and began a new chapter of the book I'd started reading her the night before. "More! Read more, Kent, please," she had begged me. But that night she didn't even seem to be listening. She interrupted me mid-sentence to ask where her daddy was. "He had a meeting to go to," I said. "By the way, I told him about your eczema, and he asked me if I'd show you the right way to wash yourself down there. He'll be glad you know how to clean yourself the right way now, but he said to tell you not to talk to him about it, because he's kind of shy about stuff like that. But I'm not, so whenever you have questions, you just come to me and I'll answer them for you. Because that's what your daddy wants, and I know it would be what your mommy would want too, okay?" "Okay," she said. I rose from the chair next to her bed. "Nighty-night, then." "Nighty-night." I turned off her light and started toward the door. "Kent?" When I came back, the moonlight through her window illuminated her silhouette. "Yeah?" "Today at school, I started thinking about Mommy, and I couldn't remember her face at first. But then I could." "Well, I'll tell you what," I said. "Why don't you take out one of the pictures of her from the photo album and put it in your school bag? Then you can put it in your desk and look at it whenever you need to, okay?" She nodded, gave me a half-smile. "Do you think Mommy watches me up in heaven?" she asked. I said I was sure she did. "Now, if there's nothing else, you'd better get to sleep, okay?" But there was something else. "Before," she said, "when I was in the tub, how come you kissed me like that?" I turned on her light. "Because I love you, Annie. I love you this much." I spread my arms as wide as I could. "And you love Donald and Daddy, too, right?" "Yeah, sure. And I loved Gracie and your mom. But I love you best of all. Now that's enough stalling. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," she said. After I left her room, I paced, telling myself I could never touch her that way again. I'd done it once, and that was going to be it. Because I did love her. I did want her to be safe. And what if Uncle Chick or Donald found out about what I'd done? That time we'd arm wrestled at the kitchen table, they'd both taken me in like 10 seconds. Either one of them could beat me to a bloody pulp. I said it out loud as if that made the promise more legit. Never again. Never, ever. I was sprawled on the couch watching TV when Donald walked in. "Hey," he said, "Pop home?" Not yet. You eat? There's a can of beef stew on the counter. He said he and some of his friends had gone out for pizza. Well, I've got a big chem test tomorrow. Guess I'll go study and then hit the sack. Annie okay? I told him she was fine. When Uncle Chick staggered in, he nodded in my direction and went to the kitchen for a beer. "What are you watching?" he asked when he came back to the living room and squinted at the TV. "The news," I said. What the hell else would I be watching at 11 o'clock? He flopped down on the couch next to me, stinking of booze, and the two of us stared at the news footage. The race riots down south, the new pope they'd just picked to replace the one who croaked. "Was his name Cardinal Martini?" Uncle Chick said. "Montini. Cardinal Martini. Dry with a twist." He laughed like what he'd just said was fucking hilarious. Annie must have been waiting up for him because when she heard his voice, she came out of her room and made a beeline for him. Uh-oh, I thought. "Hey, Anna Banana," he said. "What are you doing up so late?" She said she couldn't sleep. "No? How come?" She looked right at me when he asked her that, but Uncle Chick was too crocked to notice. I put my finger to my lips. "I just can't," she said. "Well, I tell you what. Why don't I tuck you in and sprinkle some magic sleepy dust on you the way Mommy used to? Then you'll go right to sleep." When he stood up, he lost his balance, banging into the coffee table and knocking it over. "Whoopsie-daisy," he said. "How'd that get there?" The last thing I needed was for the two of them to be alone in there and for her to squeal about bath time. "Magic sleepy dust?" I said. "Gee, that sounds like fun. Can I join you?" "Sure," Chick said, unaware that Annie was shaking her head no. Uncle Chick was home on time for the next couple of nights, and over the weekend, Donald was hanging around the house more than usual. But the following Monday evening, it was just the two of us again. I knocked on the door while she was in there taking her bath. "Hey, you almost out?" I asked. "I've been waiting to take a shower." The door opened and her eyes widened when she saw me standing there with just a towel wrapped around me. I was already kind of excited down there. "What's the matter with you?" I said. "Nothing." "Then take a picture. It lasts longer. You remember to brush your teeth?" She nodded. "Okay, then. Get in bed and I'll tuck you in a few minutes." As I walked past her toward the tub, I pulled off the towel and let it drop to the floor. I turned the water on, then looked back at her. She was standing in the hall, looking in at me, looking back and forth from my face to where I wanted her to look. "What?" I said, as if my standing there naked was the most normal thing in the world. She shrugged. "Okay, then. Scoot. Give me a little privacy." As I got in the shower, I heard the bathroom door bang closed. "Hey!" I shouted. "Leave it open." "You're supposed to keep it closed," she shouted back. "Yeah? Who says?" "My mommy." "Hey, come back in here for a second," I told her. When she did, I pulled back the shower curtain to give her another look. "The shower water makes the mirror fog up if the door's closed. Then I can't see what I'm doing when I shave. I could cut myself." I surprised myself, scared myself a little even, with how easily I'd come up with something on the spot. "Donald and Daddy shave," she said, "and they close the door." "Well, I guess they don't mind cutting themselves then. But I do." After I was finished, I pulled back the shower curtain, and there she was, sitting cross-legged just outside the door, playing with her Barbies. "What's up?" I said, walking bare-ass past her toward Donald's and my room. I'd beaten off and was still semi-erect. "Your pee-pee's big," she said. "Yeah," I said. When I reached down and touched it, she got up and ran down the hall to her room, abandoning her dolls. Until that night, I'd always taken my shower just before I went to bed. But now, whenever my uncle and my cousin weren't around, I took it right after she took her bath. She was always making excuses to come into the bathroom while I was in there. It was like a game the two of us were playing. Still, sometimes what was happening scared me. What if the little show I was putting on for her turned into show and tell? If she told, Uncle Chick would probably kick my ass all the way back to New Britain. And if Donald found out, he'd probably choke me to death first and ask questions later. I was scared of both of them, but more scared that it might be Donald. Still, in a weird way, that was part of the thrill of doing what I was doing, risking it and getting away with it. I didn't know why. One night while I was sleeping, I woke up with Annie poking me on the shoulder. What's the matter? I said, still half asleep. She whispered back that she'd had a bad dream and couldn't wake her daddy up. No surprise there. When Chick came home plastered, he'd usually conk out on the couch with the TV going and still be there in the morning. I squinted over at the blanketed mound in Donald's bed, heard him snoring. Then I swung my legs to the floor, got up, and went back to her room with her. Crawled into bed and snuggled up against her. It felt nice. I didn't wear pajamas like goody-goody Donald did. I slept in just my underpants. I waited, listening to her breathing until I was pretty sure she'd fallen asleep. Then I reached under her nightgown. Annie started having a lot of bad dreams after that, and I was always the go-to guy. And on the nights she didn't seek me out, I'd sometimes tiptoe down the hall and get into bed with her anyway. I liked it better when she didn't wake up, because when she did, she'd hold her body stiff as a board and make fists. Sometimes if I got a little too insistent while I was touching her, she'd whimper, and sometimes she'd get so quiet that I'd have to stop and listen, so I knew she was still breathing. "Hey," I'd say. "What?" "Nothing. Everything's all right. Go back to sleep." There was one close call. It happened after one of our nighttime visits. Usually, I'd get right up and tiptoe back to my own bed after I was done. But that night, I fell asleep lying next to her and didn't wake up until daybreak. I jumped out of her bed and, leaving her room, ran right into Donald. He was on his way to the bathroom, still half asleep. "What the hell were you doing in Annie's room?" he asked me. "What was I doing?" I said. "What do you mean, what was I doing?" As my mind raced trying to think of something, I forced myself to look him in the eye. I'd read someplace that was how store detectives knew if someone was a shoplifter, if they couldn't look their accuser in the eye. "She had a nightmare and got scared," I said. "She woke me up, said she was too scared to go back to her room by herself." He just stood there waiting for more. "And then I dozed off while I was sitting in that little chair of hers," I said. "I just woke up. Man, my back is killing me." He wouldn't stop looking at me. I couldn't tell if he was buying it or not. She said she went to your dad first, but she couldn't wake him up." Change the subject, I told myself. Change the fucking subject. Sleeping it off, I guess. "Have you noticed how much he's boozing lately?" He nodded. "I tried to talk to him about it last weekend, but he got pissed, told me I should run my own life, and he'd run his. Annie should have woken me up. I could have—" "She said she tried to, but you wouldn't wake up either." That sold it. He suddenly looked guilty. "I was up reading until after midnight. We're doing this book 1984 in Honors English, and I'm way behind. If she gives us a pop quiz before the weekend, I'm fucked." I nodded sympathetically. I told him Annie's having gotten me up was no problem. "I'm a light sleeper, and anyways, my English teacher shows movies half the time, so I can always grab a nap in class." He reached up and started rubbing the side of his head. "The thing is, Kent, I can forget about getting a scholarship next year if I don't keep my grades up. My guidance counselor told me colleges look real closely at your grades from junior year. Annie say what her bad dream was about?" I felt like a louse saying it, but it was him or me. "The flood," I said. "About your mother and Gracie drowning." He winced. Said maybe he'd better talk to her about it. I realized I'd made a tactical error. If he started asking her about a dream she hadn't really had, he might get suspicious all over again. "I wouldn't if I were you, Donnie," I said. "She's okay. Why bring it up again?" He looked relieved. "Yeah, you're right. Look, man, I gotta pee something wicked." And with that, he walked past me and headed down the hall to the bathroom, scratching his ass. Back in our room, I took a bunch of deep breaths to stop myself from shaking. Then I punched myself in the chest 5 or 6 times, hard as I could, for being so goddamned careless. Later, at breakfast, Donald told Annie he would read to her that night at bedtime. "Okay?" She looked back and forth between the two of us and nodded. He was good for his word. He read to her the next night, too, but after that, it was business as usual again. He wasn't around, and neither was his old man. But yeah, that was the only time I ever came close to getting caught. After that, once I'd gotten what I'd gone into Annie's room for, I always got right up, made sure the coast was clear, and left. I don't know. Maybe if Irma Cake had told my mother the real reason why she wasn't going to babysit me anymore, I wouldn't have had to spend the rest of my life cruising little girls. Or maybe if I had gotten caught messing around with Annie, gotten the shit beaten out of me and been kicked out, that might have stopped it. It didn't stop, though, partly because I got so good at not getting caught, and partly because, along the way, I figured out how to use Annie's and my secret to ensure her silence. I began threatening her that if she told on me, I'd have to tell everyone about how Gracie had really died. The cops left me alone because I saved everyone else. But that wouldn't help you any if they knew the truth, I assured her. They'd throw you in jail with bad people, and it would be really, really scary. And so what we were doing went on for the next 2 years. I was a senior by then, and Donald was away at college on a scholar-athlete scholarship. Annie was 7. The funny thing is, when Protective Services finally did pull her out of the house and place her with a foster family, it wasn't because of me. It was because by then her father had turned himself into a hopeless lush. There was a DUI arrest, a disorderly conduct incident down at the Silver Rail, and when chicks started showing up for work drunk first thing in the morning, there were problems at the barber shop, too. He cut a customer so bad while he was shaving him that the guy had to get stitches. Word got out, and the shop began to lose business. Another guy got up from the chair in the middle of his haircut because he smelled booze on Chick's breath, and Chick followed him out of the shop and into the street, cursing him out. The last straw was when he took Uncle Brendan's minor bird out of his cage and, thinking it was funny, opened the door and let him loose. He kept insisting the bird would go off on a little toot and then come right back. He didn't. Uncle Brendan fired him, and when Chick kept showing up for work anyway, good and soused, the cops got called. A few days later, they showed up at the house. Mrs. Dugas next door had called the station after she'd seen Annie walking hand in hand down the street with her father, Chick reeling from one side of the sidewalk to the other. He couldn't even manage to sober up for the authorities' interview, and I guess that was the nail in the coffin. I went to school one morning and cut out at lunchtime. When I got home, there was a car I didn't recognize parked in front of the house. 2 people were in it, a guy behind the wheel and a woman in the passenger's seat. Uncle Chick was out on the front step, crying his eyes out. "What's going on?" I said. "Where's Annie?" Uncle Chick pointed toward the street. That car was pulling away from the curb. As I ran out into the street, I saw Annie at the back window, her face contorted with pain and fear as a woman seated back there with her tried to make her turn around. I chased the car down the road until it disappeared around the corner. A few minutes later, we went back inside, Chick and me. He pulled out a bottle of rotgut, took a swig, and handed it to me. He kept blubbering, repeating the same thing over and over. "I failed her, Kent. I loved her so much, but I failed her." After a while, I realized that he didn't mean Annie. He meant Aunt Sunny. I felt bad for him, but worse for myself. She was gone. I'd lost her. We both got shit-faced that afternoon. "Kent, honey, why didn't you tell me how bad he had gotten?" my mother asked me the night I moved back home. "Yeah, I guess I should have," I mumbled. The reason I hadn't told her was because if she butted in, I figured it might mess up what I had going with Annie. But now I'd lost her anyway. I didn't realize it at the time, but I guess I was in mourning. It was as if she'd died, and I had the same half-sad, half-angry feeling I'd had after Aunt Sunny and Gracie drowned. Despite Mom's bugging me about going back to my old school to finish senior year, I refused. Got my GED instead. "Same thing," I told her. "No, it's not, Kent," she said. "You're my only child. I had my heart set on going to your high school graduation." "Yeah, well, you'll get over it." Worried about her brother, Mom called him 2 or 3 times a week. He was usually smashed. He said the people who'd placed Annie in foster care wouldn't tell him where she was. The deal was, he had to get help with his drinking and prove that he had maintained sobriety for a year before they'd let him see her. When Mom called them to get an address, they wouldn't tell her either. Annie was doing fine, was all they'd say. She was adjusting to her new family and her new school. She had joined the Brownies. Mom wrote to Donald at college every once in a while. She'd put $5 or $10 in the envelope to help him out. Whenever she left the letters on the counter for me to mail, I'd open them, swipe the cash, and glue the envelope shut again. Whenever I'd ask her for money, she'd say no, that I should go look for a job instead of moping around the house all day. The only time Donald ever wrote her back, he said that he hadn't had any contact with his sister either. Later on, we found out that that was a lie. The authorities had determined that Goody Two-Shoes was a positive influence in Annie's life. That pissed me off royally. Who'd taken care of her for 2 years while he was off every night doing his thing? Me, that's who. But as usual, I didn't count. Mom and I drove over to 3 Rivers 3 or 4 times to see Uncle Chick, but those visits got to be too hard on her. Either he wasn't around after he said he would be, or else he was home, drunk as a skunk. He told her he couldn't get sober, that he needed booze to get through his day, given everything and everybody he'd lost. I understood what he meant. For the first couple of months after I moved back, I hardly ever left the house. I just sat around thinking about what Annie's face had looked like at that back window as they were driving her away. I finally did get a job as a fry cook at KFC. I hated it. Hated my boss, Millie. Hated that no matter how many showers I took, I could never quite get rid of the fried chicken stink on me. The only one of my co-workers I got along with was this woman in her 20s named Karen. She was married, but her husband was a sailor who was out to sea half the time. Karen started flirting with me, but I thought that was all it was until she showed me otherwise. It was during the mid-afternoon slowdown. Millie had gone to the bank to make a deposit, and both of our co-workers had gone outside to grab a smoke. Karen took me by the hand and led me into the employees' bathroom. Then she locked the door, got down on her knees, and blew me. 10 minutes later, I was back at my station flouring chicken legs. After that little encounter, Karen started inviting me over to her house to listen to music and shit. There was always beer in her fridge, and her husband had a pretty cool stereo. I'd play Stinkfinger with her until she got off, then I'd fuck her. It was weird, I guess. Any other guy would have kept a situation like that going for as long as he could. But I wasn't any other guy. I was me. Karen was way more into it than I was, and after a while I started telling her I was too busy to go over there. I was more interested in some of the little girls who'd come in with their parents to pick up their chicken dinners than I was in Karen. Nothing ever happened on that front, though. After I'd been working there for 6 months or so, I quit. I tried community college for a while. That was where I met Rosemary, a single mom who had a young daughter named Serena. Rosemary had a night class Tuesdays and Thursdays, which was when I'd babysit. Serena was my first little girl since Annie. I was 21. She was 9. She cooperated at first, but then she started balking. Said she was going to tell her mother. Figuring I'd better beat feet before the cops got involved, I raided the envelope where my mom was stashing her Christmas club money. I threw some of my things together and got on the first bus that pulled into the depot. Got off at Worcester, Mass. In Worcester, I bunked at the Y and got a job as a janitor there. It was a pretty sweet setup, actually. When the little kids, the guppies or whatever, were in the locker room with their moms, I'd invent excuses for why I had to go in there and get something or check on something. They caught on, though, and I got fired. From there, I rented a room at a flop house downtown and picked up a job at Ace Hardware. They assigned me to the warehouse at first, and that sort of sucked, but then they taught me how to use the key-making machine. I'd be out back shelving sheetrock or lugging bags of sodium crystals, and it would come over the loudspeaker. "Kent to Keys, please. Kent Kelly to Keys." I'd go inside the store, warm up a little, give my muscles a rest while I was cutting someone a key. One afternoon, I made myself a pass key that got me into other tenants' rooms over at the flop house where I was living now. It was just petty theft. Cigarettes, spare change, half bottles of booze. Nobody at that place had much worth stealing. I was one of the ones they questioned after the manager started getting complaints, but I thought fast and told them I'd seen this junkie down the hall coming out of rooms where she didn't belong. Daisy, her name was. She was a pain in the ass, always knocking on guys' doors to bum smokes or offer sex for money, as if you'd want to pay to put your dipstick into that skanky snatch. They must have believed me that she was the thief because they kicked her out. The way I figured it, I was doing the place a public service. It was depressing living there, though. Lonely. Sundays, when the hardware store was closed, were the worst. I'd lie in my bed and start wondering about how Mom was doing. I'd think about my father, who, after he moved to Cincinnati, had called me a grand total of twice. Then I'd think about when I was living with the O'Days, helping Aunt Sunny in the kitchen, hanging out with Uncle Chick. And about the night of the flood. I'd start wondering about Annie, how she was doing, whether some guy at her foster home might be messing with her. I'd fantasize about finding out who he was and beating him to an inch of his life, rescuing her. It was fucked up, I guess, me feeling protective of her, considering some of the shit I'd done. One Sunday I went downstairs to the payphone and called my mother to let her know that I was still alive. She cried at first. Then she started bugging me about where I was. "Please, Kent, what if I got sick and needed to get a hold of you?" "I'd find out," I assured her, although I didn't know how I would. "Well, where am I supposed to send your mail then? You've got 2 or 3 things from the college and—" "Just throw it out. I'm not going back there." "Are you sure, Kent? Maybe you should think about it some more." "Throw it out," I repeated. "Well, okay, honey, but there's other mail, too. There's something here from the motor vehicle. It may be your license renewal." I told her to throw that away, too, that where I was, I got around by bus. To change the subject, I asked her how Uncle Chick was doing. "Not good," she said. "He'd gone from bad to worse." "So they haven't let him see Annie yet?" "No," she said. And they still hadn't given her any information either, other than to say she was doing fine. I looked down at my ragged, bloody finger. Until then, I hadn't realized that I'd been tearing at the skin around the cuticle. "Well, take care, Mom. I gotta go." When she started in about whether or not I was coming home for Thanksgiving, I pretended I was the operator cutting in to say time was up. "Stop it, Kent. That's you," she said. I hung up. Went outside and walked around for a couple of hours, past all the vacant storefronts, all the shifty-eyed spooks sitting on benches and leaning against the decaying buildings of beautiful downtown Worcester.
Chapter 22. Annie O.
I'm getting ready for bed when Vivica calls. wanting to discuss the evening we've just had, our rehearsal dinner without a rehearsal. For Vivica, this is typical. Whenever we come back from an evening out and get into bed, she likes to spoon with the lights out and do a post-mortem. But tonight, I'm here, and she's over there at Belinda in the bridal suite by herself, per Orion's wishes. Well, they're just wonderful, Anna, she says. All three of them. And so different from one another. 3 unique and interesting individuals. You must have been a marvelous mother. Far from it, I think. But my kids have turned out okay, in spite of me. And now I'm going to be part of your family, too. Oh, you know what would be lovely? If we could convince the 3 of them to spend the holidays with us. Their father, too, if he was game. We could take them to the Met, to Rockefeller Center to see the tree, Radio City even. That Christmas show they do there is tacky, but so what? It would be part of the fun. Well, we'll see. They might have plans of their own. Oh, yes, of course. It's just that we'd have to make a reservation for Christmas dinner someplace before too long. The best restaurants get booked months in advance for the holidays. I can have Carolyn work on it, make a reservation for the 6 of us. We can always adjust the number if we have to. Okay, but first things first. Let's get through tomorrow before we start planning for something 3 months from now. No, you're right. I'm getting ahead of myself. But I just love the idea of celebrating the holidays as a family. And of course the Christmas after this when there'll be your daughter's little one to share it with. It jolts me back to Ariane's news. When she told us this afternoon, I just stood there, staring at her for several seconds, too stunned to react. Won't that be fun, sweetheart? Yeah, sure, but inseminated by a man she's never even seen? It seems so strange. But what? No, it's just that Ariane usually stays out there for Christmas. They do a big holiday meal at the place she runs. Everything, from soup to nuts, and she says the turnout is double what it is on a normal day. Well, Anna, her priorities may change after her baby is born. She's such a lovely girl. So earnest and socially conscious. Very Berkeley, that's for sure. My hand grips the phone a little tighter. Was that a put-down? Tell me, how do you feel about becoming a grandmother? I don't really know yet, I tell her. With everything that's going on, I haven't had time to process it. But I guess I'm a little nervous about the way it's happened. Ari says she researched the prospective donors, but still, it's kind of like spinning a roulette wheel. Well, you've always said how grounded and level-headed she is. I'm sure it will all be fine. And anyway, it's a different world these days. Women Ariane's age have a lot more options than we did. Well, no, I take that back. Look at us. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be legally married. Happy? Yes, of course. And I am. But it's been a long day, and I'm exhausted. The clock on the bureau says 12:45. I've got to get some sleep. Hector's dropping Minnie back here at 8 in the morning so that she can help out, cook breakfast, give our wedding clothes a pressing. I could do all of it myself, but I've hired her, after all. If I didn't give her things to do, it would be like I was paying her $1,000 to attend our wedding. And how about that son of yours, Vivica says. He's even more handsome in person than he is in pictures. Poor Lorenzo couldn't keep his eyes off of him. I just hope it didn't make Andrew uncomfortable. Has he always been that reserved and serious? More so than he used to be. It's probably his military training, and the kind of work he does, dealing with all those wounded soldiers coming back from the war. Yes, I suppose. That must be terribly grim sometimes. I'm relieved that she hasn't seemed to pick up on the possibility that meeting her, seeing us as a couple, is what he may have been reserved and tense about. When Lorenzo made that toast and we kissed, I saw Andrew lock his jaw and look away, saw Ariane reach over and touch the top of his hand. He's nothing like Marissa, that's for sure, Vivica says. She was certainly in rare form tonight. Because she had too much to drink. When she and Lorenzo started doing those tequila shots and I suggested she'd had enough, she told me to stop acting so mommish. Well, it was a special occasion after all, and she was fine. A little over the top near the end, maybe, but nobody minded. Everyone got a kick out of those stories of hers about some of the auditions she's been on. Oh, that imitation she did of the asthmatic casting director with the bad toupee was hilarious. To her, maybe. But I kept hearing desperation in those stories Marissa was telling. All those failed attempts to put herself out there. She worries me. I wonder if Orion noticed anything when she was visiting him. Well, it was a lovely evening, Vivica says. Just the kind of night I'd hoped for. Really? I felt like I was walking on thin ice the whole time. So, are you excited about our big day tomorrow? Yes. I'm nervous, though. I'll be relieved once it's over. There's an uncomfortable pause on her end. Not nervous as in you're having doubts, I hope, she says. No, of course not. But I've already had one failed marriage. How could I not have doubts? It's just... Well, you know how I am. I'm just not comfortable being the center of attention. She laughs. Not even at your openings. Remember when that art critic from the Post came up from Washington to see your first show? He kept telling you how marvelous your work was, and you kept apologizing for it. Don't remind me. Well, darling, it's a bride's prerogative to be nervous on the night before her wedding. I just hope you'll be able to relax and enjoy yourself tomorrow. I have some Xanax with me. Maybe you should take one before things get underway tomorrow. We'll see, I tell her. Right now, I just need to get some sleep. Of course you do, and I do too. Oh, and about the Jones painting. I was going to look around for it some more when we got back here, but I'm just too tired. I will tomorrow morning, though. Or I could just call Orion and ask him what he did with it. No, don't, she says. I don't want him to think I'm hounding you about it. He's probably dropped it off at an appraiser's, and that's where it is. Don't worry about it. Now go get some sleep. She tells me she loves me. I tell her I love her too, and we end our call. I walk over to the bureau to put down my phone and, out of habit, check my messages before turning it off. Which is silly, really. Why would the kids be calling me when I've been with them all evening? I've had 2 missed calls, both from the same number, a 401 prefix. What is that? Rhode Island? It's probably that same condo company that called me last week. Come for a free weekend in Newport, enjoy the beach and the mansions, and let us sell you a timeshare. Damn pests. Didn't cell phones used to be immune from those stupid robocalls? Orion's kept the same framed photos on the bureau, I see. He and I on our anniversary cruise. The 5 of us on that whale watch we took. My eyes linger on the kids' high school graduation portraits. God, they look so young. The lighting in the restaurant was dim tonight, but I think I saw some gray in Ariane's hair. Orion's mother went prematurely gray. She probably takes after her. Andrew's hairline has receded a bit, and his face is thinner than it was back then. Makes him look even more like... No, don't go there. Chase Kent out of your head or you'll never get to sleep. I put my hand on the lamp switch, ready to turn it off, then change my mind. There's a stack of magazines on Orion's bedside table. I'm keyed up. I'll read until I get drowsy. I pick up a New Yorker and thumb through it. Find an article on Julian Schnabel. That will do. I pull down the covers and climb into bed. Lie back on the same familiar mattress with its peaks and valleys. The same pearl gray sheets I'd lie against while he nuzzled me, kissed my neck and told me how much he loved me. The predictable preliminaries. I got pregnant with the twins at the first place we lived in, but Marissa was conceived here, in this bed. My mind wanders back to the way Ariane's baby was conceived, in some fertility clinic office, by injection. Why couldn't she have waited? Held out at least until she was in her mid-30s. It wasn't inevitable that no one else would come along. She gave up too soon. These pillows feel different. Firm and spongy. Not nearly as comfortable as the goose-down pillows we used to have. The kids told me tonight that he's met someone up there on the Cape, a marine biologist who teaches at, where was it? The University of Rhode Island? They seem to like her. Well, good. I'm glad for him. I've worried about Orion. I still don't understand why he gave up his practice so suddenly, or why he's decided to put the house on the market. Well, whatever. If he's rebuilding his life, then good for him. I may have left Orion for Vivica, but I still care deeply about him. I glance over at the pictures on the bureau. We shared a life, for Christ's sake. He's the father of my children. Why wouldn't I still love him? I punch these stupid new pillows, trying to get more comfortable, but they are unyielding. Why would he have kept everything else the same but gotten new pillows? It doesn't make sense. Okay, stop it, Annie. Just read. At Palazzo Ciuppi, the converted West Village horse stable where artist and film director Julian Schnabel now resides with his 3 unique and interesting individuals. She's right, they are. And I'm glad she likes them. And no, that comment she made about Berkeley wasn't a dig, it was just an observation. Well, it was a special occasion after all, and she was fine. A little over the top near the end, maybe. Was it just that? Or does she have a drinking problem? She's around alcohol all the time at that bar where she works. Has he always been that reserved and serious? No. Just the opposite, in fact. I mean, he's always had a temper, yes, but Andrew's always had that playful side, too. I smile, thinking about how he and Minnie's son hit it off this afternoon. Andrew coming back down from the attic with his old Atari or PlayStation or whatever it is, hooking it up to the TV so that he and Africa could play video games. Minnie's son was in heaven, and so was Andrew, for that matter. The two of them, whooping and hollering like they were both little kids. But then, tonight, sitting across from Vivica, he seemed so glum. But maybe it didn't have anything to do with my marrying her. Maybe it is his work. Is he playful with his girlfriend? I hope so. I hope she makes him happy. I wish she had come out here with him. I'd have liked to see the two of them together. Then I'd know. What did they say that woman's name was? The one Orion's seeing? Tracy? That's a younger woman's name. I can't remember knowing any Tracys back when I was in school. That couldn't have been her calling me from Rhode Island, could it? No. Why on earth would she be calling me? It's those timeshare people. At Palazzo Ciuppi, the converted West Village horse stable where artist and film director Julian Schnabel... Ariane came up to bed when I did, but Marissa and Andrew were still downstairs. Did they remember to lock up? Orion told me a while back there'd been a break-in 3 or 4 houses down the hill. He'd said whose house it was, but I didn't recognize the name. I get up, open the bedroom door, look down the stairs. The front hall light is still on, and I hear voices. The television, maybe? Did they forget to turn it off? I better go down and check. Standing at the entrance to the living room, I look through the French doors at the two of them. Marissa's fast asleep on the recliner, her head flopped back, her mouth wide open. Andrew's slumped on the couch, watching TV. There are 3 or 4 beer bottles on the coffee table, and he's holding another. After Minnie and Africa left for their motel, he went out and came back with 2 6-packs. I walk into the room and sit down beside him. Hi, honey. What are you watching? Movie, he says, his eyes still on the TV. I look over at Marissa. Your sister's dead to the world over there, I see. When did she conk out? About 5 minutes after this thing started, he says. She got all excited when it came on, and the next thing I knew, she was in snooze mode. Well, it's been a long day. What's the movie? Pulp Fiction. I'm a big Tarantino fan. He takes a swig of his beer. Quentin Tarantino, right? I met him at Vivica's gallery last year. He turns and looks at me. Really? Uh-huh. But there was a big, noisy crowd, and he was talking so fast that I kept missing parts of what he was saying. No reaction. You'll have to ask Vivica about him. She knows him better than I do. He's bought some pieces from her. Yeah? Anything of yours? Oh, no. I doubt my work is his cup of tea. His movies are pretty violent, aren't they? Yep. That's what I like about them. Really? No response. So, speaking of Vivica, his body clenches. He sips his beer. What about her? Do you like her? He shrugs. She's okay, I guess. Why? No reason. I was just wondering. You know, it means a lot to us that you've made the effort to come out for the wedding. Does it? Yes, we both appreciate it. No problem. And that ends that. I nod toward the TV. So, what other ones has he done? Tarantino? Reservoir Dogs is his best. And Kill Bill, Jackie Brown, Natural Born Killers. I tell him I saw that last one. Part of it anyway. I couldn't take it, though. It was so brutal I had to walk out. He looks at me and laughs. What? No, it's just... That's a little hypocritical, don't you think? Your stuff's got plenty of violence. Some of it has, yes, but, I mean, when I was a little kid, some of it would kind of spook me. One of them especially, the one where a little paper doll boy was being buried alive by a paper doll woman. I nod. His mother. That piece was in my Grimm's Fairy Tales series. I'd based it on a strange little story called The Stubborn Child. Yeah, well, whatever it was based on. I'd go to bed and start thinking about it, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep. Oh, honey, really? I'm so sorry. You should have said something. I did. I woke up Dad and told him. A couple of times he took me back to bed and stayed with me until I got to sleep, but, hey, when I got a little older, I started thinking your work was pretty cool. Actually, it was JJ who convinced me. JJ? Yeah. He was over here at the house one rainy day. We were like maybe 10 or 11. We were bored, so we went down to the basement to play some darts, and Jay started looking at these sketches you had done that were taped up to the wall, and he goes, "What's up with your mom?" And I was, no offense, Mom, but it was kind of embarrassing, you know, because the drawings were of a woman cutting some dude's head off. In one of them, she was slicing his neck with a knife, and in another, she was holding up his head. I nod. Artemisia. Say what? Artemisia Gentileschi. She was an artist from the Renaissance. I discovered a painting of hers in a book about Baroque art. Judith Slaying Holofernes, it was called. I was doing some studies of it, planning to base a piece on it, which I never ended up following through on. But I can see how, taken out of context, those drawings must have seemed pretty strange. And I'm sorry they embarrassed you. Yeah, but let me finish. Jay started complaining about how his mother was Mrs. Fuddy-Duddy and how it must be cool to have a mom who was an artist who did stuff like this. And after he said that, I started thinking that, yeah, your artwork was pretty cool. So, who was Judith anyway? And what did she have against that poor slob whose head she lopped off? It's from the Old Testament. I'd started reading up on the artist, and apparently this Bible story spoke to her. As a revenge fantasy, I guess. She'd been raped and then publicly humiliated. Blame the victim, you know? Which happened a lot back then. Happens a lot now, too. This woman, Jen, that I knew back in basic training, she got raped by her sergeant, and she was afraid to say anything because of that blame the victim stuff. And when it did come out, he didn't take the hit for it. She did. They ended up giving her a dishonorable discharge. I shake my head in disgust. What I admired about Artemisia's painting was that she was taking back some of the power. Symbolically, I mean, using her palette and brushes instead of a knife. Gunfire explodes on the television. I glance at the gory murder scene in progress, but have to look away. I guess the difference between me and your friend Tarantino is that I'm exploring violence in my work, not, glorifying it. But maybe that's not fair. Like I said, I only saw that one movie of his. Part of one, he reminds me. I smile. Point taken. But what I'm saying is that when I take on the subject of violence, it comes from a different place. I'm exploring justice issues, not just, blood for blood's sake. But who knows, maybe that's what Tarantino's drawing on too. It's personal for you, isn't it? I flinch. Personal? What do you mean? Well, isn't it about your childhood? That flood you were in? One time when I was poking around down in your studio, I found this magazine article someone had written about you, about how angry your art is. And one of the things you said in that thing, I still remember, was how violent the water was that night. And hey, your mother and sister drowned. Why wouldn't you be angry about a raw deal like that? I knew a little about your childhood, but I found out a lot more when I read that article. Not the worst of it, he didn't. I remember how cautious I was with that reporter, what I did and didn't tell her. Like what, for instance? Well, I knew your mom drowned that night, but I didn't know your baby sister died, too. I didn't even know you had a sister, or that you got put in foster care after your father lost it, left you in the lurch or whatever. Left you in the lurch with me. Stop it. Shut up. Well, Andrew, reporters ask a lot of questions, but some of your answers get lost in translation. Change the subject. Change the subject. But anyway, my childhood is ancient history. So tell me, what do you think about your sister's big news? He looks momentarily confused. Then he frowns. Ariane's, you mean? I don't know. Seems more like a Dr. Frankenstein pregnancy than God's plan. In my opinion, anyway, but hey, it's her life, right? Uh-huh. I just hope she doesn't regret it down the line. I repeat what Vivica said over the phone, that Ariane is grounded and level-headed despite the decision she made. So she'll make it work, whatever the outcome. I guess both of my twins are in transition, huh? She's having a baby. You're getting married. It's just too bad your fiancé couldn't make it. I was really looking forward to meeting her. Yeah, well, he clunks his empty down on the table, pulls another beer from the carton at his feet. Now that I think about it, Oliver Stone directed Natural Born Killers. But Tarantino had something to do with it. Wrote the screenplay, maybe. He points his beer bottle at the TV screen. Okay, this part's cool, he says. Watch. In the movie, a couple is at a nightclub. They've just announced a dance contest. The man doesn't want to compete, but his date insists. Isn't that John Travolta? Yeah, him and Samuel L. Jackson are hired killers. They're hilarious. Hilarious? Hired killers? John Travolta and his girlfriend get up to dance. I like his little ponytail. He's a good dancer, huh? Did you ever see Saturday Night Fever? He opens his new beer and takes a swig. Unfortunately. That's an old Chuck Berry song they're dancing to. Uncle Donald had the 45. He and Mimsy will be here tomorrow. Did I tell you? He nods. That's the twist they're doing, by the way. Oh, and now he's doing the swim. Who's playing the girlfriend? She looks familiar, too. Uma Thurman. She's his boss's wife, not his girlfriend. There's a great scene coming up where she ODs on something and Travolta starts freaking out. He's supposed to be looking out for her, and if she dies, he's going to be up Schitt's Creek with his boss. Oh. But anyway, it's too bad Casey Lee couldn't come. I was looking forward to meeting her. Yeah, you just said that. He grabs a pillow and holds it against his chest. Okay, message received. But when I look back at the TV, a commercial's come on. He grabs the remote and turns down the volume. I hate it the way they jack up the sound when these stupid ads come on. In the quiet, I hear Marissa snoring. Boy, she's really out, isn't she? He glances over at her and shakes his head. Not surprised after what she put away today. Oh, I know. It seemed like every time I looked down at her end of the table tonight, the waiter was refilling her wine glass. And then, those tequilas on top of that? Yeah, and she was already feeling no pain when we got here this afternoon, knocked down a couple of Bloody Marys before we left the Cape this morning. Ordered herself a double Jameson at the place where we stopped for lunch. Oh, my God. Do you think her drinking's becoming a problem? Duh, he says. Maybe this acting thing is taking its toll. She's always joking about those auditions she goes to, but it must be pretty stressful. Yeah, well, if you want to see stressful, you should see what some of the soldiers I work with are up against. Next to that, going to a bunch of auditions is nothing. No, of course not, but still, it can't be easy. Getting her hopes up and then waiting for calls or callbacks, whatever they call them. Yeah, and you know that insurance commercial she was in? She said they stopped running it, so there goes that little gold mine of hers. She said she's waiting to hear back on a couple of things now, from casting agents or whatever. When we were up at Dad's, she must have checked her cell about 1,000 times an hour. And then she's such a ditz that she charges the thing and forgets to take it with her when we left. On our way down here, when she realized she forgot, it was like this big catastrophe. We were in Buzzards Bay by then, just getting off the Cape, and she goes, "We have to turn around. I left my phone at Dad's." She got royally pissed at me when I said no. And then she was pissed at Dad when she kept trying to call him on Ari's phone and he wouldn't answer. I was like, you know what, Marissa? Maybe he's busy. Maybe the whole world doesn't revolve around you. She calls me a motherfucker and pouts for the next hour or so. Didn't snap out of it until she got that Jameson in her. Nice language, huh? I guess that's the way New Yorkers talk to each other. Well, honey, I imagine you hear that kind of talk at the barracks, too. I don't think it's exclusive to New York. Yeah, well, I'm just saying. And you know, she hangs on those callbacks because it's how she makes her living. Even with tips, she can't make much at that waitressing job. Well, then maybe she should change careers. Give up this pie-in-the-sky acting fantasy of hers and get a real job. Stick with something for a change. How many semesters did she have left when she bailed on NYU, After you and Dad shelled out all that money so she could go to school in New York? 2 semesters, I think. See what I mean? At least if she'd stuck it out, she'd have a degree by now. I mean, yeah, I kind of took the long route, too, but we've all got to grow up sometime, even the twerp. As far as her drinking, he repeats what he'd said about his other sister, that it's Marissa's life, her choice to make. That's another thing that's different about Andrew now, this standoff attitude when it comes to his sisters. They could both get under his skin, but when push came to shove, he was always protective of them, Marissa especially. Maybe before we leave for the wedding tomorrow, you and I should sit her down and talk to her about her drinking, I suggest. Andrew shakes his head. You can if you want to, Mom, but I'm staying out of it. When we were up there visiting Dad, I teased her about those bruises she's got, and she practically bit my head off. Bruises? What bruises? The ones she's hiding under all that makeup? She claims she bumped into something in her kitchen, and I said, yeah, in 2 different places? What really happened? Somebody pop you one? I was just kidding, you know, but she got pissed and stormed out of the room. I get up and walk over to her, but I can't see anything in the dim light of the TV. Why hadn't I noticed these bruises? You think someone hit her? He shrugs, says I should ask her myself. Or Ariane. The 2 of them had a deep, dark discussion about something after she got all huffy with me. Maybe Ari knows. But you know what, Mom? If she's got an alcohol problem, she's the one who has to deal with it, not you and me. That's one of the things I learned dealing with the guys who are coming back from the wars. The ones who are numbing themselves with booze or oxys or whatever, they've got to want to stop. You can't make them if they don't want to. He thinks about something and chuckles. What? I say. No, I was just thinking about this one guy I work with at the hospital. Pete. He's a maintenance guy, funny as hell. So one time, me and this other psych nurse had just gotten finished subduing a patient who had gone nuts on us in the middle of a tough withdrawal, and Pete tells us, out of the blue, that he's been sober for 20-something years. Really? I said. Wow, good for you. And he goes, yeah, I had to because I'm allergic to booze. Every time I got soused, I used to break out in handcuffs. I smile. Gallows humor, I guess. Well, honey, your sister isn't that bad. I'm not saying she is, but like I said, she's the one who's got to want to quit. You can't force recovery on someone. I'm not talking about forcing her, Andrew, but maybe if I talk to her about it, let her know I'm concerned. And if you want to stay out of it, fine. I guess I should talk to your father, see what he thinks. As if on cue, Marissa scowls and mutters something in her sleep. Her dress is so bunched on one side I can see her underwear. Maybe we should try to get her up to bed. Nah, just let her sleep it off. As I sit there watching my daughter, a memory of my father flashes before me. He's in the kitchen, seated at our old dinette set, slurring his words, whimpering to my aunt about how he should have saved them, how it should have been him who drowned, not Mama. It runs in the family, you know. What does? Alcoholism. My father was a drunk. Did I ever tell you that? He shakes his head. You used to talk about your mother, what she was like, but you never said much about him. No? Well, he died before you and Ariane were born. Earlier that same year, in fact. I remember being out to here with you two at his funeral. His drinking wasn't a problem until after. The flood? I nod. He felt responsible for their deaths because he couldn't save them. But I hadn't died. He could have saved me. Uh-oh. Watch it, Annie. From what? Not what. Who? Oh, honey, never mind. No, what were you just going to say? Tell me. What? Oh, just that instead of coming home after work and eating supper with us, putting me to bed, he'd be out at the bars. Who's us? He's getting warmer. What? You said instead of eating supper with us. You mean you and Uncle Donald? Some nights, yes. But your uncle was pretty busy with all his high school activities. He'd be running some club meeting or at practice. That was how he coped with what had happened, I guess, by staying busy. And how old were you when my mother died? 5? And they'd just leave you alone, without a babysitter or anything? Well, no. My cousin was living with us. He'd be there. The one who got you guys out of the car that night. Kent? You just jumped, Annie. Did he see you jump? Yes, that's right. How did you? Because we read about it. Read about it? Yeah, Ari and me. Whenever we'd ask you about what happened that night, you never seemed to want to go there. Oh, well, honey, those were such painful memories. That's what we figured. But Dad never seemed to know much either, so one time when we were in high school— Who, you and your sister? Yeah, we went to the library, downstairs to the microfilm machine, and we found all that stuff about the flood in the old newspapers. Read your mom's obituary, saw the pictures of the flood, the one of you and Kent at the hospital after they rescued you. Is this it? Is this where our secrets? No. Stay calm. Breathe. Whatever happened to him, anyway? I told you, he started drinking, and no, not your father, Kent. Stop saying his name. I don't know, Andrew. They put me in foster care, and we lost touch. So I have no idea what happened to him. He moved away. out of state, I think. And then, after my Aunt Elaine died, his mother, after she died, he may be dead now, too, for all I know. Maybe. But I'm still in your head, aren't I, Annie? You should try Googling him. Maybe he's on Facebook or something. Relax those fists. Say something, or... But that must have sucked, huh? Having to go into foster care? What? Yes. The family they put me with was okay, but they had kids of their own. The second family, too. It was hard, always feeling like the outsider, the one who didn't belong. I kept hoping my father would straighten himself out and take me back home. But that never happened. It was just a fantasy. But he must have come for visits, right? Mom? I shake my head. No, wait. I did see him, once. They set up a visit at the social services office. But he was late, and when he finally did show up, he was drunk, so they escorted him out. I saw him for all of 5 minutes. He sent me Christmas presents a few times at the beginning, birthday cards. He'd mail them to the agency, and they'd forward them to my foster family. But that stopped after a while. Every year I'd wait for them, run out and get the mail, check the tags on all the presents under the tree. How about Uncle Don? Did you see him? Yes, he and I stayed in touch. He'd write me letters, visit during his college vacations. But the only other time I saw my father after he showed up drunk that time was when I was pregnant with you and your sister. He was pretty sick by then. Dying. He kept telling Donald he wanted to see me, so finally I went. We drove to this run-down old welfare hotel in New London where he had a room. A shiver runs through me as I recall that room, the rippy window shades, the filthy sheets and brimming ashtrays, and that smell. I don't know, honey. I guess I should have gone to see him more often. After I was an adult, I mean. He couldn't help it. It was a disease, right? But... what? It was just too hard. For one thing, I was still so angry with him for abandoning me, choosing booze over his own daughter. And then when I got there that day, he looked so... I mean, if I had seen him on the street somewhere, I wouldn't have even recognized him. Would have walked right past him. He'd been so handsome, you know? But now, he was just this scrawny, pathetic old... And he had this terrible smell. He sat down next to me, took my hand in his, and his breath had this sickening, sweet, fruity smell to it. Andrew says a word I don't catch. What? Ketoacidosis. We treat some of the older vets at the hospital. The Vietnam flameouts, mostly. A lot of hardcore alkies get that breath. They come in dehydrated, malnourished. Their body can't synthesize glucose, so their ketone levels spike. It's a liver problem. That's what his death certificate said, liver cancer. Makes sense. Hey, I'm sorry, Mom. I always figured you didn't want to talk about things because of the flood. I didn't know about all this other stuff. Must have been hard, huh? I nod. Maybe I should have told you kids more about it if you wanted to know. But I guess I wanted to shield you and your sisters from it. Hey, I made a lot of mistakes, Andrew. I just wasn't a very good mother. Yes, you were, Mom. Don't say that. No, I wasn't. The way I'd fly off the handle, at you especially. He smiles. Yeah, well, I gave you good reason. No, you didn't. I remember how scared you looked that day when I pulled over to the side of the road and made you and Ariane get out of the car. But my God, now I find out that even my artwork scared you. Yeah, well, your crappy childhood had to come out in some way, right? I'm so taken with his kindness, his understanding, that I reach out and touch his cheek. I mean, sure, you had your moments, but you were a damn good mother, and don't say you weren't. Whether I was or I wasn't, I appreciate his saying it. That's something else about my son that's different now. He's more sensitive. I love him so much. I always have. But I need to be done with this conversation. Oh, look, I tell him, your movie's back on. Oh, yeah, this is the part I was telling you about. See? She's passed out from whatever she's taken, and he can't revive her. Now, watch. On the screen, Uma Thurman is on the floor, and they're hovering over her, John Travolta and some shifty-looking couple. The guy fills a syringe and rears back with it, plunges it into Uma. I turn away. No, look, Andrew says. And when I look back, Uma's eyes pop open and she bolts up like a resurrected corpse. Awesome, huh? Why is he laughing? Why is this funny? He puts his half-drunk beer and the empties back in the carton and stands up. Okay, that's the scene I was waiting for. I'm beat. Guess I'll hit the hay. You want this on? The remote's in his hand. When I shake my head, he deadens the TV, and the room goes dark. Everything's ready up there, honey. I put on sheets for you, and a set of towels on your bureau. Okay, thanks. Hey, you all right? I nod, look over at Marissa, cast now in silhouette. You know what? Let's try and get her upstairs. I stand, go over to her and put my hand on her shoulder, give it a little shake. Marissa? No! She shouts. Get away from me! Her flailing hand hits me on the side of my mouth. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. And anyway, she didn't realize what she was doing. She's sound asleep. Still a brat, her brother says. Seriously, Mom, just leave her alone. Okay. I follow him out of the room and up the stairs. When we reach the top, I tell him good night. Tell him I love him. Love you too, Mom, he says. He's at the entrance to the bathroom when he turns back. Hey, Mom? Casey and me? We broke up. I reach out to him, place my hand on his arm. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. What happened? He shrugs. It just wasn't going to work out. Who broke it off, you or... I did. But hey, it's okay. Better to realize it before we got married than afterward, right? Sure, honey, but I wasn't going to mention it just before your wedding, you know? But I told Dad when I was up there, so... What about your sisters? Do they know? He shakes his head. Don't worry, Mom. I'll live. Good night. Good night. He closes the bathroom door behind him. Poor kid. And poor Marissa, too, passed out down there. I go to the hall closet and grab one of the extra blankets, go back down and tuck it around her. Do that much, at least. Back upstairs in the bedroom, I turn off the light and crawl between the sheets, rest my head on these goddamn new pillows. It's no wonder Andrew acted so sullen this evening. It wasn't about Vivica and me, it was about his broken engagement. Oh, God. I'm exhausted. I need to get some sleep. I mean, sure, you had your moments, but you were a damn good mother. Overall, maybe. But I could get so impatient, so frustrated. Half the time I wanted them to just go away so I could get to my work. And they had to have picked up on that resentment. Kids are perceptive. But it's like he said, they survived. They're all okay, in spite of my shortcomings. Who are you kidding? They're the walking wounded, all three of them. A broken engagement, a Dr. Frankenstein pregnancy, and your third one down there blacked out. Black and blue. Face it, Annie, I screwed you up, and you screwed them up. Go to hell. I hope you are dead. And what if I am? Our secrets are still alive. What you and I know that no one else ever found out. That it was you who dropped the baby into that cold, dark water, and she was crying, bucking against me, and so cold, so slippery. I loved Gracie. I couldn't hold on to her. Was that it? Or were you jealous of all the attention she was getting? No, it was an accident. And what about our other secret? The things we did when we were alone. The things you did. I didn't even understand what was happening. I was just a little girl. A naughty little girl. Touching me where I wanted you to. Letting me touch you. I missed my mother. I was confused. It was all so confusing. Okay, relax, Annie. Breathe. Go to sleep. But he's right. He damaged me, and I damaged them, the 3 people I love most in the world. And Orion. I hurt him too. I was unfaithful to him with Vivica, and now, to add insult to injury, I'm marrying her tomorrow in the town where we raised our kids, where tomorrow our kids will stand there and witness. Will witness. What's happening? Why can't I breathe? My lungs need air. Oh, God, I feel so sick. What's that noise? Oh, God, it's me. I'm shaking so hard that the headboard is banging against the wall. Get out of my room, Kent. Don't touch me. I'm cold. How can I be sweating when I'm freezing cold? Gracie was so cold, so wet. I couldn't hold her. Am I having a heart attack? Is that why my heart is pounding? Why my fingertips are numb? Scream for help, Annie. No, I can't. I'll wake them up. Then get out of bed. Go over to your phone and call for help. Call 911. But my legs won't move. Why can't I breathe? Is this what drowning feels like? Please, God, don't let me die. I don't want to die like this. Then pray. Yes, that's right. I'll pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day. Give us... Okay. It's passing. I'm up. Walking over to my phone. Turning it on, I watch it light up, watch my fingers skid along the keys, press the numbers, press send. Why isn't it ringing? Okay, there it goes. 2 rings. 3, 4, 5. Answer it, Vivica, please answer it. Hello? Hello? Speak. Say something. Who is this? Anna, is that you? Help me. It comes out in a whisper. Did she hear me? Anna, what did you just say? Sweetheart, is something wrong? Help me. And she does. Soothes me with her calming voice. Names it. Panic attack. She has me say the address. Says she's going to get up now. Get in her car, put the address into her GPS, and come to me. She'll bring the Xanax, she says. She'll be right here. She's coming. I'm downstairs, waiting at the front window when I see her headlights. I unlock the door, open it, let her in, and fall against her, sobbing. I didn't know what was happening. I thought I was dying. It's all right, Anna. I'm here now. Come on. Let's get you up to bed. You're all right now. I'm going to stay with you. No, you can't. I promised him. It doesn't matter. She takes my hand in hers. Come with me. At the base of the stairs, I stop. Look over my shoulder and into the living room. The recliner's empty, the blankets on the floor. Marissa's woken up and gone to bed. Come on now, Anna. Come upstairs. That's it. Now, get under the covers. You feel cold. There you go. Good girl. Now, just hold on a second. I'll be right back. She returns from the bathroom with a cup of water. I take the pill she gives me. Swallow it. She gets into bed, places her body against mine, and holds me. Massages my temple with her thumb. It's all right now, baby. I'm here. You're here with me. I was up here, trying to get to sleep, but I started thinking about my kids, worrying about them, and then all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. I thought I was having a heart attack. I know, sweetheart, but just try to relax now, okay? Andrew and I were downstairs. This movie was on, and Marissa... Shh. Close your eyes and rest. He started asking me about when I was a kid, about things I never talk about, and then when I came back up to bed... Vivica, there are things that happened when I was little. Bad things. Shh. You can tell me about them, Anna, but right now you just need to relax and go to sleep. Okay. Okay, Vivica. Lying there in the dark. I can't see the photographs on the bureau, but it's as if I can feel him looking at me. I'm sorry, Orion. I couldn't keep my promise. I need her here. I'm worried about the kids, Orion. Did you notice anything about them when they visited you? Why did Andrew and his girl break their engagement? It wasn't because of me, was it? Why did Ariane decide to get pregnant that way? She's still young. But okay. Vivica's right. I need to let it all go and get to sleep. And Marissa's gotten herself up to bed. She looked so uncomfortable asleep in that chair. All three of them are down the hall, asleep. And no matter why Ariane got pregnant, her child is growing inside her, its tiny heart beating away. In the quiet, I listen to Vivica's rhythmic breathing, feel the steady beat of her heart. Her warmth relaxes me, and her arm resting against my back makes me feel safe. I called her, and she came, took care of me. I'm starting to doze now. Don't fight it, Annie. Just let it go. When I wake up, I lie still, confused for a few seconds about where I am. Okay, now I remember. Our bed, the yellow walls, the curtains I hung after he installed the rods. Then it comes back to me, the strange, paralyzing fear that came over me last night. Panic attack, she said. Then she came, brought me up here, got me to sleep. It's our wedding day. I reach out to touch her, but my hand comes down on the empty mattress. A car starts outside. I get up, go over to the window, watch her back down the driveway and out into the street. She puts on her headlights, puts the car into gear, and drives away. The sunrise is pretty, a mother-of-pearl pink beyond the trees. I see it on the bureau, the note in her beautiful flowing penmanship. Good morning, darling. I wanted to get up and out of here before any of the kids woke up. Respect the family boundaries. You were sleeping so peacefully I didn't have the heart to wake you up. I'm so sorry you had a bad night, but don't dwell on that. Think about today and all of our tomorrows. I love you, Anna. V. And I love her too. I need her. I want to marry her, go with her to Greece, and see the things she wants to show me. Those sun-bleached houses built into the hill, the blue Aegean, the red hibiscus against the snow-white fence. My doubts are gone, and I'm filled with hope. The sunrise is beautiful. The sky is clear. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Chapter 23. Kent Kelly.
At the hardware store, I got promoted to the sales floor. All those fix-it lessons Uncle Chick had given me came in handy, and I was good at selling. I was a natural, they said. Some customer would come in for a can of paint or a package of picture hooks and leave with a quartz heater for their garage or a socket wrench set that was on sale. Impulse buys. That was my specialty once I realized how gullible people could be. I sold this one lady patio furniture in November, and I'm not even talking clearance prices. After a while, I got another promotion, assistant sales manager. They still let me be the key guy, though. There was something about cutting keys that felt satisfying. Years later, when I mentioned that to some court-ordered shrink who was treating me, he said, "Well, Kent, there's something phallic about a key, isn't there? You stick it into a lock, and voila." He was so far off base, I couldn't help laughing at him. For me, it was more about hearing my name over the loudspeaker. "Kent Kelly to the key machine, please. Kent to keys." I was a somebody at that store, the assistant manager and the key guy. At the flophouse where I lived, this guy Mitch moved into Daisy's old room. He was a tattoo artist. Worked at a storefront place 2 streets over called Marked Men. This was before every chick in the universe started getting tattooed. There was a porn shop next door to Marked Men, and Mitch worked there a couple of nights, too. He was closer to my father's age than mine, but we got to be friends. We'd smoke weed together, play cards, go out for breakfast, or to the movies on Sundays, which, like I said, was always the hardest day of the week for me. One Sunday afternoon, he opened up the shop and gave me a tat free of charge. A cobra, its body coiled around my bicep, its hooded head raised and ready to strike. Mitch said a paying customer would have to fork over $75 for it. It hurt like a motherfucker for a day or so, itched for a couple more, but it was worth it. When I wore short sleeves at work, people would ask me to pull up my sleeves so they could see the whole thing, tell me it was cool. I didn't know Mitch had an ulterior motive until the night we were hanging out in his room doing vodka shots, and he reached over and put his hand on my crotch. At first, I was so stunned that I just sat there letting him. But when he went for my zipper, I grabbed his wrist and gave him his hand back. "What's the matter?" he said. "Nothing. What are you, a fag or something? Because I'm not." "Don't knock it till you try it," he said. "A guy knows a lot more about what makes another guy feel good than a woman does." I shook my head. "I'm just not into that kind of action." A few minutes and a couple of vodkas later, he asked me what kind of action I was into. I never would have told him if I wasn't shit-faced. The next night there was a knock on my door, and when I answered it, there was Mitch. He handed me a magazine called Young Love. The porn shop where he pinch hit kept stuff like that in the back, he said. "Have fun." I stood there, watching him walk down the hall to his room. The pictures in that magazine excited me, but they shocked me, too. I was pretty streetwise by then, but still naive about some stuff. I guess I'd more or less assumed I was the only guy in the world who liked them that age, but Young Love let me know I wasn't. Over the next several days, I looked at it so many times that the binding fell apart. From there, one thing led to another. Mitch and I had an agreement. He kept me supplied with kiddie porn, and I let him do stuff. I didn't particularly enjoy it, but it was a means to an end. This was years before all that shit became available on the internet. After I started selling insurance and could afford a computer, it was like somebody had handed me the key to the candy store. At least that was what it was like until those two plainclothes detectives showed up at the door of my condo, read me my rights, and walked out with my hard drive. But that happened a lot later, when I was in my 40s and making decent money. The lawyer I hired couldn't get the charges dropped, but he got me off with just a fine. With what he charged me, plus what I had to fork over to the government, someone might as well have shoved a gun against my ribs and said, "Stick 'em up." But at least in terms of jail time, I dodged a bullet. Dodged another one in terms of my job. The Duffy Insurance Agency was none the wiser. By then, I had 4 framed Sales Manager of the Month certificates hanging on the wall in my cubicle and 4 $300 sports jackets hanging in my closet. It didn't much matter if it was out-of-season patio furniture or life insurance policies. I was goddamned good at whatever it was I had to sell. I've done 8 little girls over the years. I have Polaroids of some of them and memories of every single one. What I'd do was rent apartments in smaller towns, but cruise city kids. Get what I wanted, and then get back on I-95 and disappear 6 or 7 exits down the highway. I'd zero in on lonely kids for the most part. Girls who, in their own way, were as starved for attention as those old folks at Eldridge Elder Care, as neglected as I was when I was a kid. This one girl, LaWanda, in Bridgeport, she was the only black kid I ever did. Her mom was a hooker who, when she worked the streets, would give her daughter a few bucks and drop her off at McDonald's. You know how easy it is to pick up a kid when McDonald's is her babysitter? When you're a grown man who's circling a little girl, you've got to be patient. If you make your move before the kid and her mom both trust you, begin to need you, then it can all go south. But if you bide your time, within a month or so, you're staying the night, going to Walmart with them, giving the kid rides to gymnastics or some other little girl's birthday party. For one thing, the moms whose daughters I'm interested in are struggling to make ends meet, working a job with long hours, or even better, 2 jobs. And for another thing, they're lonely too, starved for attention and romance. So you start pinch-hitting for them if their regular sitter's sick, maybe do a load of laundry if you notice that the hamper's full. When they get home from work, you rub their aching feet or massage the tension out of their shoulders. Listen to their gripes about their craphead boss or their difficult co-worker. You tell them they're pretty, and if they try to dismiss the compliment, you look them straight in the eye and say, "No, seriously, you are." And they look back at you, hopeful as hell, blinking back all of their past disappointments. See, I'm lucky because my diagnosis is pedophilia non-exclusive type. Non-exclusive, meaning that although it's little girls who turn me on, I can do the mothers too, even if I have to think about their daughters to help me cross the finish line. And when Mom's getting hers on a regular basis, it's easier for her to stay blind about what might be going on when she's not there. Do I feel guilty sometimes? Sure. Like I said, I'm not a monster. Case in point, the day I found out my mother had died and been buried 2 weeks earlier, I started banging my head against the wall hard as I could. Then I stumbled down the street to the walk-in clinic. Had to get stitches in my forehead. Hey, I've known monsters. In prison, in a therapy group for sexual predators they made me go to, and believe me, I'm a different breed than those guys. The way I look at it, I'm just a guy who needs sex like any other guy, except that I'm wired a little differently than most, which, when you think about it, is kind of like having a disability. Think about it. Most men can go to a bar or go online, pick up some pussy and be done with it, whereas I've got to always be looking over my shoulder, risking arrest because society's so fucking squeamish and hypocritical about it. You walk through the girls' department of any department store in the country, and they've got the mannequins dressed up like little sluts. They sell makeup for little kids, for Christ's sake. But as far as the law's concerned, it's strictly look but don't touch. And don't kid yourself, some of these little girls can be pretty seductive. They'll climb up in your lap and want to cuddle, touch their fingers to your face so that they can feel how scratchy your whiskers are. And take it from me, some of these kids, once you've initiated them, want it too. Because, hey, sex feels good no matter what age you are. I gave a 10-year-old an orgasm once, and don't tell me I didn't, like that one facilitator said in one of those groups they made me go to. I mean, who was there? Me or that battle axe? But yeah, I do feel guilty sometimes. Hate myself even once the rush is over, especially when they cry. This one guy I knew in prison, Eamon, he killed a kid who wouldn't stop crying. His girlfriend's little boy, he flung him headfirst into a wall. Now there's a monster for you. And I'm lumped in the same category as that sociopath. No way. The day I picked up the paper and read that LaWanda had been murdered by her mother's meth-head boyfriend, I felt so bad about it that I cried like a baby. This woman Michelle I met when I lived in Stamford was a bit of a cow, but she was also a widow, so there was no ex-husband to contend with. The exes can be tricky if they're still invested in their kids' lives, or if it wasn't them who wanted the divorce. Her daughter Lily was a beautiful kid, 10 years old, sweet and innocent, with frizzy red hair and tiny pink nipples. Out of all the little girls I've done, Lily came the closest to Annie. I moved in with them during summertime. The setup was perfect because Michelle played on a softball team. She was their pitcher, and from what I could see, the main reason why her team was leading the league. We'd go to her games in 2 separate cars. Lily and I would sit in the bleachers and watch for maybe 3 or 4 innings. Then I'd take her home and get her ready for bed. Michelle usually went out to a bar with her teammates after their games, so she wouldn't get home until after 10 most of the time, and by then I'd have gotten what I wanted and Lily would be asleep. But I got careless one night. Got a little too rough with Lily, and I was so focused on getting the kid to stop crying about the bleeding that I didn't even realize it had started raining heavily, that the game had been called. I didn't hear Michelle's car pull into the driveway. Didn't hear her enter the house or walk down the hall toward Lily's room. When I looked up, there she was in the doorway, sopping wet, still in her uniform. It got ugly. Lily was screaming. Michelle was screaming and throwing whatever she could grab at me as I hurried toward the door, dressing myself and trying to find my friggin' car keys. She nailed me with these heavy brass bookends. One of them clipped me on the shoulder, the other landed hard against the small of my back. I mean, shit. She was their star pitcher. Trust me, that bitch had an arm on her, and her aim was accurate. Gunning it back to my place, I made an emergency escape plan. I'd go back to my apartment, throw a few things in a bag, and drive to Providence where Mitch lived. Disappear there for a while. My crucial mistake was stopping at the ATM for cash on the way to my place. I was backing my car out of the driveway when a cruiser pulled in front of it, blocking my way. That was it, and I knew it. The jig was finally up. I wrote Michelle an impassioned letter, promising her that I'd get help and begging her to forgive me, a.k.a. to drop the charges. It came back a week later, unopened. My lawyer told me we should plea bargain. The mom's out for blood, and they've got the girl's testimony on video. And if I know Judge Dwyer, he'll rule that that kiddie porn prior of yours is admissible. The deck's stacked against you, Kent. Take the deal. The deal was a 10-year sentence suspended after 7. I left the courtroom courtesy of DOC and was processed into the Society of Scumbags at Enfield Correctional. My new peers were rapists, skinheads, arsonists, contract murderers. And trust me, when you enter the hell that's an American prison with a pedophile conviction, when word gets around that a new Short Eyes has arrived on the compound, you're in for special treatment. At Enfield, I got shanked in the medline, had my food spat on by the servers as I went through the chow line, got beaten up and raped by the tattooed muscleheads who spend their days lifting weights and their shower time meting out a justice system of their own, often with a thumbs up from the COs who have it in for us short-eyes too. "So what the hell do you want me to do about it?" one CO asked me when I showed him the turds that some goon had shat onto my mattress. I told him I needed to be moved to a different unit. 2 weeks' worth of torment later, a different CO opened my cell door. "Let's go, Kelly," he said. "You're moving." Finally, I thought. Where to? Solitary. The deputy wardens issued you a ticket. For what? For licking your lips and making goo-goo eyes at someone's little girl in the visiting room. "That's bull," I said. "It didn't happen." It didn't. "Were you in the visiting room Friday afternoon?" I told him I was, that I'd had a legal visit. "Well then, come on, move it." I was innocent, but it was futile to object. I was in Seg for the next 10 days. Nothing to do, nothing to read. I was going stir-crazy, thinking about everything from the day I'd flushed those baby gerbils down the crapper to the night of the flood. When they put me back in Gen Pop, the beatdown I took was so vicious that I lost my left eye. After I got out of the infirmary, I wrote the warden a letter telling him I was thinking of suing the state and him personally. That was when they transferred me to Gardner, a medium-security facility that houses more drug dealers and white-collar crooks than killers. But there were goons in Gardner, too. Cyclops, they nicknamed me. Nice, huh? I went along with my counselor's suggestion for survival, passed the word around that I was doing a bid for check-kiting. Whatever prison you're in, you have an easier ride if your fellow felons think you're something other than a child molester. At Gardner, I applied for the nurse's aid program, waited until I was 10 months away from the end of my sentence before I got in. Annie's a big deal in the art world now. The only time I've seen her since that day they took her away was in a magazine photo. It was back when I was doing time at Gardner, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I'd gone to the prison library to get myself something to read and, by chance, had picked up a dog-eared Newsweek from the help-yourself pile of old magazines. And there she was, in a story about some fancy-pants New York art show. It was the name that made me stop turning the pages. Annie O. Annie O'Day. I kept staring at the picture of the middle-aged woman posed in front of these assemblage things she makes. Different person, I figured. But the more I stared at the woman's face, the more I realized it was her, that this was who she'd turned into. What had I expected? That she had looked the same as she had when she was 6 or 7? I read the article 2 or 3 times before I could wrap my head around what, by chance, I had discovered. Or was it just by chance? Maybe it was a message from that higher power everyone was talking about in the 12 Steps meetings I went to whenever I needed to get the fuck away from the tier for a while, or when the ridicule about my missing eye got to be too much for me to take. I kept looking at the artwork in back of her, which, to me, looked more like a bunch of stuff from the dump than high-priced art that had gotten fucking Newsweek's attention. But what did I know about that whole world? I tore out the page, took it back to my cell, and taped it to the wall. From that day until the morning I got released, Annie's face was the first thing I saw in the morning and the last thing I saw before lights out. I have that picture still. Keep it folded up inside my wallet so I can look at it when I want to. Sometimes, still, I'll sit down in front of a piece of paper and, pen in hand, write her name over and over. Annie. 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 The night I tried to kill myself, I'd gotten out of Gardner and was finishing the rest of my sentence at a halfway house for guys who, like me, are listed on the sexual predator website, the kind of home that the welcome wagon lady never bothers to go to. I'd been struggling for weeks to resist a new little girl I'd been scoping out. You ever watch those nature shows on cable? Where they show you, say, the way a cheetah will sit and wait, undetected by the herd of deer he's scoping out, and then he'll start focusing on just one of them, hyper-focusing until, in his mind, it's just him and the one he's decided he wants. And then, when the time's just right, he goes for it, runs at it, pounces. That's what it's like for me. It's just nature, you know? My nature, anyway. Except the difference between me and that cheetah is that he's going to walk away licking his bloody chops and looking for a soft place to lie down and take a nap, and I may be looking at the walls of an 8x10 prison cell. It would have been easy in this particular case, too. The kid's mom was a co-worker on the janitorial staff down at the mall, and from what I could see, she was asleep at the wheel, parenting-wise. But if I went for it and got caught, they'd send me back to that hellhole or another one just like it for a lot longer than I'd been there the first time, and I knew I wouldn't be able to handle that. So it was like a war going on inside of me, my wanting to have this kid and my fear of having to go back if I got caught. And sharking that kid was driving me crazy, exhausting me. All the shrinks I'd been to over the years, all the meds they'd put me on, and the truth was that I wasn't fixable. And because I wasn't, I was universally hated. The only person in the world who had really ever loved me was my dead mother and Aunt Sunny. That's the worst thing in the world, not to have anyone who loves you. And it wasn't even my fault, really. It wasn't like I had chosen this life. It was more like it had chosen me. So I started thinking, fuck it. Why bother? I just didn't want to take it anymore. That was when I hit on what I thought would be a permanent solution. I walked down to CVS and bought a pack of single-edge razor blades. In the 12-step program I was in at the group home, they kept talking about making amends. My sponsor was a former priest and fellow deviant. He liked little boys. I sat down and wrote 2 letters, one to him and one to all the girls I'd ever trespassed against. I put both letters on my bed where they'd find them. Then I picked up one of those blades and sliced the veins in both my arms. I cut them vertically instead of across because I'd heard somewhere that that was the way to do it if you were really serious about making the lights go out. But sitting there and watching myself bleed out started scaring me. If there was a hell, I was headed there sure as shit after everything I'd done, and maybe it would be worse than prison. And so, before I passed out, I picked up the phone and called Father Joe, sobbed into the receiver that I was scared to die. I guess when push came to shove, I preferred the hell of living inside my skin to the hell of what might come once I slipped out of it. I spent 9 days in the psych hospital. I was depressed, they said. After the new meds kicked in and they released me to the outpatient program, they assigned me to this shrink named Dr. Ronnie Banks. There was a motorcycle helmet on her desk and a Honda Gold Wing out in the hospital parking lot. You can never tell about biker chicks. Some of them are dykes and some of them aren't. I wasn't sure which way the wind blew with Dr. Ronnie, but I knew halfway through our first session that I didn't like her. I was in the middle of telling her about my fucked-up childhood, how my father had bailed when I was a kid, how Irma Cake's daughter had emotionally dysregulated me down in their basement, and that was the reason I was the way I was. "Wow," she said. "You can really talk the talk, can't you? But let's focus on the future rather than the past, shall we? Let's work on how you can manage your compulsion out in the community. Agreed?" "Agreed," I said. After I left her office, I asked around about her and found out that she played on the all-girls team. During our next appointment, she said, "So help me understand then, Kent. First, you tell me your actions are impulsive and involuntary. Then you describe a modus operandi that relies on patience and premeditation. So which is it? Can you control these urges, or can't you?" Now that I knew that neither flirting nor playing the sympathy card about my traumatic childhood was going to work on her, I decided to play the fear card instead. "Geez, I don't know, Doc," I said. I guess I'm like that snake in the Garden of Eden. She cocked her head. How so? Well, I'll see some innocent little girl waiting for the school bus or sitting by herself in the food court at the mall wearing short shorts and one of those little midriff blouses, and I may start slithering her way. But I know I've got to play her first. Convince her how sweet that apple's going to taste before I can claim my prize. The skin between her eyebrows buckled with professional concern. So you're saying that you think of your victim as some sort of reward? Sure. You can relate, can't you? When you rumble up to some lesbo bar on that hog of yours, walk in and scope out some chick you want to... She held up her hand like a traffic cop, but I kept going. I mean, fess up, Ronnie. Are you thinking of her as some fellow human being you can have tea and conversation with, or as that night's lick job? I pulled my shirt sleeve up to my shoulder so she could see my cobra tattoo, stuck out my tongue and flicked it up and down at her like a fucking snake. Dr. Ronnie managed to maintain her professional demeanor, but her blinking gave her away. Once, twice, 3 times, 4. We're not discussing me, Kent. We're discussing you, she said. I nodded, smiled, flicked my tongue at her some more. She glanced at her clock and told me we'd have to continue this discussion next time because our time was up. No, it isn't, I said. According to my calculations, we have another 7 minutes, which we did. She stood up anyway, walked to her door, and opened it. I walked out, laughing. When I went to my next appointment, I learned that I'd been reassigned to a male therapist whose name I don't even remember. He was a queer, too. You'd be surprised how many of these jokers in the helping professions are. So I was back to flirting, running my fingers through my hair while we chatted, stroking the insides of my thighs while I played true confessions. At the end of our first meeting, while we were shaking hands, I stroked his knuckles with my fingertips, just for a second or two, just enough to stoke his fantasy. With any of these shrinks, you've got to locate the chink in their professional armor so that you can take back some of the power they've got over you. Because if you don't, some of them will go for the jugular. And the next thing you know, instead of telling them a sob story, you're sitting there sobbing for real. And believe me, when that happens, they'll take your vulnerability and run with it. When I do those girls, it's not that I want to fuck with their heads. It's just that when it comes over me, I want what I want when I want it. And it's not as if they don't get over it. Not as if I've ruined their whole lives. Look at Annie. She sure as hell bounced back. That Newsweek article said she was married, living in Connecticut with her husband and kids, and that her work's in demand with art collectors around the country, which, I assume, means that she must be rolling in the dough by now. One of the conditions of my parole is that I stay away from the internet, and you can probably guess why. But not long after I got out of Gardner, I walked from the halfway house to the library downtown, and there it was, an open computer station far enough away from the front desk for anyone to see what I was looking at. I sat down, my heart racing, and typed in the names of some of the kiddie porn sites I liked. But this filtering software came popping up. It figured. They'd blocked them. Next, on a whim, I Googled Annie O, and all kinds of shit about her art career came up. Notices about openings, reviews of shows. I kept clicking on stuff, and eventually I found her street address and phone number, took her picture out of my wallet, unfolded it, and wrote them down on that old Newsweek article. The first time I called her, I lost my nerve and hung up as soon as it started ringing. The next several times I tried, a man answered. The husband, I figured. That was when I started thinking that maybe, instead of calling and talking to her on the phone, what I might do was hitch a ride over there to 3 Rivers and show up at her door. As far as parole was concerned, I was being a good little boy, staying put, going to work every day, making my curfew. So they took off my ankle bracelet, which more or less gave me the idea. So much had happened since we were kids. I figured she might be glad to reconnect with her long-lost cousin, may have forgiven and forgotten by now, because, yeah, she was pretty young back then. But hey, I was just a kid myself. Didn't know my ass from my elbow. Plus, I had saved her life that night. And I never did tell anyone who was really responsible for Gracie's death. I've kept our secret all these years. I'd like to think those two things count for something. But another part of me was afraid that as soon as she answered the door, she'd slam it in my face, and I couldn't take that. Because out of all the little girls I've done, the only one I ever really loved was Annie. And yeah, the sex was part of it, but so was the closeness we'd shared. To this day, my body remembers what it felt like that night to pull her out of the water and up onto that roof. And then, when the two of us were up in the tree, to zip her up inside my jacket to warm her body against mine. And what it felt like to wake up in the hospital the next morning and feel her sleeping against me for safety's sake. So I decided to risk it. Because I had her address, and hey, she might not close the door on me. She might open it and tell me to come in, make us some coffee and tell me she's glad I came, that she's missed me too. I've been there 4 different times. I go on my day off from the nursing home, Mondays most of the time, but the last time I went was on a Tuesday. I've got the routine down at this point. I get off at the bus stop downtown, then hoof it out to their neighborhood, trudge up that big hill where they live, get to the house and ring the bell. Each time it's been the same. No cars in the driveway, no lights on inside. So I sit on the front steps and wait for a while, an hour or 2. Then I give up, walk back down their hill and back to the bus stop, catch the 2 o'clock bus back to the group home. And then, yesterday, I expected to hear what I'd heard so often when I've called her number, the 4 rings until the machine kicked in. Instead, someone picked up the phone. Not the husband this time, a female. She has daughters, teenagers they must be by now, but this was a woman's voice, not a kid's. Annie's voice, it had to be. She was there. Which is why, this morning, I'm on this 3/4 empty bus heading over to 3 Rivers again. I think my patience may have finally paid off. Because how often do I get a Saturday off? Almost never. And yesterday it was her voice I heard. She's there. So all the ducks are lining up, and if my luck holds out, no one else will be around when I get there, the husband, the kids. It will just be Annie and me, the same as it used to be. Looking out the window, I catch my own reflection smiling back at me. It's all good, Kent, it seems to be saying. It's all good.
Chapter 24. Andrew O.
"Aw, what's the matter? Does the twerp have a big head this morning? Gee, I wonder why." "Shut up," Marissa says. Clunks her head down on the table, just missing the bottle of Advil. Ariane shoots me a look. "Hey, why should I shut up after what she knocked down yesterday?" Minnie puts a heaping platter of scrambled eggs on the table and a plate of English muffins toasted and buttered. It's like we're in some old black-and-white movie from the 1950s, the colored maid waiting on the white folks. "There ain't no jelly in the refrigerator," she says. "None that I could see." Ariane says there might be some in the cabinet and gets up to look. Comes back to the table with a jar of strawberry jam and hands it to me. "You want to do the honors, He-Man?" I unscrew the lid for her. "My hero," she says. Marissa snorts into the tabletop. "So, Minnie, how did you guys make out last night?" I ask her. "Made out good," she says. "Them motel mattresses were so comfortable that when Hector come by to take Africa for breakfast, I had to wake him up." "Where'd they go?" "To that IHOP near where we stayin' at. Last time I took that boy to one of them IHOPs, he ate so many chocolate chip pancakes I thought they were going to start coming out of his ears." "He's a cutie," Ariane says. "He a handful is what he is," Minnie tells her. I just hope Hector don't let him eat so many pancakes that he make himself sick. Minnie's standing at the counter, grabbing some breakfast too. I hook my foot around the rung of the empty chair and pull it away from the table. Come sit down with us, I tell her. Take a load off. Nah, that's okay. I'm good right here, thanks. So what time do we have to head over there for the big event? I ask. Ariane glances at the clock on the wall. In about an hour and a half, she says. And what's the plan? Are we all driving over together? Ariane shrugs, but Minnie knows. She says Hector's picking her up after she's done here, that he's bringing her in Africa to the ceremony, and I'm driving my mother and sisters. I wonder what Minnie thinks about this lesbian wedding she's going to witness. I read somewhere that statistically, blacks tend to be less tolerant of gays than whites are. It's true of the guys in my company, that much I know. Don't ask, don't tell, and don't shower anywhere near me, Leroy says whenever the subject comes up, and it never fails to get a laugh. And Danielle told me one of his homies is doing time for beating a tranny within an inch of his life after he realized the woman he was in bed with was a guy. But who knows? Maybe black women are more tolerant. Either way, Minnie's got to be cool about it, I guess, given who signs her paycheck. Ariane reaches for the eggs and scrapes most of what's left onto her plate. Takes another muffin, loads on the jam. This is the most I've eaten in 3 months, she says. Hooray for me, my appetite's back. Back with a vengeance, I kid her. Ari laughs, swats me in the arm. Still a wise guy, she says. Still an asshole, Rissa mumbles. You'll feel better if you eat something, Ari tells her. Coffee and Advil and an empty stomach? Not good. Yeah, it's no wonder she's gotten so skinny. Too skinny, in my humble opinion. Bony arms and legs, tiny little waist. Marissa raises her head. Did someone mention coffee? She says, holding up her mug. Minnie walks over to the table, carafe in hand, and refills it. I slide mine over to her, and she warms me up too. For the next several minutes, no one says anything. I guess the three of us are all mulling over what's in store a little later on. Then out of the blue, Ari asks me how my fiancé is doing. Casey Lee? No, your other fiancé, Marissa says. I ignore her, but Ari's waiting for an answer. She's good. Busy. I'm going for nonchalance, but I'm not sure I'm pulling it off. Why haven't I told my sisters that the engagement's off? I was going to when we were driving down from the Cape yesterday, but then I didn't. I guess I wasn't up for the third degree that would follow. I'll tell them, though. Tonight, maybe, after all the hoopla's over with. Lots to do, at the beginning of the school year. Is that why she didn't come? Yeah, yep. So what does she think about Mom marrying Vivica? Marissa asks. Aren't you Bible thumpers all about how marriage has to be between a man and a woman? Yeah, we kind of think that's what our Lord and Savior had in mind. She rolls her eyes. But hey, what do us Bible thumpers know? We're not nearly as cool and sophisticated as you New Yorkers who pray to Mammon instead of God. Who's Mammon? Not who. What? Look it up. It's in the Bible. Ari tries to short-circuit this little exchange we're having. And what grade does she teach? Same grade as when you asked me yesterday. Kindergarten. Oh, that's right. Well, I'm really looking forward to meeting her. Uh-huh. I pick up the jam and ask Minnie if she wants any. She comes over and takes it from me, grabs a tablespoon and piles some onto her muffin. It's like that article I read in class a while back about the connection between poverty and obesity, the prevalence of diabetes in blacks. So, what's your Lord and Savior's plan for gays and lesbians? Marissa says. Castration? Chastity belts? I'm trying to think of some equally smart-ass answer to give her when Mom enters the kitchen, all business. Morning, everyone, she says. She hands Minnie the 2 dresses on hangers she's holding. These traveled pretty well. Just a light pressing ought to do it. I have yours here too, Marissa. Jesus, Mom, I said I'd bring it down, the twerp snaps. Well, now you don't have to. What about your dress, Ariane? Does it need to be ironed? Ari tells her she's already ironed hers. Oh, okay, great. How did you kids sleep last night? Better than me, I hope. When I looked in the bathroom mirror just now, I thought a raccoon was staring back at me. I've got some really good shit from Bloomies that'll cover up those circles no problem, Marissa tells her. It's super expensive, but it's worth it. Yeah, must be, I say, waving my finger at her neck. Ari kicks me under the table. She knows something about how the twerp got those bruises, and I plan to pursue it when I get a minute alone with her. Those black and blue marks, her weight, her drinking. Bottom line is, I'm worried about Marissa. Minnie's left her half-eaten breakfast to set up the ironing board, plug in the iron. Over her shoulder, she says, "Them eggs must be cold by now. You want me to cook you some new ones, Miss Anna?" Anna is Mom's New York name, I've noticed. Vivica calls her that too. Mom says no, then reaches for the last English muffin. Sits down next to Marissa and cups her hand around her shoulder. Asks her how she's feeling. Like shit, I say. The twerp gives me the finger. All right, you two, Mom says. Let's not start, okay? Too late for that, Ariane says. I know I shouldn't, but I pick up the Advil bottle and shake it like a castanet. Jesus Christ, would you stop it? Marissa says. What are you, 12 years old? Ever the peacemaker, Ariane changes the subject to who's taking showers when. I'll go first, I say. Get up from the table. Mom asks me if I need anything ironed. Nope, I'm good. Are you wearing your uniform, honey? Nah, I tried on that gray suit in my closet. Still fits. When the doorbell rings, I tell them I'll get it. It's some kid in a Yankees jacket. He's carrying a box. Florist, he says. Just a second, I tell him. All I've got in my wallet is a bunch of 20s. Ah, fuck it. Here you go, I tell him, handing him one. He hands me the box and glances down at the 20. Hey, thanks, yo, he says. Yeah, no problem. I don't usually tip Yankee fans, but what the hell? He grins, turns and heads back down the front walk. I bring the flowers into the kitchen. Oh, good, Mom says. I was hoping that's who it was. She opens the box, and the girls ooh and ah at their bouquets. There's a boutonniere in here for you too, Andrew, Mom says. Oh, goody. Okay, I'm going up to hit the rain room. An hour later, Minnie's gone, and I'm waiting in the kitchen for the others. The twerp's the first one down. You look nice, I tell her. That's a pretty dress. You feeling any better? She nods, tells me Vivica bought the dress for her. You wouldn't believe how much it cost, she says. Yeah, well, your new stepmother's got pretty deep pockets. Our stepmother, she says. Seriously, Andrew, you should give her a chance. She and Mom are very happy together. Yeah, at Dad's expense. Daddy's doing fine, she says. I just wish he'd answer his fucking phone. I can't believe I forgot mine up there. What's the matter? You going through withdrawal? Something like that, she says. She's been waiting for a call back from some casting agent. But he's probably not going to call on the weekend, right? I shrug. How should I know? She gets up and goes to the fridge, takes out the flowers. You want me to pin your boutonniere on for you? Yeah, just don't stab me. Don't tempt me, she says. Her hands are shaky, and there's alcohol in her breath. Man, she really is becoming a boozer. Either that, or maybe she's not so gung-ho about Mom's wedding as she lets on. Maybe this is a hard weekend for her, too. She pins the flower on, pulls on my lapels, and then stands back to inspect her handiwork. Thanks, I say. So, seriously, how did you get those bruises? She rolls her eyes, sticks to her story. She fell in her kitchen, hit the table on her way down. Were you drunk when it happened? I may have been a little tipsy, she says. Then maybe you should cool it on the booze, huh? She frowns, tells me she's got everything under control. Okay, good, I tell her. And if some other time you get banged up by someone, some asshole guy, let's say. Tears come to her eyes and she looks away. Yeah? Then you just pick up that cell phone of yours and let me know, so that your big brother can come back and have the pleasure of beating the shit out of him. All right? She looks back at me, smiles. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. No problem. In the silence that follows, I can hear Mom and Ari coming down the stairs. "Well, don't you look handsome," Mom tells me as she enters the room. "And Marissa, you look like you should be on a red carpet somewhere." Mom looks nice too, younger than she is. "Ariane? Well..." "That dress is perfect on you, Mom," Marissa says. There's the usual girl talk, how Mom found her dress at some shop, who the designer is. When Rissa compliments her on the sapphire earrings she's wearing, Mom says they're Vivica's. "So that takes care of borrowed and blue," Ari says. "What about old and new?" Mom says she just took her stockings out of the package, and that she herself is old, that she feels a little silly being a bride at her age. Marissa says something about how 50 is the new 30. "And your dress is vintage," Ari says. "So you're all set. Old, new, borrowed, and blue." "Hey, I hate to break up this little hen party, but are you guys noticing the time?" I ask. That gets everyone up and moving toward the front door. I'm the last one out of the house. Mom and Marissa climb into the back, and Ari gets in the front with me. When I start the car, Mom asks me if I remember to lock up. "Daddy says there was a break-in in the neighborhood a while ago," she says. "Whose house?" Ari asks. Mom says Dad mentioned the name, but she didn't recognize it. "Must be one of the new families." I know I locked the front door, but now I'm not sure about the one off the kitchen. "I'll double-check, be right back," I tell them. I get out of the car, walk around the house to the back, and try the door. Yep, locked up tight. When I get back in the car, I'm hit with the aroma of all those flowers. On the way over to Bella Linda, Ariane turns around and asks Mom how she's doing. "I'm a little nervous, but fine otherwise." "Happy?" Ari asks. "I am, yes. We're very different from one another, but it works somehow. We complement each other." "Yeah, and I imagine Vivica thinks so too. Mom makes all the art, and she pockets the commission. But I'm probably just being cynical. Or jealous, maybe. Wasn't that why I broke it off with Casey? Because we didn't complement each other? But I wonder if that arrangement stays the same now that they're getting married. Does Vivica still get her percentage when she sells Mom's work? "I'm just so grateful that you kids took time out of your busy lives to share our day with us," Mom says. "That makes it even more special." Marissa asks her if she's excited about going to Greece. "Yes, now I am. At first I wasn't sure about going there for a full month, being away from my work for that long. But it will still be there when I get back, right?" My sisters say it simultaneously. "Right." Then out of the blue, Mom says, "Oh, shit!" I tap the brake. "What?" "No, honey, it's all right. Keep going. It's just that I promised Vivica I was going to look around for something that's back at the house someplace, a painting that Lorenzo might be interested in buying, but I can look for it later." "One of hers?" Marissa asks. "No, it's by an artist who used to live in that old cottage out and back." "Josephus Jones," Ari says. "It's probably not even there, Mama. Daddy took all of those paintings with him up to Vivica's beach house." "All of what paintings?" Mom asks. "There's only the one." "No, there's a bunch of them. A couple dozen, maybe." "What are you guys talking about?" Marissa asks. "Who's Josephus Jones?" "The man who died back there," Ari says. "Remember how we were never allowed to play out and back because someone had drowned in that old well? Daddy told me there was some question about if it was an accident or—" "Oh, please, don't even talk about that damned well," Mom says. "It still gives me the creeps. But I don't know what paintings you could be talking about, Ariane. There weren't any others except for the one that we found up in the attic after we moved in. The family that had sold us the house had left it behind. But now he's become quite collectible, probably because so little of his work survived." "Well, the ones Daddy has up there did," Ari insists. "And I know they're his, Mama, because his signature's on them." Is she talking about those paintings that Jay and I used to look at when we went out to that old shack to smoke weed? I can't remember much about them, except that there were naked women in some of them. Not exactly Playboy centerfolds, but we were what, 14, 15? Boobs were boobs. Mom says if there were other Josephus Jones paintings at our house, she'd have known about them. And even if there were, why would Dad have taken them up to the Cape with him? "Because the house is on the market," Ariane says. "He says he didn't want strangers walking around the property because they're valuable, and because he didn't want—" She stops mid-sentence. He didn't want what? Mom says. No, nothing. You should just ask Daddy about it. Yes, I guess I should. But if there was a stash of valuable artwork hidden away at our place, why wouldn't I have known about it? Because you never went down in the back, I tell her, except for the time you busted Jay and me when you caught us up on the roof. Don't remind me, she says. You two could have gotten seriously hurt out there if that thing had collapsed. And that well, the fact that someone might have murdered him? Let's change the subject, shall we? Yeah, let's, Marissa says. So, Mom, any of Vivica's celebrity clients going to be here today? Mom says she doesn't remember, and that she might not recognize the names anyway. For the next mile or so, nobody says a thing. Bella Linda is out on the edge of town, a little after this golf course we're passing. It's still pretty wooded out here. I'm surprised no one's developed the hell out of it yet. Wetlands, maybe. The ground looks a little swampy. Up ahead on the left, I see the sign. Slow down, put my signal on. Oh no, the rings! Mom blurts out. Andrew, we have to go back to the house. I forgot our rings! Ariane says she doesn't think there's time. But the clock on the dashboard says 11:29. Okay, don't sweat it, I tell them. We've got about a half an hour until showtime, right? So let me drop you guys off, and I'll go get them. Be back in 20 minutes max. Oh, honey, thanks, Mom says. They're in a little velvet bag on the bureau in Daddy's in my room. It's bluish-gray. When I was getting dressed, I put it there so I wouldn't forget. God, how could I be so... Oh, look, there's Mr. Agnello. Two older guys are going up the front steps. The younger one's got the old geezer by the arm. Who's Mr. Agnello? Marissa asks. He gave me my start as an artist, awarded me a Best in Show when I was thinking about giving up. Which one? Marissa asks. The old dude or the other one? The one with the cane. She puts her window down and calls out to him. Mr. Agnello! When I let them out of the car, Mom runs up to him and gives him a big hug. She'd better cool it. He's so old. He looks breakable. Well, I'd better get going now that I've got a mission to accomplish. I drive down the circular driveway, turn back onto the road, and head back to the house. 20 minutes, I told them. But that's optimistic with all this Saturday morning traffic. Everyone out running their errands. Well, weddings never start on time anyway. Still, when the old lady in front of me slows down and signals that she's taking a right turn about half a year before she's going to take it, I check the mirror, then gun it, passing her on the left. We're not going to get this wedding over with until we get it started, and at this point, that pretty much depends on me. But naturally, I hit every friggin' red light between here and home. Waiting out the one on South Main Street, I look over at the barber shop where Dad and I used to get our haircuts. I wonder how he's doing up there on the Cape. Maybe he's hanging with Tracy for the day. I hope so. I'd hate to think of him up there alone, stewing about what's going on down here. It takes me almost 15 minutes just to get to our road. Halfway up the hill, I pass some little kids at a lemonade stand. They try to flag me down, but I wave and keep going. Sorry, kids, no time. At the crest of the hill, I brake, turn into our driveway, and... What the fuck? Who's this? Can't be a burglar. Why would someone who's breaking in be sitting out there on the front steps? Unless he's the lookout. I put the car in park, cut the engine, and get out. He stands up when he sees me coming toward him. What's that he's wearing? An eye patch? Help you with something? Is Annie home? He's gray-haired, skinny. No, she's not. Who are you? He says he's her cousin. She's coming back soon? Not for a while. Was she expecting you? I already know the answer to that one. If she'd invited him, why would he be here when the wedding's over there? And where's his car? He says no, he wanted to surprise her. They're cousins? That's when it hits me. You're not Kent, are you? He nods, grins. Holy shit. My mom and I were just talking about you last night. You're the one who saved her, right? From that flood? That's right, he says. Got her out of the car and up into a tree. So you're her son. Yeah, now that I look at you, I can see you got some O'Day in you. He holds out his hand. Glad to meet you, Andrew. We shake. Glad to meet you, too. God, Mom's going to be thrilled to see you. She was just saying last night how you guys lost touch with each other. But we've got a complication. Yeah, what's that? I tell him what's about to go on over there at Bella Linda. I just came back to get something Mom forgot. Look, why don't you go over there with me? Surprise Mom. He hesitates, says he's not exactly dressed for a wedding. And he isn't. Not for this shindig. Frayed gray sweatshirt, stained khaki pants. The guy looks a little down on his luck. Tell you what, I say. Come on in. You might be able to wear something of my dad's. It won't be a perfect fit, but I think we can fix you up. We better hustle, though. The wedding's supposed to start in another 15 minutes. And it's her wedding, you said. I thought she was already married. She and my dad are divorced, I tell him. This is her second marriage. I'll tell you about it on the way over. Come on in. Dad's clothes don't work out after all. His suit pants are swimming around the guy's ankles, and the waist is way too big. But I get another idea. I'm shorter than Dad, and narrower at the waist. I start taking off the suit I'm wearing, my shirt and tie. We're already going to be a little late getting back there. What's another couple of minutes? By the time I'm dressed in my uniform, he's ready too. Not a great fit, but it will do. Think I can skip the tie? He asks. I'm not a big one on neckties. No problem, I tell him. Come on, we'd better get over there. We're halfway down the stairs when I remember the goddamn rings. Go on out, I tell him. I'll be right there. But when I come down again, I find him looking around in the living room. He didn't pocket anything, did he? For the first few minutes of the drive over there, the conversation's forced. I think of shit to ask him. He answers in single syllables. After I run out of questions, I turn on the radio to kill the silence. They're playing some dipshit Madonna song. I can see out of the corner of my eye that he's watching me. So, I didn't see any car at the house. How did you get here? Took the bus, he says. I've been meaning to get over and see Annie for a while now, since I moved back to the area. Reconnect with her, you know? But geez, I never thought I'd be going to a wedding. A gay wedding at that, I think. I guess I'd better prepare him. But while I'm trying to figure out how to put it, he says, So, you're in the Army, looks like. Yeah, I'm stationed down in Texas, Fort Hood. I work in the VA hospital there. How about you, ever in the service? Me? Nah. End of subject. And how is it you and my mom are related exactly? I know you're cousins, but my mother and Annie's father were sister and brother, so he was my uncle, Uncle Chick. And you lived with them for a while, right? Mom's family? Yeah, I was kind of a hellion when I was a kid. My father had taken a powder, and Ma didn't know what to do with me, so she farmed me out. She thought Uncle Chick could straighten me out. He's dead now, isn't he? My grandfather? Yeah, he died before we were born. My two sisters and me, I mean. You'll meet them today. They're already over there. He nods. Sad what happened to Uncle Chick. He never got over it after he lost Sonny and the baby. Started hitting the sauce. She was good people on Sonny. And then he lost Annie, too, on top of that. I was there the day the state came and got her. He took it hard. We both did. The two of us sat around the kitchen table and got shit-faced drunk. And then pretty soon after that, I moved back to my mother's. She and I visited him a couple of times, but he was always soused. So after a while, she cut him off. She's dead now, too. But yeah, that was the last time I saw Annie, when they drove her away in that state car. Mom doesn't talk much about her childhood, but it must have been rough. All those losses. But hey, you'll see another of your cousins today. My Uncle Donald and his wife are coming to the wedding. The dashboard clock says 12:02. Must already be there, in fact. We're running a little late. To tell you the truth, Donnie and I never got along too much when I was living there. We were different types, and he wasn't crazy about my staying with them. Cramped his style, I guess. But Annie and I, we were close. She used to hang all over me, follow me from room to room. I used to take care of her, make her supper, read her stories. I used to spend more time with her than her brother or her father did. It was good she had you there, I say. Yep. Like I said, she and I were close. Well, she's going to be surprised to see you, I tell him. She was just saying last night that she didn't even know if you were alive still or dead. That's so, huh? When we're within a half a mile of the inn, I finally broach the subject. So, tell me, What's your take on gay marriage? I ask him. He shrugs. I don't know. Why? Because Mom's marrying a woman. No kidding. Annie is? Uh-huh. You have a problem with that? Another shrug. No, not really. She's a big deal artist now, isn't she? Yeah, she's pretty successful. She and her partner, the woman she's marrying, live in New York. Oh. Goes with the territory, I guess. What do you mean? Well, I've known a couple of artists over the years. Men, not women. And they were both fairies. He turns toward me and smiles. Well, it's more of a leer than a smile, I guess. I'm not sure I like this guy. He's a little weird. And that eye patch is creeping me out a little. But hey, he saved her life that night. So I guess my sisters and I owe our lives to him too. Not just Mom. Okay, we're here, I say, taking the turn into Bella Linda. The parking lot's full now. New York plates, mostly. I find a space and park. We get out, and I hurry toward the front entrance with him behind me. Where's the fire? He says. I don't know. Maybe this isn't such a good idea after all. Springing this big a surprise on Mom. Well, too late now if it isn't. But it will be fine. Maybe Uncle Donald won't be thrilled to see him. But I bet Mom will be.
Chapter 25. Annie O.
What time is it now? I ask. 12:15, Ariane says. I turn to Vivica. I still can't believe I forgot our rings, of all things. It's just that my mind was going in 100 different directions, and, darling, it's fine. You don't need to keep apologizing. That's right, the minister assures me. She wants us to call her Sally, not Reverend Croxford. I've officiated at a lot of weddings over the years, and I can't remember one of them that began on time. I've talked to her over the phone a few times, read the things she sent us, but this is the first I've seen her in person. She's a large, affable woman, very nice. It's a bride's prerogative to keep the crowd waiting. This is very fashionable. I just hope we're not holding you up, I say. Oh, no. I've got to go to my grandson's birthday party at 6 tonight, so as long as your son gets back before then, we're fine. Oh, I'm sure he's not going to take... I stop when I realize she's kidding. Vivica reaches over and takes my hand, gives it a squeeze. Who needs a refill? Marissa asks, grabbing the champagne bottle she's gone downstairs and gotten so that we can all chill. Vivica has posted her at the front window of the suite. She's keeping an eye out for Andrew. Just a splash, Sally says. She's the only taker. Marissa obliges, then holds the bottle up to her face. Might as well finish this off, she says. She pours so much into her own glass that it spills over the top, takes a slurp and goes back to her post. Okay, here he is, she says. God, he changed? No wonder it took him so long. Who's that with him? Ariane volunteers to go down and get the rings. Ask him if he'd like to come up and join us, Vivica says. Maybe he'd like to escort your mother and me into the ceremony. I remind her that he's already said he'd rather not be in the wedding party. I know, sweetheart, but maybe he's changed his mind. I shake my head, suggest that we leave things the way they are. All right, then, sure, it was just a thought. When Ariane comes back, she gives the rings to Marissa. That's the plan. Per the Unitarian Universalist wedding ceremony, Ari will light the chalice, and her sister will present the rings. Any last-minute questions? Sally asks. When we shake our heads, she smiles and stands, straightens the white robe she's wearing, and picks up her book. Okay, then. I guess we're good to go. I'll go down and give the musicians their cue. And by the way, may I say that you are two of the loveliest brides I've ever seen. See you down there. Good luck. And with that, she's out the door. She's wonderful, Vivica says. I know I was skeptical about a religious ceremony at first, Anna, but I'm glad you prevailed. If we could take her back to the city with us, I just might start going to services myself. When she suggests that we give ourselves a final check, I follow her to the floor-length mirror and stand behind her. She looks stunning in her ivory floor-length sheath. I love that slash of coral at the neckline and her matching coral lipstick. It accentuates her Mediterranean complexion. I like this dress of hers even better than the Gaia gown I co-opted for my Titan Brides piece. I still can't believe how gracious she was when she got back from her trip and saw that I'd made art out of that expensive designer dress. Why has she picked me to love? I don't deserve her, but I love her so much. Help me, I said last night, and she came. Your turn, darling, she says, stepping aside. And then it's me in the mirror. Vivica was right. My dress is too informal, too youthful for someone my age, someone with this middle-aged face. When I put it on this morning, I was so pleased with myself, but now I see how wrong it is. Well, too late now. This is who she's getting. Ariane hands us our bouquets, and Marissa chugs the rest of her champagne. We walk out of the suite. Waiting at the top of the stairs, we hear the crowd, and over it, the signal. They're playing the Brahms. The girls start down. When they near the bottom, Vivica transfers her bouquet from her right hand to her left and takes my hand. Let's go, she says, and we start down the stairs together. The room is full. Everyone stands and turns as we enter. Where's Andrew? I can't find him. Ah, there he is, in the second row from the back. And Marissa's right, he has changed. He's wearing his uniform. As we make our way down the center aisle, Vivica smiles, acknowledging this guest and that. Not me. I'm looking straight ahead at the minister up in front, focusing on her bright, encouraging smile. When we reach her, she whispers that we should turn around and face our loved ones. Love, with all its glories and mysteries, is a gift for which we are grateful, she begins. And so we light our chalice in honor of the love that burns between Anna and Vivica. Ariane moves toward it, matches in hand. It's different from the chalice the priests use at Mass, more like a bowl than a holy grail. Ari lights the match on the third strike, lights the candle. Today we gather in community to witness Anna and Vivica pledge a covenant of sacred matrimony, Sally continues. It would have been nice if Andrew had wanted to stand up here with us, but I understand. I'm just glad he's here. Marriage embodies all the precious values arising from human companionship. Love is generous, and I try to stay focused on the words, but I'm distracted. My brother and Mimsy are in the second row, next to Marcus and Lorenzo, in their beautifully tailored suits. It looks like Mimsy's put on some weight. And wasn't Donald's hair grayer the last time I saw him? Is he dyeing it now? Love nourishes, but does not possess. I scan the crowd for Orion. I thought maybe he'd change his mind, but of course he hasn't. Why would he? Still, if he had come, then everyone I love would be here in this same room with me. With us. There's Mr. Agnello and his son, 4 rows back. What's the son's name? When I was talking before to them, Mr. Agnello said he still paints every day. Remarkable. And there, on the opposite side, are Hector, Minnie, and Africa. Africa sticks a finger up his nose, and when Minnie sees it, she reaches over and swats the back of his head. I smile, grateful that they're here. Grateful, too, for Vivica's attention to detail. Everything is so beautiful. The music, the flowers, the way the room is decorated. She insisted on those calla lilies, and here they are. It's all perfect. In love, we affirm one another, but we do not dominate. I recognize several of Vivica's guests, people I've met at dinner parties and openings at her gallery. And there's Carolyn, Vivica's assistant. That must be her husband sitting beside her. I'm glad they weathered his affair. The man sitting next to Andrew whispers something, and Andrew nods in reply. He doesn't look familiar. If I had met him, I would have remembered that eye patch. Probably one of Vivica's eccentric millionaire clients. I catch the tail end of the minister's reading of that Buddhist prayer I like. Have I missed that excerpt from the Prophet she was planning to read? The one that Vivica and I were supposed to discuss, but never did? Anna and Vivica, please turn to each other and join hands as you declare your intent. Ariane takes our bouquets from us, and we do as the minister says. And now, Anna, will you please repeat after me? My voice sounds softer and more tentative than I'd intended. I, Anna, join with you, Vivica, in the covenant of marriage. I wish Vivica had gone first, but sentence by sentence I repeat the rest, careful not to make any mistakes. In contrast to my shaky recitation, Vivica declares her vows in a voice that's strong and sure. Do we have the rings? Sally asks, turning to Marissa. Marissa? Wake up. Oh, sorry, she says. She puts down her bouquet, then upends the velvet bag. Our wedding rings fall onto the palm of her hand. When she gives them to Vivica and me, we slip them onto each other's finger. Sally smiles and speaks about circles of love. And so, what love has brought together, let no one break asunder. For as much as you, Anna and Vivica, have consented to live together in marriage, and have declared the same by this giving and receiving of rings, it is with great pleasure, and by the authority vested in me as a minister in the state of Connecticut, that I pronounce you wife and wife. I now invite you to seal your marriage with a kiss. Vivica leans in, wet-eyed. Her lips on mine feel tender and loving. Our kiss lasts a few more seconds than might be necessary, but that's okay. I love her. Want to keep kissing her because this, more than the rings or the minister's words, is what makes me feel married. The room breaks out in applause. I turn and face them. All these happy faces. Everyone is smiling at us. Except my son. The innkeeper steps forward and invites everyone to proceed to the lavender room for drinks and canapes while we pose for pictures. And our wedding couple will join you all in just a few moments. At the back of the room, I watch Andrew file out with the others. Want me to go get him? Marissa asks. I tell her no. He probably needs a drink more than he needs to have his picture taken. The photographer Vivica has imported from New York arranges us the way he wants us and begins to snap away. After he's finished, Vivica gives him further instructions about how she'd like him to photograph the reception. When we rejoin the gathering for cocktails, there's another round of applause. Vivica and I smile, receive hugs and kisses, best wishes. A waitress appears with champagne in the special flutes Vivica's bought at Tiffany's. The telltale grogginess I felt from that Xanax last night has finally worn off, so I take a sip. It's dry and delicious. Vivica certainly knows her wine. Minnie approaches, shyly, with Africa clinging to her leg. Hector's behind them. I ain't ever been to a wedding this fancy before, Minnie tells us. Them flowers are so pretty. It makes me wish I'd thought to order her a corsage. Here, I say, handing her my bouquet. These are for you. When she tries to refuse, I tell her I insist. She takes it in one hand and covers her toothless grin with the other. Then she turns to Africa. Well, what do you say to Miss Anna and Miss Vivica? Congratulations, he says. I bend down and, taking him in my arms, plant a kiss on his forehead. Thank you, sweetheart, I say. He wipes off the kiss as soon as I release him. Hector comes forward and says something to Vivica and me in Spanish. A blessing, I think it is. When he leans in to give Vivica a kiss, she turns her head so far to the side that his lips land on her ear. I reach out and take his rough hands in mine. He kisses me on the cheek. And now here come Donald and Mimsy. We hug. They hug the girls. I introduce them to Vivica, Hector, and Minnie. Pietro, Vivica calls, signaling the photographer. He hurries over and takes a group shot. Hey, Africa, did you by any chance have chocolate chip pancakes this morning for breakfast? Marissa asks. The boy's eyes widen. How you know that? He asks. She tells him she has magical powers, that she knows all and sees all. Pfft, Africa says. You ain't got no magic powers. You're just a lady. Oh, yeah? Then how come I know that you like soda? And that you would love one right now? Am I right? He nods, a little less convinced that Marissa is just some mere mortal. Better come with me, then, she says. When Africa looks up at his mother, she nods permission. Marissa takes his hand and leads him toward the bar. If that niece of mine is all-knowing, how come she didn't realize I could use a scotch? Donald quips. Ladies? Mimsy says she'd like a Manhattan, and Ariane requests a ginger ale. Ari's starting to show, but that loose dress she's wearing conceals her bump. Well, I guess it's up to her to tell her aunt and uncle her news. Minnie, something to drink? Don asks. She shakes her head, but when he asks her if she's sure, she asks how much they cost. They're free, I whisper. It's open bar. Oh, okay then. Gin and ginger. My brother winces a little, but I don't think Minnie's caught it. Sure thing, he says. Minnie, maybe you better give me a hand, huh? If I try to carry 4 glasses, they're going to need a mop. Minnie nods, looks hesitantly at the bouquet I've given her. When Ari suggests she put it down on the side table, she does. Don't let nobody take it, she says, and Ari promises she'll watch it like a hawk. As she and Donald head off toward the bar, Ariane asks Mimsy if Donald has started dyeing his hair. Oh, yes, she says, rolling her eyes. I talked him out of buying the sports car, but not the Grecian formula. The 3 of us share a mischievous giggle. I look to see if Vivica's amused too, but she's busy surveying the crowd. Would you ladies excuse me, she says. I think I'd better work the room a little. There are a few people I really should acknowledge. Do you mind, darling? I tell her no. Ask her if she needs me to go with her. No, you stay here and enjoy your family. We can do a little table hopping later during the luncheon. And with that, she starts across the room. I watch as she stops to embrace Andrew, who's coming toward us. He returns her hug, stiff as a board. Ariane's watching, too. How do you think he's doing? I ask. Fine, she says, but she doesn't get why he changed when he went back to the house. I shrug, suggest that maybe it makes him feel a little more secure. Vivica moves on, and that man with the eye patch approaches Andrew, holding 2 beers. He hands him one, and they clink their bottles. Either Andrew's made a new friend, or else he can't shake this guy. Hey there, soldier boy, I hear my brother say as he approaches Andrew, his booming voice carrying over the noise of the crowd. Andrew introduces his uncle to his new friend, and my brother says, Well, I'll be a son of a bitch. Good God, how long has it been? He shakes the man's hand and pats him on the shoulder. They know each other? From business, must be. Donald does the tax returns for a lot of well-heeled businessmen, but still, it's a coincidence. When I ask Mimsy if she knows him, she says no, but that she only helps out at the office part-time. Now here comes Andrew. He greets his aunt, gives her a kiss. Then he turns to me. Hey, Mom, he says, holding out his arms. I'm so grateful for his embrace that I don't want to let him go. But when I do, he says something about a surprise. That man who's been shadowing him steps forward. Hello, Annie, he says. Bad teeth, salt and pepper stubble. I smile, offer him a generic thank you for coming. You'd think if he can afford to buy art from Vivica, he could get himself a decent haircut. Long time no see, huh? What? Who? What's the matter? Don't you recognize your long-lost cousin? Is it? No. Not here. Not today. Andrew's saying something, but I can't. Don't react, Annie. Don't lose it in front of all these people. Kiss for the bride? When he puts his hand on my shoulder and leans in, puckering, my head jerks back and hits the wall behind me. But it's no use. His lips land on mine, dirtying my kiss from Vivica. I look from Andrew's bewildered face to Ariane's. "Mama?" "It's Kent," Andrew says. "When I went back to the house for—" His lips are still moving, but what he's saying is blocked out by a roaring in my ears, the floodwater rushing beneath us. Then I'm back here at Belinda, but everything has turned gray. Ariane's bouquet, the chattering wedding guests. My mind has gone blank. He's talking to Mimsy. "And then I was in sales for a while. Insurance. Got so many Salesman of the Month certificates that I started running out of wall space." I'm lightheaded, frantic. I can't stay here, but I can't leave. I have to protect my kids from him. I step forward, putting myself between him and Ariane. "Are you all right, Mama?" she asks me. "You look so pale." "What?" Yes, It's just so hot in here. Why is it so hot?" "Gee, I was just thinking they should turn the air conditioning down a little. I'm freezing." "Oh, you are? Where's Vivica? Why is everything so gray?" "Yeah, Donnie and I shared a room when I went to live with them. But we were like night and day, us two. The honor roll type, Mr. Popular. But I hated school. I was just barely scraping by." "Do you want to get some air?" "Some air. Yes, okay, that's a good idea. Want me to go with you?" "No, I can't risk that. I'm just barely holding it in. I can't break down in front of my daughter. Or my son. But I have to get them away from him. What if he tells them? Is that why he's come? To let out the secrets I've been so careful to— Maybe you and Andrew can get me some water. I think if I had a little water—" She laughs, says she thinks she can handle getting a glass of water by herself. "Just go out on the veranda and I'll bring it out to you." "Isn't that right, Annie?" he says. I can't look at him, so I look at Mimsy. "I was just telling her what a peach your mother was. Aunt Sonny, man, after they made her, they broke the mold." His voice. It's the only thing about him that's the same. "A crying shame what happened to her. And little Gracie, too." Don't look at me. Don't say her name. Oh, God, I'm going to heave. The room is spinning. I cover my mouth, swallow back the vomit in my throat. Then I'm bumping past the guests, past a waitress holding a tray of, "Excuse me, please. Excuse me." When I reach the pocket door that closes off the room, I claw at the handle, throw it open with a bang, and rush through the lobby, heading not toward the front door but toward the stairs. Is he following me? Don't look back. Keep going. Get away from him. When I reach the second-floor landing, I run down the hall to Vivica's suite. The door is open. A maid is stripping the bed. "Go!" I shout. "Yes, ma'am, I just need to— Now!" I lock the door behind her, rush into the bathroom and lock that door too, lean against it. Alone now, safe, I release my sobs, take in gulps of air. Then I stagger over to the toilet and vomit into the bowl. I'm on the floor, whimpering, rocking. I'm 6 again, lying in the dark. I hear the click of my bedroom door. Feel him get into my bed with me. Feel his hands reach under my nightgown, his breath on the back of my neck. Don't touch me. I won't tell, I promise. Just don't touch me. Someone's calling my name from far away. I don't answer. "Miss, could you help us, please?" It's Vivica's voice. "Yes, ma'am, I was finishing up the bed when she—" Then their voices are closer, inside the suite, coming from the other side of the bathroom door. "Mama?" "Mom? What's the matter?" Andrew's voice. "Anna, it's Vivica. Are you all right in there?" "Is he up here?" "Who, Mama?" Ari's voice. My cousin." "No, Mama, it's just us." "Darling, we're concerned. Please, unlock the door." I reach up behind me. My fingers find the windowsill and I pull myself off the floor, go over to the door and stare at the knob. Anna? I watch my fingers turn the lock, twist the knob. They're standing there, my 3 kids and Vivica. But they blur away, and I'm back there again. The roar of the water is in my ears. Gracie's screaming. She's cold and wet, and her body keeps stiffening, pushing against me. I can't see Mama, but I can hear her. I can't, Chick. I can't. Daddy shouts something to Kent, and the 2 of them drop belly down onto the roof. Kent grabs onto Daddy's ankles, and Daddy's head and shoulders disappear over the edge. Then more of him. Pull! He keeps screaming. Pull! I scream too, at Gracie. Stop it! Stop squirming! But she won't stop. I'm staring so hard at my cousin and my father, Kent's hands gripped around Daddy's ankles, that I don't even notice it at first. That my baby sister has stopped crying, stopped bucking and squirming. When I look down at her, she's not there. My arms are empty. And then I'm back again, looking at their worried faces. And I blurted out. It wasn't him. It was me. They stare at me, confused. He didn't drop her like we said. I did. She drowned because I dropped her. Dropped who, Mama? Ari says. My baby sister. I was holding her and then she wasn't in my arms anymore. She was in the water, getting carried away. Vivica holds out her arms, and I step toward her, fall against her, and wail. If you ever tell them what we're doing, then I'll have to tell on you, Annie. They'll find out what you did, and... But he didn't tell on me. I've just told on myself. What's the matter? Don't you recognize your long-lost cousin? Kiss for the bride? I've heard his voice all my life, but seeing him down there was 100 times worse. He hadn't died. He was back again, smiling, leaning in to kiss me like... I couldn't keep it in anymore. I had to tell. They lead me out into the suite, onto the bed. Vivica sits on one side of me, Ariane on the other. Marissa's pulled up a chair. She's facing me. Andrew's standing behind her. Everyone's waiting, looking confused. And so, my long-ago memories of that terrible night tumble out. Our plunge into the dark water. His pulling me from the back of the car onto that roof, the way she was bucking and screaming in my arms. I was sopping wet. It was so cold. I think my hands must have gone numb because I didn't even realize, not until... What water? Marissa asks. Mom, what are you talking about? It's Andrew who answers her. That flood they were in. The one her mother died in. And her sister. What sister? How did I not know she had... Shut up, Andrew says. Let her talk. Vivica takes my hand in hers. Go on, sweetheart, she says. He said, where's Gracie? And then the roof started caving in under us, and he grabbed my hand and led me across it, lifted me up into that tree. Marissa's mouth is gaping open. Ariane reaches over and brushes the hair off of my cheek. I take the tissues Andrew offers me and wipe my eyes. They have questions. Ask me for clarifications. He told me he didn't want me to get in trouble. That if he said he dropped her... I was so scared. And it was all so confusing. I don't think I even realized... I just wanted my mother. The kids Andrew, in particular, look like they're in such pain that I have to keep looking away from them. I look instead at my hands, the fingers of one twisting the ring on the other. The ring Vivica slipped onto my finger downstairs before I realized who he was, that he had come to ruin our wedding. The one I finally face is Vivica. Our beautiful day, I tell her, sobbing. I'm so sorry. She takes me in her arms and holds me, rocks me back and forth on the bed. Does my brother know what's going on? I ask. Marissa says he doesn't, that hardly anyone noticed, that she herself had no idea there was a problem until Ariane came and got her. Good. Don't say anything to Donald and Mimsy. I don't want them to know. Is he still down there? Uncle Donald? One of them asks. No. Him. I can't say his name. I want him to go away. They look at each other. Ariane says, But, Mama, he came especially to see you. We can't just tell him to leave. I can, Vivica says. Don't worry, Anna. I'll handle it. I nod. Thank you. I look from Marissa to Ariane, from Ariane to Andrew. He's the one who looks the most stricken. Vivica asks me if I can handle going back down and joining our guests once she gets him to go away. They'll be serving the luncheon soon. We can't just abandon everyone. I tell her I don't think I can do it, that I'm too shaken up. I just don't trust myself. I'm sorry. I would if I could, but... No, that's all right. We can work around it. But I don't want you to be alone up here, either. She makes a plan. Ariane will stay up here with me, and she, Marissa, and Andrew will go back down and carry on. A stomach flu, they'll tell people. It came on her out of nowhere. She's sick as a dog, poor thing. Well, things happen. What are you going to do? I ask the kids if they're comfortable with that. Both of the girls nod. Hey, I'm an actor, Marissa says. Larry, you go down, Andrew says. I'll stay with her. She looks at me, then back at her brother. Okay. Before they head back down, Vivica gets me a glass of water and hands me another Xanax. Here, darling. I think you should take one of these. I take the capsule, a sip of water. She takes one, too, takes a deep breath, and puts on a smile. Okay, then, she says. We'll see you a little later. You try and relax. At the door, Marissa turns back and asks her brother if he needs something from the bar. Yeah, bourbon, a double. No problem, be right back. After they leave, Andrew apologizes for bringing him here. It's just the last night after you and I were talking about him and you said you'd lost track of him, I thought you'd want to see him, Mom. I didn't know about... Of course you didn't. How could you? I ask him to please go over to the window. I need to make sure that Vivica has gotten him to leave. Yeah, all right, sure. A few minutes later, he says, Okay, there he goes. He's walking down the driveway. Good, I say. Good riddance. He looks from the window to me. You know, Mom, I know his showing up brought all those bad memories back. I get that, but when you think about it, he was only trying to protect you when he said he dropped her. Protect me? Ha! I'm not saying he should have, necessarily, but think about it. There would have been all kinds of questions, and I mean, hey, you just lost your mom. He was probably just trying to spare you the third degree on top of bullshit. He made up that story so that... Stop it, Annie. Shut your mouth. He comes over, sits down on the bed. So that what? I look away from him. Nothing. No, what were you going to... He used it against me. Used? Our secret. How? What do you mean? I look back at him. Jesus Christ, Mom, tell me. I'm just trying to figure this whole thing out. He's waiting, a plea on his face. He made me do things. What kind of things? Honey, it's too hard to... It was such a long time ago. But when I saw him down there, today, when he leaned forward and kissed me... Did he molest you or something? Is that what you're saying? He waits. Mom? It's no use. He's guessed it. I can't sit here and lie to him. He said that if they found out it was me who dropped Gracie, they'd take me away and put me in jail, and that it would be dark and cold. He said jails had rats in them, and that they'd come out at night and crawl all over me. Bite me. But dropping your sister was an accident, Mom. You said so yourself before, that it was cold, you were both sopping wet, that you got distracted watching them trying to rescue your mother. I can see how, yeah, back then you might have been confused, scared, or whatever, but to keep it a secret all these years? Didn't you ever say, hey, wait a minute, it wasn't my fault, it was the circumstances. Nobody would have blamed me. I nod. I have told myself that, Andrew, hundreds of times. But when you're molested at that age, it leaves you with... You get stuck. Emotionally, I mean. So, yes, as I got older, I could make that rational argument to myself. But my memories weren't rational. They were emotional. A part of me has never stopped being that scared little girl who, if I tell, is going to be put in a jail cell with those rats. Yeah, but Mom, I mean, what were you, 6? Since when does a 6-year-old go to jail? But that was the problem. I was so young that I believed him. My mother was gone. My father wasn't coming home half the time. My brother was always busy with school, so a lot of the time it was just the two of us in the house. Just me and him. It started during my bath time. What do you mean, started? It happened more than once? Is this real? Am I really telling him? It went on for almost 2 years. It didn't stop until the state pulled me out of the house. 2 years, he says. He gets off the bed, walks around the room, repeating it. 2 years? He comes back and faces me. When you say he molested you, what? I hear the sloshing bathwater, see him holding the washcloth. I didn't understand what was happening. Not at first, anyway. He'd come into the bathroom while I was taking my bath and tell me he needed to show me the right way to wash myself. And it went on from there. He'd get excited, get into the bathtub with me, tell me to touch it, kiss it. He listens, blank-faced, keeps shaking his head from side to side as if to shake off the ugly things I'm telling him. I knew that what we were doing was bad, but that if I didn't keep it a secret, he'd... Mom, don't say we. He's responsible for what happened, not you. I nod. Tell him I understand that now, but that I didn't back then. That we was the way he kept putting it. And then he started sneaking into my room in the middle of the night. His weight on the mattress wakes me up. I feel his hands under my nightgown. And then one night he turned me on my back, got on top of me, and, Mom, stop! He shouts. Just stop it! His face is flushed. He looks dazed. For the next few minutes, neither of us speaks. He just keeps shaking his head, blinking back tears. When I reach over and place my hand on his shoulder, he bats it away. Oh, God, I should have spared him. Especially him. Why have I told Andrew, of all people? He can't even look at me now that he knows. Looks instead at his right foot, his shoe moving back and forth against the carpet. Oh, God, my poor son. Did they arrest him at least after they found out? Honey, they didn't find out. They took me out of the house because of my father, not him. Kent kept my secret, and I kept his, until right now. You're the first person I've ever told. His fists are clenched. His shoe keeps moving backward and forward. It's just so fucked up that he got away with it all these years. Did what he did and then never had to pay for it. He looks up from the floor. Looks right at me. It must have been a relief, right? When the state did take you away. I shake my head. I was scared to death when that happened. I didn't trust anyone at that point, especially strangers. What's that thing they say? Better the devil you know than the devil you don't? He gets up and goes over to the window, splays his hands on the sill, rests his forehead against the pane. He speaks to me over his shoulder. So, all these years you just stuffed it? Didn't even tell Dad? I couldn't, Andrew. Those secrets became a big part of who I was. I just hope... Hope what? Say it. That now that you know the truth about me, you won't think I'm a horrible person. Why would I think that? I wish he'd turn around. Wish I didn't have to say it to his broad back. Because of what he... Maybe if I had gone to my father, or Donald, or told your father at some point. He's a psychologist, for Christ's sake. He deals with this kind of stuff. It's just that... Just what, Mom? I didn't trust men. What about Vivica? Does she know? No, not yet. But maybe now that I've told you, I'll be able to risk it. I don't know. I have a lot to think about. Yeah, he mumbles. Me too. Oh, honey. I always thought I'd carry this stuff to the grave. Protect the people I love from all this ugly, dirty... And now, of all people, I've told you. Burdened you. He says it's okay. He can handle it. I just can't believe what a stupid shit I was to bring him here today, he says, thinking you'd be glad to see him. I assure him he's not to blame, that it was just a horrible coincidence. But he just shows up out of the blue, puts on my suit and rides over here with me. What the fuck? Did he think you were going to have forgotten that any of it ever happened? And now, thanks to me and my stupid idea to bring him here we are. Your wedding's going on downstairs and you're up here with me playing True Confessions. Playing? No. Whatever these last few minutes have been, and whatever happens next, it's not play. I think back to the beginning of this weekend, the ride up here with Minnie and the others, the joy I felt when I heard my kids come in and ran up the basement stairs to see them, and my conversation with Andrew last night, the tenderness I felt for him. Why can't I rewind this whole weekend and start over again? Last night, I say, when we were watching that movie you like, and you said that my work was violent, I think that was the only way I could get some of it out, was through my art. The fear, the anger. When he turns back and looks at me, his face is flushed. No, it wasn't, Mom. That wasn't the only way you got it out. I Honey, what do you mean? You just said you didn't trust men. Males. Don't you remember the way you used to go off on me? I nod. Force myself to face his red face, the way he's glaring at me. Andrew, I would never. Yes, you would, Mom. You did. Why is he doing this now? Haven't we been through enough? I look away from him, look over at the doorway where Marissa has just appeared. She's looking from one of us to the other. Hey, she says. What's going on? He pushes past her, bumping her shoulder and spilling the drink she's holding out to him. Jesus Christ, knock me over, why don't you? She says. She looks out into the hallway, then turns back to me. Where's he going?
Chapter 26. Andrew O.
I start the car. Back out, almost hitting a Porsche with New York plates. To tell you the truth, Donnie and I never got along too much. But Annie and me, we were close. She used to hang all over me. There's a fire in my head, and I know just exactly how to put it out. I pull onto the road and gun it. He said he came in on the downtown bus, so that must be where he's... Can I kiss the bride? Jesus Christ. No wonder she freaked. Where are you, motherfucker? You think you got away with it? Guess again. I passed the golf course. I was up there with her for what? 15 minutes? You can't have gotten much farther. He told me to touch it, kiss it. You think you can just show up, you sick fuck? Ruin her big day and then crawl back into whatever sewer you crawled out of? Well, you can't, scumbag. And when I find you, payback's gonna be a bitch. I can feel her hands on my back at the top of the stairs that day. See her in the kitchen, coming at me with that mallet. The blood's pounding in my head. Slow down, asshole. You get pulled over, and that piece of crap's gonna get an even bigger jump on you. Get away again. I relax my grip on the wheel, flex my fingers, swivel my head back and forth to loosen the muscles in my neck. I'm past the wooded area now, heading into the more residential stretch. How the hell could he have gotten this far? Did I miss him? Did he see me coming and... No. He didn't head back toward the bus station. He went the other way. I hit the brakes, pull hard to the left, just miss a tree making the U-turn, drive off in the opposite direction. I shoot past the golf course again, then Bella Linda. They must be eating lunch now. And she's up there, missing her own... I can't stop seeing her face. She wouldn't stop screaming. I was watching them try to pull my mother onto the roof, and then... And that sick fuck uses it against her. Makes it their little secret so that he can... Dear! I slam the brake and the seatbelt holds back my forward thrust. In the state I'm in, I'm lucky I remembered to put it on. I catch my breath. Stare after the goddamn deer as it disappears into the woods on the other side of the road. Jesus, it bolted out so fast I didn't... Okay, refocus. Find the fucker. I drive on, pick up speed again. There's a curve up ahead. Slow down, breathe. You wrap this car around a tree and... Wait! There's someone. Up ahead. Walking along the side of the road. Is it? Yeah. That's him. I stomp on the gas pedal and aim for him, closing the distance between us. But when he looks back and sees it's me, he takes off into the woods. Yeah, you'd better run, you fucking coward, because when I catch you... I bump onto the side of the road and slam it in park, jump out and take off after him. Where is he? Which way did he go? I stop, look around. Then I hear leaves crunching up ahead on the right. Hey! He's fast for his age, but I'm faster, younger. He zigzags around rocks and tree stumps, runs up a hill. When he reaches the top, he looks back and shouts over his shoulder, "Stay away from me!" He's scared. I can hear it in his voice. Good. He should be scared, because once I take the hill, spot him again running down the other side. The undergrowth is getting thicker, the ground's more mucky, brambles keep pulling at my pant legs. But he's slowing down too. Must be getting winded by now. Not me. I'm pumped on pure adrenaline. I may be 50 feet behind him when my shoe gets hooked on a rock and I flop face first against the wet ground. But I'm up a second or two later and after him again. He looks back and starts shouting some bullshit about how he didn't even know what he was doing. I was just a mixed-up kid. He was a kid. He was? It pisses me off even more. Turbocharges me. 30 feet behind him. 20. 10. When I'm within reach, I fly at him, grab him by the shoulders, take him down, and fall on top of him. Motherfucker fights back, pushes me off of him, gets back on his feet and lunges. When he head bumps me, I try for a headlock, but can't get the right grip. He goes for my face, jams a finger inside my mouth between my cheek and my teeth and yanks hard. Hurts like a motherfucker. I try to bite his finger, but can't. His thumb comes at my eye, but I bat it away, grab him by the wrist. He yanks it back, gets off of me. Tries to take off, but I grab onto his ankle and take him down again. Pin him with an old wrestling move and flip him onto his back. Get on top of him and grab him by the sides of his head. That one eye is looking up at me, crazy scared. Don't hurt me! I'll press charges, and don't think I won't. Yeah? You think that's gonna stop me? It was her who started it, crawling up on my lap and... Shut up! Shut the fuck up! No! Listen to me. You think these little kids are innocent? They're not. They want it just as much as... That's what throws me over the edge. Him saying that. His head's in my hands, and the jagged rock sticking out of the ground next to him seems like a gift from God. I slam his head against it. Once. Twice. How does that feel, motherfucker? Not sure? Here, have some more. And what I'm doing feels right and good. Feels fucking euphoric. The next several seconds are a blur. But he's finally stopped resisting. The fight's gone out of him. I stumble onto my feet, coughing, trying to catch my breath. When I look down, his head's flopped to the side of the rock. There's blood and hair on it. That eye patch is riding up on his forehead. He's staring at me with his one bugged-out eye, and there's a hole where the other one's supposed to be. I look away, start walking deeper into the woods, slowly at first, then faster. Then I'm running away from him, from what I've done. I don't know how much time passes, time enough for my breathing to slow down and the blood to stop pounding in my head. My body's soaked in sweat. The inside of my mouth where he clawed at it hurts like a son of a bitch. His blood's on the palms of my hands, my shirt cuffs, the sleeves of my jacket. He wasn't moving when I got up. He's probably concussed. Or maybe he was just playing possum. I start back there, because I'd better find out. Except I can't find him. Did I miss him? Veer too far to the left? Or did he get up? Get away? No, there he is. And there's the rock. He hasn't moved. I stand there, about 10 feet away from him, still, afraid to approach, afraid that But I have to. I stare down at my feet, watch them walk toward him. Without looking at his face, I squat down next to him, grab his wrist and check for a pulse. It's faint, but I feel one. At least I think I do. He's got vitals, needs medical attention. I'm a nurse, aren't I? Whatever this is going to cost me, I've got to get him some help. I grab him under the arms and sit him up, hoist him over my shoulder, and heaving, teetering, manage to stand up. I wait a couple of seconds and then start lugging him back toward the car. He feels light at first. Probably doesn't weigh more than 150. That's nothing compared to what I lift at the gym. But he gets heavier with every step, and the ground's uneven and pitchy. I have to keep my knees from buckling. I can feel his head bumping against the small of my back. His blood must be staining my uniform. The woods are quiet. No breeze, no birds. Just my footsteps crunching the dead leaves. I hear my car before I see it. The engine, the radio. I stand at the clearing when the car comes into view. Can't just march out there. Someone could see me and stop. Or call the cops. The driver's side door gaping open, and the radio's playing that Fun Young Cannibals song. She drives me crazy, and I can't help myself. My mind ricochets back to when I was driving him over to the wedding, when I put on the radio because our conversation had died and the silence was making me uncomfortable. If I hadn't gone back for those rings, none of this would have ever happened. He would have rung the bell, waited a while, and then left. We wouldn't even have known he'd been there. But I did go back, and now the bottom's dropped out of everything. No cars coming either way. It's just me and him. I step out of the woods and lug him toward the car. Get the back door open, slide him off my shoulder, and lay him face down across the seat. God, that gash on the back of his head is ugly. Blunt force trauma. Brain damage, maybe. Jesus. I get in the front, close my door, click my seatbelt, and pull back onto the road. Gotta get him to the hospital. I felt a pulse. I'm gonna be in big trouble if he dies on me. Rage-fueled temporary insanity. But there were extenuating circumstances. Look what I had just found out. And so what if he ends up with a TBI? After what he did to her? Then he lays low all these years? Shows up out of the blue? He's lucky he's got a pulse, for Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. I hear Casey Lee's voice. Pray, Andrew. Pray to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I nod. That's what I'll do. Driving along, I speak the words out loud. Have mercy on him, Jesus. Let him survive. And if it's your will, have mercy on me too. Please, Jesus, forgive me my anger, my trespasses. But there must be a part of me that knows he's dead back there. That the pulse I felt was wishful thinking. Because when I see where I am, I realize that I haven't driven to the hospital after all. I've driven home. I take the turn and start up Jailhouse Hill. When I reach our house, I pull into the driveway. But instead of stopping at the end, I keep going. Drive across the backyard and start down the rutted path out back. Approaching a deep pothole, I brake too hard, too late, and hear the clunk in the back. He's fallen off the seat and onto the floor. Forgive me, Jesus! Please, forgive me! When I get to the brook on this side of the old cottage, I cut the motor. Get out. Hoist him off the floor and back onto the seat. The blood on the back of his head is clotted, caked up in his hair. I shift the body. His face is gray. His hand is cold to the touch. Thou shalt not kill. I leave him there, hop the brook, and walk over to the well. Stare at the granite slab that covers it. What's my alternative? Turn myself in? Spend the rest of my life stuck in a prison cell when I could be at the hospital helping people? And what about my parents? My sisters? I wouldn't be the only one suffering if they put me away. Hasn't Mom been through enough? And hasn't Dad? A wife who left him? A son in prison? Should I do this? Can I live with myself if I do? The slab's even heavier than I figured, but on the second try I managed to lift one end of it enough to jockey it away from the opening. I stare down into the darkness, unable to see the bottom. It's like those black holes I read about, those regions of space-time where the gravitational pull is so intense that nothing that gets sucked in ever escapes. I can't escape the fact that I killed him. It's a done deal that I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life. But why would anyone think to look out here? And who would be looking for him? Does he have a wife or a girlfriend? Kids? A buddy who would miss him? Maybe. Maybe not. If he had to take the bus here, he doesn't even own a car. And he looked down and out. Maybe he was just a drifter, a loner. The only thing I really know about him is what he did to Mom all those years ago. I pick up a stone, toss it in and listen to the plunk. I thought maybe it had gone dry, but it hasn't. What is it, 7 feet deep, maybe? 8? And the opening's at least 2 feet wide. That ought to be enough. It's not like he's broad-shouldered. But what if they do trace it back to me? Haul me in for questioning. But why would they? Just because he's gone missing doesn't mean I had anything to do with it. And maybe you can find out on the internet how to beat a polygraph. Everything else is on there. Why not that? And anyway, they're not even admissible. Are they? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I'm already damned for what I've done. I'll pay for it in the next world, if I don't in this one. I go back to the car, lift the body and carry it in my arms across the brook and then over to the well. I raise him feet first over the hole and let go. One of his shoulders clears the opening, but the other one doesn't. He's hanging there, crooked and stuck. Okay, Andrew. Here's your last chance. You can pull him out again, face up to what you did, get hauled off to prison, or not. I stand there, thinking about it, trying to decide. Then I reach down, push on his shoulder. The body drops down with a splash. No going back on my decision now. It's done. It's a burial, in a way. His mother brought him into the world, and I took him out of it. So maybe I should pray for him. Pray for his soul. Except what good would that do him, coming from his killer? Having the guy who bashed in his head stand here and ask Jesus for his heavenly mercy? Like I said, I'm damned now. Doomed. From water he came, and to water I've just returned him. Prayer-wise, that's about all I can come up with. My uniform. It's evidence. And so's his bag of clothes on the front seat floor, the ones he took off when he changed into my suit. I've got to get rid of this stuff. Buy another uniform at the PX when I get back to Texas. I slip out of my shoes, undress down to my skivvies, and then drop them too. There's no blood on them, but everything I was wearing when I did it is tainted. Everything. I stuff my blood-stained, dirt-caked clothes in there with him. My socks and mud-caked shoes sopping wet from the brook. His bag of clothes. Then, butt-naked, I struggle the slab back over the well. It takes all the energy I have left. I walk back to the car, and instead of getting in, stand there leaning against it, feeling the rapid beating of my heart. My heart's revving, but his has stopped because I stopped it. What if they did trace his disappearance back to me? Would they think to look out here? Uncover the well and... I've got to think this through. Cover up my tracks better than this. That's what murderers do, isn't it? Commit the crime, then cover it up. But I'm going to need more time. Maybe what I can do is call my CO and tell him I've got a family emergency. Get my leave extended. Dad's up there on the Cape, and Mom and my sisters will have taken off by tomorrow. I'm going to have to hold it together until then. There's plenty of rocks out here. That broken-down old stone wall some farmer had put up way back when. I can gather up those rocks and drop them down there. Fill up the shaft as best I can, and then come back with some bags of secrete. Mix it, pour it in there, and plug up the well. Cement in the evidence. Jesus Christ. I've murdered a man. I'm a murderer. Out of nowhere, I hear the voice of that guy in group when I was in training at Sam Houston, the young private who was torn up with guilt over what he'd done over there in Kandahar. Kicked in the door of that apartment and fired on what he thought was Al-Qaeda, then realized it was a mother and her kids. Did I kill them or murder them? What would you call it? I hear another voice, that Vietnam vet who'd pickled himself in alcohol. At first he didn't want me to work with him, but later on he started trusting me, telling me what it was like back then. There was this chant they had us say when we were in boot camp. War is murder and murder is fun. And you know something? It was fun. I enjoyed wasting those villagers. It was as good as sex. But then after the rush... Now I know what he meant. The rush, the discharge, those sweet few seconds of calm after the rage spilled out of me. And then it's over. Just like he said, you come back down from the high, get up, and deal with the aftermath. Clean up the mess you've made. I'd better go back up to the house. Get showered and dressed before they come back. The last thing I'd need is to drive up from back here and walk into the house naked with his blood on my hands. I climb into the car, start it. But when I glance in the rear view, I look away. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did he come from? Because I just saw an old black guy leaning against the old cottage. Or did I? Gripping the steering wheel, I force myself to look back again. But no one's there. It was just my imagination, my guilt, screwing with my head already. What would you call what I did? Murder? Manslaughter? Justifiable homicide? No. Who am I kidding? If it was justifiable, why would I have to hide the body? I put my bare foot to the pedal, and the car moves forward, starts back up the bumpy path. Back in the house, I take the stairs 2 at a time, get in the shower and make the water as hot as I can stand it, as if I can somehow wash away what I've done. What was that Shakespeare play they made us read in high school, the one where the killer's wife can't wash the blood off her hands? Hamlet, maybe? Julius Caesar? One of those. I get out, dry off. I can't look in the medicine cabinet mirror. Can't face myself. I get dressed and head back downstairs. Go out to the car with a roll of paper towels and a bottle of kitchen cleaner. I've got to be methodical about it. Thorough. I scrub the blood off the floor, the back seat. At least the seats are leather, not upholstery. I caught a break there. I wipe down the steering wheel, too, in case there are any telltale flakes there. Something not visible to the untrained eye. Maybe I've watched too many of those CSIs, but I can't take chances. I'm going to have to turn this car back into the rental place. What if, when they go to inspect it, someone spots something I missed? And what if someone does report him missing? They would connect the dots back to me, impound the vehicle, and... No, that's not going to happen. I can't let it. When I'm done, I've used up half a bottle of Fantastic and a pile of paper towels. I head back inside, put the Fantastic back under the sink, rip the paper towels into pieces, and flush them down the crapper, 2 or 3 at a time. Any more than that, and they could clog up the pipes. When that's done, I head back upstairs, trying to think if I forgot anything. Something a forensic scientist might spot. But what? And why would they even be looking at me? Back in my bedroom, I pull down the shades, pace, look over at the bookshelf. It's weird the way they kept everything the way it was. It's like a museum of who I used to be. Boxes of Tops and Upper Deck basketball cards, my wrestling and track trophies. I look over at the posters on the wall, those WWF guys I liked. Mankind, The Rock. The one of that rock group I was so into back then, Rage Against the Machine. Ironic, isn't it? Look where my rage has gotten me. I think about Mom, the way some little thing would trigger it, set off the rage that was inside her. I hear Dr. Skiles' voice, the thing he sometimes says in group to the guys back from their deployment, the ones who are suffering because of what they saw over there, what they did. Don't stuff it. This is a safe place to let it out. We're only as sick as our secrets. And now I know Mom's terrible secret. I'm the only one who knows. The only one of her kids whose rage matched hers. And now I have an ugly secret of my own, one that could put me in prison if they found out. Because the difference between me and those guys in group is that I didn't do what I did in combat. It wasn't any act of war. It was revenge, pure and simple, the settling of an old score because of what he did to a little girl who he damaged for life. I look around my room again, wondering what my teenage self would have thought if he could have looked into the future, known what his adult self would do out in that woods today. Life was so simple back then. All I had to worry about was the next match or meet, whether or not there was going to be a pop quiz on the day when I hadn't done the reading. Macbeth. That was the play. The one with the witches and the ghosts. God, that black guy I thought I saw down there for a second. That was weird. Out, damned spot. Macbeth's wife. That's who it was who couldn't wash off the blood. What do you think the blood symbolizes? Miss Anderson asks us. She's young and inexperienced, just out of college. She waits, a hopeful look on her face that fades away in the long, resentful silence. I feel sorry for her in a way. I know the answer, but sitting there in my varsity letter jacket, I'm too cool to volunteer it. It's her guilt she can't scrub away. She was the one who wanted the guy killed, who goaded him into doing it, and now she's got to live with herself. Just like I'm going to have to live with myself, whether or not they trace his disappearance back to the well out back. As sick as our secrets. At least Mom's secrets are finally out. Partially, anyway. and mine is down there, stuffed in a shallow well. I'm facing a life sentence, whether I end up doing time in a prison cell or not. I flop face down on my bed, close my eyes, and try to unsee the things flashing in my mind. My mother's face as she realizes who he is, that deer flying out in front of me, him running ahead of me in the woods up that hill. I bolt up, remembering what I forgot about. The evidence that's still out there. His blood and hair stuck to that rock, along with my DNA, most likely. Should I go out to the garage, grab a wire brush and a jug of water, drive back there and try to find the rock again, scrub away the evidence that could convict me? But why would they even look out there? No one saw me carrying him out of those woods. The coast was clear. One good rainstorm and his blood will wash away and into the ground. But I'm scared. I wanted to punish him, not kill him. Is this what my life is going to be like from now on? Holding my breath and waiting? In a few days, his body's going to start to putrefy. But who would be out there to smell it? Nobody. Some dog, maybe? Some scavenging animal? But once I get it filled up with those rocks, cemented. I think about the other guy they found out there in that well, that artist who lived in the cottage. Was it a murder? If it was, they never got the killer. They couldn't have if it was still a question. I'm exhausted. My mind, my body. I catch myself dozing off, wake up with a start. I killed a guy and hit his body. How am I ever going to be able to sleep soundly again? Why should I? I wake to the sound of car doors slamming, voices. I'm groggy, disoriented, and then it hits me like a 2x4 to the head. What I did. They come in. I don't know what time it is, but it's nighttime. It must be. The room is dark. How long have I been out? Footsteps on the stairs coming down the hall toward me. My door opens a crack. Andrew? Are you awake? Mom's voice. I don't answer. I hear Ariane ask if I'm all right. He's sleeping, Mom says. The door closes quietly. They go back downstairs. But a few minutes later, my door opens again and the light goes on. Hey. It's Marissa. She comes over and sits on my bed, taps me on the shoulder. Are you awake? I am now. What a day, huh? Are you okay? Not really. No, me neither. I can't even wrap my head around it yet, you know? Yeah. I flip onto my back. See her standing in front of the posters on my wall. Rage Against the Machine, she says. Remember when I took that CD of theirs without asking you and then I scratched it? How mad you got? Uh-huh. I guess I really was a twerp. She turns around and faces me. Where did you disappear to today? I shrug, look away. Nowhere. Just had to get out of there and get my bearings. How's Mom? Fair. But I think it's good that she finally got it out. Can you imagine what it must have been like for her to keep it a secret about her sister all these years? In a way, it explains a lot about her, you know? I shake my head. Tell her I don't know anything right now. Yeah, like I said, it's a lot to process. But remember when we were kids? How one of us would do something to set her off, and she'd go all mental? At me, mostly. Come after me with something. Hit me hard enough to raise welts. And then, after she calmed down, Ariane would be all like, don't tell Daddy when he gets home, okay? Daddy doesn't have to know. Yeah, I remember. What's your point? That maybe all of those outbursts, all of those secrets we were supposed to keep for her, maybe it was all connected to the big secret she was keeping. That it was her, not her cousin, who dropped the baby. I don't know, Marissa. Maybe. I just want her to shut up. Leave. And it's not like, okay, now that she's finally told us, it's going to be happily ever after. But at least she's got Vivica to help her. She's been great this afternoon, by the way. Kind of, I don't know, motherly. She comes over, sits on my bed. Why is she staring at me like that? What happened to you? Nothing. Why? What do you mean? Why's your face all banged up? My face? I tense, force myself to keep eye contact. Yeah, you've got a scratch under your eye and a red mark on your forehead. Your mouth looks a little swollen on one side. I can't do it. Can't look at her. I get off the bed and go over to the window so that my back's to her. No comment. Did you go after him? Is that where you went? I don't answer her. Ari said she felt sorry for him because Vivica made him leave. But not me. It was kind of creepy the way he had her lie about it, not admit that she dropped her. I mean, okay, maybe he was trying to cover for her or whatever, I get that. But shit, it was an accident. People would have understood. But instead she's got to sit on it her whole life. Live with the lie. And then he just shows up out of nowhere? Today of all days? Personally, I hope you beat the shit out of him. I turn and face her. Don't say anything. I won't, she says. You promise? I need you to promise me. Okay, chill out. I said I wouldn't. Remember that time when you got grounded and you snuck out anyway, went to that concert, and I came down and let you in after you got back? I didn't tell anyone then. Not even Ari. Stop it, I'm serious. She keeps looking at me, worried now. Wait here, she says. She leaves, returns a minute later. Come sit down, she says. This is that cover-up I let Mom use this morning. This stuff's awesome. I sit. She opens the tube and squeezes a little of it onto her finger, dabs some on my forehead, under my eye, at the corner of my mouth, spreads it around with her finger. There, she says. Good as new. No one would ever know. Okay, thanks. Sure. Hey, Andrew? If I tell you something, do you promise not to say anything? I nod. My bruises? I didn't fall. Someone did rough me up. I wait. It was some big deal actor who was in town. This girlfriend of mine knew him. She's... well, never mind. I thought it might open a door for me, you know, that he might give me a referral to an agent or whatever. Because acting's all about making connections, okay? So she and I went up to his hotel room and... I put up my hand to stop her. There's only so many disclosures I can take in one day. Spare me the details, I tell her. Just tell me, is he still around? You in any danger? It was a hit and run. It was my own stupid fault. Yeah, well, maybe you should throw in the towel on this acting thing. Take a long look at what it's costing you. She nods. Yeah, maybe I should. But in the next second, her expression turns from resignation to hope. Hey, but you know that old dude who came to the wedding today? The one who gave Mom her start? His son, the one who brought him, works in TV out in Hollywood. Directs a soap opera. So when I told him I'm an actor, he said that they're going to be casting for a new character, an ingenue type that I might be right for, and that if I went out there, he could make sure I got an audition. He gave me his card, told me to call him. I can't afford the flight, but maybe Mom or Vivica will lend me the money. He didn't promise anything, but it might be worth it to take a shot, you know? Marissa. I know. But like I said, so much of it is about making connections. Who you know, who you happen to run into. I'm too weary to come up with a counter-argument, and she's going to do what she wants anyway. And besides, I've got bigger problems. When we hear a car pull up outside, we both look over at the window, look back at each other. Who's this? Marissa says. I hope it's not that creepy cousin of hers. He wouldn't come back here, would he? Car doors slam. 2 of them. She gets up and goes over to the window, yanks the shade. The police? What the hell do they want? Me, I think. They want me. But how the hell? Someone must have seen me carrying the body out of the woods after all, gotten the license plate. They must have traced it back to the rental car place. Or maybe that guy was down there at the cottage. Maybe I wasn't just seeing things. I'm going down, Marissa says. At the doorway she stops, looks back at me. You coming? I tell her I'll be right down. Instead, I sit there, watching the blue light winking on and off against my posters. I'm probably going to walk out of here in handcuffs. I reach over to the nightstand, pick up the pocket Bible I brought with me from Texas, thumb the pages. It's in Deuteronomy, isn't it? Yeah, here it is. He that smiteth a man, so that he die, shall be surely put to death. It's true in a way. Whatever happens, it's going to be the death of my military career, my work at the hospital. I stand up, walk out of my room, and start down the hall. They've got me. What would be the use of denying it? Might as well get this over with. But when I stop at the top of the stairs and listen, they're not talking about me. Or him. They're saying something about a break-in? Yeah, but that was a while ago. Was there another one? Dad? What? Place is owned by, let me see, it's in my notes, Miss Vivica Christophilus Shabbos. That's me. He's been staying at my beach house. What? Helicoptering who to Boston? Dad? He's hurt? Was it those sharks? How bad did they get him? Is he going to... Robbery? An assault? Someone assaulted Dad? I take the stairs 2 at a time. What are they talking about? What's wrong with my dad?
Part 5. 3 years later. Chapter 27. Orion O.
She's in the doorway, holding up the phone, waiting for me to notice her. How long has she been standing here? She creeps around here like a ghost, this one. Not like her predecessor, that's for sure. You could hear Carla coming from a couple of rooms away. I was going to take a message, she says, but it's your daughter in California, and I wasn't sure if... No, that's fine. I was working away so hard in here I didn't even hear it ringing. I hold out my hand and she approaches. When I had the sunroom built this past spring, I purposely didn't have a phone extension put out here. My concentration is compromised enough without a bunch of interruptions. I take the phone from her. Haven't talked to Marissa in over a week. Hey there, California, what's shaking? Got some news, dude, that's what. Oh yeah? Good news, I hope. Yep. They're extending my contract. It looks like I'm going to be gainfully employed as Kendra for another 18 months. Ah, honey, that's terrific. Congrats. Yeah, the writers are working on a new plot line. You know Dr. Amos? Is he the one who runs the hospital? Right. So it turns out my character is not just the spunky waitress at the pub. She's also the daughter Dr. Amos never even knew he had. Bianca kept her pregnancy from him and gave me up for adoption. Bianca, she the one who's been snatched by Somali pirates? Uh-huh. Yeah, kidnapped and presumed dead. The actor who plays her is actually off on maternity leave, so they've written her out of the show until February. The way they're handling it is this letter shows up in her papers, and when Dr. Amos goes through them, that's how he finds out that he has another daughter. And why did Bianca keep it from him? Oh, I don't know. For spite, maybe? Because she's a total bitch? Uh-huh. I reach over and click save. I wrote 3 new pages this morning, and I'd hate to lose them like I did the last time. And you know their other daughter, April? The other waitress at the pub? Right. You know how she and I have become best friends? How April and Kendra have, I mean. The writers are developing a storyline where April gets so threatened by me, by Kendra, that she starts developing this sibling rivalry that begins to make her crazy. So she's going to start plotting to murder me. Megan, the girl who plays April, she's thrilled because she finally gets to play something other than Miss Goody Two-Shoes. But I guess I'm going to survive because, hey, why would they sign me to an 18-month contract extension if the writers were just going to kill me off? I smile. Well, that's a relief. I wouldn't want to tune in someday and see you getting bumped off, even if it is make-believe. Yeah, and, dude, you know what's way cool? Why they're keeping me? Because of the fan sites. My character is getting a ton of traffic, and my Facebook page has over 12,000 subscribers, which is like, whoa, you know, for somebody who's been on the show for less than a year. Daytime Emmy nominations are coming up pretty soon, and Joe says they're submitting a couple of my scenes for consideration as Best Newcomer. Well, good luck with that. Joe Agnello has really been your fairy godfather out there in Hollywood, hasn't he? That's one good thing that came out of your mother's wedding. Isn't that where you met Joe? Uh-huh. Did you hear about his father? Yeah, your mother told me. She and Vivica are driving up for the funeral this weekend. Obituary said he was 97. Yeah, and he was such a sweet old guy. I talked to him and Joe for quite a while that day at the wedding until, well, you know. I was going to try and fly back for the funeral myself, you know, for Joe's sake. But I can't because of the shooting schedule. So I sent him and Shell this awesome food basket from Zingerman's. Bread, cheese, imported chocolates. And Shell is, Joe's partner. Ah. Hey, speaking of your character's parentage, aren't Bianca and Dr. Amos both pretty waspish? How is it that they have an almond-eyed daughter? Yeah, well, that's come up, actually. Makeup has been experimenting with me, de-emphasizing my Asian looks a little, and the writers will probably deal with it in some way, too. But, come on, dude. 6 months from now, I could find out that somebody else is my father. Anything's possible in soap opera land. Yeah, apparently. So anyway, not to change the subject, but, how's your therapy going? You still thinking about quitting? No. You know how you said I should stick with it a while longer? Well, I'm glad I did, because at my last appointment, I had a kind of breakthrough. I asked her if it's anything she wants to tell me about. Yeah, sure. It's about Mom. My unexpressed anger toward her, you know? Like when she left you and hooked up with Vivica? Really? I knew that Andrew was angry about that, and Ariane at first. I never realized you were. Because I was kind of burying it, I guess. I mean, Vivica was so nice to me, taking me places, buying me things, and my drinking. I was burying it that way, too. But Dr. Klein helped me realize that when Mom left you, it triggered my own abandonment issues. That I was like projecting or something. It has to do with my childhood stuff. So, you're saying you felt abandoned as a kid? I know how that feels. Well, Andrew and Ariane always had that special twin thing, you know? That bond or whatever, she says. So, I used to feel like the odd kid out sometimes, but it was really more about Mom than them. How so? Because she was always so much about her work. Out on her scavenging trips, or down in the basement making art out of them. I'd call down the basement stairs, ask her to come up and make me lunch, or come up and play a game with me or something, and she'd be like, okay, just give me 10 more minutes, and then it would be like an hour or more. Yeah, well, hey, don't give me a free pass. I was just as much of a workaholic as she was. Yeah, Dr. Klein asked me about that, but you were always away at your job, so that never bothered me. Mom was at home, you know? All she had to do was come upstairs. And this one time, she told me about how Ari and Andrew were a planned pregnancy, but that I was an accident. Well, you were a happy accident, I tell her. You were her baby, Marissa. She was just as crazy about you as she was with your sister and brother. Yeah, I know, but it was like I had to compete with her art. I'm just saying it was something I felt. Not all the time, just sometimes. But hey, I made out better than her first kid, right? The one she miscarried? Annie's first pregnancy was another of the secrets she had kept from me. That one didn't come out until last year, during one of those family sessions we had over the phone with Annie and her shrink. It was the roughest of those conference calls, especially after Marissa disclosed in tears that she had had an abortion too. So, yeah, she says now, I'm still seeing Dr. Klein. He says I'm making progress. Sounds like it. Well, good. Keep up the good work, huh? And, what about your recovery? How's that going? Great. I'm getting my 3-month chip next week. Hey, that's wonderful, honey. I'm proud of you. Yeah, thanks. Kieran's going to try to rearrange his schedule so that he can give it to me. You know, because he was the one who got me to my first meeting. Yeah, and how's everything going on the Kieran front? Awesome, Daddy. God, if somebody had told me a year ago that I'd be going out with an actor, I would have laughed in their face. But Kieran's like the total opposite of most of those narcissistic jerks. His sobriety date is coming up pretty soon, too. He's going to have 4 years. We've been talking lately about my moving in with him when my lease is up in November. Really? Big step. You sure you're ready? Pretty sure. Not totally sure yet. We'll see. But we're good together, you know? This is the longest relationship I've ever been in. Well, that says something. I liked Kieran that weekend that you guys came to visit. But just proceed with caution, okay? When I look up, the ghost is standing in the doorway again. She's got a sandwich in one hand, a Diet Coke in the other. I point to my desk and she brings them in, puts them down. There's a Post-it note on the plate along with the sandwich, reminding me that the transport van is picking me up in another 40 minutes. I nod. She nods back and leaves, quiet as a cat. She's nice enough, this new one, but something of an enigma. Well, it's only been a week. I'm sure we'll get to know each other. When I refocus on what Marissa is saying, she's talking about Annie and Vivica's trip to Greece. Yeah, they finally get to go on that wedding trip they've been postponing for 3 years, thanks to me. I've always felt bad about that. Well, you shouldn't, Daddy. Mom wanted to be there for you. One thing I've learned in my program is that guilt is a wasted emotion, you know? I mean, look back on the past, but don't stare at it. She speaks in these recovery aphorisms all the time now, I've noticed. Day by day, you can't breathe the past or the future, only the present. Well, as long as she lives by them, fine. But it's like she said the last time we talked. All this newfound happiness of hers rests on a single shot glass that she could pick up in a weak moment. Sabotage herself. Wouldn't be the first time she had done that. So what's new with you, dude? She asks. Me? Same old, same old. Writing, physical therapy. Oh, I've got a new home healthcare aide. That's new. Yeah, I didn't think that was Carmen who answered the phone. Carly, you mean? Nope. No, she gave her notice a few weeks ago. She's moving down to Georgia where her daughter lives. Can't believe how quiet it's been around here ever since she left. Yeah, she was a talker, huh? How's the new one working out? So far, so good. She's reserved. Kind of shy, I guess. Oh. Hey, you know, Mom and Vivica are losing their housekeeper, too. Are they? I grab my soda, take a sip, take a bite of my sandwich. Marissa says there was a shooting at their housekeeper's building, that the victim was an 18-year-old boy who used to babysit for her son. Got mixed up with a gang, Marissa says. So Minnie and Africa are moving out of Newark. She has a grown son in Massachusetts, and they're going to live with him and his family. The sandwich is liverwurst and Swiss. Mayo instead of the mustard I asked for, but hey, everybody's got a learning curve. So, dude, how's your book coming? I take another sip of my soda, swallow. Good, thanks. I've got all the chapters of the first part outlined. Now I'm starting to flesh them out. I'm waiting for something that I ordered on Amazon to get here. It's a book of oral histories from Chinese immigrants back during that period. I'm looking for specifics. It's all in the details, you know? I was going to tell it chronologically at first. You know, start with my grandfather's childhood. But now I think the first chapter is going to be about his voyage here, his misconceptions about where he's headed, his fears of the unknown. And then I'll have him flash back to all that earlier stuff. The backstory, as we authors call it. We authors. I'm being ironic because I'm such a rookie at this. But Marissa doesn't pick up on it. Cool, she says. Hey, dude, I better get off now. Kieran is coming over to help me run my lines for tomorrow's taping, and I'm not even dressed yet. Yeah, well, I have to go too. I've got a 1:30 appointment over at the rehab place. Say hi to Kieran for me. And hey, congrats again on your good news. Love you, kiddo. I love you too, Daddy. Hey, tell Ari to call me. I'd ask you to tell Andrew too, but it would be wasted breath. I finally got him on Twitter, but half the time he doesn't even answer my tweets. Well, he's pretty busy at work. No one's that busy, Dad. Okay, bye. I turn off the phone and sit there, smiling. Marissa had us worried for a while, but she seems to be doing so well these days. 3 months sober, a contract extension, a steady boyfriend who's not a jerk. I just hope it lasts, that it's not just a house of cards. I think about my last appointment with poor Seamus, how upbeat he sounded, and that was just before he ended his life. But Marissa seems much more mature lately. Annie and I have both noticed it. Why worry about something that might not ever happen? Half an hour later, I've eaten, moved my bowels and emptied my bladder, and gotten re-diapered. The toilet stuff's still a little awkward with this new aid, but that will pass. By the time the transport van honks out in the driveway, I'm in my chair and ready to go. She comes up behind me, releases the brake, and wheels me out the door and down the ramp. Ah, Larry's driving today, the retired cop. Good. He's got a lot more personality than the other younger ones. New girl, Doc? He says, and then to her, I can take it from here. What's your name, sweetheart? I can't see her face, but she's probably blushing. Between her shyness and the fact that she's white-haired and 50 or 60 pounds overweight, I'm guessing she hasn't been called sweetheart for a while. She tells him her name, and he takes hold of the chair. Ah, just like that old movie, huh? Johnny Belinda. That was just on this past weekend. My wife and I watched it. I forget the name of the gal who played her, the one who was married to Ronald Reagan. Jane Wyman, she says. Yeah, there you go, Jane Wyman. You an old movie fan, too? Yes. That's all he gets out of her. Just a yes. Larry wheels me onto the lowered ramp and he hits the switch. It beeps. I rise. He rolls me into the van, locks the chair in place, and gets back in front. And we're off. In another 20 minutes, I'll be doing my arm crank ergometry and resistance training exercises. Not much fun, but necessary for my arterial functioning, as Paula reminds me whenever I complain. So I was telling the wife about you last time I drove you, Larry tells me, glancing in the rearview mirror. She said she remembered when it was on the news about your assault, asked me if they ever caught the son of a bitch who clobbered you. I told her I didn't know, but that I'd ask you. Yeah, they got him and the girlfriend a couple of months after it happened. They had tried pulling the same deal in Boston, up on Beacon Hill. That was their specialty, preying on temporary residents, people who had sublet. They would pass themselves off as a brother and sister house-cleaning team, helping out their sick mother. But the couple in Boston was smarter than I was, got suspicious and notified the cops. They caught him in the act, hauling out antiques. Put them away, I hope. Yeah, he just got sentenced a few months ago. She made a deal with the prosecutor, testified against him, and got off with a lighter sentence. He was the one that they really wanted to nail, which they did. He got 25 years. Yeah, and you get the rest of your life to live with what he did to you, huh? They should have put the son of a bitch away for good. Yeah, well, you testify? I tell him I did. How'd that go? It was, challenging, having to face him in court. Couldn't they have videotaped you instead? Nope. No, law says he had the right to face his accuser. And was the bastard able to look you in the eye? On and off, yeah. Jesus, Larry, keep your eyes on the road, will you? He looked away when the prosecutor had me describe my ordeal after the attack. The fact that they had to put me in a medical-induced coma until the cranial swelling went down, open up my back so they could get the bone fragments out. They delayed the trial for over 2 years because I couldn't remember a lot of it at first. But, as time went by, more and more of it came back. So, between my testimony and the girlfriend's... What about your paralysis? They think the rehab's going to help you get the hell out of that chair eventually? No, afraid not. The blow I took injured me above the 9th thoracic vertebra. T9, they call it. So that left me with what they call a complete SCI. What's that, an SCI? Spinal cord injury. I forget that not everyone is as well versed in the lingo as I've gotten to be. There was an outside chance during the first several months that I might regain some of what I lost, but as time went on, it became less and less likely. So, what you see is what I got. There's some experimental treatments that they're trying to develop, stem cell transplants, something called spine cooling. So maybe somewhere down the line, I don't know. Yeah, with Obama at the wheel, right? Wasn't Bush against stem cell research? Uh-huh. But federal funding is still pretty limited from what I've read. I haven't given up hope, but I'm not holding my breath either. Well, I gotta hand it to you, Doc. If it was me, I doubt I'd be as good-natured about it as you are. I chuckled to myself. Yeah, well, you should have seen me the first year or so. Nobody accused me of being good-natured back then. And not just about the paralysis either. Brain injuries, they can land you in some pretty dark places. Mine sure as hell did. Huh. He stops talking after that. It's something I've noticed since the paralysis. You mentioned depression, and it's a conversation killer. Not like when I was in practice. The college kids I saw were always talking about how depressed they were. Wallowing in it, some of them. Well, I've done a fair amount of wallowing too. That first year especially. I think back to those early tests they did to see if there was any chance that my bladder, bowel function, my sexual function might be coming back. Those pinprick tests to see if I had any feeling in my anus, my penis. Feel anything just then? No. How about now? No. Nothing. Oh, God, that first year. The worst year of my life. The headaches, the mood swings. My speech was slurred, my memory compromised. I'd get frustrated because of the disorientation, so then I'd get depressed. And that would make me combative. The medical staff, the rehab folks, even the poor janitors who had come in to mop the floor, whoever would show up in my room wouldn't know from 1 hour to the next if they were going to have to deal with an ogre or a sad sack, or Rip Van Winkle. I'd go into deep sleep sometimes that they would have to wake me up out of, and then I'd get pissed when they did. Tell them to get the hell out of my room. Leave me alone so that I could get back to sleep. Dream that I could still walk, still run even. I haven't had those kind of dreams for a while now, come to think of it. I guess you'd call that, what, acceptance? Resignation? But I was lucky in a way. When they did those initial CAT scans up in Boston, they found out that when he clobbered me over the head, my brain had collided with the wall of my skull, but there were no bone fragments floating around in there. If there had been, they would have had to crack open my noggin to get them out. So, I caught a break there. But still, those dark, ugly depressions I kept falling into, that was tough. And not just for me, either. Poor Annie. She was the one who took the brunt of those moods of mine. Just married, and instead of being in New York with Vivica on the weekends, she would drive up to Boston and stay with me. And not just weekends, either. Sometimes she'd come up on a Wednesday or a Thursday and stay until the following Monday. When the kids visited, I'd try and fake it for their sake, act positive. But it was taxing, putting on those performances. And after they left, I'd take it out on their mother. Let her have it with both barrels sometimes, as if she was the one who had come at me with that goddamned vacuum cleaner. I think back to the worst time, the one I'm most ashamed of. It was before Ariane had decided to move back and have the baby here, before Andrew had made the decision not to re-up. Thanks to Annie, the house had been made handicap accessible so that I could finally leave that goddamned rehab place I hated and move back home. The ramp outside, the bathroom and kitchen rails, the chair lift so that I could get upstairs and sleep in my own room again. Annie had let her own work go. Had lived back at the house for weeks while she researched equipment and got estimates and hired a contractor and supervised the installations. She was doing my bills, too. Dealing with those arrogant insurance pricks so that I wouldn't have to. Sometimes she'd be on the phone with them for an hour or more, cajoling them, demanding that they covered this or that, writing letters when they said they wouldn't. Those first 2 years, she was more like my wife again than my ex-wife. She was great to do all that. You would have thought I'd be grateful. And I was grateful when my head was clear, when those dark clouds of gloom would part for an hour or an afternoon, and I'd show her a little appreciation. The fight started the afternoon she got back from dropping Andrew off at the airport. He had come in from Fort Hood for a long weekend, had called me earlier that week and said he needed to talk to me. I know you're dealing with all your own shit, Dad, but if I don't talk to someone, my head is going to explode. But then, once he was here, he kept not telling me, and I kept waiting. In fairness, other people were around. His mother, my aide, a couple of my old colleagues from the college who had stopped by to see how I was doing. I could tell that something was seriously wrong with Andrew. He had lost weight. He seemed distracted and edgy, had trouble making eye contact with both Annie and me. I thought it was odd that he kept going out to the backyard, wandering down the path. And then the day he was going back, a couple of hours before it was time for him to head to the airport, time was running out. Carla had left for the day, Ariane was at work, and Annie had gone off to pick up some groceries. It was finally just the two of us. He was sitting slumped in front of the TV, staring at a Celtics game. I told him to turn it off and tell me what the hell was going on, to say what he had flown across the country to say. He looked at me for the next several seconds, and then he aimed the remote and turned the TV off. When Mom was a little girl, he began, after she lost her mother and sister in that flood they were in, you know that cousin who saved her? Uh-huh. Can't remember his name, but Kent, he said. That's right, Kent. What about him? I waited. Dad, I have to tell you about something that Mom told me the day of the wedding, and about something nobody else knows about. Something I did that day, and just don't stop me, okay? Because I have to get this all out, and I don't... Just don't stop me until I'm finished, okay? I nodded, sat there listening in disbelief. When he was done, the two of us had just sat there, Andrew sobbing with his hands over his mouth, me trying to get my head around everything he had just confessed, and, at the same time, looking at his suffering, racking my compromised brain to think of something, anything, to say that might take away his pain. Dad, it's like this living nightmare that never lets go of me. I'll be at the barracks, in the shower, or lying in bed, and I'll start thinking about it. How I killed him, and then I got away with it. Up to this point, anyway. But, it still could happen. Somebody might put two and two together, and... It's just so not who I ever thought I was going to be, Dad. A killer? A murderer? I want to interrupt him, object to what he's saying about himself, but how can I refute it? There's a body hidden down and back inside that well. My son has taken a life. I can't eat, can't sleep for shit. Sometimes when I finally do fall asleep, I dream about him. I dream he's alive again, and I'm chasing him, catching up to him, not out in the woods where it happened, but down some street that I don't recognize, or down the corridors of some strange hospital or school or something. At work, I'll be busy with a patient, and it'll just come over me. I'll see him sitting out on the front steps that morning when I went back for the rings. See his head flop to the side, and that rock smeared with his blood. And they've started to notice, the doctors I work with. I've gotten warnings from 2 different supervisors. Dr. Champy chewed me out when I got mixed up about the schedule, and I didn't show up for my shift until after they called. He asked me if I had a drug problem, if that was what was wrong with me. And Dr. Sanders wrote me up after I screwed up some patient's meds. I'm becoming a liability at that place, Dad. I just don't think I can hold it together anymore. I'm falling apart. I think I'm going to have to tell somebody. And that was when I finally thought of something useful to say. You just did tell someone, Andrew. You told your father. And I want you to promise me that you're not going to tell anyone else. You hear me? Don't you tell another fucking soul. He just sits there staring at me, not saying anything. When it starts getting to you, you're going to pick up the phone and call me. Okay? If you can't sleep, I don't care what the hell time it is. You call me. If it hits you at work, tell him you need to take a quick break. Get yourself out of everyone else's earshot and then dial my number. And I'll answer it, I promise you. From now on, I'm going to keep my cell phone with me at all times, no matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing. And when it rings, I'll see that it's you and pick up. I'll talk you back down from the ledge if you're panicking. Okay? But you have to promise me, Andrew, not another fucking soul. Not your supervisors, not some buddy of yours, not your mother or your sisters, and most of all, not the police. I'm the only one you should talk to about this. I need you to promise me that. 15 seconds go by. 30. He's trembling, crying again. And then finally, mercifully, he looks at me and nods. Yeah, okay, Dad. I promise. Larry's just said something up front, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, don't you think so, Doc? He's looking back at me, waiting for a response. Yep, I tell him. You got that right. Later that afternoon, while she's driving him to the airport, turns dark outside, starts raining. It's only 3, 4 o'clock, but it gets as dark as dusk. And the weather inside my head has shifted too. Those dark clouds have descended, and the fear I've been feeling for my son has curdled into anger. And Annie is who I'm angry with. What he did that day, the way he ran out of there to avenge her, the way he's been suffering ever since, it all comes back to rest on her. It's fucking pathological is what it is. The way she kept me in the dark all those years and then dumped it all out on him. Made our son her confessor. And now his life is ruined. And she's the one who ruined it. I'm at the front window staring out at the rain when I see her drive up. Hear the car door slam. She comes in, takes off her wet coat, shakes it out on the foyer floor. Oh, hi, she says. I didn't see you sitting there. Boy, it's miserable out. You okay? Yep. He checked with the airline on our way up. His flight was on time, so I guess he's off by now. I'm going to go start supper. Leftovers okay? Yes. I'm seething. Waiting. Orion, can you come in the kitchen with me while I'm getting things ready? I kind of want to talk to you about Andrew. I tell her I want to talk with her, too. She's just not going to like what I have to say. When I wheel myself in there, she's at the fridge pulling things out. Her back is turned to me. Something is up with him, she says. I think he's withholding something. It's not funny. Quite the opposite, but I laugh. Well, he's learned how to do that from the best, hasn't he? She glances over her shoulder at me. I don't... what do you mean? I mean that you're the friggin' queen of withholding. All those secrets you were so good at keeping when we were married? The way your baby sister died that night? What your cousin did to you when you were a kid? Kind of made the whole marriage a sham, don't you think? She stops what she's doing. Turns around and faces me. How did you... Because he just told me how you vomited out all your ugly little secrets to him that day. Burdened him with all the dirty little things that you never bothered to tell me about. She looks stunned. Good. She deserves to be. Orion, I don't really want to go into all that with you right now. I wish I hadn't told Andrew that day, but it is what it is. And Millie has been helping me sort through... Oh, Millie! Oh, right. Your shrink. Hey, tell me something, will you? I'm curious. Have you come clean to her about the abuse yet? She nods, mumbles something about how what her cousin did to her is at the crux of her therapy. Oh, no. Not that abuse. I mean, the way you used to abuse our son. She stares at me, blank-faced. She keeps blinking. Pushing him down the stairs so that he ended up with a broken wrist? Clunking him on the head with a mallet? And Jesus, those were just the things that they told me about. They, she says, are kids, Annie. Ariane mostly. The other two were pretty close-mouthed about it. Still covering for you all these years later, huh? Ari didn't want to tell me either, but I got it out of her. Jesus, you were all about secrets, lies of omission, weren't you? Orion, can you please just stop now? Because I'm starting to feel like I'm being attacked. Yeah, speaking of which, you really lucked out that time you clobbered him on the head, huh? No concussion? No TBI? That would have really fucked up your secret keeping, wouldn't it have? She wipes her hands on her apron, comes over and sits down at the table. Orion, what's going on here? Where's all this anger coming from? From the gut. That's where. When they came up to see me at Vivica's place that weekend, before your big gay wedding, that's when I found out. Why did you do it, Annie? Why did you pick him out of the herd? Make him your victim instead of the girls? Or me? She's blinking back tears now. I have a temper, Orion, you know that, and sometimes he would... Right. You've got a temper, and he's got a penis. Was that what was at the bottom of it? The fact that, of the three of them, it was your male child that you needed to victimize? Stop psychoanalyzing me, and stop making it sound like it was premeditated, because it wasn't like that. He would get my goat, press my buttons, and I'd just go off. I'd get a little crazy, and then afterward I would come to my senses, and I felt ashamed about those things I did, Orion. Ashamed and guilty. But not guilty enough to let me know, apparently. And boy, the kids were in your corner too, huh? You would victimize him, and the three of them would feel sorry for you. Close ranks around you, like you were the one who needed to be protected. Wasn't that how it went down, Annie? Poor Mama. She can't help it. She didn't know what she was doing. I didn't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not justifying it, but we better not tell Daddy, though. We have to protect her from him, because he might actually do something. Get her some treatment. Protect us from her rampages. She shakes her head. They didn't need to be protected from me. I had my moments, yes, but I was a good mother. I love my kids, Andrew just as much as the girls. You think they got off scot-free after all those deceptions you involved them in, Annie? You think they didn't grow up scarred because of all those fucking secrets of yours? Hey, and speaking of secrets, how about the fact that you're a lesbian? That was another thing you kept from me, huh? Boy, that one was a doozy. Okay, stop it. And me, I was so fucking clueless. Jesus, you would think a shrink would have been smart enough to catch on after a while. But nope, not me. I mean, sometimes while I was making love to you, inside of you, I'd open my eyes and look at you, and you'd have that far-off expression like you were someplace else, like you couldn't wait for me to finish. She shakes her head. No, you're wrong. It wasn't like that for me. No? Really? Then how come 9 times out of 10 the only way I could bring you to an orgasm was when I went down on you? Who are you imagining was down there, Annie? What woman were you fantasizing about as you came? She unties her apron, throws it on the table. She starts to leave the room, and then she turns around and tries to wound me back. I don't care how badly hurt you were up there on the Cape, or how bitter you have become because of it, she says. I am not going to stand here and have you accuse me unfairly. I come here to help you, Orion. Not so that you can hurl all of these accusations at me, put me on trial for things that day you told him about what your cousin did to you, when it was just you and Andrew up there in that room. That was a form of abuse, too. Wasn't it, Annie? Stop it, Orion. He guessed what Kent did. That's why I told him. Then he storms out of there, does what he does, and now, what do you mean? He stormed out and did what? Nothing. He just get out of here, will you? Get in your car and go back to your wife, because it's making me sick to even look at you. I'm not sparing her to be kind. I would love to hit her with it right about now. She caused it, didn't she? He killed him because of her. She deserves to suffer. It's my son I'm sparing, not her. Not another living soul, I told him. And I had better play by that rule, too. If I tell her, she could tell Vivica, tell his sisters, and the more people who know, the more danger he'd be in. The more likely... I mean it, Annie. I don't need you to come here every weekend and play nursemaid. In fact, I would prefer you don't anymore. Just leave. Pack your bag and get the fuck back to New York. Just go. She leaves the room, to do as I've just said, I figure. But I'm wrong. A minute later, she's back in the doorway. I am not leaving until tomorrow morning when your aide shows up for her shift, she says. That's the plan, and that's what I am going to do. But I'm going upstairs now because I don't want to look at you either. I just want to go up and be by myself and try not to think of the things you've just said to me. Oh, why not? Because the truth hurts? She doesn't take the bait. An annoying calm has come over her. I will leave my door open. Call up the stairs when you want to go to bed. I'll help you get ready, and then I'll stay the night like I planned. You can ring your bell if you need me for anything during the night, the same as always. Because no matter what you have said, what you've just accused me of, I'm not going to leave you by yourself. No matter how hurtful you've been, I'm staying, because you need someone to stay. Because I'm a fucking gimp? A pathetic cripple that you can condescend to? I didn't say that, Orion. You did. Now, is there anything you need before I go up? I'm already starting to regret my cruelty toward her, but I sure as hell am not going to apologize, not yet anyway. I'm just relieved I didn't get so furious with her that I used it as a weapon against her. What he did, where he hid the body. My cell phone, I tell her. It's on the windowsill in the front room. I put it there before when I was looking out at the rain. She asks me who I have to call. No one. I just want to have it in case somebody needs to call me. She gives me a long, inquisitive look, and then goes and gets the phone, comes back, hands it to me, and leaves without another word. I listen to her footsteps on the stairs. Why hadn't I laid what Andrew had done at her feet? I mean, she was damned good at keeping secrets. That was her specialty. What was the real reason I hadn't drawn her into it? Maybe because, in spite of everything that had happened, how angry I was at her that day, I was still trying to save her. Still trying to rescue the girl at the dry cleaners with the flat tire. Wasn't that my specialty? Rescuing people? Shaban, the psych patient, the night when I saved her from choking? And all those college kids, up to and including Jasmine, the night when she barged into my office because her ex-boyfriend was stalking her? Maybe that afternoon when I finally did confront Annie, spewed all that venom at her, I stopped short of telling her about that body hidden down there in the well because I still loved her. Is that what love is all about for me? Protecting people? Keeping them safe? Or has that always been more about my ego? Pat yourself on the back, Orion. Take a bow, Mr. Knight in shining armor. But I wasn't able to save Seamus McAvoy from slipping a noose around his neck that night, jumping into the stairwell at his dorm. I was too oblivious to save my son from his mother's attacks. Maybe if I had, he wouldn't have developed such a hair-trigger temper himself. Wouldn't have gone after him that day and... No. Don't go there again. What good is second-guessing myself about it ever done? Promise me you're not going to tell anyone else. You hear me? Don't you tell another fucking soul. I was trying to protect him. Save him from being arrested and convicted and sent to prison. How many times have I second-guessed myself? Wondered if maybe he should have gone to the police. Paid for his crime. Or not. I still haven't been able to decide if I helped him that day or gave him the wrong advice. But anyway, in the weeks and weekends after I confronted Annie, we made our peace. I apologized for the things I'd said, she for the things she had done and hadn't done, the secrets she had kept. I hadn't scared her away after all, and so she had kept returning to the home we had shared so that she could help me. It was ironic, really. Annie had somehow become a better, more honest and forgiving wife than when we were married. So maybe that's what love means. Having the capacity to forgive the one who wronged you, no matter how deep the hurt was. At any rate, I'm glad she doesn't know about the corpse that's down there in that well. I've spared her that much. Up front, Larry has begun talking again. I'm just curious, Doc. You don't mind my asking, do you? He's looking at me in the rearview again. I'm sorry, Larry. I was someplace else just now. Do I what? Belong to a church. Me? No, I'm not religious. No? So, while you were going through your ordeal, you never prayed, huh? No, I can't say that I did. Who was I going to pray to? Some God I never believed in the first place? But I'm not about to get into a theological discussion with him. Because that's what helped me out when I got cancer. Not that what I was up against was as bad as you went through, I'm not saying that. But once I got done being pissed off at God, I started getting down on my knees and asking for his help, and it worked, you know? I mean, so far, anyway. I've been cancer-free for 7 years now. Yeah? Well, good for you. Yep. The power of prayer. You can't beat it as far as I'm concerned. He means well, but I'm in no mood for his proselytizing, so I changed the subject. Hey, it looks like we're ahead of schedule, Larry. Why don't you pull into that Dunkin' Donuts up ahead? Let me buy you a coffee. Sounds good, Doc, but only if I'm buying. And don't give me an argument either, I insist. 15 minutes later, we've had our caffeine and he's wheeling me into rehab. Paula, the therapist I work with, is out front talking with the receptionist. Well, look who's here, she says. How you doing today, handsome? Handsome, sugar, sweetheart. I used to resent this chummy familiarity. Just because I couldn't walk or park myself on the toilet seat anymore, they didn't need to condescend to me. But after a while I realized they were just being friendly, not assuming that my TBI had rendered me stupid. Handsome, huh? Which one of us you talking to, me or him? She looks from me to Larry and winks. Oh, both of you cutie pies, she quips. I crane my neck back at Larry. Tell him he had better go back out to the van and get his shovel so that we can deal with this bullshit she's slinging. They both laugh. Speak for yourself, Doc, Larry says. Me, I can't wait to get up every morning because I get better looking every day. Oh, brother, Paula says. Well, what do you say, Orion? You ready for your workout? Ready as I'll ever be. I sigh, and with that she rolls me into the torture chamber. Sandy's working with an amputee who's gotten a prosthetic leg, and Kathy's passing a beach ball back and forth with a gray-haired woman who has a contorted face. Stroke, I figure. The transport guys? They don't wait for you. They drop you off and then move on to their next assignment. After your appointment's over, the receptionist calls the company for a pickup, and you sit and wait. Patience is a virtue, my mother always used to say, And if that's the case, I guess I must be pretty virtuous by now, whether I pray or not. Paula added a few new exercises this time, and I struggled with them. I'm spent, itching to get home and maybe grab a nap. But by the time Javier, one of the younger drivers, strolls in, I've been parked and waiting for over an hour like a bag of groceries. It's futile to complain, so I just keep my mouth shut. Hey there, Javier. How's it going? Going good, he says. Whistling, he releases the brake and wheels me out into the mid-afternoon sunshine. He spends most of the drive home mumbling into his cell phone. They're not supposed to use them unless it's the dispatcher who's called. But I'm guessing that's not who he's talking to unless the dispatcher's name is Babe. Yeah, I hear you, Babe. I'm just saying. When we get to Jailhouse Hill, he signals and takes the turn. Halfway up the hill, we pass a kid learning to master her two-wheeler, her dad running alongside her. 20 years ago, that was Ariane and me. Her brother got the hang of it right away, but Ari, skinned knees, tears. Javier pulls into the driveway, hops out. As he's lowering my chair to the ground, I see my aide coming around from the backyard. It's the second time this week she's done that. A couple of days ago, I looked out and saw her coming up the path from down where the cottage is. Makes me uneasy that she might be poking around down there. Not that I think she suspects anything, or that she'd be able to lift off that granite slab. And Andrew says that if anyone did go nosing around, looking down that well, all they'd see is rocks and cement. But still, what is drawing her back there? Getting a little fresh air? I ask as she approaches us. She nods. Looks a little guilty, unless that's my imagination, which it very well might be. But still, I'd better keep an eye on her, or call up the agency and tell them she's not working out. I won't say anything to Andrew, though. He's jumpy enough about what's back there. There's no need to get him worked up over nothing. Javier drives off, and she wheels me around to the front, pushes the chair up the ramp and inside. She asks me if I'm going back to work. Nah, I think I'll just watch a little TV. See what my buddy Dr. Oz has to say today. You start supper yet? She says she's got something simmering in the crock pot. Asks if Andrew is coming over to eat tonight. Not that I know of. It'll just be Ariane, Dario, and me. As if on cue, Ari and her boy burst through the front door. She's carrying the mail in one arm, his backpack in the other. Package for you, Dad, she says. It looks like something from Amazon. Oh, good. I've been waiting for a book I ordered. I turn to my grandson. Hey there, buddy, what's up? He holds up something he made in daycare. A drawing with crayon scribbles and glued-on doodads. Wow, this is cool, I tell him. You're an artist, just like Grandma. Do you think we should send this to her and Grandma Vivica? Gamma and Gamma Bibica, he calls them. I'm Bumpa. He shakes his head. Says no, it's for me. Is it? Gee, thanks. Then maybe we should put it on the refrigerator, huh? He nods emphatically and crawls up onto my lap. This kid has done more for my recovery than all the doctors and therapists combined. I ask his mother how things went at the group home today. Chaotic, she says. Business as usual then, huh? She rolls her eyes and smiles. But Ariane loves her work. She's crazy about those Down syndrome adults she supervises. Last year she did some fundraising and took them all to Disney World. Come on, kiddo, she tells Dario. Let's put you in a clean pair of big boy pants, huh? When he whines that he wants to stay down here with Bumpa, she reminds him that he had an accident in the car and needs to get changed. His toilet training is going pretty well overall, but he's still having slip-ups from time to time. He slides off my lap and follows his mother out of the room. It's funny how things have worked out. The way my two daughters have exchanged coasts. Marissa's moved out to California, and Ariane's come back home. 8 months pregnant when she finally made that decision. Thank God I hadn't sold this place after all. I had taken it off the market even before Andrew told me what had happened the day of the wedding. Out in the hallway, I hear Dario talking to Bewinda. They've really taken to each other, those two. The only time I see her smile is when he's around. I remarked the other day how good she is with him. Asked her if she had any kids of her own. She said no children, never married, that she took care of her mother until she died, and then went into home health care. I guess I'll hold off for a while on calling the agency. So what if she's wandering around the property? I'm sure it's got nothing to do with that well. Dr. O, she says. I jump a little. Like I said, she moves around here like a ghost. Can I get you anything? She's got the feather duster in her hand. No thanks, Belinda, I'm good. She nods and then heads toward the living room. She dusts that room more than any of the others, I've noticed. Notice, too, how she always stops and looks at the painting over the fireplace, the only one of Joe Jones's paintings that I've held on to. I wheel myself out to the den and join her in there. What do you think? I ask her. You like that painting? She nods. When I tell her it's Adam and Eve beneath the tree of life, she nods again. Says she reads her Bible every night and every morning. Yeah, the artist who painted this has a connection to this place. You've seen that dilapidated old cottage down in back, on the other side of the brook? He used to live out there once upon a time. He and his brother. They worked for the builder who lived in this house. Oh, she says. He did? Uh-huh. Josephus Jones. That's him in the painting. Adam, I mean. It's a self-portrait. He put himself in a lot of his paintings. Oh. Why is she looking so uncomfortable? Sad story, really. He died young. Left a lot of his paintings behind in that cottage. He never could interest anyone in them while he was alive, but now his work has gotten pretty valuable. He was before his time, maybe. I've sold most of the paintings that were down there. I could have gotten a lot for this one, too. It's the largest one he ever did, as far as anyone knows. But I couldn't quite bring myself to part with it. Kind of figured it belonged here rather than in a museum or somebody's private collection. She opens her mouth to speak, and then she stops herself. You look like you were just about to say something just then. She looks back at the painting. I knew him, she says. Joe Jones? Really? How? She says she used to work downtown in the library when she was in high school, and that he would come in and read the newspapers and magazines, and that he would talk with her when she was working the front desk. No kidding. What was he like? He was a nice man, very kind. So you two were friends? She shakes her head. I just knew him from the library, that's all. From what I heard, there was some speculation about how he died, whether or not it was an accident. Some suspicion that somebody might have killed him. Did you ever hear anything along those lines? She shakes her head. She's got that same guilty look she had earlier when I saw her coming back up the path. The feather duster is shaking in her hand. And this is probably just idle gossip, but I heard somewhere along the way that they suspected his brother might have done him in. That the brother's wife lived down there at the cottage with them, and there might have been some hanky-panky going on between her and Joe. And that the brother, excuse me, she says, I'd better go check on dinner. Looking more upset than guilty now, she rushes out of the room. I sit there thinking, wondering, is that why she's gone down in the back those times? Because she knew Joe Jones? Maybe they were friends, and she just doesn't want to admit it. A lot of the locals around here are pretty set in their ways, about race along with everything else. It probably would have been frowned upon back then when she was growing up. A white high school girl having a black man for a friend. I suddenly remember something the woman from her agency told me. That she was going to assign me someone else, but that Belinda had asked her for this placement. She had told the boss that she had grown up on Jailhouse Hill and thought it would be nice to come back here and work. Were they neighbors, her and Joe? And if so, why wouldn't she have just told me that? Dr. O? Jesus, she's just done it again. Appeared out of nowhere and spooked me. Yeah. There was nothing going on between him and his brother's wife. That was just a rumor. I look at her, studying her expression. She looks defensive, maybe even angry. Oh, okay. I open my mouth to ask her how she knows this, but before I can get my question out, she turns and goes. Subject closed. She's a mystery, this one. A few minutes later, I hear her and Dario in the kitchen, singing and playing Ashes, Ashes, We All Fall Down. Laughter from both of them. That kid must be magical, that's all I can say. He pulled me out of the quicksand of my anger and depression, and now another miracle. he's made the ghost giggle. That night, in bed, I start reading the book I got in the mail, underlining some of the best details, scribbling notes in the margins for later referral. Then I stop, put the cap back on my pen, and think about why I'm doing this. I had started writing during the long months of my recovery as a way of stimulating my brain and dealing with unfinished business. I'd been reflecting about my life, everything that had happened, and thinking back to my childhood, writing about it, I had run up against a familiar wall. Behind that wall, as impenetrable as ever, was Francis O. Who had he been, this father who had disowned me, denied my existence? My mother was exhausted that day that she disclosed all this, 3 or 4 days before she died. At first, he tried to deny that Francis was the father. How did I know this child was his son's? Well, because your son is the only man I've ever been with, I told him. I could tell he believed me, but he still wouldn't tell me how to find Francis. And so I revealed to my mother something that up until then I'd been withholding from her. That, in one of my subsequent visits to Grandpa O's restaurant, he gave me my father's contact information, and that I had held on to it for years before I mustered up the courage to write to him. And when I finally did, my letter came back to me unopened a few weeks later with the word deceased scrawled across the front. She stares at me for the next several seconds, and then she sighs and says, "Well, all right then. That ends that." But it hadn't ended it. Not for me. He had escaped again. Permanently this time. This father who had denied my existence, and whose existence I had denied in return as a defense mechanism. I hated him more than ever. Yet in the months after my assault, when my brain functioning had returned, and I faced the fact that my paralysis was permanent, I printed out that photo of the O family reunion my cousin had sent me, stared at the sober-looking boy in the striped shirt, and wrote down in a notebook the few things I knew about him. That he had been a skinny kid, a college student who had studied math and later had become an accountant. That he had liked gangster movies, smoked viceroys. When I put my pen down, I stared at the quarter of a page that my writing had taken up, and the 3/4 of a page of blank space. It seemed hopeless. But then I picked up the pen again, and I scrawled a page and a half of questions about Francis O. What had his childhood been like? Had he enjoyed baseball, big band music? Why had he settled in Dayton, Ohio? Did he have other children? Not that she or her sister Doris knew of. Ellen had emailed me back when I queried her about the possibility that I had half-siblings. Later, I bought an old Dayton City directory on eBay, and I found the listing for Francis and Alice O. No mention of offspring. Apparently I was my father's one and only child. Eventually, I came to believe that if I wanted to break through the fortress Francis O was hiding behind, then maybe the chink in the wall, no pun intended, was the grandfather I had known only slightly. I had 2 photographs of Henry O., the one taken shortly after he had arrived in America, and the one of him among his family at that California reunion. I also had my in-person memories of Grandpa O, his lined, unsmiling face, the way he would scan the open room of his big noisy dim sum palace, overseeing his staff of dour waitresses wheeling their carts. The way he would stop tableside to chat with customers he knew, go back and forth through the swinging doors of the restaurant's kitchen. But I'd been blocked for a while in my efforts to bring Grandpa O's story to life, jammed up to the point that I started thinking about giving up. Henry O. began to seem as elusive as his son Francis. But then I read an article in the Times, Your Brain on Fiction, and what a gift that was. The article talked about studies that examined how the language of fiction, metaphors, sensory details, emotional fireworks between the characters, that it activates different parts of a reader's brain. It said brain scientists at Emory and in Canada and Europe, Spain I think it was, had studied the MRIs of subjects when they read fiction, and they found out that the olfactory cortex and the motor cortex were being stimulated in the same way as if these subjects were experiencing the real deal, smelling, feeling textures, running away from bad guys, and that narrative, The opportunity to get inside a character's head and think what he's thinking, feeling, takes the reader beyond the boundaries of his own experiences and hones his ability to empathize. I tore that article out of the paper, reread it a few times, and then bam, it hit me. What if, instead of writing about my grandfather, I became him, traveled back in time and simulated his life as he was living it? And so I crossed over the border, from nonfiction to fiction, and the floodgates opened up. I pinned that picture of Grandpa O my cousin had sent me to the bulletin board over my desk, the one of him when he was a pigtailed adolescent who had just entered the country. And I started tapping into his hopes and fears, his homesickness. And now it's a ritual. Every morning when I start my work, I stare into those dark eyes of his, and I ask him to please take me back into his life. And most days, it works. Transports me into the zone so that for the next 2 or 3 hours I get to climb out of my own skin and into his. Zip it up the way Ariane zips Dario into his sleeper when she gets him ready for bed. My guess is that my own motor cortex and sensory cortex must be lighting up while I'm writing, because the writer has to live the vicarious experience before the reader can, right? Is it any good, this novel I'm constructing? Is it ever going to get published? No, probably not. But at least when I'm finished, a document will exist, something that, should they ever want to pick it up and read it, my kids will be able to know that their ancestor was more than the stereotypical Chinaman who came here and worked hard to achieve his version of the American dream. Grandpa O looked so stoic and unreadable in that early photo, so unattainable. But I've gotten inside his head. I know him now. A version of him, at least. I can see behind those inscrutable eyes, and maybe this process will help me to come back full circle to my original goal. Help me to crack the mystery of my own inscrutable father. If not the factual Francis O, then a fictional construction of who he might have been. It's another big part of what saved me, pulled me out of my anger and despair about the brain injury, the paraplegia, not to mention the despair that Andrew's confession had left me with. I went down for the count for a while after he unburdened himself that day. I got stuck in a depression so dark and deep that it might as well have been me down there in that well. The SSRIs didn't touch it. Zoloft, Luvox, Lexapro. After I gave Tracy her walking papers, told her I didn't want her to waste the rest of her life taking care of an invalid, and that in some ways I wished she hadn't even found me alive that night, I started flirting with the idea of suicide. Considered how I might do it, looked again and again at the Hemlock Society's website. I just couldn't do it, though. I couldn't saddle my kids with the aftermath, Andrew especially. I had kept my promise to him, kept that cell phone with me day and night. What if I did myself in, and a minute or so later he called me? He needed my help. And hey, this may not be the kind of life I ever imagined for myself, but I'm resigned to the fact that it is a life. I've got my writing, my daughter and her son here with me, Andrew living nearby, and every morning when Dario comes into my bedroom sleepy-eyed and he climbs up into bed with me with his bumpa, I thank my lucky stars that I'm still around. That SOB up there on the Cape didn't kill me that day when he went after me, or that I didn't finish what he had started when I thought there was no way out, that it was all just hopeless. I get through another 30 or 40 pages of Chinese immigration 1868 to 1892 oral histories, and then I start to get drowsy. Put the book on the night table. I'll read some more in the morning before Annie and Vivica get here. Mr. Agnello's funeral's at 10, Annie said, so they'll be by sometime around noon and bring lunch. I'll have to remember to tell Vivica what Belinda said, that she knew Josephus Jones, or, well, maybe I shouldn't tell her. If I did, Vivica would want to speak to her, give her the third degree about him. And I don't think Belinda would appreciate... I'm starting to doze. I reach over and turn out the light. That's enough for today. Get some sleep.
Chapter 28. Orion O.
Orion? Yeah, I'm in here. Where's here? Out in the sunroom. I glance at the clock. It's almost 1:30. They enter, both of them in black, one as beautiful as the other. Sorry we're so late, Annie says. Are you starving? No. How was it? Lovely, Vivica says. The music, the eulogy his son gave. It was a wonderful tribute, very touching, but humorous too. He obviously loved his father very much. We went out to the cemetery for the interment, and we were going to come over here from there, Annie says, but when Joe invited us to the luncheon, he said he had set up a display, old family photos and several of Mr. Agnello's paintings, so I kind of wanted to see that. That's why we're so late. Not a problem, I tell her. You ate then? She says they did not. Vivica stands, suggests that Annie and I visit while she gets lunch ready. After she's out of earshot, I shoot Annie a look of mock surprise. She cooks. We picked up deli, she says. Be nice. Where is everyone? My aide has the rest of the day off, and Ariane and Dario went to some kiddie carnival at the mall. Andrew is working today, gets out at 5. He's stopping over then. Her smile fades away. How's he doing? I shrug. I'm not sure, really. He says he's okay, but other than going to work and going to the gym, he doesn't seem to have much of anything else. Except for the casino. He goes down there 2 or 3 times a week. By himself? Far as I know. She shakes her head. Remember all the friends he used to have? JJ, Josh, Luke. Those boys practically lived here. Well, most of those guys have left the area by now. Gotten married, had kids. You remember Patrick Stanton? Andrew's wrestling buddy? I ran into his dad at the bank a while ago. He told me Pat started a tourist business in Kenya, of all places. Runs wild game tours or something. Gee, she says. So what about Andrew's drinking? He was slurring his words the other night when I called him. I don't really know, Annie. He'll have a couple of beers when he's over here, but that's about it. Not sure what he does when he goes back to his place. But yeah, this lone wolf stuff worries me too, the way he's isolating himself. And I take it he's not seeing anyone. Every time I ask him about girlfriends, he changes the subject. Nope, no girlfriends. Ariane tried to fix him up with somebody she knows, but he told her no. I've talked to him about maybe getting on one of those matchmaking sites, but he says he's not interested. What do you think that's about? His broken engagement? I doubt it. That was, 3 years ago? And the breakup was his decision, not hers. This is starting to make me uncomfortable, so I changed the subject. I tell you one thing, though. He's crazy about that nephew of his, and vice versa. When he comes over here for supper, Dario sticks to him like Velcro. Andrew got his old Matchbox cars down from the attic a while back, and the two of them will get down on the rug and play, crash the cars into each other. Dario is really into those demolition derbies of theirs. Makes the sound effects, rum, 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 crash. She smiles. Boys will be boys. Vivica appears in the doorway. Either of you want coffee? I do. We say it simultaneously. I tell her Belinda has set it up before she left, that all she has to do is hit the on button. Got it, Vivica says, then disappears. So, how are things going with you two? I ask Annie. Fine, she says. Your trip to Greece is coming up pretty soon, huh? Finally. Now don't start that again, she says. There was no way I was going off on a trip abroad when things were so touch and go with you. Vivica either. She was worried about you too. I nod. And worried enough to let me borrow you back that first year. I think you spent more time in the hospital and at that rehab place than you did with her. And, well, I know from Marissa that it was an issue, all the time you were spending here, that there was even some talk about a separation. Well, we weathered that, Orion, she says. Every marriage goes through its rough patches, you know that. In therapy, one of the things I had to work on, learn to put to rest, was my guilt about our comfortable lifestyle. The fact that I had come from nothing and she hadn't. It was a roadblock between us that I had to take down. And Vivica is generous in her own way. But we're fine now. Better than we've ever been, in fact. I nod, smile. Well, I'll tell you one thing. She saved my ass financially with those sales of the Jones paintings that the cops recovered. I don't know how I would have paid off all those bills otherwise. And the fact that she took a reduced commission on them, that was above and beyond. Was that your idea or hers? Hers. But those sales have paid off for her too, prestige and publicity-wise. The gallery's been doing brisk business ever since, even in this economy. Well, good for her then. For both of you. So, onward to Mykonos then. You looking forward to it? Very much so. There are some amazing ruins on Delos, the island next to Mykonos, that I can't wait to see. The sacred lake, the Minoan fountain, the meeting hall of the Poseidonists. The Poseidonists, as in god of the sea? They worshipped him. I've started planning a new series with a water theme. Oceans, rivers, rain. I'm thinking of calling it We Are Water. What do you think? Yeah, it's nice, I tell her. Sounds promising. I've done some preliminary sketches, but it's all conceptual and open-ended at this point. I kind of want to see what feeds me once I'm over there. But, hey, that's enough about my work. What about yours? How's your book coming? Pretty good. Did I tell you I've decided to turn it into a novel? She nods. Yeah, last time we talked. Well, whenever you want to show it to me, I'd love to read it. Have Ariane or Andrew read any of it? No, I'm not ready for that yet. She frowns. You know what I think the trouble with Andrew is? Why he's isolating himself? I don't think he's ever gotten over that shooting at Fort Hood. He worked with that doctor, you know, the one who killed all those people. Yeah, I do know that. But I also know that what's eating away at Andrew is another killing, and a hidden corpse. That was the worst day of my life, Annie says. When I heard about those shootings down there, I sat in front of the television, almost as if I were in a trance or something, and then I got a hold of myself. I told myself I had to do something, and so I put my coat on and walked down to the Church of the Most Precious Blood. I got down on my knees, and I prayed harder than ever before that Andrew wasn't one of that maniac's victims. Church of the Most Precious Blood. Why does that sound familiar? It's in Little Italy. Remember the San Gennaro festival? Ah, I say, yeah, that's it. I had been going there all along, not for Mass, but during odd hours when the church was empty or almost empty, and I would kneel and ask God to keep him safe, to not let him have to go over there to Afghanistan or Iraq. And then suddenly, not even that hospital in Texas was safe. After I left the church and went back to the apartment the day of the shootings, when I heard his voice on the message machine, heard him say that he wasn't even scheduled to go in that day, I just stood there and wailed. Just thinking about that scare has brought her to tears again. I can't tell you how relieved I was when he decided not to re-enlist, get out of the army, and move back here to help you. I cried when I heard that news, too. I tell you one thing, Orion. I know you don't believe in the power of prayer, but I sure do. The power of prayer? Somebody else said the same thing to me recently. I can't remember who. Vivica calls in to us. Everything's just about ready. Anna, could you come in and set the table? Annie gets up, comes over to my wheelchair. Shall we go in? I tell her I need to check on something first. I don't. I just need a minute by myself. When she says she'll be back after she sets the table, I remind her that I can wheel myself in there, that I'm not a quadriplegic. Right, she says. She gives me a wink and walks out. Alone, I sit there thinking again about the real reason why our son has unplugged from everything except his work. I'm still the only one he's told about what happened that day, what he did, where the body is. It must only be a skeleton now. I have to tell someone, Dad. It's like my head is going to explode if I don't. Poor Andrew. The burden he has to live with. But what good would it have done if he had turned himself in? The guy was a pedophile, had gone to prison for doing to some other little girl what he had done to Annie. And he'd been a loner, apparently. There's never been anything on the internet about his having gone missing. Nothing I've ever found, anyway. I still check from time to time. But whenever I Google the guy, all that ever comes up is the stuff about his arrest and conviction for having molested that other poor kid. Sometimes I wish Andrew hadn't told me. It's not easy keeping his secret. But at least he's not suffering in a prison someplace. He's doing good, useful work with those psych patients, helping people, instead of just stagnating in some shithole cell. And at least he's got me to share a little of the weight of his secret. Talk him down when he goes into those panics about it. And thanks to the anti-anxiety meds they put him on, he's not having them as much lately. Orion! Yep, coming. After lunch, Vivica says she wants to walk down and back and look at the cottage where Joe Jones used to live and paint. Would you like to come with me, darling? She asks. Annie says no, that she'll stay here and do the dishes. The ground's probably going to be mushy down there after that rain we had yesterday, I tell Vivica. If I were you, I'd take off those heels you're wearing, maybe put on Aries Timberlands. They're over there by the door. She nods. Good idea. When she's ready to go, I kid her about her fashion statement, her fancy tailored suit and those scuffed-up hiking boots. She laughs, strikes a model's pose. It feels good to kid with her a little. Watch out for that well down there, Annie tells her. I flinch when she says it, but it goes undetected. After the dishes are done, Annie pours us more coffee and sits at the table with me. So, I say, sounds like your old pal, Mr. Agnello, got a pretty nice send-off, huh? She nods and says that the Mass was concelebrated by the bishop and 2 other priests. I ask her if it's weird being a Catholic these days, given the Church's position on gay marriage. A little, she says. But once a Catholic, always a Catholic. It's like saying I'm not going to be Irish anymore. What about communion? I say. Do you partake? I do. I'm not about to let a bunch of old men dictate what I can or can't do. Those are their rules, not God's. I joined the Unitarian Church in our neighborhood a while back, and I go to services there mostly. But I go to Mass when the Spirit moves me. My relationship with God is between Him and me. Atta girl, I tell her. So what about all those pedophile scandals? That must hit home too, I imagine, huh? Fuel a little bit of your anger about priests? She looks away from me and she nods. She's been in therapy ever since all her secrets came tumbling out. But I can see it's still hard for her. What happened the night of the flood, and then what happened after that. The front door bangs open. Footsteps, big and little, come hurrying toward us. Well, hi, Dario, Annie says. She drops to her knees and grabs him, gives him smooches. When she lets him go, he takes the balloon animal his mother is holding. Gamma, look, he says. Oh, cool. What is it, a lion? He shakes his head. A doggy. And where did you get it? A funny man made it for me. A clown, Ari reminds him. Annie takes it from him. And what does this doggy say? Woof, woof. She makes it bob back and forth. Hello, Dario. I'm your doggy. Woof, woof, woof. His giggling is infectious. The visit goes well. Chinese takeout for dinner was Andrew's idea. He picked it up and brought it over after work. It's been nice to see him interact so easily with Vivica this time. Little by little, he's let go of his resentment toward her. Makes it easier for his mother, for all of us really. When Dario comes back down from his bath, his hair is slicked back and he's zipped up in his nubby yellow sleeper. We thought maybe Gamma and Gamma Vivica might like to read him a story before he goes to bed, Ari says. Oh, yes indeed, Vivica says. Shall we read one of the ones we brought you? His head bobs up and down. This one, he says, pulling The Very Hungry Caterpillar from the stack on the table. Good choice, Annie says. Come on then. She picks him up. You smell delicious. I think I'll eat you up. When she nuzzles his neck, he screams with delight because it tickles. The 3 of them head upstairs. The twins start tackling the cleanup. It's good to see Andrew in such a good mood tonight, the 2 of them bantering back and forth like old times. Uh-oh, whose phone is that? I ask. Ariane says it's hers, and digs around in her purse. Hello? From the gist of the conversation, there seems to be a problem over at the group home. They going back to the city tonight or staying over? Andrew asks me. Going back, I tell him. They should be taking off pretty soon. When his sister gets off the phone, she says she has to go over there to straighten something out. Can you stay? She asks her brother. Sure, he says. I was going to stick around anyway. Help Papa Bear over here with his nighttime stuff. Okay, great. I'll just run up and say goodbye to Mama and Vivica then. A year ago, I might have gotten miffed about Ariane's assumption that I couldn't have babysit for Dario myself. But I'm less sensitive about that kind of thing now. Learning to let go of the small stuff has helped me with my recovery. Reminds me of that bracelet Ariane always wears, the one someone gave her on a plane once. Change what you can, accept what you can't, and be smart enough to know the difference. Vivica comes downstairs first, and she heads into the living room. When I wheel myself in there, I see her standing in front of Joe Jones's painting of the Tree of Life. "Anytime you change your mind, Orion," she says. No, this one's a keeper. Speaking of keepers, I'll let you in on a little secret, she says. She tells me she's the one who purchased Joe Jones's The Circus People. For Annie, she says. Their anniversary is coming up just before they leave for Greece, and she's going to surprise her with it. It's such an important part of her history as an artist that I thought she should have it. Yeah, but you shouldn't have had to buy it. After all those other sales you brokered at that reduced commission, I would have been happy to give it to you. Why don't you let me just write you a check? I wouldn't think of it, she says. Nor would I have thought to charge you a straight commission on those other sales. I wanted to find some way to help you out after what happened, Orion, and that was what I could do. That and letting me borrow Annie back all those weeks at the beginning, and all those weekends afterwards. She reaches over and pats my shoulder, smiles. I think back to the day when Annie told me she and Vivica had fallen in love, that she wanted a divorce. Angry and in pain, I had made Vivica the rich bitch, the mercenary predator who had stolen my wife. Suspected she was more interested in Annie's art sales than she was in Annie. But Annie had already begun to let go of me by the time she moved to New York. And it's not like I was the blameless victim in that. We had been growing apart, taking each other for granted. I'd done nothing to turn things around. I had just let her float away. But at the time, I couldn't admit that. It was easier to think of myself as Vivica's victim than to cop to my own culpability. So, I had cast her as the villain. But if it was convenient for me to think that way back then, well, it wasn't really fair. Vivica's got her good points as well as her less desirable ones, just like the rest of us. Like me, for example. And the truth is, they really do love each other. I can admit that now. Vivica is not Cruella de Vil after all. She never was. When Annie comes back down, she reports that Dario is fast asleep, sucking his thumb. She says they had better be going. Goodbye hugs, goodbye kisses. When I suggest that they take some of the leftover Chinese with them, Vivica asks me if I'm kidding. Reminds me that their apartment is 4 blocks up from Chinatown. After they leave, Andrew asks if I want to watch some TV or head upstairs and get ready for bed. I tell him I think I'll hit the sack, that this evening has been fun, but I'm beat. He nods, releases the brake on my chair, and wheels me toward the stairs. I put my arms around his neck, and he pulls me up and onto the chairlift, hits the button. I rise. When I'm done in the bathroom, I wheel myself down the hall to check in on Dario. Andrew is in there, watching him sleep. He and I exchange smiles, and he wheels me into my bedroom. Like the pro he is, he transfers me from the chair onto my bed, sits down and starts kneading my feet to promote my circulation. My paralysis still strikes me as strange sometimes, the way I can see him working on my feet, but can't feel a thing. I still dream sometimes that I can walk. How about a back rub? Andrew asks. I shake my head, tell him I'll pass. Okay then, let me fix you up and let you get some shut-eye. He goes over to the closet and gets a fresh Depends, takes off the one that I've been wearing and then sponges and powders me down there. Funny how we've exchanged roles, huh? I tell him. I used to diaper you. He smiles, nods. Out of the blue, he asks me if I miss sex. Sometimes. The closeness more than the act itself, I guess. Touching, caressing, spooning against another warm body. And boobs. I really miss boobs. Yeah, boobies are good. He asks me if I ever hear from Tracy. Uh-huh, yeah, she called me from Key West last week. She's on sabbatical down there. Was that why you two broke up? Because of, well, you know. That was a concern, sure. It was my decision, not hers. It wouldn't have been fair to her, you know? Why should someone who's in her sexual prime have to be tethered to a guy who's dead below the waist? Well, yeah, but if she's still calling you... No. Tracy's moved on. More power to her. When we talked last week, she mentioned that she's seeing someone down there. A guy who runs a charter fishing boat. Yeah? Well, how'd you feel when she said that? Oh, made me a little sad, to tell you the truth. But it's for the best. It's like something Marissa said to me this morning when I talked to her. You can look back on the past, just don't stay stuck there. What about you? What about me what? Don't you miss sex? I mean, hey, I'm an old geezer, but a young guy like you, Dad, don't start, he says. I already got the pitch from Mom tonight about how I should be dating. And anyway, who says I don't have sex? What do you think the internet is for? He means it as a joke, but I can't muster a smile. This self-imposed loneliness of his breaks my heart. Not the same thing, I tell him. What's your resistance about, huh? The secret you're keeping? Because there were extenuating circumstances, and if you put yourself out there, you might find someone who you could trust and what? Saddle her with it? Or hook up with someone, marry her, and not ever tell her what I did that day? Keep my deep, dark secret from her like Mom kept hers from you? Marriage is about trust, isn't it? Open communication. But that's what I'm saying, Andrew. Maybe if you find the right girl, yeah. And what if after a couple of years of being married, she decides I'm not the right guy? That she wants a divorce? It would be a pretty juicy piece of ammunition for her to use against me, wouldn't it? The fact that I killed a guy, stuffed him down a well. He finishes diapering me in silence, yanks my sweatpants back on and pulls the covers up. I can tell he's pissed. Are you mad at me? I ask him. No. I just wish you and Mom and Marissa would stop harping on me about getting a girlfriend, and that Ari would stop trying to fix me up. Okay, kiddo. I got it. I'll lay off. Good. He walks over to the door and turns back. Anything else you need? I shake my head. Okay then. Get some sleep. I reach over and tap the book I've been reading. Yeah, I think I'll read a little while first. Okay. Good night then. Night. Hey, and Andrew? Thank you. Sure. No problem. Not just for helping me tonight, I say. For everything. Moving back to Connecticut, hanging out with me. I'm not sure what kind of shape I'd be in right now if I didn't have your support. He nods, gives me a sad smile, and says it again. No problem, Dad. Thanks for your support, too. You want your door open or closed? You can leave it open. He nods again and leaves. I open my book, stare at the page I'm on for the next few minutes without really reading. It's theoretical, this ex-wife who is going to turn around and betray him. But I can understand his hesitation, his fear. I think about that bumper sticker I read in the parking lot yesterday when Belinda ran into the pharmacy to get my prescriptions. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean someone's not out to get you. When I look up, Andrew's at the door again. Hey, he says. Hey, what's up? I was just thinking. Got a proposition for you. Oh yeah? What's that? I'm off this coming Tuesday and Wednesday. What do you say the two of us take a road trip? Sounds intriguing, I say. You got any particular destination in mind? Yeah, I was thinking maybe the Cape. I flinch. Return to the scene of the crime? Nah, I don't think so, buddy. But thanks for the offer. No, listen. We could steer clear of Vivica's. But what if we drove up there, got a motel room in Wellfleet or P-Town? I could drive you over to Long Nook Beach. Haven't you always said it's your favorite place? Used to be, I tell him. Well, the crowds will be gone by now, and the weather's still nice. We could go up there, stay overnight, come back the next day. He stands there looking at me, waiting. Let me think about it, I tell him. Okay, he says. I can let him know. I give up on reading, put my book down. When I close my eyes, I can see it. The view when you look down there from the top of the dune, the sandbar that forms when it's low tide, and I can hear it too. The crack of the surf, the waves rolling in. When I reach over to turn off my light, it's smiling at me. That little soapstone dolphin that my Grandpa Valerio carved for me when I was a kid. I pick it up, smile back at it. Maybe we can go up there. Being at their trial, testifying against them didn't give me any closure, and neither did their convictions. But this might. Going up there with Andrew, being able to look out at the ocean again. I don't know, though. Like I said, I'll have to think about it.
Chapter 29. Orion O.
We arrive at Long Nook at about 1 p.m. It's a warm, overcast day, but the rain we hit on the drive up has stopped. The parking lot's empty. Andrew swings into the spot up front and cuts the engine. I tell him my handicap tag is back at the motel, inside the bag Belinda packed. He laughs, scanning the empty lot, says he doesn't think it's much of an issue. He gets out of the car and grabs the folding patio chair that he's thrown in the back, jogs up the path with it and unfolds it up at the top. The wheels on my chair won't work in the sand, and so the plan is that he'll carry me up there and put me in the folding chair, and that way I can look out at the ocean below. When he comes back down, he opens my door, swings my legs around. You ready? Yep. I put my arms around his neck, and he lifts me up and over his shoulder like I'm a sack of potatoes. When we reach the top of the dune, he bends his knees and slides me down onto the chair. Houston, we have landed, I joke. But Andrew, born after the space race, doesn't get it. I look out on the horizon. Gray sky, choppy gray-green waves. The sea breeze feels good against my face, my arms. I fill my lungs with ocean air. A sunny day would have been nicer, but this is still pretty damn terrific. Andrew sits down on the ground beside me, and he hugs his knees. Nice, he says. I think this may be my favorite place, too. I tell him about the whale Ariane and I saw from this same vantage point 3 years ago, back when I had working legs and a new girlfriend, I think. Back before Andrew took another man's life and it changed the course of his own. Well, okay, but what have you gained since then? I ask myself. It's something I used to advise my university patients to do, to combat self-pity, replace negative thoughts with positive ones. So, okay, what have I gained? Well, my work on the novel, my grandson, and this road trip, this time with my son. Despite how hard it's been to keep his secret, and to see how much keeping it has limited his life, it's brought us closer. Andrew and I are closer now than we've ever been. Hey, he says, you want to go down by the water? I shake my head. Don't forget, my friend, what goes down must come back up again. I'd probably give you a heart attack halfway back up. Pfft, no. What do you weigh now? 165, 170? Piece of cake compared to what I'm lifting at the gym. And I can always stop and rest if I need to, which I won't. Come on, Papa Bear. Let's do it. He stands up, lifts me out of the chair, and carries me in his arms the way I used to carry him when he was a boy, when he would fall asleep coming home from someplace, and I'd lift him out of the car and bring him up the stairs to bed. Now we're like some screwed-up version of the Pietà, the child cradling the broken parent instead of vice versa. But no, that would make me Jesus, and I'm not that by a long shot. I didn't die for my own sins, let alone everyone else's. I'm still here. You okay? I ask him. He says he's fine. When we reach the bottom, he says, Where to? Maybe a little closer to the water? You got it. He puts me down about 6 feet up from the high water mark. We sit side by side in the sand, looking out at the ocean, neither of us speaking. A few minutes later, he stands up, pulls his shirt over his head, I can't resist, he says. Go for it. You want to come in? No, thanks. I'm good right here. I just wish I had thought to bring some trunks. When I suggest that he just drop his drawers and go skinny dipping, he looks up and down the beach and then back at the path. I laugh, tell him what he told me up there in the parking lot, that it's not much of an issue with just the two of us. He nods, shucks his clothes, and heads in. Looking at his naked body, I think back to the day he was born. Ariane had been birthed with no complications, but not him. The umbilical cord had wrapped itself around his neck, and we didn't know if he was going to make it or not. But then, the doctor had somehow saved him from strangulation, and he had emerged from his mother's body squalling in blue. The nurse had cut the cord and placed him in my arms. Cradling him, I watched him breathe in oxygen and turn pink. Looked at the little nub between his legs and thought, wow, a son. I've got a son. Seeing him now, I realize that blessing is something my own father deprived himself of. And for the first time in my life, I pity him his loss, his cowardice. And pitying him robs him of his power over me. He never got to see his son grow up the way I have. I recall Andrew's skinny frame when he was a kid, his teenage body after he started lifting weights and getting some muscle definition. Now he's got a grown man's body, solid and muscular, powerful, so powerful that he killed a man. He goes in up to his knees, then takes the plunge. When he comes up again, the water's up to his chin. I smile at his dolphin-like swimming, the way he goes under, comes up for air, shakes his head, and then submerges again. I think of something I read recently, I forget where. A life I didn't choose chose me. And that's true for both of us. When he comes out, walks back to me, he's shivering a little. How was it? I ask him. Awesome, he says. He towels off, pulls his underwear and his jeans back on, and sits down beside me. When I ask him about the tattoo on his shoulder, he says he got it the night before he left Fort Hood. Those are Chinese characters, aren't they? He nods. What does it say? Says, love wins. To hide my sorrow, I smile. No matter which way our lives turn out, right? He doesn't answer me. We both stare out at the water, neither of us feeling the need to speak. But a minute or so later, when I look over at him, I see that his eyes are closed and his lips are moving. Is he praying? Does Andrew still pray? And if he does, for what? Forgiveness from his God? Salvation for the soul of his victim? I look back at the ocean and think about what his mother told me, how she prayed for his safety every single day when he was in the service. Sometimes I wish I could believe in some bigger scheme of things the way people of faith do, some merciful overseer who you could pray to, ask things of. Can't do it, though. But even if I can't pray, can't express my gratitude to some higher power up there in the sky, doesn't mean I'm not grateful, because I am. I'm grateful that he wasn't at work that day that the shrink lost it and went on his shooting rampage, that he wasn't deployed over there to either of those wars. He's here beside me, as safe as any of us ever gets to be. Where did you just go? He asks. You look like you were deep in thought just now, he says. Oh, well, I was just thinking about your mother. Yeah? What about her? I'm not going to get into the God thing with him, so I come up with something else. She's pretty excited about some new art project she's planning, going to work on it over there in Greece. Is that the one she told me about? Where she uses yarn or whatever to connect her life to that painter who used to live out back on our property? Oh, you mean Josephus's thread. No, she finished that one. You remember that Greek myth about the labyrinth? How the hero, what was his name? Theseus, I think. Anyway, he goes in there and he kills the Minotaur and gets out again, thanks to Ariadne's thread. So that he won't stay lost in the maze forever. He shrugs. asks who Ariadne is. The king's daughter. She gives him a skein of thread so he can save himself after he slays the monster. He unwinds it as he walks through the maze, and then he follows it back to the entrance. Your mom is proud of that piece. Says it's the most directly autobiographical one she's ever done. I guess the point she's making is that Jo Jones's art not only led her to make her own, but that it also led her to being able to confront what happened during her childhood. Slay those monsters, okay? The flood, the abuse. She says that piece came out of all the therapy that she's done. I think about the monster Andrew killed on her behalf. How he hid the body in the same place where Jones was killed. How he's entwined in Josephus's thread too, but may never get himself out of the maze his life has become. It's all Greek to me, he says. So, she's working on another one now? Yeah, Says she might call this one, We Are Water. His face darkens. Is this one going to be about that flood too? No, I don't think so. I guess the other one dealt with that pretty much. Allowed her to move on. From what I gathered, this next one is going to be about the gods and goddesses, the mysteries of the Aegean. She's excited about some ruins she's going to check out while she's over there. An altar built by some group that worshipped the sea. Oh yeah? He picks up a flat stone, stands and scales it into the surf. You know, it's true when you think about it, I guess. What is, he says. We are water. He nods. Yep, 60 to 70% if I remember my physiology textbooks. And the brain is something like 85%. The brain, I think. That miraculous, mysterious organ. One part of mine is blocking me from using my legs, and another part is helping me to reconnect with my grandfather, to hear his voice, listen to his story. And who knows, maybe my father will finally begin to speak to me too. Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant, I tell my son. He looks at me, waiting, and so I open my mouth and try to articulate what it is I do mean. All of life came from the ocean, right? Even us. We flip-flopped out of the water, grew feet and bigger brains, stood up and started walking. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? For the first 9 months of our lives, we float underwater. Then we finally hit the cold air, the glaring light of day, and start crying salty tears. Begin the lifelong challenge of trying to figure out why we're here and what it all means. Getting pretty philosophical in your old age, he says. Aren't you? Maybe. But think about it, Andrew. We are like water, aren't we? We can be fluid, flexible when we have to be, but strong and destructive too. And something else, I think to myself. Like water, we mostly follow the path of least resistance. Wasn't that what I advised Andrew to do the day he confessed what he had done? Told him to shut his mouth about it? Take the path of least resistance? You know what I've always liked, he says? The sound of water. It's, I don't know, kind of comforting or something. You know? Rain on the roof, rivers flowing. I always liked listening to the brook out in back of our house. The way it gushed during the spring thaw, trickled in summer if there hadn't been much rain. And the ocean, too. Close your eyes and listen for a minute, Dad. I do what he says, taking in the sound of the breaking waves, the surf lapping the shore. When I open my eyes again, he's looking at me. I've been wrestling with something, he says, praying on it, asking God for clarity. About what, I ask, although I already know what he's going to say. I've been thinking lately about turning myself in. I want to open my mouth, make the case again about why he shouldn't, rescue him from what will happen to him if he does. But I'm not my son's knight in shining armor or anyone else's. I've given up that conceit. And whether or not I've let my license to practice expire, this time I'm Dr. O as well as Dad. Isn't that what the best therapists do? Hold their tongues, listen, let the sufferer follow his own path out of the labyrinth. I haven't decided yet, though, he says. I keep going back and forth. I ask him the question I'm not sure I want him to answer. You leaning more one way than the other? Depends on which hour you're talking about, he says. I look away from him then. Look out at the rolling waves and think about umbilical cords, nooses, the skeins of string that tangle and connect us. If he does go to the police, does end up in prison, maybe he'll save himself from this choked-up life that he's been living. Be able to breathe again, like he did the morning of his birth, when the cord between his mother and him that had sustained him for 9 months now was strangling him. When I look back at him, I tell him to do what his gut tells him to, and I wish him luck making his decision. He smiles at me, doesn't speak at first, and when he finally does, he says what he said to me the last time we were at this beach, when we stopped in the middle of that run we took. I love you, Dad. I reach over and take his hand in mine and squeeze it. I love you too. Fucking hot out here, huh? He says, now that the sun's out. Shielding my eyes, I look up at the sky. When did the sun come out? Before? Just now? I hadn't even noticed. Hey, come on, he says. Let's cool off. And without another word, he gets up, stands over me, and lifts me onto my useless puppet's legs, scoops me up in his strong arms, and walks us toward the glittering water. Blinking back tears, holding on to Andrew's tattooed shoulder, I gaze at the horizon, and together, father and son, the atheist and the believer, we enter the churning, mysterious sea.
Now listen to an interview with the author.
This is Erin Wicks from Harper Audio in the studio with Wally Lamb discussing We Are Water.
Hey, Erin, glad to be with you.
We're very glad to have you. Thanks for talking with us today. So this book really encompasses a lot of different perspectives that you write from, and I'm wondering if one of them was more comfortable for you to write in or one you identified the most with.
Well, I guess I would say that Orion was the voice that I started with when I didn't know what the story was going to be about or who it was going to be about. And so I felt comfortable reading in his voice for the audio. When I think about all the different voices that came to contribute, say, to the story, and I take a step back from it, I think what I tried to achieve was a kind of omniscience. In other words, from 9 or 10 different points of view, you get sort of an overall viewpoint, even though I was speaking as each character. So whereas all my other novels are written from the first person point of view, this one does have that sort of odd omniscience to it because it's coming at you from all different angles through all different voices.
Now, how did the other voices evolve? You started with Orion. How did you kind of decide who needed to have their own voice expressed?
Well, Erin, I always envy the kind of writers who can outline a story and write toward an ending that's preconceived, but it just doesn't work that way for me. My writing is somewhat inefficient in that I have to discover the story on a daily basis. So what kept happening while I was putting this one together is that voices and characters kept showing up, and so I would investigate who they were. It's almost like a jigsaw puzzle, and so that's how it sort of came together. And I don't know, it's an unpredictable way to work, but it's also exciting and can be frustrating on some days as well.
It's kind of beautiful, though, discovery through writing.
Yeah.
But you do, I'm going to go here. You write from the perspective, I think the one that was most challenging for me to read was the perspective of a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if you would mind talking to us about how that was to write that, because that's, going in, you went all the way.
It was scary and creepy to write as Kent, the character you're referring to. And but lots of times when I'm writing something that I'm uncomfortable writing, I know that I have to go there. That was also true when I was writing an earlier novel called The Hour I First Believed, and I got into the the Columbine tragedy. It's not it's not a place and an event that I really wanted to visit, but I felt like I had to go there. I had to investigate it. And that's what happened with Kent as well. I work as a volunteer with women, incarcerated women, and many of them, I would say probably the majority that I've worked with over 14 years, have been the victims of sexual abuse, particularly when they were children, lots of times by pedophiles who were also family members. And so I kind of wanted to get in the head. I certainly, through their writing, have gotten into their heads about what it's like to be victimized by somebody like this. But I was both scared and curious about getting into the head of somebody like Kent. I have to laugh. Recently, one of my kids, I have 3 adult sons, and one of them read this new novel. And I said, well, what did you think? And he said, well, I really liked it, but I thought it was kind of creepy the way my dad nailed the pedophile. So we had a kind of a laugh over that. I was just glad when his voice, when I was through with his voice. I remember every day when I finished writing as Kent, I would go upstairs and take a shower. Yeah, but
Wow.
one of the things I really wanted to do was say, okay, he's a pedophile, that's his label, but who else is he? And I think that probably comes from my work with the inmates too. They are more than just the crime for which they've been convicted, and that's what got me through the writing of that character.
That's fascinating. Now, do you find it cathartic to write about these sort of issues? I know Annie, one of the characters in the book, finds catharsis through her art. Since she was the one who was victimized. Do you find writing about these difficult topics to actually be helpful for you?
Yeah, I think so in some ways, although I have had the good fortune to have lived a life which is free of the kinds of traumas that I write about. However, I think, again, my work with the women at York Prison has given me a knowledge of people who are not so fortunate as I am. And so I think a lot of that, in the workshops that I run, the writing workshops at York, we have tears at almost every meeting, but we also have laughter. And one of the things that I've come to realize is that a lot of these women who have had terrible things done to them and have done terrible things as well, one of the survival techniques when you get to prison, particularly if you are there for the rest of your life, is that you use laughter as a survival tool. So lots of times the writing is, wrenching and so hard to listen to, particularly when they're talking about personal tragedies, and yet the women can also be very funny. We have we have if a box of Kleenex is available, that gets passed around in the circle. If it's not, there's a big old roll of toilet paper that they pass around, roll to one another, and so I've learned so much from the women that I work with there that then bleeds into the stories that I feel I want to tell or need to tell.
That sounds like a really excellent program. That's great. And how long have you been doing that?
I've been there for 14 years. I run a writing workshop that meets every other Thursday for 3 or 4 hours. And I didn't want to do it. I procrastinated. I thought I was going one time. But right from the start, the women just sort of won me over. And I think probably the reason why I went back the second time after thinking I was done was that one of the scariest looking women said to me, "Thanks for coming." And I said, "Oh, you're welcome." And then she said, "Are you coming back?" And I'm a bit of a wimp, so I said, "Okay, I will, but you have to write something." And that was 14 years ago.
And it stuck.
Yeah, oh yeah.
More on an audio note and lighten it up a bit.
Mm-hmm.
How was the experience of working on the audiobook? We were so excited that you wanted to read the part of Orion.
Well, I've been very fortunate in the past to be in the good hands in terms of my work with the reader, audio reader George Goodell, who I think is one of the masters of the form. But back in 2009, I finished a little Christmas book. It's a little comic novella called Wishin' and Hopin', and I just that was an easy assignment, and I like to laugh. I like to make people laugh, and so I volunteered to read that one. That was the first time I had read an audio of my own work. and I worked with a guy named Zane Birdwell, who's a lot of fun to work with, and so we had a great time. And so when this opportunity came up, I decided to volunteer for Orion. I found it to be, this time around, a lot more challenging because it's more serious material. And under Zane's good guidance, sometimes I would think sometimes I would sort of drop into maybe acting a little too hard, and Zane would be very diplomatic and say things like, "Okay, let's try that again, maybe a little less big."
Well done, Zane. That's excellent. I'm really, really excited to hear the full thing come together, and I think your part is really excellent.
Thank you.
I think it's a wonderful audiobook.
I probably won't be able to listen to my own part. I'm just going to fast forward on that, but I'm really excited, and I feel so lucky that Harper has decided to cast the number of different actors to interpret the different roles. So I'm really excited to hear those parts, and I'll skip over my own.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us today, Wally. I'm really excited about this audiobook. This is just a wonderful book.
My pleasure, Erin. Thank you. Bye-bye now.